you know, even if you have some of these sub-severe storms, watching for lightning, it's the weekend, a lot of outdoor activities. I think what's interesting too is you have high pressure. That's going to dominate everything further off to the east and south, but that's what's helping aid in pumping up a lot of that moisture. So as Melanie mentioned, it's going to be humid. Air temperatures are going to be quite high, but that'll also fuel some of the heavy rain that we could see, and perhaps you get a couple of rounds over the course of a few days of heavy rain. Timing, morning relatively calm, but things start to fill in and pop as you get into the early evening, late afternoon.
Yeah, so as we continue to put our model into motion through the afternoon, evening, you start to see some of those storms really increase in their coverage. So some discrete cells at that. We continue to go through the evening, and you see that that focus shifts farther off to the east and into parts of Oklahoma as well. It's through the overnight, likely damaging wind might be one of the bigger threats, and this continues to expand a little bit farther off to the east as we get into a Sunday morning. And Sunday, we still have that severe weather threat from Texas all the way up into the upper Midwest. But the thing about Sunday is it's dependent on what happens Saturday. Yeah, so a little bit more conditional. How does the atmosphere recover? Because, again, we don't have a cold front that's going to be dropping east and south. We just continue to reset each day, but how well do we do it? The difference going into Tuesday is that you start to see some forward movement with that very deep trough to the west. As of now for Sunday, that's that leftover that we showed you, and then paying attention back further to the west. There is some storm initiation, but again, it can be really tough sometimes for these models, even the higher resolution models, to be able to pick that up. Any one of those storms could produce some of these damaging wind gusts. Again, it's a non-zero threat for tornadoes, and we could even get some hailstones also with this that are going to be at that severe threshold, which is 1 inch in diameter. Not a lot of movement, folks, so maybe you get a storm on Saturday and another one on Sunday. Temperatures stay within the 80s. That was a look at Wichita Falls, Texas. The flood threat, another part of this forecast, a level 2 threat, where again, we could get a couple of rounds of those storms. Level 1 threat for Sunday. That could change to a level 2 threat. We'll see what the WPC does with that. And then when you look at the rain forecast, it does look like we have this bimodal setup, right? So 2 distinct sections. You have another low that's going to be moving across the upper Great Lakes, so even higher rain totals there. So a lot to pay attention to, and you can bet we'll be here every step of the way. Right, Melanie? Exactly, Marissa. And now it is time for our weekend huddle. So I am joined by my Weather Command weekend co-hosts. We have Michael Estime and Nick Koser. Great to have you both here. Thanks for joining us. We are continuing to follow all things that are severe as we gear into the weekend. So first up, we're going to talk about Saturday's threat. This is in the afternoon. Storms are mainly going to deliver large hail, damaging wind, especially across West Texas. So you just heard us mention Midland, Lubbock, and Amarillo, watching those closely for the threat of some severe storms.
Yeah, and then next up, it's Sunday. The tornado threat ramps up. Scattered storms, some of which could become supercells, capable of producing large hail, damaging winds on the table. Also, there's a tornadic risk as the threat will extend from central and southern Texas into Oklahoma and Kansas. And the threat on Sunday is dependent on what plays out on Saturday, right? So be sure to stick with us throughout the weekend as this forecast evolves, and it likely will, Michael.
Oh, it will, yeah. They always say things are bigger in Texas, and the severe weather, that could be pretty big as well. All right, and finally, we'll get you ready for your work week by looking ahead to Monday's severe weather threat. And this stretches not just from the Lone Star State, but you can see it all the way up toward Minneapolis, St. Paul. That storm threat is going to be a expansive area into early next week, extending from the southern plains into the upper Midwest on Monday. And, you know, Melanie, I look at that and I think to myself, we have some major cities that are really close by: Chicago, St. Louis, KC, you know, the DFW, Dallas, Fort Worth area. Monday could be a day where we need to watch very, very carefully.
Yeah, some travel trouble there, no doubt, at some of those airports.
Yeah.
And these are big cities that are mentioned multiple times in the severe weather threat.
Also, it's worth noting that it's Friday, and we're talking about a 2 out of 5 threat all the way into Monday. So stay tuned. This could get upgraded. Even Tuesday looks interesting, too.
Yeah, very good call. And of course, we're still a couple of days out, but we are fine-tuning the forecast, and we'll do that throughout the weekend. Fox Weather, your severe weather HQ, will be on top of it, Melanie, every step of the way.
You can catch us on Weather Command Weekend tomorrow and again on Sunday from 6 a.m. to noon right here on Fox Weather. And we are also going to be in the thick of it right here with you, Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer. She'll be out live storm tracking all weekend in the plains. This is going to be something that you can't get anywhere else but on Fox Weather, so you won't want to miss our coverage. In fact, this could be the most active period that we've seen so far with this severe weather season.
All right, today is the day Artemis II returns by this evening back here to Earth. The 4 astronauts going to conclude that 10-day mission that they had, that journey around the moon. It'll be a fiery return to Earth, by the way, but they've traveled farther into Earth than, into space than any other human has before. And along the way, they've been sharing a message, not just to all of us here across the globe, but also to their families.
I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together.
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you.
I think we've all just really benefited from this and forever changed history with this trip around the moon. And who knows what the next crew will do, but we already have that in the works. Not only that, we expect a lunar landing with Artemis IV, it is, I believe. All right, so this is a look at some of the things, the timing of all of it. So splashdown is scheduled for 5:07 p.m. Pacific time Eastern, which would be, 5:07 Pacific, 8:07 Eastern. About 42 minutes before splashdown, the crew module, which is where the astronauts are, that is going to detach from the service module, which powers the spacecraft. 13 minutes before splashdown, the Orion will enter Earth's surface, and then the USGS is saying you may in fact be able to hear a sonic boom if you're in Southern California. So keep an ear out for that. Chutes, by the way, parachutes are going to start to deploy about 22,000 feet from the surface. There are, well, 3 rounds of parachutes to help slow down this capsule that is going to be moving incredibly fast, eventually slowing it down to just 20 miles per hour as it gently lands in the Pacific Ocean. So the question is, will Mother Nature cooperate, right? Because there's been extensive planning that's been included in this mission all the way down to the very end, final moment. But the question has been, will weather cooperate? You look at that splashdown site that is off of the San Diego coast, and we already have our crews there as well. Our Brandy Campbell, as you know, Melanie Brandy arrived in San Diego. She'll be covering this as well. That is the spot we'll be paying attention to, and you know what it is? I clicked all the way past my graphics. The criteria that looks like it'll cooperate is here on the screen.
And this is the criteria that we're following. Rain and storms within 35 miles. You can't have that in the immediate splashdown zone. That's because thunderstorms can create winds that you can't track and that are different than forecasted. And then also some electrical hazards that are within those storms. As for the wind, it has to be less than 29 miles per hour because that could allow the capsule to shift a little bit farther than initially planned, or you could have issues with the parachute, which, you know, we don't want that. And then also wave heights must be less than 6 feet. And you have the Navy that will be out there, NASA that'll be working to get the capsule, as well as the astronauts. So you don't want a whole lot of chop in the water.
Yeah, and it's like, the capsule, every little detail is so critical to things being safe, right? And so making sure the capsule actually lands in a way where they can get the crew out safely, because they are in fact in a body of water. So when you look at the weather setup, there was concerns initially that that area of low pressure that's now off the northern central California coast might cause some problems. Not looking like it'll be the case. In fact, you get a lot of good news out of this forecast. It's a win for NASA. It's a win for California, where we have snow returning to the Sierra. and I think we're all going to be very happy.
Yeah, San Diego, a popular spot for those watch parties later on this evening.
Yeah. Oh, do we have more time? Oh, no, we'll go to this.
We could talk about that all day, right?
Know, right?
But check out this video. Mount Kilauea is erupting as storms hit Hawaii. This is the volcano's 44th eruption, spewing large lava fountains 800 feet into the air. Hawaii Volcanoes National Park closed for the day due to ashfall and softball-sized tephra chunks. We'll show you the storms bringing flooding to lower-lying areas of the Aloha State. That's when Weather Command returns. Keep it here.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
Making your own diamonds again?
What does it look like, Amy?
You know Shop LC is the lab-grown diamond expert, right? They have a huge selection with brilliance you could trust.
So affordable and gorgeous, too.
Get brilliant quality at unbelievable prices only at Shop LC.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Welcome back to Weather Command. One of the biggest headlines of the week has been the release of Colorado State University's 2026 hurricane season forecast. CSU has long been considered the gold standard in seasonal hurricane outlooks, but another forecast is gaining quite the attention this year. The University of Arizona released their very own hurricane outlook last Friday. UA researchers are calling for an above-average hurricane season in the Atlantic Basin. This stands in stark contrast to CSU's below-average outlook. So let's welcome in Xubin Zhang, atmospheric science professor at the University of Arizona, to walk us through what their models are seeing and why it's pointing to a potentially active season. Good morning, Professor. Thank you so much for being here with us. I want to start broad before we dive closer into this. So your team is calling for an above-average season. What are the key signals that your model is leading you to that conclusion? I know you have a dynamic model as well as a machine learning model that you use.
You know, it's really interesting story. Before we got our model results, we would expect a below normal hurricane season. When we got our own model results, we were a little bit surprised. Then we thought about it. Hey, you know, this might be just like 2023, strong hurricane season overall, but associated with a strong El Nino, but with a very warm Atlantic ocean surface temperature. This year, we expect something similar, even though we're going to have a super El Nino on the Pacific side. We expect very hot ocean surface temperature over the Atlantic. And in the end, between the battle, we expect the Atlantic ocean surface temperature will win, leading to above average or above normal hurricane season.
Yeah, so let's talk more about that, because in your outlook you mentioned that very strong El Nino, and typically we think of that suppressing the Atlantic hurricane activity, but it's not really going to be the dominant signal in your forecast. So how do you think that these sea surface temperatures are going to be so warm that they can overcome some of the effects of El Nino?
In our mind, or what we built into the model, is that for the winds or the change of wind with height, the so-called wind shear is not as predictable compared with the ocean surface temperature. And the warmer temperature would provide more fuel for the hurricane development. And again, through the battle, our expectation is the ocean surface temperature over the Atlantic Ocean will win out.
We're seeing a much different outlook from Colorado State University this year. When you look at the same climate systems in place, I want to get your perspective on this. So what do you think are the main factors that can lead to reputable groups like yourselves to these very different seasonal forecasts?
You learn from history, and even for us overall, we have done a terrific job for the past decades in terms of the accuracy of our predictions, because everything is publicly available. We learn every year. We don't use the same model. Every year, we relearn from the historical records and fine-tune our model, and hopefully doing a better and better job.
Yeah, I know. We've mentioned on the show already that the University of Arizona's model has a better accuracy compared to Colorado State University. And you also mentioned 2023 and how this year's setup is similar to that year. I'm curious to hear, what lessons do you think that season offers us when trying to interpret this year's forecast?
Even for our model, we do put our uncertainty range there. Predicting the future is difficult. Nobody would know the exact number, and we should expect some kind of probability. And for our prediction, besides a single number, we also give the range for our numbers, and we feel pretty comfortable. Okay, back up by our historical records. And for example, for this year, we expect 20 named storms, and the uncertainty range is from 17 to 23, and we have been correct for our uncertainty range. 67% of the time.
Yeah, you mentioned 20 named storms, 9 hurricanes is what you're also forecasting, as well as 4 major hurricanes. This is all fascinating information to take away. It's interesting hearing different perspectives, not only from you, but then also from Colorado State University. And I graduated from the University of Arizona. That was my undergraduate in journalism. So I'm very honored to be speaking to you and hearing more about that research. That's Shibin Zhang, professor of atmospheric science at the University of Arizona. Thank you so much, and bear down.
Thank you, bear down.
All right, fascinating conversation, right?
It really was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sorry. I guess I'll go back to talking.
We never know when it's going to pop up.
We keep playing this game this morning. Yeah, it is a fascinating conversation, but it also speaks to the fact that there are all these entities that go into that take time to forecast for the season for all of us. We want to keep it in the tropics, but we're going to head west, right? We keep talking about, the equatorial Pacific, but when you go to the western part of the Pacific, we already have activity. In fact, we already have the potential for a super typhoon, which is still just a tropical cyclone. It just gets a different name in this part of the basin. Tropical storm Sinlaku. It is strengthening as it closes in on Guam. It is moving relatively slow, but you can see that there. This has the potential to be what we would qualify and call a Category 3, Category 4 hurricane. So this is expected to be very strong. For perspective, there's Hawaii right there. And we're also looking at, you have Mela further to the south in the southern Pacific. That's just off the coast of Papua New Guinea. But for the purposes of this hit now, we'll focus on what is Sinlaku. This could be very historic, and it is already actually shaping up to be quite something when it comes to impacts to Guam as it heads in. In terms of the overall movement of it, it's not fast. It's practically stationary, Melanie, but it is expected to pick up that forward speed as it moves off towards Guam, the north-northwest direction in the next couple of days.
Yeah, so strengthening over the next couple of days, something we'll be continuing to monitor. It's interesting. This is coming at a time when all this focus has been on the Colorado State releasing their forecast for the season. So it's starting to be active. And this part of the world, this is a look at that forecast track as we go forward into early next week, as we'll be monitoring for that, especially in and around the vicinity of Guam come Monday.
Yeah, incredibly strong, right? This is the forecast cone that we have for it, given the timing. So conditions will start. Is this the new one that we just got or a new one coming in? So the 130 mile per hour. So this is the newer cone that just came in. Okay, I didn't have a bar, somebody's little arrow to update it. But I think, you have also the U.S. Coast Guard urging people in Guam to act now, stay out of the water, because the water is going to start to really get a lot more dangerous and a lot more turbulent, and everything you need to do to prepare. We'll be watching this. Matthew Blue behind the scenes, you probably heard his voice a second ago, was doing a little bit more work on this, but saying that it is incredibly rare. So if you look at recorded history, which goes back to the mid-1950s, Melanie, no tropical cyclones in recorded history have made landfall on Guam during the month of April. One storm got close, that was Olive in 1963, but that also formed very quickly during an El Nino transition year.
We're going to stay in the Pacific. This is as another major flood situation is unfolding in Hawaii yet again. Over a foot of rain is already reported on the Big Island, with more expected to continue today. Flood watches remain in effect across the Hawaiian Islands. These latest storms come less than a month after catastrophic flooding in Oahu, specifically the northern side of the island. That was after back-to-back Kona lows prompted a flash flood emergency, the first one that had been seen in years across Oahu and the first one of the season for the United States. So looking back at the top rainfall total since Tuesday, you do see that spots have picked up more than half a foot of rain, if not more than a foot of rain. And we are still watching on our radar for some of these showers. This as we continue to have this low that's nearby, drawing in this moisture. In fact, I think the heaviest rain still through today, but we do keep some of these showers around into early next week. And you can see that swirl with that system nearby. Past 3 hours, some of the heaviest rain have been on the far western islands, and still some spots like Honolulu drying out just a tad bit, but you have these pockets where you're seeing some of the heavier rain. There's still those flood alerts that are in place. As of now, no flash flood warnings, but we did have ongoing flash flooding within the past 12 hours. So for our overnight hours in Hawaii, it was last night, but now just flood watches are still in place for that rainfall still to come.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of rain, especially as you look through the Big Island up towards Maui. Still the potential for 3 to 5 inches of rain. Topography plays a huge role, especially when you get into the more populated areas. But the thing to remember with the way these lows situate, it's not the trade winds coming in from the east. It's this more southerly flow, so you get a lot of rain and moisture squeezing out in areas that typically don't see it in a regular setup.
Right, historically, but even last month, these were some of the same spots that got a lot of that rain, so these soils are already saturated, leading to the threat for flash flooding. We're also continuing to keep a close eye on the severe weather threat set to impact the southern plains this weekend. Damaging wind, large hail, and the potential for tornadoes will all be primary threats as these storms fire up. In addition to the severe risk, a level 1 out of 4 flash flood threat is in place across parts of Texas and Oklahoma. After the break, we'll take a closer look at the timing and the cities most at risk for these potentially dangerous storms. That's when Weather Command returns. We'll be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, We don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Pet owners know the struggle. Your best bud can track all sorts of gunk indoors. Now there's a simple solution. It's Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that keeps your dog's paws clean before they make a mess inside. Use Muddy Mat under your pet's food dish, in the bathroom, even catch spills in the kitchen. Call or go online to order your Muddy Mat right away. Through this introductory offer, order 2 and get 1 free for only $19.95 each.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
The final half hour here on Weather Command. If you've been hanging out with us for all 3.5 hours, you must be my mother.
We thank you.
We
Or my parents too. So there's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them. Yeah, I don't even know if my mom watches every hour. I think she still forgets the hours I'm on. But either way, we do appreciate you hanging out with us today.
My mother-in-law did know that there were different hours, and she does stick around and watch all the hours.
So she might, in fact, be the number one fan.
Yes, she can tell the differences in what the points that we are
That's so funny.
It's very sweet.
I appreciate that.
But you know what? It's a big day for some astronauts, right? Today is the day that the Artemis II crew, 3 American astronauts, 1 Canadian astronaut, are going to be touching down. They're splashing down off the coast of San Diego. This really has been a mission that has captured the attention and the hearts of us all, not only across the country, but the world.
Yeah, truly special, right? History in the making.
And for 10 days, we've been monitoring this mission closely, from the launch and now to the historic lap around the moon to the splashdown happening later on this evening.
I mean, we've had communication with these astronauts the entire time, but then we get to see from them from when they actually emerge from the capsule, right? And by the way, we have that QR code in the lower right corner. Scan the QR code. This is going to provide those live updates when it comes to the countdown to splashdown. It's already going, and this is always a really great tool to have all the information at your fingertips. In the meantime, how about a look back to some of the amazing guests that we've had on Weather Command this week to discuss this historic mission.
I can't tell you how envious I am of this crew. People have asked me many, many times in the past, would you have liked to have gone to the moon? The answer is absolutely yes. Been greedy enough with 5 missions already, but this is really an exciting mission that we're seeing.
Every time that I go, they can't impress me more than they do. These are such the right people for the right time with all the right stuff.
The kind of science that's going to be done is really exciting, particularly in the area of how the environment affects the human body.
I have dreams now and then where I'm in space, and sadly I wake up and I go, oh, I'm not really there. Although I guess I shouldn't complain with 36 days in space and 5 space flights. It was fascinating. It's unforgettable, and times that I will never forget, and I relive all the time.
3 is going to really be all about how to manipulate the lander, and that's going to be practiced in orbit around the Earth. Apollo 4 will take that lander and its crew to the moon and go down to the surface, walk on it.
The humanity involved. There's never been once where you haven't seen them peering back at planet Earth and going, that's where the good stuff is. That's where we all are. And even though we can still see countries and boundaries, it's like, let's love one another and wish them Godspeed on their way home.
Couldn't have said it better, Janet from Janet's Planet. And I want to know where you got that shirt, because that shirt was amazing. This morning, we also have Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne joining us live on Weather Command with more on the Artemis mission. I mean, Katie, so exciting, right? As we wait for these astronauts to rejoin us here on planet Earth, less than 12 hours to go.
They are going to get the warmest welcome, I think. And I love how you mentioned, Marissa, it does feel like we've had access to them the past 10 days. So we have been able to get so many updates, but we know we're only going to learn more when they get back to Earth, which is going to happen later on tonight. So NASA has given us kind of a rundown of what their day looks like. In fact, they're actually just getting up and starting the day in the next few minutes. 11:35 is when those 4 astronauts are set to start their day, and then it's a busy one, as you can imagine. They're going to finish up kind of the final preps on board, like packing things up, things like that. And then they have lunch sometime in the 3 p.m. hour as they get ready to come back to Earth, you know, normal things. Around 5 p.m. is when they will suit back up in those bright orange and blue launch and entry suits. Those are designed to keep them alive in extreme conditions for days if needed. And then just before 8 is really when the action happens. The Orion spacecraft capsule will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, traveling at about 24,000 miles per hour, and that friction heats the heat shield to nearly 5,000 degrees. That's what the heat shield looks like. Around 9 minutes into the descent, parachutes will deploy, and then 8:07 is the time we're really watching splashdown in the Pacific, just off the coast of San Diego. Within minutes, Navy divers will secure the capsule, and around that time, there will be Seahawk helicopters tracking them from above. The crew will then be brought to the USS John P. Murtha, waiting nearby. They'll be checked out medically, of course, before NASA then holds a press conference around 10:30 tonight.
I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well.
All the good stuff is coming back, including this crew, who I feel like just touched so many people across the country. But of course, weather's going to play a big role in all of this happening. The splashdown will only happen if the wind, waves, and the sky cooperate. The winds have to stay below 29 miles per hour, waves under 6 feet, and no rain or lightning within 30 miles. Recovery teams also really need at least 3 miles of visibility to keep their eyes on the capsule after the splashdown happens. And when it happens, people who are in Southern California may actually feel or hear a sonic boom. So there's a lot that's going on today. And I think so many people are just, I don't know. I remember when the launch happened, I felt like I was holding my breath, you know, watching it all happen. And I think it's going to be kind of the same today as we watch this splashdown.
I agree. NASA tweeting out too, saying the Artemis crew brought us intense moon joy. So a noun meaning the feeling of intense happiness and excitement that only comes from a mission to the moon. I certainly think that's fitting.
Yeah, moon joy.
Wow. It's working on me.
It is. They have been putting that everywhere. Yeah, moon joy. I mean, Katie, I'm here for it. I'm sure you're going to be watching really closely. I have goosebumps thinking about it already because this is pivotal. And then by 2028 with Artemis 4, we expect to have a lunar landing. And maybe we'll have a woman on the moon for the first time ever, as I have my crew of ladies right here.
Girl power, right?
I call covering that one. Please send me out.
Yeah, please send me. Please send it. Yeah. Katie, thank you for that. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne with an update and an outline for what to anticipate tonight.
And don't forget, this evening on Fox Weather, we'll have live coverage as the Artemis crew comes back down to Earth. It's our special splashdown coverage with Weather Command co-host Stephen Morgan and Fox Weather Now host Ian Oliver. This starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Tune in tonight for that exclusive coverage only on Fox Weather.
All right, let's go ahead and shift over to a less exciting story, but one that we all really need to be dialed into as we navigate the weekend. We do have a severe weather threat. I've got millions of you that are going to be impacted, and I'm talking about several days of it. Noting that we're looking at Saturday through Wednesday. I'm going to focus in on Saturday and Sunday for a moment, but we've got more than 20 states that have the potential for some nasty storms that could bring damaging wind gusts, that threshold of 58 miles per hour. We could exceed that with some of these storms. You also have the potential for large hail as well as tornadoes from Texas to Michigan. We do have a better look right now at how the storms will look as we navigate Saturday and Sunday, because we can tap into some of the more high resolution models. But as you get further out, we still have to fine tune some of the timing with all of that. For Saturday, a level 2 threat that we have, Melanie, that goes from the Big Bend of Texas all the way through the Panhandle. And then you have a level 1 threat through the Central Plains.
Yeah, so damaging wind and large hail are going to be the primary threats for us tomorrow. Let's take a look at the overall setup. We'll be talking about an upper level trough, the dip in the jet stream that's going to continue to help out ahead of that, fuel more of this southwesterly flow. So you're going to have this increase in moisture, a little bit of instability, not an overall huge amount, but enough that storms could pop. We'll be watching for that, especially across parts of western and central Texas. Here's a closer look at that future model. Things really start to get going afternoon and evening.
Yeah, and when those storms can be really spicy, a little bit more discrete with these cells. It's not a clear line that's going to be coming through, but perhaps that converging into some clusters, if perhaps you'll see as we get into the overnight hours, a little bit more of a bowing setup right here, and that's early morning into Sunday. I don't know. Do we have more of a damaging wind threat overnight that we need to keep an eye on? It's possible. Some leftover storms for Sunday morning, making that severe weather threat on Sunday a little bit more conditional.
Yeah, so just depending on what happens Saturday lends us to a Sunday. But let's dive now farther down into the forecast. And this is going to be the severe weather threat that continues into early next week. Multiple rounds of storms expected across the southern plains. So here's a day-by-day breakdown. And you can follow the color coding for the day that it could impact your area. And some of these cities are on the map multiple times all the way through Wednesday. It's going to be on Monday that we'll watch for another system that's going to push out of the plains and continue to race off to the east. But the thing that's going to be different about what's happening next week compared to the weekend is that this severe threat is going to be more expansive and it's going to be more widespread, stretching from Dallas all the way up into Chicago. We'll be watching for the movement of this surface low that's going to be forming along with the fronts associated with it. Once again, you have a dip in the jet stream, but looks like this one is going to be more powerful at that and stronger.
Yeah, and we'll get a little bit more forward movement with that trough. So then you open up the window a little bit more further to the east and you invite in areas like St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, Michigan. You know, there is some questions, as we mentioned, with the overall timing for when these storms could be a problem. But we'll see. Intensity is going to vary, hazards will vary, and we'll get some big rain as well.
Yeah, so this is a closer look at Monday. Still that same threat from Texas all the way into the upper Midwest. By Tuesday, it includes more of the upper Midwest, including Chicago down to Indianapolis as well. You have Michigan that'll be in that storm threat. And this could, again, as you mentioned, be changed as we get closer to that overall main event.
Yeah, I think noting the temperatures, there are parts of Michigan, if you go up north, that may have some snow that is trying to mix in with the rain. So we see a big warm up as a result of that ridge off to the southeast, but that also means we can hold a lot more of that moisture that's getting pumped in. So these storms could be juicy.
By Wednesday, still that threat is there, but with this, we'll have to watch for the timing with some of these short waves that are moving across the country. Some speed it up, some slow it down, but that still can be ironed out.
Yeah, we'll be watching it. Melanie's going to be here with you through the weekend, and we've been talking about this on Monday with Weather Command. Okay. The other component of today that we're really keeping an eye on is, just over 50 days till the start of hurricane season. The tropics expected to pick up steam over the next several months, as we'd expect. So keeping a close eye on how El Nino could play a role in this season's activity. Colorado State University, we brought that to you yesterday live as it released its annual Atlantic Tropical Outlook. It called for a below average season, a lot of that having to do with El Nino. After the break, we're going to dive deeper into this outlook. We'll also visit another outlook from another university that was released earlier this month and tell you what it is predicting. Weather Command will be right back.
Stay tuned to get a second can of Alien Seal Spray for 50% off.
Hi, Gator, and I'm here for it. This is Alien Flexible Seal Spray. The real deal seal that won't chip, crack, dry out, or peel. Yeah, we know it works great for repairing leaks in roofs, sealing up gutters watertight, and fixing leaky drain pipes. And that saves you a ton of cash. Alien Seal is a rubberized, flexible, self-leveling spray you can use to patch, seal, and waterproof every day. Check this out. Got an old wooden hammer you can't let go of, but it wants to let go of you? Just Alien Seal it for a non-slip grip. Waterproof your camping gear for a safe, dry trip. It stands up to extreme cold and extreme heat. Alien Seal fills in concrete cracks and joints from weeds and debris. Seals leaks and air ducts in your HVAC. Alien Seal Spray. It's great for sealing your wood siding and also sealing the air and moisture away from your window edges. And can be painted to perfectly match. For weather prep, home improvement, or repair, Alien Seal Spray saves you money everywhere. Don't get caught in an expensive leaky situation. Alien is the real deal seal that won't chip, crack, dry out, or peel. And I'm standing by that statement. All right then, next.
Call or go online now to get your large can of Alien Flexible Seal Spray in your choice of black or clear to repair, fix, seal, and save you hundreds for just $19.99. We guarantee Alien Seal Spray will pay for itself with just one use. But to make this our best deal on TV, you could get 50% off a second large can. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get 2 large cans, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
Call 1-800-677-5406 or go to alienspray.com. So call 1-800-677-5406 or go online to alienspray.com.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Who cares what they say? Size does matter. And we prove it every day at Shop LC with our exquisite selection of lab-grown diamonds. Because when size matters, so does value. Go to shoplc.com and go bigger.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning. Your floors never stay clean. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly.
Dog parents, this is a must-have. My floors have never been so clean.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code on the screen to claim your 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today.
Welcome back to Weather Command. La Nina is dead, and now we wait for the emergence of El Nino. As we count down to the start of hurricane season, that will play a critical role, at least according to Colorado State University. Phil Klotzbach and company released their seasonal outlook saying El Nino will be a major driver for storm activity or lack thereof in the Atlantic. The university calling for a slightly below average season. That's despite the forecast. Klotzbach noted right here on Weather Command, the forecast is not a slam dunk.
There is a lot of uncertainty. We have this phenomenon called the springtime predictability barrier for El Nino, and obviously we're right in the middle of the spring. And so basically, like, small changes in the winds over the tropical Pacific can make big differences in how robust this El Nino is.
Regardless of El Nino, we all know it only takes one to make a memorable year, especially if you are impacted by that said storm. So let's take a closer look at what CSU is saying for this year. Named storms 13, hurricanes 6, and any that are a major hurricane 2 that is below the average of all 3 of those aforementioned topics. So taking a closer dive into why they came to this, well, it's because they are forecasting that strong El Nino that's likely. And we're looking at the portion of the world where you have the warmer temperatures that give this El Nino forecast. We're heading into this neutral state, but you can see that the long range forecast is pointing to an El Nino, if not a rare super El Nino. And for that, you need water temperatures to be about 2 degrees Celsius or higher above average. So all those red lines that are pointing toward the end of the screen, taking us what in could be a super El Nino event. Yeah, it is relatively rare. You can get an El Nino, but to get a super El Nino is just not something we have a lot, to get that dramatic rise in the water temperature. But we pay attention to what that does and also how it impacts the Atlantic. For the Pacific, more of the rising air, things are a lot more unstable, so you can get the storm development, but it does suppress and stabilize things in the Atlantic. That's where you get the sinking air, which is why we think that this year could be a little bit tamer for the Atlantic basin.
Yeah, and that creates those hostile upper level winds, and you think about hurricanes, they want winds, right? But when you have the hostile upper level winds, that helps to shear apart those thunderstorms, preventing any tropical storms from developing and becoming a hurricane. So you specifically, their forecast is derived from looking at the Caribbean Sea and the main development region, where you have the above average likelihood of these hostile upper level winds. Now, the one spot, or a couple spots, I should say, that we'll have to look for are those that are closer to home. And what will those upper level winds be doing? Because in El Nino years, you can get these homegrown storms that develop.
Yeah, something that was alluded to with the Colorado State University outlook, which I think you mentioned. Then also we had our Brian Norcross talking about that. And the issue with homegrown storms is that you have less time to prepare, and they can still get quite strong in a relatively short amount of time. So there's still these dangers and hazards to the season, but our hope is that we'll be able to keep the numbers a little bit lower, therefore giving our chances of impact also making those a little bit lower too.
Yeah, now El Nino years, they can be offset by the water temperatures. And at this point, above average, you still have the main development region that is slightly cooler than what we typically see this time of the year. But Gulf of America, you can see some of that warming that's already ongoing.
And that's one of the factors going into these outlooks from various entities, CSU, Colorado State University being one of them. Yeah, it's just one of many. And we've spent a lot of time over the past 24 hours highlighting that outlook from Colorado State University. It is in many ways the gold standard. We do anticipate it each year. It's been around for decades. But other universities also release outlooks, but also other entities like NOAA, which we'll get next month. We have Weather Command weekend host meteorologist Michael Estime here with a highlight from an outlook that maybe you're not familiar with. Arizona, or the University of Arizona.
University of
which,
Arizona.
to be quite honest, Michael, I wasn't too aware of of this outlook.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, I wonder why, and I think it's just because you think about CSU, they're kind of the gold standard, if you will. They come out, relatively early, so a lot of people kind of jump on that at first. But the University of Arizona has really stepped up its A game since it started hurricane forecasting. That was back in 2014, and they've gone from dropping late season updates in June to putting out a high-tech April outlook in 2020 that uses a smart mix of computer simulations and, of course, machine learning. And interestingly enough, this year, their forecast is setting up a total clash of the Titans for 2026. Well, the team at CSU is banking on a strong El Nino to keep the Atlantic hurricane season quiet, with only about 13 named storms, 6 hurricanes, and 2 being major hurricanes. Arizona, on the other hand, is calling for a much busier season with 20 named storms, 9 hurricanes, and double what CSU is saying in terms of major hurricanes. They're going with 4 for this year. And they're betting that the record-breaking ocean heat in the Atlantic is going to act like rocket fuel and basically cancel out any of those killer winds. Now, this is a bold move that sparked a bit of a heated rivalry between the two schools, but Arizona definitely has the track record to back it up. We're keeping the receipts on these, and Arizona has actually beaten CSU in early season accuracy every single year from 2020 all the way through 2025, especially in 2023 when they called for an active season that CSU completely missed. And while we wait to see who wins this round, we'll of course keep close tabs on the other heavy hitters like NOAA, NC State, the ECMWF, and the UK Met Office to see what they're leaning toward, perhaps an above average, normal, or quiet 2026 season. So, Marissa, a lot that we're keeping our eyes on. To your point, NOAA's going to be releasing their forecast next month. Very interested to see what they have to say.
Yeah, I think, and with NOAA, the thing to remember too is they'll do a range, right? They'll say, let's say 12 to 15 for the number of storms. So it's a little bit different, but either way, they all tend to be generally within the same zone.
But not this time.
Not this time. It is sea surface temperatures, we heard Dr. Phil Klotzbach with Colorado State University leading the team with that forecast say yesterday. It's really tough to predict what sea surface temperatures are going to do, and other factors that have also changed a season.
El Nino, the dust, the Saharan
dust.
Yes,
that can also put a kink in the forecast too. But if anything, that just suppresses any tropical development.
Very interesting to see what happens and what they're leaning toward.
Interesting, but it's not as if we're all in a hurry to get to hurricane season.
This is very true.
Right,
let's stretch those 52 days out.
As long as we can. Thank you, my friend.
From tropics to space we go.
From tropics to space. Oh, it did say. I'll take this one.
Yeah,
Unless you want Melanie to
You're
do
on
it.
camera.
Do you want to talk and I'll mouth the words?
I don't know about my skill level at that point. You go ahead. This is all you.
We'll carry it on. Okay, so we're taking it to space. As you can see, this is the team that the world, especially the U.S. and Canada, has fallen in love with. The Artemis II crew on its way back. The final stretch, the final hours of getting them back here to Earth, from liftoff to their lunar flyby. The mission has delivered breathtaking views, milestone moments as well that have already redefined the future of human spaceflight. We are looking back at some of the most iconic moments this morning as we count down to splashdown. Take a look.
Integrity, good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
The translunar injection burn took us out of high Earth orbit and sent us toward the moon.
This is unbelievable that we can put our minds to something and pull it off. This is an unbelievable technical accomplishment.
In our first day in space, we just saw some extraordinary things. The Earth up close, and then by the time we had a bit of a nap and got up, the Earth was just so far away again.
As we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon. Cabin of integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we most importantly choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived. We just wanted to take this moment to recognize the two newest members of the Association of Space Explorers, NASA astronaut Christina Cook and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Reed and I are both members, and we're proud to welcome the two of them to this international body of human space explorers.
Like it. The music aids in just
it really
all of
does.
the feels, right?
And I could see the pictures over and over. I could hear the quotes from the astronauts over and over. And let's bring in Fox weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen.
It's fascinating. I've been following with you guys as well. I think it's the coolest thing that we've done in a long time, right? Yeah. Watching this go around. Yeah. So in that vein, coming up on the show, AWC at noon Eastern time, we've got a representative from the Air Force and the Navy talking about contingency plans during a splashdown. So they're going to be in charge of the recovery. They're going to aid NASA in that. Also, brand new professor of geology named to the NASA board to figure out where they're going to mine the moon to get what they need material-wise. So that's pretty cool. We're going to talk to him about what goes into planning where you're going to land and where you're going to dig up some moon rocks and bring it back. Also, the Masters. I've got a brand new Masters hero, Robert McIntyre from Scotland.
Why's that?
Hits the first ball in the 15 into the water, hits the second ball in the 15 into the water, and then flips off the ball as it goes in the air, and then curses a couple times and slams his golf clubs. Now, he might not make the cut. He hit an 80. But still,
But he's a viral sensation now.
I'm telling you, he's like everybody I play with and more. It's like Happy Gilmore personified.
I knew there was going to be something really special about why he was so memorable to you out of that.
Yeah. All right. Well, sounds like a good show.
Yeah,
We'll be part of it too. So I'm glad we're sticking around. Fox Weather is going to be right back at the top of the hour. So stay with us.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Do you want to gain weight? Yes, I said gain weight. Do you want more curves? Do you want to bulk up? Try CB1 Weight Gainer today, the natural weight gain pill designed for people who struggle to put on weight.
I just love the results. I'm loving the way that I look.
I was able to eat. I was able to hit the gym. I'm feeling great and I'm looking great. I put on 25 pounds with CB1.
I have curves, I have booty, and I have a chest. I've gained 20 pounds in just a couple months.
I put on over 30 pounds in 3 months. Finally, I got the curves that I've always dreamed of.
Order today and we'll include the exclusive Weight Gain Guidebook, a $20 value free when you call now. We'll also upgrade your order to rush processing, a $6.99 value absolutely free. That's right. Call now and save over $25. Gain the weight you want or your money back guaranteed.
Call 800-599-8987 or go to trycb1.com.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Bob Van Dillen. It's Friday, April 10th. Let's take you inside America's Weather Center. Big clock behind me. You can see that. We're talking about just hours now before the return of Artemis II to Earth. Little splashdown, and we've got our very special show coming up at 6 o'clock. You can watch that. You can watch the whole splashdown live on Fox Weather. And Weather Commando's own Marissa Torres is over here, too. So we're going to be talking about this. You've been talking about it for a while. Marissa, yeah, come on over,
Can I come
man.
in now? Is this my turn? Is this when I come in? You're
come on
not
over.
viewing me? Here I am. Here.
Yeah, you just got done going Weather Commando for like 4 hours talking about this.
I did.
And it's interesting as heck because we know how fast this guy is coming in.
Riding a fireball, right? And you know, I think that when you think about the past 10 days, it all comes down to the 13 minutes when they re-enter the atmosphere and get down into the Pacific.
Right, and going from 25,000 miles to a gentle 5 to 10 coming down into the water.
Yeah.
That to me is amazing too. So special Fox Weather coverage starts today at 6 p.m. That's tonight, right before splashdown, which is around 8 o'clock Eastern time. Look at the pictures right here. This is so cool.
Yeah, a live look. Isn't that incredible too? We think about the past 10 days. Eventually we'll be able to hear from the 4 astronauts when they're back here on Earth. But we've seen the communication with them nonstop.
Yeah, I love the timeline. We put this up here right here. Final trajectory correction, should they need it, 1:53 p.m. You can see the service module separation, 7:33. And then splashdown, you can see the timeline right there. Talking 8:07 p.m. Eastern, and I think the zone looks pretty good, a lot better, at least the splash zone area.
Yeah, I mean, things are lining up to be quite nice. 7:53, by the way, don't panic if we go into a blackout.
Right.
There's a blackout for communication where they're not going to be able to communicate with mission control because that plasma around the capsule, everything that protects the astronauts from the heat is going to be blocking that well, the wavelength.
Yeah, the communication.
The communication.
And I'll tell you, and that temperature is going to be 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit at its peak when that little bottom shield right there.
Yeah.
Amazing. So it's going to enter around the Indian Ocean and then glide across the Pacific. Splash zone is still pegged to be just offshore from Yeah, San Diego. This is what it looked like the Artemis I. It came from a different angle, came up towards the from the south, but there was a cold front in play, and it was essentially just about the same kind of weather pattern. But this cold front was much stronger back in December of 2022. The one over us now, not quite as big.
Not quite as big, but it did play a role back in 2022. It did then prompt the landing further south of the initial location, back down towards, was it Guadalupe Island?
Yep.
But we're not looking at that likelihood as of now.
Right.
But they'll be paying attention to how the day plays out.
We're still worried a little bit maybe about the wave heights, at least looking at the computer models, but 3 to 6 is what they're going for wave height. Anything over 6 feet, and then they've got to move the area. Absolutely. Winds are less than 29 miles per hour. I don't have a problem with that. Even rain is going to be dotted around the area, but still far enough away, more than 35 miles.
Yeah, weather can be humbling, right? But these scientists, these meteorologists, I mean, every second of this mission is under full control from a planning perspective. So that low pressure, by the way, that initially could have been problematic, staying further to the north, and it's a win-win for everybody. Northern California, the Sierra has snow, feet of snow with this aid in cold air.
They're going for 4 feet of snow, highest peaks in the Sierra Nevada range, with multiple rounds coming through the weekend into the next week. But here it is, and it's not even a cold front. It's a trough of low pressure.
So we'll see how things play out. But either way, that's the zone that we anticipate the Orion to land. Bob's going back into space.
I know. I'm just looking at this. It's so cool. You can see right there. You can see that the bottom edge of the Artemis II, the Orion capsule, beautiful. And we do have the weather so far. It looks like it's going to shape up pretty well. But we show you this one more time. Right behind you, Marissa, 3 to 6 foot waves. They're back off to the western side of that circle. So it's touch and go. NASA so far says it's A-OK.
Yeah, so far it's looking good. I think, you have the Navy that's already in place.
Right.
You have also, you're going to be speaking to somebody with
Air Force and the Navy. Yep, they're going to be backing up the NASA in case something does go wrong. They're going to be right there with some divers. We've got that. Look at the pictures. Just want to end this little segment with the pictures that we've seen coming in. How great is this? There's a crescent Earth on the top of the moon.
So often the moon is the toenail in the sky.
Exactly.
But from the perspective of the Orion, it was in fact Earth.
And here the new craters we're starting to see, right? Starting to name some of these craters that are on the other side of the moon. And look at this one right here. Look at the eclipse.
Yeah, I think this was one of the images. I think NASA posted it. There's another bright spot off to the right. We can't see it here. I think they said it has a reddish hue because it's Mars. That was
really?
one of the photos they shared. Yeah, I think it's off further to the in the initial photo. But the fact that they've been able to send these photos from space, I think it set a record for NASA for the amount of gigabytes that were used up to transfer the data, the photos, everything back to Mission Control in Houston.
Super high def, right? And look at some of these collisions right there with some asteroids and space debris, rocks hitting it. It's just amazing. Just the pockmark there. Not unlike my face as a 15-year-old.
She's
Anyway, let's get to the severe weather back to Earth, right? We've got a couple of days. We had some severe weather threats yesterday afternoon. You can see the cloudy skies right there. That's Miami, Oklahoma. Look at the temperature, though, Marissa. 72.
72. Humidity is going to start to really build as we get into the day. But yeah, 72, and you're just, nearing that lunchtime hour.
Looking at the rain. Is that a rain shaft in far distance? It does look a little hazy back there, so the rain is in play. Severe thunderstorms, we've got them coming in for not just today, but getting in through Saturday into Sunday, too. So we've got that. That's for Saturday. You pull that picture up. You're talking about Sunday. More of that action developing, and then going right through Monday. Who's got the terrific kick me sign on them? What state? Texas. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Oklahoma.
Dropping in right through Wednesday.
Yeah. It's like when you're at the slot. What is it? When you're at
you're talking about the one-armed bandits, the slot machines?
The slot machines. It's you just kept bringing one of them to another.
It's like they won 5 days. Right? These are 5 cherries in a row, right?
5 cherries in a row. Yeah, we've had the level 2 for Saturday, Sunday from the Storm Prediction Center for a couple of days now. These not expected to be as widespread of a day, and even a little bit more conditional threat for Sunday.
Yeah, I'm thinking Tuesday is going to be the bad day. We're still watching out with the ejects through. So let's get right to it, because we got the showers and storms that are developing right now, and this is ahead of the main stuff. So you've got some lines of rain marching right past Fort Wayne in Indiana. That's the cold front, Marissa, that drops down, and then it picks up in intensity right there outside of Springfield, Missouri. So you've got that. It's trying to slide into the Ozarks. A lot of lightning popping up, but so far, no severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, we've been lucky. The front just kind of hangs out through the day. Yeah. We did have some hail reports coming out of yesterday with Kansas, but technically, if you want to really dial it back, here we go. We have a threat today. We had one yesterday. Right. So really everything kicking off on, today's Friday.
Wednesday.
Oh, yeah, we're getting into it.
Wednesday, right?
Today's Friday. It started on, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had some hailmakers and then dropping down for today. Today's almost like a reset day. Today we've got that threat. It's 1 out of 5. But it really amps up with more energy rocking in from the west. And it's going to be Saturday, Sunday, picking up steam Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So it gets confusing because it's like every day in the same spot.
Same spot. Yeah, we don't have a nice, powerful cold front that's going to slice through, and then you get the clear, beautiful conditions afterwards. So noticing that everything kind of lingers within the same spot. There's not a lot of movement for Friday. You can see the southerly push of the winds coming in out of the southeast,
convergence
out of the
right
southwest, a nice little convergence area so you can follow where the front is. Off to the north, though, you can see things are relatively quiet, just away from that boundary.
That was 6 o'clock. We'll roll right through the overnight hours. We sort of die out. Even a low-level jet's not that strong. But then tomorrow morning, you're setting the stage already with rain arcing in from New Mexico into Texas. And it's this guy right here that's an upper-level low. It's going to actually unwind and turn into an open wave, but it still ejects into the 4 corners. That's round number 1. For next week, it's this guy bubbling down from Alaska. That's the one we have to watch.
That's going to help push everything off to the east. So maybe we get some forward movement in that trough. This is the trough that we keep talking about. A lot of that rising air that we have over through the plains helping energize it. I mean, as you mentioned, eventually we do see the low-level jet come into play, depending on the timing that you're looking at. And even high pressure helping usher in a lot of that moisture from the east.
Yeah, the humidity is going to be there. The only thing I'm worried about, I mean, I want to see it happen because I don't want to see severe, is all the cloud cover coming in from the days before showers and thunderstorms. Will it wreck the atmosphere so it can't recover for that afternoon? We'll see. But right now, we're still going for a 2 out of 5 on a bad scale for tomorrow afternoon. And that's a good slice of Texas and Oklahoma. And these hailstones talking 2 inches or more.
Yeah, we saw some of that just yesterday. I think about golf ball size, so nearing 2 inches.
Yeah.
That can do some damage, and you get a nice wind with that too. The look on Saturday, so we're able to show you a little bit better picture of what it could look like. And it's those storms that really start to pop late afternoon, early evening. And they'll start to move a little bit off to the east. But then as we get into the overnight, almost more of a congealing of some of those.
Yeah, a little bow echo too. You're talking about that low level getting tapped into, getting some of that wind to the surface. Sunday, you wake up, same spots. Now, it depends on how much that atmosphere can recover for the afternoon, how bad it's going to be, but the same threats will be there. Large hailmakers, gusty winds, and a possibility of a tornado, too, around that dry line. You can see that as well. But here you are on Sunday morning. Sunday afternoon, it bubbles up. Watch that coming right out of the Rio Grande into areas by San Antonio and northern Texas one more time.
Yeah, and Sunday's the day you're talking about. We'll see how the atmosphere responds in the wake of everything. But regardless, you have the potential. Figuring out exactly where the storms could pop can be tricky, but a general region is the thing to pay close attention to.
A little trickier forecast Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Let's get to it. So we showed you today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Things keep on rolling along. Tulsa, Oklahoma, you guys are in that zone as well for several rounds of severe thunderstorms. And yeah, you can see the pictures. It's a little wet right now, getting some rain with that one batch. It's a tough Friday commute right there.
No, kind of 70 degrees, a little bit of rain.
Yeah,
it's like a spring day.
I've seen uglier pictures. All right, here we go. You can see tracking severe storms this weekend. Here comes that cold front. Solidly right there. The areas are shaded in red for the weekend. We just show you all that region. It's going to be coming in as that slides up to the north. We re-energize it and we get that dry line play for next week. So that's going to be a player with more energy rounding the horn. So next week, this is what we're looking at. Showers, thunderstorms, strong at times, all the way in that red belted area.
Yeah, I mean, all levels of the atmosphere, you have something going on that's going to aid in just how turbulent things are. So we wait for that. Next week, there's still some uncertainty with some of the timing of this. And I think as we get closer, certainly by Sunday, we'll have a better picture of what Monday and Tuesday will look like. And that's a look at intensity, timing, and just overall spread.
Aerial coverage, right? And it looks pretty big right now. Texas way on up to Minneapolis, and you can see Tuesday, not much of a change. Now you're looking at some warm frontal action near Chicago in your home state there, Michigan, Detroit, you're back in it one more time.
Yeah, I mean,
Indy, same areas that got it earlier this spring.
Exactly. I think, like we've seen Michigan and Illinois and Indiana all be targeted with some really nasty storms. Southwest Michigan. So paying attention to how the front responds, how Lake Michigan can influence some of that activity.
Good point.
Yeah, and if you're flying, these are the type of storms that can lead to delays.
Yeah, and then you're talking the middle part of the country, St. Louis, all the way through Chicago, back down through Dallas, Fort Worth, DFW. These are going to be rounds and rounds of headaches for the air travelers. I hate to say it. It's true. That's the way it's going to be. Marissa, I'm going to let you go. It's your weekend.
I'm done?
Yeah, go and get out of here.
Time flies when you're having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey, listen, to play us out, we have got splashdown music.
I figured appropriate.
It's got to be, right? Splashdown music for the Artemis II, everybody. It's going to happen later on this evening, Eastern time. We got you covered. We'll show it to you again. Hey, play this out with a splashdown. Be right back.
All right.
It's the fire. 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. If you have Medicare and you live in the United States, now is the time to check your zip code. If you qualify for a special enrollment period, now is the time to check your zip code. Insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes, so you should find out what your options are now by checking your zip code. Medicare Advantage plans are available to nearly everyone on Medicare, but enrollment isn't automatic. Call to check your zip code and see if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They are standing by to help people in your zip code. With just your zip code, they'll be able to determine if plans are available in your area. If you're tired of wondering what benefits you can get and how much it will cost with a Medicare Advantage plan, now is the time to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period, so call to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-592-7855. 800-592-7855. That's 800-592-7855. Call now.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Thanks to our in-house manufacturing, you can get diamond stud earrings for just $99. Go to shoplc.com to experience the brilliance of lab-grown diamonds. Shop LC. Shop low cost.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Melanie Black, good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Thanks for sticking around. And we've got everything covered when we're talking about the Artemis II splashdown later on tonight.
A great crew happening. You know, I watched the launch from Fox Weather, so I'm really excited for history to be made yet again with Fox Weather.
I can't wait to see it. It is great. We got the great crew. I mean, Stephen Morgan, Ian, everybody on there. They're going to be in the studio. Everybody else is out in the field. It's going to be so fun. So today, the astronauts are coming back. That's after their historic run. Now, here on Earth, teams are preparing to welcome our crews very safely. 1st Air Force Detachment 3 is NASA's right-hand man when it comes to human spaceflight. Now, they're gearing up for every possible scenario as the astronauts splash down later on this evening.
Joining us now, we have Major Tyler Wright and Master Chief Navy Diver Ryan Kreider joining us. Great to have you both here, and you're taking some video across San Diego. This was taken on Tuesday. The missions and the prep work has been going on for a long time. They've been doing some dress rehearsals of what's actually going to be happening for us tonight.
I cannot wait to talk to you guys. Major Tyler, let me start with you first, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. So far, the preparations, I mean, it's been like clockwork. What are we doing for the rest of the day until it actually enters the atmosphere?
Yeah, we're getting everybody set, checking in communications, and we're just kind of waiting for everything to go normally. We're excited to be here.
You seem very calm. I feel like the nerves for myself would be very high. The only thing I could probably focus on would be that splashdown. So walk us through what it looks like for your team. When does it all start?
So for our team, it starts in January for at least this iteration, but several years ago for the entire effort. We've been out here doing just-in-time training since January. We've been geared up to support this. Department of Defense, Department of War support goes all the way back to 1959, almost the beginning of NASA. So we're thrilled to be here, but yeah, that's how it started.
I'm telling you, you guys are wicked ice cold right now. I love it. Major Wright, your unit is responsible for supporting the mission really from launch to recovery. There's some critical points for today. What are you looking at for this afternoon?
For sure. So I'm a rescue guy, which means people matter to me. So the critical point for me is once we get everyone back on the ship and safe, sound, and healthy, that's where I'll feel finally able to 100% breathe easy and be happy.
And Master Chief Kreider, you've been working with NASA since 2021 for the first Artemis mission. What did you learn from that first mission that you think can be used for Artemis II?
Oh, we've learned so much, mostly about recovery techniques and how to do things safely. You know, we've gotten a chance to work with the crew during some underway recovery tests. We've kind of figured out some things that work, figured out some things that don't work, and what makes them comfortable and is safe for our team.
How big is your team that's going to be deployed out there this afternoon?
For Navy divers, we have about 25 personnel that will be out there for recovery.
How do you train for that? Are you training in actual ocean, or do you have a big old tank? How do you train for this?
I mean, we've been spending years preparing for this. We've done trips out to the neutral buoyancy lab. We've worked with NASA and the crew to, on how to do safe recovery. We've also done multiple underway recovery tests where we work with the ships, the helo squadrons, and NASA personnel. And, all of that preparation has led up to this moment.
I mean, I can't wait to see what happens. So take me through the rest of your afternoon. Do you have more interviews and then it's game time? How's it going for the day?
Yeah, a lot of preparation. We're making sure all of the equipment's ready, all the people are ready. Got to make sure everyone's fed too. So yeah, we're excited to get going.
What do you do after this is all done?
Yeah, do you light a cigar, put up your feet, get a scotch? What do we do?
For a while?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not all done until all the teams are back safe in the boat. And, after this, I think we'll all breathe a sigh of relief and just let it all sink in.
And you guys are on the boat right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's so great to talk to you. It's an honor to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time. You both are very humble too.
Yeah, and thank you both for your service. My boy goes into the Navy. He's going to boot camp on Sunday. So go Navy.
Hey, go Navy divers. Tell them to put in a package.
I definitely will. Major Tyler Wright and Master Chief Navy Diver Ryan Kreider. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Yep, it was a pleasure.
Absolutely. So great. I mean, it's an honor to talk to those guys.
It really is.
The
Think
hard
about
work.
all the things that are probably running through their mind, and to sit down and have an interview with us, just incredible.
I know. And
That would be a ball of nerves.
And they're cucumbers. They're ice cold.
Yeah.
It's amazing. All right, so getting back to Earth, we'll show you what's happening because we have a couple of rainy events moving in. Look at the rain right there. That was Missouri, right? Was that Joplin?
Missouri. That was my first market, my first stomping grounds in television.
Were you there for the tornado?
I got there a year after.
Okay.
They were still going through the rebuilding process.
Yeah. That was EF5.
It was.
It took a lot of things just off their foundation and scrubbed it clean. That was terrible.
But a great community.
Yeah. No, they're bouncing back. And you can see what we've got now. A lot of lightning bursting out. This is really the leading edge of that cold front. Not severe, right? We don't have anything severe. Remember, lightning doesn't make a storm severe. But you can see it's going to make it a little more dangerous.
Yeah, you got some energy going on, especially traveling toward Joplin, Springfield, along that I-44 corridor. Traveled that very quite often, yeah.
Aren't you from around this area, right?
Yeah, the other side of Missouri, southeast Missouri, St. Louis area.
Near St. Louis, yeah, just like Stephen Morgan. Very
exactly.
Good. I got Stephen McLeod driving the radar for me right now. Stephen, appreciate you. Where else are we going? We got back down towards Tulsa, right? Got some showers that are popping up on the tail end, just a touch, and another batch of energy moving and falling apart across Wichita. It's basically all elevated stuff. Little daytime heating later today. We could see the severe weather popping.
Yeah, so this is a smaller pocket that's just now making its way closer to the I-35 corridor, but we zoom out for a wide picture and you can see that available moisture that's all in that vicinity.
And I showed you this because I want to show you where the humidity is coming up, and Gulf of America is going to be open for business, wide open for the next week at least.
We're definitely going to be tapping into it out ahead of that trough. You're going to have a lot of that flow pushing in across the plains, helping to fuel the thunderstorm threat that's just going to be ongoing.
Yeah, and the rain threat too. It's actually gone to the north just a little bit more. So now we're looking at, looks like Kansas City, St. Joseph. You're getting some rain in there as a possibility. It's a 1 out of 4 in the bad scale. We'll just wind it up for the next few, Saturday through Wednesday. So you can see we reload it, and
several spots to watch.
Yeah, 1 to 2 inches widespread, but then you have a couple of pockets where, given the setup, you could have higher amounts, maybe upwards of 2 to 3 inches. But with any thunderstorms, you can always have overachievers.
You see the snow out there across the mountains too?
Oh, that's going to be amazing. Feet of snow for this Sierra.
Pretty good. And it starts out at 9,000 feet this morning for Sierra Nevada range.
Dropping snow levels. That's what you want to see if you're headed to the ski resort.
Unless you're going over Donner Pass, which is 7,000 feet, that's going to be a tough go.
Yeah,
Saturday.
you know what? They are saying no mountain travel. They're not recommending that. I would imagine. I lived in Northern California, so anytime you get snow, and especially when it's measured in feet, you have those passes that shut down.
Yeah, your radar goes up, right? Your ears start to poke up. You're like, yeah, look at the hail makers that we had yesterday afternoon. Some larger hailstones, too. This is golf ball size right there outside of Haddam, and the golf ball size out there by Belleville as well. So that's what we've got.
Hail continues to be a threat for this weekend, too.
Yeah, along with tornadoes also. Get to that coming up in a bit. Let's go a little farther out. 50th state, Hawaii. We've been getting smashed with heavy rain. Got to look at Hilo again. You know what? Hilo this time of day is supposed to be sunny. You're not supposed to get the trade wind clouds until later on in the afternoon, and it has been crummy for the last several days.
I have a good friend that's vacationing on Oahu, and I got that text message that you hate to get. Hey, what are conditions going to be like? Do I need to leave earlier and get out?
The answer is no. You spent a lot of money. I would stick around, right? But
You're still in paradise, nonetheless.
I think so. It can rain on paradise. It doesn't matter. But that is a heavy swath of rain, and the direction it's coming from, again, Melanie, this is out of the south, so clearly that low is northwest of the region.
Yeah, so I think the heaviest rain is still going to be through this morning, and then things will become more showery through the weekend. But these are spots that got so much rain last month with those back-to-back Kona lows. We had that flash flood emergency for parts of Oahu. Yeah, northern Oahu was under that flash flood emergency, and it looks like that axis of heaviest rain still off to the west.
It's ready to pivot in, though, and then we see the reds right there. That's an indication of extremely heavy, blinding rain, really, and tropical of note going all the way down to the south. Big Island, we still have the winter weather advisories.
Incredible, isn't
looking
it?
right here, there's the Big Island right there. Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea up there, 13,000 feet plus, both of them. So, yeah, it's cold enough to produce snow.
You've got some wind alerts, too. So this is a wind-swept rain. And look at that real color satellite image. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, you're getting the real color going away, and then it goes to infrared. And then we'll get the real color once the sun rises over Hawaii for a longer period of time. But there is our low, and McLeod put it in there nicely for me. That's a nice low-pressure circulation.
Yeah, look at that.
Jacks down to the south.
It's pretty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not pretty if you're down there.
No. Look at the feed, too. The feed of moisture coming right out of the gut from the south. That's tremendous.
We keep this moisture around through the rest of the weekend. In fact, maybe possibly even into Monday. But I do think the heaviest rain is happening right now. What are your thoughts?
I agree. Absolutely. We still have the flood watches in effect for all the islands. That's going to last right on through the this evening. I think, Friday afternoon to Friday evening. But you're right. We've got wind advisories. We also have the snow advisory. It was out there earlier this morning. That's going to be a problem for the next few. So flash flood warnings, flood watches. We had, you said the flash flood emergency was out there for Oahu at one point?
Again?
Yeah.
We had flash flood warnings when I was coming into work this morning still.
Yeah,
but
and you were in early. Yeah, which is overnight.
So that was there last night. Yeah.
So there you go. And some of the rainfall total so far has been pretty epic. And you tilt it, you can see that upslope component, little shade of red right there. That's 8 to 12 inches additional.
Yeah, and that's already coming on top of some of these amounts that you just saw. As you travel farther north, you still see some of these amounts basically driven by elevation where you have some of the highest totals, but some of these spots could still pick up an additional half a foot, if not more.
I agree with you, too, because look at Kauai is a little bit less because that main band is shifted down to the south and then more showery in nature. You're right about this. And we're talking about the highest peaks, still looking at up to 6 inches of snow, grand total.
Ice, too.
Freezing rain.
Everything.
Volcanoes National Park is one of the coolest places I've ever been. Been there twice.
That's on my bucket list.
When you see snow in the mountain peaks and you go down into there's a black sand beach somewhere around here, it's so cool.
Oh, amazing, the juxtaposition.
It doesn't get any better than that. So that's a look at Hawaii. We've got severe weather threat for the next really 6 to 7 days. Plus, we're tracking Artemis II. We've got that as well. Melanie Black, thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good to see you, too. Have a great weekend.
You working this weekend again?
I am.
Okay, good. So you've got
Catch me weekend mornings talking about that severe threat all weekend long.
Yeah, so you'll be bright and early tomorrow morning?
Dark and early, bright and early, whichever way you want to look at it.
I will let you go then. Start your Friday
afternoon.
Bedtime's now. Bedtime, yeah, absolutely. So good to see you. To play us out, everybody, Artemis II Splashdown. Splashdown music, everyone. Be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn life insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Welcome back, everybody. The esteemed estimate with me. What's up, buddy?
BBD, what's going on?
Now, I had a pair of slacks on, and he beseeched me to change them into actual suit pants. I'm glad you did.
BBD, you look good.
Now, you
look good.
No.
Let me tell you something.
This guy.
That's all you. That's all you, BBD. I'm telling you, the coordination is on point.
You're my roommate up there on the 28th floor. Thank goodness, because look at this guy. It was sharp. It was attack. Anyway, listen, we've got the Artemis II dropping down. Less than 8 hours at this point, Michael.
I cannot wait. Honest to goodness, like all conditions pretty much look like a go for right now for 8 p.m. this evening, Eastern time.
We were a little worried before about a call for possibly disrupting the flow down across Southern California, getting some wave action, some rain, and some wind. But at this point, no. Look at the live shots coming in.
Wait, this is live? Oh, wow.
Oh, look at it. Reconnoiter. Now you can see the Earth, the crescent Earth. The crescent Earth. That's
and
awesome.
They're so far away, yet in just 8 hours.
That's so good. We take the plug up. Dude, that's where they're aiming. Isn't that awesome?
That is just wild. And you know what was wild about this whole thing, too, is that there's a precise location, right, just off the coastline of San Diego. Mm-hmm. And from what I understand, there can't be any rain within about like 30 nautical miles or like 35 normal miles. Yep. Wave heights have to be less than 6 feet. Mm-hmm. Can't have a jump. And then the winds, I believe, have to be less than 30 miles per hour. So all of those criteria have to be met in order for splashdown to happen.
I was a little nervous this past Tuesday and Wednesday looking at the deterministic models. I mean, I was
the rain
watching the cold front, coming down, but let's just get to the timeline real quickly. What we're expecting over the next few hours, and 1:53, we get the final trajectory correction if they need it.
Okay, that's like in the next hour-ish.
Right.
And this is all Eastern time.
Yes.
But again, 8:07, I literally have an alarm clock. I'll be waking up in the middle of my
Oh, yeah,
night
you have to wake
for
up
that.
early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 2 a.m. But I got an alarm clock set for like 8 so I can tune in here to watch you guys.
Yeah, we'll have it. Fox will have that starting at 6 o'clock. It's going to be nothing but the Artemis.
Yeah.
We've got that going on, so that's cool. By the way, here's your live shot. I love it. That's the Earth. I was like, is it the Earth or the Moon? No, it's the Earth because you can see the weather systems right there. It's blue.
Yeah.
It's wicked cool.
Do we know
live
how far that thing is? I mean, this might be a
Far
stupid
away?
question. How far it is right now from the Earth?
I can tell you how fast it's going to be going.
Wild. It wasn't like 23,000 miles.
5,000 miles per hour.
I mean, that's basically you on the highway.
No,
I mean, I've
no,
seen
no.
BVD before.
Not true. Anyway, we've got a buoy that's very close to the splashdown area. It looks a little dark out there. Waves are 5 feet, Michael. We knew the window was going to be 3 to 6 with the forecast.
Gosh, that is so close. All right, our producer just told me. How many miles? 85,000 miles.
All right, so here we go. We got 85,000 miles to home, everybody. 85,000 miles to home.
And, I mean, if you said that in any other context other than we're in a space, spaceship.
It's 7.5 hours. We're fine. That's what it takes to get from Atlanta down to Panama City Beach sometimes. Everyone has to stop and everyone's got to go to the bathroom, the whole thing.
The truth, too.
Yeah, so it's nothing. That's the day trip.
Oh,
Anyway,
my gosh.
that's what's left. 4 foot high. That's what we got with the waves. Some of them are 5 feet out there, Michael, under the threshold.
Yeah, 6 feet is the threshold, from what I understand. So again, at this point, it looks like it's an all systems go, but 5 feet is getting real. That's right on the, right.
You're saying that's pucker zone?
Yeah,
Little
exactly.
pucker zone, right? I know. Listen, if I was a meteorologist for NASA,
oh my God,
it would be cold at diamond time for me right now. It's like, I hope this forecast is working out for me, baby. Right? Because you really only have one shot at it. But here's what we got. You got some of the winds out there. They're not even close to 29 miles per hour, so I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah, they stay under 30. So yeah, the waves are a little bit of a concern, but the winds certainly not. And it looks like the precip, things have slowed down. The rain chances have slowed down too.
Yep. And something I've been watching you for the entire morning. You've been talking about Arizona University, right? University of Arizona. Hey, we're just 50 days away from the start of the 2026 hurricane season. One of the biggest headlines so far this week is that Colorado State University put out their first 2026 hurricane season forecast, and they're going for a hair below the average. I mean, not by much, but the University of Arizona, a different story.
This is really interesting too. I'll be honest with you. I haven't really done a whole lot of research when it comes to the University of Arizona in years past. Right. Usually we hear Colorado State, and that's the one that we go with, right? But they just released this. They began releasing their findings back in 2014. Long story short, here's the thing. Their forecast right now that they're anticipating, you can see it right here, is actually way above average versus CSU's. They're going with only 13 and literally double the number of major hurricanes. And you think about, well, why are they doing this?
They're so off.
Yeah, why is there such a big discrepancy?
Right.
And it's because CSU is really leaning into the El Nino and saying, hey, listen, there's going to be a lot of hostile winds upstairs in the Atlantic Basin that are going to suppress development. On the other hand, what Arizona is saying is, listen, yeah, all that's going on. So there's an agreement that we'll have a big El Nino, but what they're saying is that the water temperatures
is going to overcome?
Is going to way overcompensate like it did in 2023. Look what happened. This is CSU. They only went with 13 named storms. Now, look what Arizona had. They said 19.
They missed it by one.
They missed it by one. And Bob, it wasn't just that. Check this out. Every single year since 2020, look who's closer to what actually happened. Arizona.
University of Arizona.
Right there. So, I mean, there's something without...
Been closer last year, too.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
so
don't
there's
know.
something to be said.
But I'm looking at the MDR right now, which is below the
Main
average
development
temperature.
region?
Out there is Southern Atlantic, the Southern North Atlantic. It's below the average right now. And then you introduce more clouds, more upwelling with the El Nino. I don't know. I think I'm going with...
What are you leaning toward?
I'm leaning towards Colorado State at this point. I think it's going to be a shorter, not a shorter season, but not as active.
Right.
I'm just saying
Yeah,
that
no, that's
because
what
of
you're
that, the
talking
water
about, yeah.
temperatures that are out there. But
I understand.
you know, listen, it only takes one.
Yeah, as you said, you know, Colorado, they're leaning toward an El Nino.
That's what I'm leaning for.
So interesting. I actually am thinking to myself, I actually may lean toward Arizona just
to be a contrarian.
Yeah, just to be a contrarian, number one, but also just when I was doing a deep dive into their analysis, I really like
You like what they've got, and I like
what they're doing.
their track record the last 5 years. It's been great.
Fantastic.
So I'm not putting them down at all. I'm just
Yeah.
thinking I think they might be overcooked a little bit. I don't know. We won't know until later on, but I'm just thinking sea surface temperatures probably not going to outplay the El Nino is what I'm thinking.
Right. Well,
Still, it's April.
Yeah, it's April, and it all depends. There's a lot of different things that can happen. Dust, of course, is also a huge.
How long does that hang on?
Oh,
yeah, exactly. And
A lot
then
of
you talk
different
about the Madden-Julian oscillations. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes into baking this forecast.
Yeah,
right?
and we all do it. It's us, those two
NJO is
universities.
a 30 to 60 day process. It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
But that's June 1st when hurricane season starts for the Atlantic. So we're watching this carefully over the next few for sure, Michael. So listen, is spring officially settling in across the country? Warm temperatures are not. But what a better way to celebrate than a classic state fair. The Washington State Spring Fair is this weekend. It's kicking off today. Got a lot of stuff on the schedule. I wanted to be the first in line. I heard about what's going on right now. Fox 13 Seattle's John Hopperstad joins us right now. John, I heard what you were covering. I said, we have to get this man on to talk about it. John, how are you this afternoon?
Got it. You got to do it. Yes. Hey, Bob and Michael, doing really great. It's a little overcast here in the Seattle area. We're actually in Puyallup where they have the Washington State Fair. Last year, they celebrated their 125th season. This year is their 36th season of the Spring Fair, which starts today. But everybody's talking about the pig racing. That's what you're into. That's what we're all into here at the fair in Puyallup. And let's take a look at the little piggies right there getting lined up. They're ready to go. And as I understand it, this gets pretty competitive. I've got Brian with me who's in charge of this whole thing. And you say, they're racing for food at the other end, but at the same time, there's competition here, right?
Oh, absolutely. They love to compete with each other, especially when it comes to food. That's their favorite thing in the world.
And they all have different, give me some of the names we're talking about.
All right, so right here we have Bob Porkira, Strawberry, who is our star, and Luke Skyporker on the very end.
Okay. No betting is allowed here, guys, but Brian, folks that come out, they've got their favorites, right?
Oh, absolutely. We've had people bring placards rooting for Strawberry because, like I said, she's our photo pic. She's our diva. She absolutely loves the stardom. So she tries to put on a great race for everybody, and then after the show, you get a chance to take a picture with her.
Yeah, Brian was telling me they can't run Strawberry too much because then she's going to get too much food. She'll get full. She'll slow down. You don't want to slow down these pigs at all. In fact, let's get them racing. What say you?
All right, absolutely. All right. Are you ready?
We're ready.
On your mark. Get set. And go!
Go, Bob.
Go, piggies!
Bob. Let's go.
And they're off, and it's Strawberry out to an early, but here comes Luke Skyporker on the outside. Around the corner, they come down the stretch. Here we go, still Luke Skyporker and Strawberry. Who's it going to be? It's going to be a photo finish, and it's Strawberry.
It was Strawberry's win, but it was so close.
Yep. Like I said, she's a diva. She takes great pride in her racing.
Yeah, see, now she's like the Michael Jordan of the pig racing.
Right,
yeah,
absolutely.
She's always going to finish #1. Guys, what do you think?
Oh, I think it was fixed. I was going for Bob. I had the inside line, and I blew it. That's what I think.
I was with you.
Anyway,
I know, but Strawberry's the champ. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, should have known.
She's run this race a couple.
I didn't know that, but Bob was hanging in there. So here's your $2.
Bob, thanks. Bob, I appreciate it. And it's literally a $2 bill.
It is. Anyway, John, that was awesome, man. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I appreciate you.
It was awesome.
Y'all have fun out there at the State Fair, Spring State Fair in Washington. Great to talk to you, John. Thank you. Oh, you look darling, Strawberry, but you cost me $2.
There she goes. She's looking for her
Come on, baby.
Yeah. All right, go feed her.
Yeah,
line them
nice
up.
and light.
Next year, Bobby. Next year. We got him next year. Fox 13 Seattle's John Hopperstad. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I've never seen a pig race before. That was my first
See
time.
the background? It said when pigs fly.
I did see that. I like what was not Luke Skywalker, but Luke.
Was it Skywalker?
It was something like that. Yeah, I was secretly going for that one. But
But yeah, I guess the favorite one. So who am I to argue with that?
Yeah, what do pigs eat, by the way? They said they encourage them with food and
yeah, they eat everything. But yeah, beautiful stuff. Mike, thanks for sticking around, my friend.
DVD. And for the $2, listen, lunch on me. Lunch on me, Bob.
Maybe not New York. Anyway,
what you're getting out
for $2. Hey, listen, to play us out, Mike, we've got splashdown music for the Artemis II.
Yeah.
Be right back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around.
Splish splash, I was taking a bath. Long about a Saturday night. Yeah. Rubbed up, just relaxing in the tub, thinking everything was alright. Well, I stepped out the tub, put my feet on the floor. I wrapped the towel around me and I opened the door. And then a splish splash, I jumped back in.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or call 1-833-608-4254 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4254.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Welcome back, everybody, to America's Weather Center. Bob Van Dillen, the great Jay Menard.
How's it going?
Got your mint green going on.
Yes, I had to find a green jacket as close as I could get.
For Masters?
For Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got that going in full swing for sure. And this is the big thing that's going to be taking the oxygen out of the room.
Yeah.
Artemis II splashdown for tonight.
Looking forward to this. We have such incredible coverage coming up this afternoon. We've got Stephen Morgan, Ian Oliver, and friends.
Yeah, friends.
That will continue to get us through bringing our astronauts home.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. It starts at 6 o'clock, and it's going to take you right through the actual splashdown, which is 8:07 p.m. Eastern. So we got that. So that's going to be fun. Not the only thing in town, though. Listen to this.
We see all of the basin of Oriental, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We look like we're smiling at you, like a little Cheshire cat.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, we caught a view of Earth in window 1, and now we're completely distracted for a little bit.
So obviously the buzz this week's been all about the moon. NASA making history with the Artemis II. It's taking that trip for 10 days around the moon, the farthest humans have ever been. But it's not the only thing we're talking about. Pluto, the old planet. 10-year-old Kayla sent a letter to NASA asking them to, quote, please make Pluto a planet again, end quote. And it just so happens that your family and friends is friends of one of our friends.
Mike Boylan.
Yeah.
Mike Boylan from Mike's Weather Page joining us now. Mike, Kayla pleading with NASA in this adorable note saying, please let Pluto become a planet again. And I know you've had a conversation with her. How'd you guys get to talking about space? Obviously, a top headline.
Yeah, we became friends through my weather page, and we hang out together. And on Facebook, her mom posted it, and somehow my wife Julie let me know about it. I'm like, Dad, I gotta post that. So I text Brandy, and I'm like, is it okay if I post this? And I just had that feeling it would go viral, because it just something about the old school paper, reminds us all how we used to write, and it just I don't know, it was just joyful to see, and wow.
What got her into Pluto? It's like, all right, they took the name away from it. I was like, all right, then I forgot about it. How is she so involved with Pluto?
Apparently they went to the planetarium last week, and his school, she's pretty smart. She's one of them smart kids, smarter than me. All of us probably.
I know the feeling, yes.
This history, I'm sure they talked about it, and it intrigued her that it was Pluto when Mom and Dad were around, and they probably made the argument it should be a planet. I mean, half the people, well, more than half the people online think it should be. I mean, it's like subtropical hurricanes and tropical. There's a scientific definition that I don't even understand.
It's a great point. Why are we naming subtropical storms?
I love, if you read the letter, Kayla, 2 things. The fact that it's a handwritten note, I love she puts in there, I'm sorry, NASA, if my handwriting isn't too clear. But she also, lists the 5 reasons why she thinks and what she knows about Pluto. And of course, a dwarf planet being one of the reasons. I think that's why they said it's not a planet, right? But they've got rotating moons.
The funny thing was the end when she signed off like by NASA or something. That was the most hilarious thing. It was like she was talking to him,
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thanks. Just take my ideas into consideration.
What do you think? It makes me and my friends happy.
What do you think about it, Mike? Should it be a planet or not? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, it's funny. I did a little AI summary of the post, and holy cow, that said 95% plus of the 10,000 comments over on X were in favor. I mean, obviously our director, responded to her, and Jared. I mean, that's awesome. I mean, it's definitely, it touched people. It's something about it. It brought back memories of Pluto, and who knows?
Did you know that Pluto was named by an 11-year-old girl, originally?
I didn't know that.
No, maybe she'll be 11 when they bring it back.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's
full circle.
Absolutely amazing. So, and NASA actually X'd her back, right?
Yeah, that was what got the ball rolling. That post, I mean, mine went kind of viral, but the administrator, Jared Isaacman, he posted, and he had 12,000 likes on his comment to my post, So I'd like to think I was a big deal, but this was probably my most viral post over there ever, and it was Kayla. They were joking today. It's Kayla's weather page this week.
Yeah, beautiful. I love it. And before, we were talking here earlier this week. You posted a picture of a little Mike Boylan, no beer in his hand with this one, but you were watching the space shuttle take off, right?
Yeah, we have a connection. My dad was there in the '60s, and all the missions. He used to drive the astronauts around.
Wow.
Yeah, he had stories, drinking beer and, riding him around in his Corvette or convertible. He didn't have a Corvette back then. He had an old Ford convertible back then. But yeah, and then they took me over to see the first space shuttle launch. And I think that was 81, I believe it was.
Was that the Columbia you saw?
Yeah, Columbia.
Oh,
81.
look at it.
There you are. Right. Got you up there. There you are. There, I had that same striped shirt. We all did.
That was... Yeah, if anything signifies 70s and 80s, that's it, man. Big hair, striped shirts, and a Polaroid, camera with
orange hue.
Colors.
The orange hue, the tough skins. Did you have tough skins? I had husky tough skins.
I believe so. Yeah, I was. I don't know. I was an odd little kid, man.
So would you have Garanimals? Remember those? You didn't have Garanimals, right?
I rode around in a Bucky Bruce Buccaneer bike. I remember it was orange, and back then the Bucks weren't very popular, but I remember I had an orange bike that was kind of weird.
Creamsicle. That's good.
But yeah, we have a good connection, with NASA, and I just it's crazy how this full circle thing. The kids are all getting back excited about the space program again, and it brings us all together. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, it's really great. And Mike, pleasure to talk to you, even on a Friday afternoon. You get better things to do. I'm glad you're hanging out with us. Are you going to watch the Splashdown tonight, right? You're going to watch it?
Yeah, I just reshared your weather synopsis of the waves and everything. That's pretty cool. They got decent conditions, and heck yeah, we'll be watching it.
Awesome.
I'll be doing a cheers.
I will too. I'll text you at the same time, my friend.
Well, y'all be good. Thank you very much.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you. Talk to you next week, Mike. See you later.
All right, thanks.
All right, good. The other big story: the Masters underway. We had Rory McIlroy. He was tied for first yesterday. Warm and dry, and even hotter for the weekend.
Temperatures are going up. The risk of weather impact low.
I would say
into this tournament for day 2. Really impressive stuff. Rory McIlroy still tied, 5 under.
I don't think he's teed off yet, though.
He hasn't. So I guess technically.
No, but nobody's eclipsed him.
Nobody's eclipsed him.
Got it.
Although my guy Scotty, he's like two in the positive direction.
He'll be all right.
He'll be fine.
He's still ranked number 1, right? Scotty Scheffler. Robert McIntyre is my new favorite. Have you seen this guy?
No, which one?
I think he's ranked 8th in the world, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
But he's from Scotland, and he's on the 15th hole. He's getting teed up. It's par 5.
Okay.
Bam! First one into the water. Bam! Second one into the water. But that wasn't where it ended. That's when he flicked off his ball afterwards, and people saw it. And he might get a little reprimand, but they also caught his hot mic saying the F word and smashed his club on the ground.
That's amazing.
Did you hear it?
Well, I do remember yesterday hearing something, and I was like, oh, I can't believe they let that go.
He's 8th in the world, but listen, even the 8th best player in the world is going to play like me some days.
Listen, at the end of the day, golf changes every day.
Oh, yeah.
Just like the weather, right?
Yeah.
And so it is going to be a real hot weekend for our golfers.
Yeah.
Augusta's known for kind of running a little faster.
Yeah, you're talking about the greens.
Right,
That's
greens.
cement right now.
Well, they have immaculate ground crews. It's just incredible what they can do.
Yeah, that was your first place you worked on air as a meteorologist, was in Augusta.
Oh, yeah. When you talk, and also, too, it was weird because it was COVID, so they had the Masters in November.
I
remember that?
Yep.
So it was like a whole, first time this has ever happened. But then it obviously got back on track. Here we are, second weekend in April. But first tournament since 2011 that we have seen a fully dry Masters.
That's incredible. There's usually a cold front that goes by. Usually wind is a factor.
At least one day you see clouds, maybe the opportunity of a couple sprinkles or passing showers.
Well, it's a 4-day event. You're talking about early spring in Georgia. You're going to get some weather. Not this time.
No.
I mean, high pressure is building in, and that's just not bringing in the dry air. It's bringing in the heat. So what you thought was fast greens the last 2 days, forget about it. It's like a pool table.
You were bringing up a great point with Jim Gray yesterday.
Yeah.
How with that high pressure and the subsidence and perhaps some drier air.
Thicker air,
right? So balls maybe not going as far on those drives.
These guys are still crushing at 300 yards.
And they've all been hitting the gym too. I mean,
these guys are jacked. I mean, the farthest drive ever for me, they're still going like 50 yards past. I'm like 60. It's pretty amazing.
This weekend, you can do the taste of the Masters. So you can get all the food and the drinks, the azalea drink.
Oh, that's so great. Look at the winds too. The winds are only 5 to 10 miles per hour, and they're coming up out of the south. Obviously, we get the warm advection coming in.
Yep.
Right, so the warm air is going to be there today. It only builds. We're talking mid to upper 80s by Sunday.
That's what I'm saying, and it's going to be a rather calm wind,
Yeah.
so you have no breeze to maybe help you out into the afternoon.
Saturday.
You're going to find the canopy of those trees, which has come back nicely. Did you hear they replanted a couple of trees along Magnolia Lane after they were knocked down from Helene?
And some of the Georgia pines, you're going to notice those are missing because those are harder to replace. It's tall, thin pines.
Well, those ones, that wasn't actually Helene, but if you remember back in 23,
Another one dropped before.
there were big time severe storms, and those trees dropped.
Nobody got hurt, which was good. Sunday afternoon, winds are still out of the southeast, that kind of direction. So they're still going about 5 to 10 mile per hour winds, but everything's going to dry out even more now. They water perfectly, obviously.
Yep.
But those pimento cheese sandwiches, forget about it.
There's nothing better. And that just soft sound of the masters, and then you hear the birds chirping and the blue skies.
Tradition unlike any other.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's great napping music.
Oh, come on. Anyway.
But I do like to watch, don't get me wrong.
Well, you guys, my weekend, it's going to be filled with that and some beers watching this. It's going to be great. So, hey, we're coming back, everybody. We've got more on Artemis II. Severe weather is going to be racking across the middle part of the country next 5 to 6 days. We'll time that out for you, but to play us out, splashdown music, everybody. Be right back.
Ain't no telling where going might flow. Free and easy down the road I go. Living life like a Sunday stroll. Free and easy down the road I go.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Many of my clients ask me, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. Together with Homelight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams every time.
Thanks to our global direct sourcing and in-house manufacturing, you get diamond stud earrings for just $99. Go to shoplc.com to experience the brilliance of lab-grown diamonds. Shop LC, shop low cost.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining me this afternoon. It is April 10th. Let's take you inside America's Weather Center, and this is the big story. We've got the Artemis II returning to Earth in just over 7 hours from now. We're going to watch it live when it happens on Fox Weather. It's going to be fun. But now joining me is Bane Froney. What's up, meteorologist Bane Froney coming in?
What's up?
Got your grandpa John watching us right now, too?
Hi, Grandpa. Hi, Bestie. Love you.
Excellent, right?
He's excited for this.
I would bet, right? This is going to be so fun to watch because things are right on track. They're going to do a correctional burn, the last one, in about an hour from now. And then we'll see where it goes from here.
It's been incredible to watch this entirety happening in the past week and a half now. It's been amazing. And now they're coming home. I'm so excited.
And the pictures have been fantastic.
They've been beautiful.
You talk about the high def of the far side of the moon. The moon, it gets illuminated. I hate calling it the dark side because it does get illuminated. We just can't see it.
Right. It's the dark side to us.
Right.
But it's been so cool to see. And so impressed by how amazing the photos are. How do I get my Instagram photos looking like? What kind of camera you guys?
I was just telling him before, it looks like my 15-year-old face, all pockmarks, everything right there. It's like, it ain't that great.
I don't want anyone to get close to my face like that either.
Well, let's get into it real quickly. Show you what's going on because the forecast is of the utmost importance, Bane. We know we've been watching it for the last couple of days. There was a cold front parked up to the north. Was it going to affect the operations? Was it going to stir up the drink a little bit too much? At this point, what do you think?
It's been good.
Yeah.
It's been really improving. I think earlier this week, a little nerve-wracking. I was a little bit nervous about that front, but it slowed down. It's weakened. So things are looking really good for the splashdown. 8:07 p.m. Eastern.
Eastern time, right. You can catch it here. Special Fox weather coverage is going to start at 6 p.m. Eastern tonight, right before the splashdown around 8. So that's going to go on for the entirety of the evening. I think you can see everything on Fox Weather. So
it's going to be awesome. And Ian and Stephen Morgan are going to be leading you guys through that, and they are so knowledgeable about this stuff. So
yeah,
it's been great.
They are space nerds. They've been studying now for the last couple of days, trying to get everything under control, which is good. I've been watching them.
Yeah, and that's, what in the next couple hours, they're going to be coming. It's so interesting, though, the way that they come through, because they come in above the Indian Ocean.
Yep.
And then they make that sharp angle, and they land just off the coast of San Diego.
Yeah, a different trajectory from where the Artemis 1 came in. Artemis
almost had
I
it.
almost had it right. The Artemis 1 came in from the south, and that thing dropped almost in the same spot, but the Artemis 1 had a bigger problem. They had a cold front dropping through.
And that was almost the problem that we had here.
Yeah.
Because they had that front coming in, so they moved a little bit farther south, and it all worked out. But there are a lot of criteria that you have to follow in order to make this happen, because it's what the recovery team needs to be able to get in there safely and get to the astronauts.
We do. I'm going to ask you real quickly, Steve McLeod, he's got the microphone over here. How far away from Earth are they right now? We're looking at it.
53,500 miles.
Ooh.
53,000.
Just a couple more hours.
I'm saying.
No biggie.
53,000 something. How fast do you have a speed on there? I know what they're going to get up to. 25,000 miles per hour?
They are cruising at a measly 5,800 miles an hour.
Oh, I can do that in my sleep.
All right, good.
I can walk that.
It's a piece of cake. And I know the temperature, once it starts to get into the Earth's atmosphere, over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's going to be hot. They have to let that thing sit for a little
bit.
bit.
It's like lighting a candle under your chair.
Well, I read somewhere that it's almost half the temperature of the sun is what they're coming in
Yeah,
at.
surface. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
the surface of the sun.
10,000.
Yeah, that's hot. That's nice.
So that's the forecast right here. We do have the possibility, some cloud cover, some pockets of rain. I think that's overdone, don't you?
I think so, too. I think that we're going to be okay. I think everything's going to work out in this splashdown's favor. I just have a feeling.
There's a picture.
But that's the thing is,
Closest buoy.
You can't have any showers within the 35 mile radius of this. Even just a little light shower.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom frame. This is just going frame by frame by frame. I mean, it's tough to tell. It definitely is gloomy. It's not the best weather by any stretch, but here is the latest visible imagery, and you can see the cloud cover that is out there. Is any of it actually generating any kind of rain at this point? Yeah, no. We're looking at it right now. It's underneath the clouds. Should be all right. You got the marine layer that was out there earlier this morning. Here is the live radar, and no pockets of rain within that.
I think I'm feeling good about this.
I am too.
I think it's going to work out perfectly. I think everything's falling into line. That front slowed down. It's weakened. We're going to be good. I mean, one thing that I was looking at earlier, I was a little bit concerned about a couple of days ago, was the wave heights, but those have gone down. The winds are down. I mean, we're around what, 4 feet?
4 feet. It's right in the range. We're going anything under 6 feet, and you're golden. And since that cold front's still kind of parked up to the north, it's actually a trough of low pressure. It's not really even a bona fide cold front.
Yeah.
I don't see any convergence on that map, do you?
No.
The wind barbs coming in?
No, this looks good.
Yeah, it does.
It's great. You guys, you guys can come on down. This is perfect. It's perfect.
You're liking it right there?
Yeah.
Once you hit that water, though, 6 foot swells, if you're in there, it's like...
They're massive. It's scary. That's what I was thinking about, too. If they're going to be... Because they have to sit in that capsule for a little bit, let that thing cool down. Those waves are going to be moving.
I know.
Does anybody throw up?
And the ships, the Navy ships, they're still a couple miles away. They have to be away from it because debris does come down around it.
Yeah.
You don't want to be anywhere near that.
Yeah, they have to be safe, too. That's the big point. And also with that, too, they're also bringing in tons of medical supplies, even basically a whole hospital with them to make sure they're safe.
Absolutely. Wind forecast, wave forecast now, and you can see, remember before, that 3 to 6 foot line was right down the middle.
That was just a little bit off to the side.
Well, okay, so we're getting better. We're trending in the right direction right now, and again, it's about 7 hours from now, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that far away.
Winds are still going to be about 10 to 20 range. Anything below 29 miles per hour, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I feel like we're good. I mean, even the pockets where we could see maybe a little bit of stronger winds, we're still in the 20, 30 mile per hour range, so it's still okay.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be perfect. I think this is going to be perfect weather.
I think so.
For them to be coming.
Bane's calling it. I'm
calling it now.
I'm going to agree with you as well, but that's that picture I just wanted to share with you. I thought that was fantastic.
Beautiful.
Look at that. That is awesome.
That is so cool.
All right, back to Earth. We got some severe weather to talk about. It's going to start again this afternoon. We had some rough weather yesterday with golf ball size hail, but this right here is out of Missouri. Look at the rain still coming down, Bane. Here we are.
Wow.
What's your temperature?
What is
61, and the winds are out of the northeast. So you're south. That cold front is south of this region. That's why it's kind of crummy.
And the thing is, we're going to have back-to-back severe threats coming in starting, well, it's already started. I mean, we saw that on Wednesday, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. All of them. We have multiple days and multiple rounds of this. This is just the beginning, the precursor of what's going to happen this upcoming weekend and next week.
Yeah, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
It keeps on adding.
And it just keeps on going over towards Wednesday. I mean, look at that. Look at it. I mean, red is the shade. Going. That's 2 out of 5 on the bad scale. But it's in the same areas over and over and over again.
I mean, that's the one thing that we have to watch out for, too, is the flooding impact. I mean, mostly we're looking out for those severe threats, obviously tornadoes, large hail, gusty winds, but same spots over and over again, getting really heavy storms. We could watch out for some serious rain impact in those areas,
I mean, you're going to get storm fatigue. You live in Texas, you live in Oklahoma, all the way through Iowa. Forget about it.
It's going to be non-stop for these areas. And, I mean, we've already seen some decent-sized storms that came out yesterday into parts of Kansas. We're already getting some more of those storms ramping up already this early afternoon for
starting
some folks.
To build up, right?
Yeah.
A lot of lightning.
Nothing severe right now, but we've got lots of lightning with that. And heavy, heavy rain, too.
Yeah, that's that frontal boundary. Get up to the north. The actual cold front is now steaming through Cleveland, and it drops right down through central Indiana. So that's light. All the forcing for the activity is down to the south because of that daytime heating that was happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of moisture. We have a lot of heat available.
Coming up.
Yeah, oh my gosh. And right up towards Springfield, if you're in that area, that heavy rain's coming. That's the strong systems are going to be moving through. And it's going to be later on today, too. We get more of that daytime heating rolling through and also more of that moisture building up. That's going to help supply some more of these systems. I think mostly looking into that.
Sorry, I just zipped for McLeod. Yeah, let's zoom into that real quickly. Thanks for putting that back. That's a severe weather threat for today. Today's almost like a respite between yesterday and what's going to happen over the weekend and Tuesday and Wednesday.
I know. It's like it's the calm day, still severe threat. But I know. And even yesterday, we're looking at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that were coming out of close to Kansas and Kansas City that had some really decent sized hail accompanying them.
Golf ball size.
Yeah, considerable tags and a bunch of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Expecting that once again today, looking into Tulsa, Oklahoma. I mean, just to the north of that.
That I-44 corridor, that stripe between Tulsa going all the way up into Missouri, that is frightful.
You don't want to be on that road. That's
blinding
for sure.
rain. So that's an issue for you. Driving about to Fayetteville, going in towards Joplin. That's where the heaviest rain is located right now. Then you get back to the west. That state line still has some action out of Dodge City towards Wichita, but it's a little more, I would say, not as convective. But look at that line just hopping around.
Yeah, just between the border of Oklahoma and into Kansas. Yeah, that's going to be a gnarly storm. Even if it's not severe, I mean, it could still gusty, lots of rain. We could still see some hail with these too.
There's the red, orange, right?
I always say yellow, but I know it's orange. I always say yellow. Are we colorblind?
Listen, sometimes, maybe. Here's the way it looks. Let's time it out for you. Showers and thunderstorms developing, blossoming for that afternoon. Look at that shot. You also have that dry line down across Texas.
Yeah, that's going to be helping ramp up those systems too. And when you have a dry line coming through, it allows for all of that moisture, that air to be bumped up really quickly. So those storms can get strong and feisty for sure.
Look at that. Out of New Mexico, you're still rounding the horn with the action ready to come in for the weekend. So let's get to that. So that's today, right through the early part of tomorrow morning. The weekend doesn't look like it's going to be great either. He's talking about Saturday, Sunday, all the way through next week.
And I think it gets worse every single day. I think Saturday is going to start us off. It's still going to be strong systems, but Sunday and the rest of the week looks really tough for a lot of folks. And like you said, it's going to be same areas. We're going to look into parts of Texas, into Oklahoma and Kansas that are going to get hit pretty hard as we move into the beginning of this weekend. We have a lot of that moisture building in too as that front starts to pick up some pace.
You ever been to Kansas City?
No, but I want to go.
Yeah, it's really cool. This right here, you're looking down from the World War I Memorial, and it's on a hill. And it's looking straight down. By the way, I did a live shot there for, it was supposed to be a blizzard, but it went down to our south. This is like last year. Coldest I've ever been. The wind chills were minus 20, and I was out there for 4 straight hours. Oh my gosh, that was hard.
You need to go back to Kansas City when it's better weather.
But the food was terrific. I mean, that was the greatest barbecue I've ever had. ever.
Now I'm
And I live in
hungry
the
and I want to
South.
go to Kansas City.
I'm telling you, it was great. All right, so coming up next week, we get a reinforcing shot. That area of low pressure is out across the Pacific Northwest, dropping down behind it. And look at that big old trough. When you see an Indianapolis Colts sign across the west, you know that you're going to get some rough weather ahead of that.
It's no good. You do not want that. That allows for that energy to kind of build up. And we also get a nice bit of shear in the atmosphere too. So that's going to allow for some more twisting of those storms, which means tornadoes. That's going to be a potential for us. So we have all modes of severe weather moving into this weekend and into next week.
And that red blob going out from Texas to the Great Lakes is going to be hanging out. It's a common player. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And it goes in Chicago, you're in there as well. It goes all the way through Detroit.
I was going to say.
Your home state's going to get it as well.
I know. I mean, this is a big chunk of real estate that's going to be under that level 2. But also, you don't want to forget about the level 1 out of 5 threats because on the fringes, it can get some really intense storms popping up there. So, I mean, folks in the Midwest, which I feel bad. I feel like in March especially, they got hit really hard.
Yeah,
so
you're
once
talking
again, up
Illinois,
next.
Indiana, into Michigan. Yeah, and it's going to be in the same spots. Yeah, we have to fine tune it because I think the night's activity before that, what happens that day, could disrupt a lot of that recovery for the atmosphere. So it's a broad spot right here, especially Wednesday. We're talking day 5, 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing you get to remember about this. We are Friday. So we have days ahead of us that we're going to be able to adjust this forecast, and things are definitely going to be changing. But it is important to know that we have multiple days of severe weather in the same spots.
It's already 2 out of 5 for all these areas, Bane.
Crazy.
So, Bane, you're camped out here at 3 o'clock for the show,
yes,
right?
me and Kiana taking over.
Are you going to stick around for the Artemis II splash?
Oh, I'm going to be watching it, that's for sure.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Well,
it's gonna be
thanks for being here early.
Thanks for letting me
Appreciate
hang
you.
out.
Of course. It's always bringing the energy, bringing the fun. All right, listen, play us out. Splashdown music.
Ooh, I like your thinking.
All right, Splashdown, everybody. We'll be right back. Thanks for being here on a Friday afternoon. We appreciate it.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow. Oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-611-3928. That's 800-611-3928. Call now.
Welcome back, everybody. Bob Van Dillen, Jay Menard back. Great to see you.
Good to see you, too. It's a Friday.
Yeah, Friday, and we're looking at the sparks that are jumping off the screen right here from Oklahoma into Missouri. We've got some showers, thunderstorms out there. We've also following the Artemis II. The timeline on this is going to be fun to watch at 1:53. So we've got less than an hour. We got that final trajectory correction.
Talk about precision,
pucker
right?
time. Yes.
Final trajectory. I mean, there's a lot of physics and a lot of math hanging on the line here to bring our astronauts home. But they've been preparing for this. And when you look at the timeline, Orion entering the atmosphere as the blackout begins, I think that's a little bit of a
little frightening
moment, right? 7:53 p.m. Eastern time. And then that first parachute deployment, which these things are massive. They're like the size of a football field.
Yeah, so you have to be. You're going from 25,000 miles per hour, getting into that atmosphere, and then dropping down into the water like an old man into the warm bath at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Yeah, they have to be big, these parachutes, right?
No kidding. And then 8:07, that's our splashdown time.
Yeah, weather looks pretty good.
Weather does look good.
It's A-okay so far, so we've got that. Where it's not okay, though, it's across the middle part of the country. And like we said before, cold front settling up down to the middle part of the country. It's channeling in a lot of rain right here. Look at the live pictures right here coming in from Joplin, Missouri. That's where that heavy rain batch just breezed through, so kind of on the back end of it.
Yeah, I mean, this front, it's still kicking along across the Ohio Valley, but we knew it was going to stall up a bit for the Central Plains and almost kind of do a reverse as a warm front. And right now, a lot of cloud cover across Missouri, but it's along the southern extent of that line where we've got our juice lifting up from the south. That's where that lightning's popping.
That's common. That's going to be a common thing.
Yep.
So the tale is this. When you look at the water vapor imagery, there's your cold front. You can see that stripe of pink going all the way towards New York State. It's below it where the winds are coming right out of the south for most of the next few days. That's driving all that humidity up.
Yep, and I mean, this is going to be the feature of the forecast through this weekend into next week, this multi-day risk.
The Pacific juice coming in.
You could see it coming already. This is the beginnings of our kind of first trough, our first short wave that is going to be more of a major player into the weekend. But still a decent amount of rain coming. Kansas City was a wet start to the day.
Terrible. And we've adjusted where the flood problems are going to be a little farther north, including Kansas City, for another round.
Another round, we'll see more storms pop up and develop as we head through this afternoon. I do think Oklahoma will be a spot for us to watch. OKC, as we work our way into the weekend, two distinct zones. And I think what really pops off the board is the Great Lakes.
Great Lakes.
Check that out.
Yeah, and that's a warm front that kind of waffles around for the next few days.
Plus a northern tier shortwave. I was looking at the vorticity getting up in the mid-levels of 500 millibars. And there's just enough spin that's going to just ring things out for Wisconsin, Michigan as we head through this weekend.
It's not severe. It's all elevated when you get north of Chicago, essentially. But yeah, you talk about heavy rain. There it is. Yesterday it started out with a bang. Look at some of these hail makers that we had reports.
Yeah, I mean, we expected that. There was going to be a greater potential across parts of northern Kansas where we had about 1 3/4 inches. So golf ball size
Golf
hail.
ball, yep. Yeah, golf ball for both those areas. Belleville, that was the biggest we had. Probably see that repeated a little farther south later on this afternoon. Timing is going to be about the same, mid to late afternoon hours.
Yeah, so we'll watch how things continue to progress as we head through this afternoon. I think the fact that we're already seeing a little more lightning on the board does tell you that I think a couple of that isolated warning alerts will probably be coming.
There we go. Let's time it out for you. A little daytime heating, showers and thunderstorms around that front. Remember, some of these storms that are right now kicking out some outflow boundaries, so that's going to run into themselves too.
Yeah.
More rainmakers.
A little added lift, especially kind of back building behind it as this thing kind of waffles up to the north. And then look at that pure southerly flow.
Yes.
For Oklahoma, Kansas, right up through the plains. That's feeding in for tomorrow's threat.
That's the tail all the way through Wednesday. So look at the daytime hours. We're talking about KC, and the rain will come back eventually. 57 degrees, though. You're camped out below average, but this is how much rain we're looking at, and especially down south there. It looks a little more scattered in nature at this point, but the rain's going to continue again for the weekend.
Well, that's the thing. Once we get through this Friday, just keep the umbrellas closed.
It's there. Let's get out to the 50s state. Let's go to Hawaii. We've been talking about the heavy rain potential out here. It's been striping across the board. What are we looking at again? We're looking at Kapalui. Yeah, that's Hawaii. You can see it. The great gloomiest stuff is right there. All right, this is the story of the last couple of days. Got this area of low pressure, Jane. It's been camped out to the north and to the west, kind of on the way now, moving away. But just one solid stripe of rain peeling through the middle part of the island chain. Look at that.
I know. I mean, not a great signal for Oahu, which is still reeling from the flooding that we had a couple weeks ago. And we had in the overnight hours, it was Kauai. They had flash flood warnings that had been issued, getting pounded by that kind of same batch of rain on its way off to the east.
Let's zip into the heaviest rain amounts, and it is going to be found right. You're talking about the Honolulu, just off to the west, and here is. You're talking about that was Kauai getting on down. There we go. You can see the rain as he pulling on out just a little bit.
We're getting into the local radar.
Yeah, we got the local. There's Oahu, and there it is.
Got it for us.
The North Shore's about to get blasted.
And this is the worst part. When you take a look at the island of Oahu, we've got two mountain chains, right? Or mountain ranges, that is. And this was a lot of the problem of what we had 2 weeks ago. You have this kind of southern feed of moisture, banks up against the mountains, rings out, and then everything wants to enter out onto the North Shore.
Everything is dry right now for Lanai into Maui, but the Big Island picking up with some rain, but the solid sheet is still back to the west. That's going to stripe across all the islands, but I think Hawaii is out of the heaviest stuff. Look at the big picture, though. We've got the visible satellite imagery. When the visible goes away, we've got the infrared on top, so you can see the whole thing. It's like a big old pie hole spinning around right there, right?
That's incredible. And then you see that front dragging down through the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, it's clearly, you're included right there, and it goes all the way down, turns into a cold front. But that moisture fetch goes way back across the middle of the Pacific.
It does. One thing I do see when you look at that kind of big picture, I do see at least some improvements for Kauai, right?
Yeah,
knowing that big batch is expected to continue to push east. Honolulu expecting to see those showers through this weekend. Hilo. Now, Hilo's a little shielded by the mountains, just given the fact that this is a southern
it comes up and over. But then if you start getting a little bit of that trade action going in here, you still look convergence. Possibility to get some severe thunderstorms northern side of the islands. We'll see if that happens. But the flood warnings, flood watches, the watches right here, you can see every island. A couple of flash flood warnings, we had them before. But look at the rain that has come down so far, over a foot since Tuesday.
Yeah, especially on the Big Island.
Yeah.
I mean, just incredible amounts of rain. And, you know, this is definitely a signal that we'll have to watch for going into the later spring and summer months where things do get a little drier.
Models pick it up pretty well. Here comes that cold front shifting its attention down to the south. So now you're starting to see that wind right out of the south and the southeast. The Big Island's getting smashed. You can see the two peaks, right? Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa right there. 13,000 feet plus in elevation. It's all snow across the highest elevation. Hey, we got the winter weather advisory still hanging in.
And then you head over to Maui.
Yep, getting up towards Molokai and then getting in areas by Oahu.
You see the improvements there.
Yeah,
Hawaii.
Kauai. Yeah, those areas are looking a lot better to the north, but those are the winter weather advisories. So yeah, 6 inches of snow and then freezing rain at the lower elevation.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the fact that who knew it could snow in paradise?
I've seen it. I've seen it happen before, and we've got the wind advisories and the wind warnings have now expired, so that's good. All right, what about a little farther out to the west? Let's look at this. We've got some action brewing across the Western Pacific, Guam specifically. The U.S. Coast Guard right there in Micronesia is following this storm as it moves in. Sinlaku is the name of the tropical typhoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a typhoon. So we're watching this thing as it rolls through. Listen, we've got some video coming in because the rain showers are going to be an issue and the winds are going to start picking up. So it's two storms and they're bisected by the equator. It's pretty cool to see.
It is cool to see. Now, for Guam, the station personnel, they are preparing for this storm. And you can actually see the difference in our circulations.
Yeah, you see what? Yeah, see
systems.
Here's the equator. You can see now we're going clockwise when you have the low pressure region and counterclockwise above it.
Sinlaku. That's the one that we have to watch for.
Sinlaku.
For Guam in particular, where Guam, I think since we started keeping records only 13 times, has seen a tropical system pass.
Yeah, our morning meeting this morning early, it was 55 mile per hour winds. So now it's up to 65. So a hair under hurricane strength, but it is expected to gain strength. Look at that, 125, 130 when it gets towards Guam. So they're going to take a direct hit or on the bad side, one or the other.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the last time that Guam saw an impact like this, was it Mawar? I think it was the typhoon, and that particular storm, I think it was 2 years ago.
Right.
It passed up to the north. There it is, 2023.
Yep.
It was a Cat 4, passed north of the island. So in a way, they were almost shielded from the dirty side.
Kind of in the good side.
Right.
Yeah, they still got brushed with some heavy rain, but you go all the way back to some of these storms from the 70s. There was one from the 1940s that was real close to it as well. Karen, 1962. Look at the speed on that one, 170 mile per hour wind with that Karen.
That's incredible.
That's big. And then Omar
that, I
1920.
mean, you talk about a worst case scenario with that.
Yeah, if it was on the bad
just
side.
on the bad side. So we're going to watch how this comes together closely. And then
South of the equator, Papua New Guinea.
now we're dropping south,
Yeah,
right? I'm looking at the circulation.
It's tough to look, too, because you're looking at 50-mile-per-hour winds out of this thing. And it's kind of hard to see exactly where that's going to be. But this is what we're looking at right now.
It's already being influenced by land.
It's also being influenced by its friend up to the north. I mean, you could see the circulation.
They're almost like twins.
I know. You have to go somewhere there's got to be no wind. You can't be it's right there on the equator.
All this action, my goodness. And you know what this can be related to?
Yeah.
ENSO.
I was going to say Van Gogh Starry Night.
Wind burst.
Oh, that's Van Gogh Starry Night we're looking at.
And, well, it certainly does look like it.
Right.
So this sudden wind burst, right? So it brings all this warm water into our
El
Nino region.
Yeah, Nino
and
3.4.
Actually correlated to picking up all this action that we're seeing back out across the Western Pacific.
Warmer waters directly involved with the development of those storms off to the west, and we're starting to see the cool down kind of go away. So now we're not in a La Nina any longer. We are now neutral.
They officially declared La Nina dead yesterday.
As of yesterday. So now we're looking at the stages of El Nino popping up, and that would be beneficial to the Atlantic side for hurricanes. But as you can see, get across the Pacific, things start picking up.
Warmer water, increased rising air. So now you're looking at an environment that's a little more supportive for tropical activity.
Right.
May 15th, that is the kickoff of the Eastern Pacific hurricane season.
And Western Pacific typhoon season all year round.
Year round.
So that's why we're still looking at
that
out. Jane, stick around. We got more coming up.
Yep.
We got the Artemis II splashdown forecast for you. Got severe weather threat between now and next Thursday. We'll time all that out for you. ROE, the risk of weather impact for the Masters, the whole thing. To play us out, we got splashdown music, everybody, for Artemis II. Be right back, everybody.
Baby, are you down, 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 down? Baby, are you down, 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 down? Even if the sky is falling down, just let it be. Come on and bring your body next.
What a dinner. Great call making tacos on a Monday.
Thank you. Speaking of calls, I called today and got my new Medicare Advantage plan.
I thought you already had a Medicare plan.
Well, I heard that if you move or lose coverage for any reason, you could be eligible for a special enrollment period. Since we just moved, I called and found out I'm eligible for a new Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits and savings right here in our new zip code. You should call too.
I'll get around to it.
You should call right now to see if you have the coverage you need. A Medicare Part C plan could help you save money and include additional benefits. You could be eligible for plans with additional benefits you may not be receiving now or that may have previously not been available to you.
Why am I not getting these benefits now?
You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so you have to call to see what Medicare Part C plans are available to you in our zip code.
So I could be missing out on additional benefits?
Yes, exactly. And right now is the time to call and make sure you have the coverage you need.
All right, I get it. I'll call now.
If you're losing coverage, moving, or new to Medicare, call for your free 2026 Medicare coverage checkup. We can look up your zip code to see if there's a Medicare Advantage plan available to you in your area, with additional benefits and savings you may not be receiving now, or that may have previously not been available to you. With just one call, you can get your questions answered, find out if you're eligible for a special enrollment period, and see what plans are available to you in your zip code. So call now. You don't get a plan with additional benefits and potential savings automatically. Different plans are offered in different zip codes. Call now for your free 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup. The call and 2026 Medicare Benefits Checkup are free with no obligation.
Call now 800-391-2162. 800-391-2162. 800-391-2162.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
All right, welcome back. Love that you're here, Jane. Jay Manar with me. And we've been watching this big old countdown clock, and we are so close to watching this thing just complete its mission perfectly.
6 hours.
Yeah.
You know, when you go on a vacation and towards the tail end of your vacation, I don't know if anyone else is like me, I get a little anxious coming home. Like,
oh, yeah.
I want to be like wheels down.
On the road.
I want to sleep in my own bed. I have to imagine maybe there's a little feeling of that, a little anticipation.
I agree. When you're driving from Savannah back to Atlanta and you're on that I-16, you got nothing but fields to look at. You're like, come on. I'm like rooting for Dublin, Georgia, so I can at least go to the bathroom.
Our astronauts are looking at Earth saying, it's getting closer, it's getting closer.
All right, well, listen, we got special Fox coverage. It's starting tonight at 6 p.m. That's before splashdown at around 8:07 specifically Eastern time, so 5:07 Pacific. There is a live look.
Yeah, speaking of looking out the window.
How far away are we? I'm going to ask Stephen McLeod. I know. He's working a lot of stuff over there, but he's looking at this Artemis II because we've got this thing tracked down almost down to the exact mile. It's moving so quickly.
51,000 miles.
51,000 miles.
And how fast are we going?
6,000 miles an hour.
6,000 miles.
Picked up a little bit of speed.
And we're going up, we're pressing the gas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, picked up a little bit of speed. Gets a little closer to Earth, starts getting drawn in. And you can see this is the latest satellite imagery. Look at the marine layer. Yep. That's out there right now. But the cold front itself has really weakened. It's up to the north.
It is a little diffuse. It's going to start to work its way in. It's not, I think the overall forecast has improved to the point that we're not too worried about any impact to that splash zone.
Right.
Right? They would have moved the splash zone.
By now.
Looking
at this underneath the clouds, just nothing. That's great. No rain falling out of that, and then nothing out of the marine layer. You can see some stuff northwest of Los Angeles. That's around the immediate upper level support, but that's all I've got.
Nice buoy cam.
Yeah, there we are. And the waves are not looking big. I don't see any whitecaps out there, meaning no wind.
Yes.
That's good.
6 feet is the threshold for, I guess, concern.
Yeah.
Cause for concern. Right now we're looking at top wave heights upwards of 5.
Yeah.
Which is too close for comfort, but still in,
here's the latest wave height.
there.
That's what's so great. We put this in there for you. You can see the latest wave heights over the last 3 hours. Biggest ones we've clocked so far with the buoys. And you're right, nothing above 6 feet. So far, so good. And in the splash zone, remember, it's somewhere around right about here.
Yeah, hard to, it's somewhere exactly.
Yeah.
But they've got I'm sure they've got a little geotag.
Yeah, I think they know where they're going to be. They're not going to tell us exactly because it's security purpose. So we don't need to know. But you can see right now, 3 to 6. That is that region right there that was over a little farther. So now we're thinking forecast-wise, waves have come down a touch.
Just a touch. I was reading up on how they're going to do this, right? So they have to skip the atmosphere.
Right.
And burn off some of the fuel, cool things down. And in fact, by skipping the atmosphere before coming back in a second time, it reduces the G's. So it reduces the overall impact on their body.
So
if they came in at lunar speeds.
At Mach 20, right.
It would be like crushing. I can't even imagine. Hence why like meteors, they like break apart.
Yeah, and explode. Yeah, boom. And they're gone. And you can see what we've got with the winds right now. And remember, threshold's under 29 miles per hour.
Oh, we are good to go here.
We're 2, 4.
Barely a wind. 8. Not picking anything up on buoy 46-219.
In Avalon, again, it's like, we're not reporting, forget it. Tired of you guys. But yeah, so we know that the winds are light up there as well. Some of the forecasts for the winds, again, that blue shades, 10 to 20, that's it, Jane.
Yeah, this is almost like your favorite color blue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's ocean, it's Gulf of America blue. So it looks nice right there. You pull that picture out, where do we start? Indian Ocean, 400,000 feet above the Earth's surface.
So this is when the second dip into the atmosphere is. They're going to do that little, almost like skipping a rock on the atmosphere. So then they're going to come in and then let gravity pull us in. But at that point, too, they're deploying these giant parachutes.
Right. I think they deploy the parachute at 8:03 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
And then that means you're 4 minutes underneath that parachute canopy as it drops down.
And can you believe that you're going 25,000 miles an hour to 10.
I know. A nice 10-mile-per-hour drop, and there you are. So what about the weather? We've been concerned with that upper level low. By the way, that's the same energy that's going to spark the round of severe weather for this weekend across the plains, lower plains. But I think so far it's slowed down a touch. But also, and Melanie Black pointed this out as well, look at all that snow across the Sierra Nevada range.
Well, listen,
4 feet.
We've got the storm door open on the West Coast. And so while we're threading the needle with bringing our astronauts home, generally big picture, this is what we want to see for the West Coast. We need to pick up more rain, pick up more snow, even if it's late season.
Winds, waves, not a concern right now. And I'd be remiss if I didn't just show you the picture one more time.
Looking out the window,
in the
here's
big
home.
wall. Yeah, this is a live look right here at the Earth. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, is this the occluded front that's near Hawaii? It's like, I'm looking at where the actual sunrise is coming up. So
I can tell by the shading.
Yeah.
Maybe we're looking at a continent on the southern tier.
Yeah,
there.
got some bright right there. Absolutely. And you got the big old.
Maybe a little sunspot. And then
awesome.
the termination zone or the
Terminator. So cool. All right, we got severe weather. We're talking about that before. Several shots of weather. It's going to be ripping across the region. Look at the thunderstorm action right there. Look at the blue. This is back in April over Texas.
Well, you can tell where the hail core is.
The green?
Yep,
yeah,
the green popping up there.
I'd have to agree. Yeah, so we've got several rounds of severe weather to go. And it started yesterday. We had golf ball size hail across the plains, Midwest. You're going to find that developing again this afternoon. Look at all the red shaded areas, and there's a clear pattern who's going to get smashed potentially and who's not.
It is. It's this rinse and repeat. Each day will, in a way, kind of dictate to the other as we work our way through this weekend. But then by the open of the week, Monday, Tuesday, another system coming in from the west just kind of reignites that severe weather threat, brings the Ohio Valley into the fold.
Days and days, 1,000-mile stretch out there from Texas all the way to the Great Lakes. And we'll just start it out tomorrow. We showed you today it was going to be draped right around this vicinity. Tomorrow, we've got that energy coming in from the Pacific. New batch of energy, right? New batch of weather comes right through the four corners. There's a dry line right here, too, so that could spark up the initial round tomorrow afternoon.
It's a diffuse dry line, meaning it doesn't have a lot of punch to it.
It's not sharp. Yeah.
It's not very sharp, but it's just enough to bring us a couple discrete supercells. Hail is our primary concern, I think, along with maybe some damaging winds as those storms collapse.
Yeah, absolutely.
But one thing that I'm looking for come tomorrow, and we've got Haley Meyer in the Fox Weather Beast.
Oh, she's out there.
She's going to be out there tracking these storms all weekend long.
Is she starting tomorrow?
She's starting tomorrow. She's coming up 12 noon Eastern time.
Right.
And then we're going to continue through this weekend. But what I'm interested to see is how these storms develop and how they grow overnight.
Yeah.
Because discrete supercells to a line and kind of clustering of
Yeah, it
storms.
becomes linear wind damage threats.
Right, into the overnight hours closer to the I-35.
So there's tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see how much daytime heating we get. I think we're going to get a decent amount. I don't see why we would. There's nothing out there to disrupt it first. Yeah. But then you talk about Sunday, will we see disruption because of the stuff that develops on Saturday afternoon, hangs in there tough. This is Saturday about 1 o'clock. I guess what Haley flies into OKC. That's where the beast is.
And then you can see these discrete supercells along that dry line.
It's 5 o'clock. So Jared Maloney, Haley Meyer are going to be driving down over the Red River. I'm assuming they're going to be camped out in Texas.
I have to imagine. Texas is the place to be this weekend.
Yeah.
That is going to be the zone for Saturday and Sunday.
Right.
And then we'll open things up to the Ohio Valley. But this is what I'm interested to see. You have these kind of two clusters of storms, both becoming linear. I'm interested to see as we get into Sunday, which could be perhaps maybe more prolific day for tornadoes, how much of this holds together for the morning. And do we get a cold pool, maybe some capping for the afternoon that could maybe limit that threat?
That's what we're worried about. Maybe we'll get some I want it to happen. I don't want to see severe weather. I'd like to see the rain, but not the severe weather out of it. That is what it looks like on Sunday. Again, Sunday afternoon. That's Sunday morning. Another round starts to develop, and boom, there it is. It's game time coming in about 5 o'clock.
Farther to the south, but you could see just the late initiation.
Yeah.
I almost think we have a little cap in place.
A little low-level jet, too, is going to help out. So where does it go from here? We'll talk about it next week. You're looking at Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And unfortunately, I think Tuesday's was going to really park itself right across the central plain states, and it'll be round 4. I mean, storm fatigue. That's what we're going for at this point.
Hey, it's mid-April.
Right.
When you talk about the heart of severe weather season, we are really getting juiced up.
Yeah.
So expect to see skies just like this, right?
Dramatic,
dark and stormy. It was Safe Place Selfie Day 2 days ago.
Yeah, where did you take your safe spot?
Bathroom.
Yeah, okay. Interior section?
Interior section, interior.
Trick is to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible during a tornado warning.
Yeah. Well, hey, we have friends visiting from Texas this weekend, North Texas.
Okay.
And she was telling me that they don't have basements in their neighborhood.
Can't dig it in.
Right. The clay.
Clay in Oklahoma, same deal. We get in some of those regions. So there you go. All right, next
knowing where that safe place is, very important.
There it is. There you go. There's our dry line, and there's a cold front racing in behind it. This is the energy that is currently just offshore from BC, from Canada.
Yep.
That drives in. That's going to be the main player that finally kicks everything out. But look at the big old dip in the jet stream, big old ridge off to the east.
This trough too is a little sharper, a little stronger.
Right.
And that is what we're going to have to be watchful for into the start of the week. Monday almost feels maybe a little bit of a reset day before things really begin to ramp up on Tuesday.
Tuesday, I think, still looks like to me it's going to be the biggest day for a pop. But you go out there from Abilene through Dallas, and it's the same spots. It goes right through the middle part of the country into Des Moines, Minneapolis, too. That's your Monday afternoon. That's getting back to work, getting back to school. Tuesday, not much of a difference.
No, and here's the thing. What's going to take over across the Ohio Valley is the track of that low. And so why we see perhaps a greater increase in coverage across that region is because we'll see more twist with that area of low pressure. That, I think, is going to be the zone where if we get an upgrade, it's going to come for the Ohio Valley.
A little closer to the circulation.
Yep.
And the warm front that's going to be parked near Chicago.
And anything that latches onto that boundary,
a little extra
going to keep going. This will be all cold front. So a little farther removed from the twist. I think more of a hail damaging wind potential, though that tornado risk probably still on the board.
So you think Haley and Jared are going to drive from here all the way up
they're
towards
going to pull Brandon Kopic.
Yeah, he'll be
Corey Durkin,
out.
they're going to be out there, and they're going to get a lot of miles in that Fox Weather Beast.
Or they could just park itself right there by Oklahoma City and not go anywhere.
Well, that's
because you're right in the middle of it.
OKC's in the risk every day.
This is Wednesday. So we are your severe weather HQ. We're going to be here the entire time, no question about it. We're also your Artemis II HQ. So we got that coming in later on this evening. We got a live show. You can see it live here at Fox Weather. It's going to be fascinating. We got Stephen Morgan, Ian Oliver, and friends are going to be all around. Live shots as well. But to play us out, everybody, on a Friday afternoon, a little fun music, a little splashdown music. Be right back, everyone.
Mike Huckabee here, and like millions of other hardworking Americans, I couldn't fall asleep. My mind wouldn't stop, and my body wouldn't rest. Poor sleep is linked to elevated stress, low energy levels, and other terrifying consequences. Luckily, I found Relaxium Sleep, America's #1 trusted sleep aid.
I'm Dr. Eric Siliberti, founder of Relaxium, America's most trusted sleep aid.
With Relaxium Sleep, I wake up with more energy, my mind is sharp, and my wife Janet tells me I'm more fun to be around.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
As a clinical neurologist, I know how essential sleep is for building and nourishing both your mental and physical health.
Relaxium Sleep is made in the USA, has no risk of dependency, and is drug-free. It's also the only sleep aid with Valarest as part of its triple action formula.
I developed Relaxium to help my patients fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it.
Relaxium Sleep can work for you from the very first night, just like it did for me. The only way to find out is trying it yourself. And right now, you can try it for free. I know that once you do, you're going to be a customer for life, just like I am. And you'll experience the difference with increased energy, sharper mind, better mood, and improved quality of life.
For nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
Take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
If you're experiencing sleepless nights or tossing and turning, you need to try Relaxium Sleep now.
Don't wait another minute. Call Relaxium now.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium Sleep will work for you, he's asked us to give away another 1,000 bottles. Get your free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. Visit TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786. That's TryRelaxium.com or call 800-459-9786.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Welcome back to America's Weather Center. Bob Van Dillen, Jane Menard right here, and we've got the countdown clock behind us because it continues to roll. So far, so good.
6 hours. I mean, we've got full team coverage here
Yeah,
as
we
we
do.
go through this evening to bring our astronauts home. Just an incredible event. And
Yeah.
what a stretch the last 8-9 days have been.
I know, we got Brandy Campbell out there. She's on the beach near San Diego, so that's a close point right there. We've got the live shots. We've got Stephen Morgan, who is a space nerd. He's involved tonight, too. He's going to be running the show between 6 and 10 o'clock this evening, along with Ian Oliver, who's doing his diligence upstairs right now.
Yes, I passed him on the way down here. I was like, how's it going?
I was like, what's that smoke burning? He's like, reading his books.
No, it's
I'm
just
kidding.
an incredible group of, and we've got incredible guests on
Yeah.
for this afternoon too to provide their insight.
It's going to be fascinating. So you can watch it here, and you can watch a splashdown here. They're going to take you right through it with the experts, like you said.
Yep.
That's where I'm going to be tuned in tonight. It's going to be awesome.
It'll be great.
After the Masters, boom, I'm going to watch that at 6 o'clock. All right, what's going on now before that? Back to Earth, we have severe weather threat developing, and it's building into this weekend and the next week. All right, so listen, this is going to be one of those weeks that we're going to be pinned to the radar, Jane, and it's going to be taking several rounds.
Yeah, it is. Look at Joplin, Missouri right
Yeah, it's
now.
still rocking and
Little
rolling.
shake of the cam. We've got some showers coming down, wetting things for us. Now, we have an isolated coverage of severe weather today. We're really looking more at a growing risk by the weekend, but can't discount today because rain is rain.
Who put that visible in there? It's awesome.
Yeah, looking good. You can see where the front is.
Yeah, and you can see where Augusta is too. Nothing but sunshine.
Nothing but sunshine.
Not great. We've got that. We got sunshine out there all the way here. Look at the fog that burned off from looks like the Delaware Valley, the Susquehanna Valley. It just evaporates out of nowhere. It's amazing to watch it just shrink.
Yeah, and this is why I love satellite view, because you just get that top-down picture of how weather works and what we're dealing with every
You get that ugly tail of a wisp of a cloud, though. That's the actual cold front. That's what zips in later on this afternoon, and it finally pushes all the cloud cover up to the north and to the east. Underneath the clouds, we're still sparking it off around Oklahoma.
Yeah, so this is a zone 2. I've been watching that storm energy build across Oklahoma, Texas. Daytime heat kicks in. We've got moisture coming in out of the Gulf. So I'm not surprised the southern extent of that boundary is where we're seeing some more instability builds.
Getting in towards Springfield, Missouri, right here, getting into the Ozarks. It's going to drop down a line into, getting a couple pops right here. Ahead of that in Arkansas, see that?
Yeah, look at that.
Couple lightning strikes
storms
getting out there.
beginning to develop. So this is our cold front that's going to continue to drop in. This is the zone for severe weather. Then it'll be interesting because this kind of washes out a little bit as we head through this evening. Hence why we don't keep a more heightened risk of severe weather into the overnight, but enough that we could maybe pop up some gustier winds.
I show you this for a couple reasons. You can see the wind direction when I take it down to the south. The Gulf of America open for business. So that's one moisture source that's down there across the Gulf. The other one is coming in. You can see the beginning stages of it working in through the four corners. That's the Pacific juice moving in too. So you got the nice humidity on the middle levels, the upper levels with the Pacific, and then down to the south. You got that across the Gulf. It's going to be a juicy atmosphere parked up across this region for several days.
Yeah, so when you talk about the different levels of the atmosphere, at the surface, the Gulf is helping to keep things nice and moist. Mid-levels, all coming in from
Already got it. Yeah, I've already got that out there. And that's going to be the fuel for the fire for the thunderstorms that finally do develop. And it's going to be several rounds. So Texas, Oklahoma, just be prepared. You're going to be dodging these things for several days. Look how much rain is going to pile up.
Yeah, a good 1 to 2, maybe 2 to 3 inches. In some cases, I do expect that training effect will give us maybe a little more than that, probably closer to 5 or so.
How about the Great Lakes?
Well, so that's interesting that you have these two distinct zones, right? And this more so for the Great Lakes as we open up the work week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, as we keep the severe weather going, that coverage of rain is going to bring a nice soaking.
Snow, Colorado Rockies, right through Utah, and Wasatch, you're getting it too. Also around the Idaho, Oregon as well, northern Nevada, you guys are all getting some snow. Sierra Nevada range, 4 to 4.5 feet of snow, possibly, over the next 7 to 8
Listen,
days.
here we are, April, and also too, let's not forget, parts of Colorado, April's their snowiest month.
Yeah, which is amazing still. It's hard to wrap your head around that, but you figure that's right. You get the upslope going on right there.
Yep.
All right, so it's time to look back into space. We're looking ahead to the Artemis II mission as well. Now, that mission is no longer aimed to land on the moon, but instead, it's really recently, its revised plans. It will be a low Earth orbit designed to test essential technologies. Now, it's currently planned for 2027. NASA has selected the geology team that will develop the surface science plan. That's going to happen for Artemis IV. Can't wait.
How incredible. Joining us now is one of the members of that team, Dr. Gordon Osinski, with the Earth Sciences professor at Western University in Ontario, Canada. Doctor, thanks so much for your time today. When did you learn that you were going to be a part of this team?
Well, first, thanks for having me on the show, and it's a pleasure to be here. And it's actually been almost 2.5 years. So it's September 2023 when our team was selected. As you mentioned, it was originally going to be Artemis III, but will now be the mission after that to the lunar surface.
Doctor, what exactly is your team responsible for?
So just about everything, kind of, I think, the fun aspects of this mission, so from defining the science objectives that the astronauts will have, what are the science questions? What are the objectives, the hypotheses that we want to test? A big part of the work that we've been doing in the last couple of years is really focusing in and trying to determine what the best landing sites are. And so, right now, NASA's saying the South Polar region, that's huge. That's like saying, let's go to the continental US. But which part of the US do we want to go to? And then, which part of which state do we want to land? And so we've been doing a lot of work with the currently available satellite data to choose, which would be the best and most scientifically interesting sites.
Absolutely. And I have to imagine some of these photos and the data that they've been collecting.
The new pictures.
Right, the new pictures. How much are you using of that to go into this report?
We've just got the tip of the iceberg, right? Just, a dozen or so images back from that lunar flyby. I think they've taken literally thousands of images. And so this is something that, we'll be continuing over the next probably few months, sifting through these images and seeing what they can tell us and if they add anything to the satellite images that we already have.
What are you looking for specifically for a landing spot, Doctor? Are you looking for a no crater or the middle of a crater?
We want the scientists usually do the best of both worlds, right? We do have these two things of it has to be safe to land. And so that really is the primary, driver is it's got to be safe to land. The cool thing nowadays, though, is that, before, whereas we may have been able to choose an area of a few square kilometers to land, with the new technologies, the new landers that SpaceX and Blue Origin are developing, we should be able to pinpoint, a few hundred meters to land. So that really makes our life easier because we then actually do want things like craters, quite big craters within the walking distance of the astronauts, which is only going to be about 1 or 2 kilometers or so.
Oh, wow.
Wow. How many people are on this team developing this plan? And what's everyone's background? Everyone geologists?
Yeah, absolutely not. There's a huge diverse team, which is really amazing. So there's kind of 3 pieces to the team. I'm part of the geology team, which was selected competitively. NASA put out a big call, and unlike what usual kind of NASA calls are for individual scientists, here the PI, who's Brett Deneri, based at the Applied Physics Lab in Maryland, she put together an amazing team, and I was lucky enough to be on it. There is then an internal NASA team, so NASA scientists and engineers from NASA centers from across the US. And then separately, NASA put out a call to select instruments that would be contributed to the mission. And then just 2 weeks ago, it was announced that there are now 10 so-called participating scientists that have been selected. So huge range of backgrounds, all sort of geoscientists, but people with expertise in craters like myself, volcanism. But a big driver for the South Pole is the potential for volatiles and water ice. And so we've got people who are experts in, studying ices on planetary bodies and here on Earth as well.
That's fascinating. Congratulations on getting picked for this team. It's totally elite. I've got a question I've always wanted to know. If you land in a crater, which I don't know if you're aiming for that or not, how big are the walls that you'd have to potentially drive up and out of?
This is a great question. So we ideally want to be landing outside of it because on the moon, particularly with the lower gravity, things are a lot deeper and steeper than here on Earth. So I'm not sure if you've ever been to Meteor Crater in Arizona. That's about 1 kilometer across and maybe 200 meters deep. It would be kind of 3 or 4 times that deep on Earth. And so if you landed in one of those, there's almost no way of getting out of it.
Right. You need a big old ladder, and you don't have that.
Absolutely. Well, not in this first mission anyway.
Got that. Hey, listen, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Congratulations for being picked on this team. I know you've got a couple of years right now that you're going to be waiting for this, but you're now getting information in. I can't wait to see where you guys end up going. Western University Earth Science Professor Dr. Gordon Osinski. Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on the show, and fingers crossed for this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. NASA's time. Let's talk about the weather. It looks like it's going to be non-issue except for dry greens and dry fairways.
Day 2. Here we go. Rory leading the charge yesterday.
Oh, Rory just teed off.
Just teed off,
everybody.
Day 2 to see how he holds the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, listen, can he go back to back? He looks like he shed the Masters jitters. I mean, he had a 67 yesterday.
Listen, I could imagine the jitters going into last season when you get so close. And then
he's currently in the lead, according to Stephen McLeod.
What?
Let's see. I saw Robert McIntyre. Come on, you can recover from your 80 and the F-bomb drops and the tirades yesterday. You could do it, my friend. Come on, let's get in there.
Listen, my guy Scotty, he's two above.
I love him too.
But listen, he's well in to the cut line, right? So,
he just had a baby a couple days ago. What, 10, 11?
10 or 11 days ago now.
Yeah, he's good.
But hey, sunshine is just abundant. Temperatures are going to warm things up. An incredible weekend.
By the way, he was on Happy Gilmore too. He's the best.
I love Adam
Scotty Scheffler's the best, man. I love him. All right, listen, stick around, everybody. We got more on the Artemis II. We got the forecast for there. Severe weather threat, it's obviously there. Hawaii's getting pounded with heavy rain as well. And snow. We'll show you that coming up. Play us out, everybody. Splashdown music. Be right back.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound just like no bandit run. Keep your foot hard on the pedal, son, never mind them brakes. Let it all hang out, cause we got a run to make. The boys are thirsty.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Now, what's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Bob Van Dillon. Isn't this awesome with the jib in the studio? It looks like we're going in for a pass. Good stuff over there. What's going on? We've got this in the background. We've got the countdown to Artemis II. Everybody excited? Just over 6 hours before this thing splashes down across the Pacific. I'm going to bring in the great meteorologist Jane Manar. What's going on?
I'm excited.
You can't run with the heels like you're running for a pass. But
yeah,
it's all good.
You're gonna have to catch it. I can be in the end zone.
Oh no, you're a good athlete. Seen it. It's all good. But yeah, here we go. Artemis. This is what we're talking about. Artemis II splashdown. So far, all systems look like they're go for weather.
Looks good. I mean, if they were to have to switch things, it would have been done by now.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. Look at the live pictures. We're back. Something we're having everyone's on this site, so it's a little tough to get the live picture every once in a while. But the Earth, stunning.
You're looking out the window and we're watching it get bigger and bigger and bigger. Astronauts are saying we're almost home.
Yeah, I know. It's about 6 hours. I can't even imagine what's going through their heads right now.
No, I agree. I mean, I think for the most part, though, we know that this is a very critical landing. There's so much science that has gone into this. Hey, check it out.
That's awesome. That is awesome. There's a live look inside. Steve McLeod, I'm going to ask you again. How far away are we from Earth at this point?
What were we before?
It was 51,000.
We're at 47,871, 69, 68, 67, 65.
Counting down.
Moving pretty quick, huh?
We've gained over 250 miles an hour, 6,250 miles an hour.
And we're going to start building up the speed as they get closer to Earth, right? We're talking about getting up to close to, 25,000 miles per hour?
Yeah, something like that.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's you talk about Mach 20.
So I'm interested, at what point it looks like they're getting ready to put their astronaut suits back on.
Their astronaut pants? Yeah, the orange.
Yeah, the
right?
orange,
yeah.
right? Because obviously designed to keep them safe. And they're just looking at the panels.
Yeah, it's
this top-down view. They all know we're watching.
I know. It's better visibility with the orange in case they are ending up in the water somewhere. You can spot them perfectly with that orange suit, and that's why they wear it on takeoff and landing.
This is like when you're in your own flight. You know, you got the board in front of you.
It reminds me of
You know, us meteorologists, you can see
yeah,
our flight.
it does. Yeah.
And what's our altitude? How fast are we going?
Yeah, that's right. I'm usually watching the Office on my back seat, but it's the same thing. It reminds me of Spaceship Earth. Or no, what's the one that's Mission Space?
Mission Space.
In Epcot. The one everybody vomits on.
Yes.
Because they do the round where they get a beer in every country and they go, let's go on Mission Space. What could go wrong? It's only 3 G's on you with a full belly of beer. Nothing could go wrong. It's great. Anyway, that's the live look at the capsule. It's awesome.
It is.
Where are we going? We're going to land around Southern California, but it has to trek all the way from the Indian Ocean first.
And what's interesting, so we're not going right from our gravitational pull from the moon to our splashdown zone.
Yeah.
We're going to skip the atmosphere.
One time.
At least one time.
And then right in.
And so what that does is it helps reduce the G's, reduce the impact on the astronauts' bodies,
you can't
cools
just
things
put
down.
the brakes on going at 25,000 miles per hour. I mean, yeah, been wearing your butt for a hat.
But do you know how important these trajectories are, right? The physics of it all. It's just incredible. Hats off to all these scientists. I mean,
look at a little bit of breaks in the sunshine right now. Before, this is one of the buoys that's closer to the splashdown zone. I think a little bit of a shelf at that point is what it looks like right there.
Yeah.
It's clearly not, but you can see the peaks in the cloud cover though. That wasn't there before. It was just solid gray.
Well, that's the thing. So we've got this weak front that's moving into this zone. You can actually see it kind of painted a little further back out to the west. This here is, as you've
aptly pointed out, our marine layer
Yeah.
that has now worked off the coast. It's going to continue to fizzle out, but this is the zone, right? You can just see the overall troughing and then a couple of those clouds building in. That's our front. So we're going to zero in on that spot.
Yeah, we still have the live look at the wave heights, and I love this because this is the live look at it, and 4 foot high waves right in the threshold. It's good.
Yep.
You need anything under 6, and you're good to go.
Yeah, so that looks great. The winds are very calm right now, and so in terms of meeting those weather criteria, it's very similar to what we were looking at on launch day. Good to go.
I can't wait. I can't wait because now we're watching everything coming together. And we've got the winds that are be down as well. Wind was never really a fact.
No, to me, it was always the waves.
Yeah.
Right? What were
3 to
those
6.
waves going to be?
Right.
And
we're going to see any kind of pops of rain or showers or thunderstorms around? It looks like no. And you can't have any rain. It's not even thunderstorms. Talk about rain 35 miles away. So it looks like
talk about the heat shield.
Yeah, you got
coming in.
Thread that needle too. And we've got that trough dipping down, but that's the forecast, at least radar-wise, at 5:07 p.m. Pacific. That's a clear bubble right there. That's good. Models are even coming into alignment.
Yep, NASA, Navy, getting prepared.
Yeah, so that's a big story of the day, clearly. Big story for the last 10 days, really. And let's get back to the middle part of the country because severe thunderstorms, well, they're going to be training across Texas into the Great Lakes, and that train of severity is going to last for about 6 to 7 days, Jane.
Yeah, look at this out of Springfield, Missouri
That's
now.
ugly.
Ugly. We've got some rain peeling across southern Missouri. It's keeping things very wet for the afternoon. Sub-severe.
Beautiful city right now. Been there in the springtime, about this time of year. It's awesome when the leaves are starting to pop.
Okay.
But when it's raining like that, no good. So we've got the big H-Mon 3. Take you through it for the next few days. We've got severe weather. We know it's going to be channeled across the middle part of the plain states. Boom, here comes Sunday. Then you can see we're getting towards Monday, Tuesday, and then all the way into Wednesday. I mean, McDonald land all across the board, right? Orange and red.
Orange and red. And something we're going to have to continue to watch is, do we get an upgrade? We're going to fine tune that severe threat zone as we get closer and closer. For example, we've fine tuned what we're seeing on Saturday, just a touch, about across parts of West Texas. Come Sunday, more interested too to see how things progress into the start of the week.
5 straight days. And we've got that rocking and rolling. And the area expands. So you're talking about the acreage. It's huge, especially on Tuesday all the way out through Wednesday. Major cities involved. So we're going to be all hands on deck at this point because of all the action that's going to come on through.
You're talking easily more than 1,000+ miles of potential storms developing. All this action, look at our troughing, the spin of our upper level lows. That is what is going to really be the juice to bring a little added twist to the atmosphere.
Listen, inside baseball, when I'm doing a forecast in the morning to see what's going on, first thing I do is I pop up the water vapor.
Oh, yeah.
And that's it right there. You can see all the spin in the atmosphere, and then you overlay that to the 500 millibar field, see where the vorticity is, and then on top of that, you look at the 200 millibar field. Sometimes I don't even look at the pressure at the surface. I don't even care. Doesn't matter.
Top-down view is always the best way to start.
Yep.
You get that big picture, and then you zero into the finer details.
Because these are all the players. I mean, you picture you're like a defensive coordinator. There's an X. There's an X. There's an X. It's a 4-4 defense right there, all coming in.
This is your classic synoptic meteorology.
Which was my favorite.
Big scale, large scale.
It's my favorite. It's so easy to look at and so fun to do. And there's our big trough. That's the upper levels of the atmosphere. That's our jet stream.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible. So we're starting to get that Pacific influence too.
Right.
So that will help juice up the atmosphere a bit more. Low-level jet's going to kick in for the evening hours. That's what could keep things a little spicy overnight Saturday into Sunday.
And I think, what do you think about tomorrow's event? I think we'll get some sunshine to bake up the ground. And you said it before, you got that dry line, it's a little more diffuse. It's not quite as sharp.
Right.
It's enough instability going to pop these big storms.
Oh, certainly. And I think it's those discrete supercells that will be the initial large severe weather risk when we're talking hail and wind. The tornado risk tomorrow, not exactly on the board. Not zero, but it's not the primary threat. We start to see that perhaps tornado risk increase as we head later into the weekend.
Start getting into Monday and Tuesday.
Exactly.
And then we're going to be following those for certain. And you can see Lubbock down through Midland. This is tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon. You have to look at the day because it's almost in the same spot every single time, right? So there it is. And you can see that stretch goes all the way through Kansas, even into the upper Midwest, where you get a hailmaker or two. But the biggest stretch is going to be down south around that dry line tomorrow.
Yeah, so you'll watch as we head. This is in the morning.
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
A couple showers already popping out across parts of eastern New Mexico. I expect those to be sub-severe.
Yes.
Probably maybe the one conditional factor that would keep the instability down a touch if you have more cloud cover.
Right.
But then you see these discrete cells beginning to come together through the late evening.
6 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. and watch it roll. And you said it before, into one line here, another line here. Now, how long it sticks around and how much can the atmosphere recover behind it?
Right.
We'll see, but it is going to be on the backside. So 2 rounds of rough weather tomorrow, one in the early morning, one developing in the afternoon for your Sunday.
Right, so it's behind those storms west of the I-35 that we're going to see perhaps another round initialized for the afternoon. The question is, does the cold pool kind of keep things capped a bit?
Right.
But generally speaking, as we step through time on Sunday morning,
Saturday night stuff rolling through still on Sunday morning.
So now it's how much
recovery.
clearing can we overcome and recover here?
Right.
And it looks as though a little farther to the south would be the zone to see these storms grow.
Now remember, we're now getting into mid-April. It's not mid-March anymore. You got more sunshine, more hours of the day to cook it on up. So it's going to keep on going, and the initiation might not be late in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right, and then the lower level jet comes in, and the LJ is going to keep that propelled over to the east.
Right. So this threat will continue likely into the dark hours of the early overnight. Here we are Monday morning. This is kind of the in-between day, the recovery day in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that we're not going to get severe weather by the afternoon because that next trough is building in.
The bigger one.
But really, Monday is when we reset and ramp things up Tuesday and Wednesday midweek.
And that's the rain. Now you can see it real heavy across Texas and Oklahoma. That's Saturday through Wednesday. Listen, we've got more severe weather. It's going to continue right through the rest of the week. So just show the alert for up to the north. It's brand new. There you go.
Well, hey, the rain footprint for the Great Lakes, the northern Great Lakes, Wisconsin, Michigan, we're talking possibly 2 to 3+ inches of rain.
Yep.
Last week, didn't we just have a ton of snow?
We did.
Right?
So what's going to happen?
So the snow melts.
Y'all think it's going to melt? I think so. And by the way, you know who put this in there for me? It's the guy behind the curtain, Steve McLeod. Pay no attention to the man who's just putting the new things in there for me. Thanks, Steven. Anyway, listen, play us out, everybody. We got Artemis II, and we've got Splashdown music. Jane, stick around. We got you to the top of the hour as well. And then got Bane Froney kicking it off with Keanu Lewis. So she'll be here also. Be right back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry. And they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Welcome back to America's Weather Center. Bob Van Dil and the great Nick Koser, everybody.
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you too, my friend.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed.
So they say it in the South.
So happy Friday, yeah.
Friday.
They go, y'all from here, are you? That's what they say to me when I'm down
Yeah,
there.
when you say Friday, they say,
exactly.
I'm from here. Yep.
Well, we've got this on the board behind us because this is the Nerdlingers Christmas Eve right now. We're talking about Splashdown on the Artemis II.
It's coming.
I'm a nerdlinger. Hey, I've been following this for the last 10 days.
I mean, who hasn't? The entire world has been captivated. My entire social media algorithm has been flooded with it. Probably because I'm a nerd and I keep looking at it, so it keeps feeding me the same stuff. However, big show. Ian and Stephen Morgan going to be on deck for all of it, so make sure you're tuning in to Fox Weather for this. They'll have you covered for all of this every step of the way, and it's going to be exciting because Stephen Morgan is known to get a little misty-eyed over celestial events.
I think that's a perfect way to say it.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and it's like
it
just
grabs you in, right? And you can feel his excitement, and Ian's the same way. Did you smell the smoke in Ian's office just before?
No.
Because he's studying so hard about what's going on.
It's like he's cramming for a midterm. Yeah,
he is.
Can't blame him.
He's down in the Celsius. It looks like the 1969 Apollo mission control. They got the glasses on, the chain smoking up there, trying to figure out what's going on. Kid, of course.
With the green lamp and the yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So anyway, this is what we've got going on. Before this happens, we've got some severe weather to talk about. Some heavy rainmakers also. That's coming in across the plain states. In fact, it's already going on right now. Look at the rain that's out there by, what is that, Kansas City? No, it's not raining yet. You can see the temperatures, into the 50s, and they are above the cold front that just passed through them. So the rain has been channeled down to their south.
All right, so there you go. And yeah, the plains are certainly in the bullseye as we head through the rest of this afternoon. And really, gosh, Texas especially, the next 3, 4, 5 days is just going to be severe weather central, unfortunately.
Right.
A very stagnant pattern is setting up, and sort of the same area is going to be seeing the potential, at least, for severe weather day after day after day.
Yeah.
Bummer.
What do you like about this visible is several things. Number one, it clearly shows a frontal boundary draped across the region.
Yep.
We woke up this morning, it was a gray sky for New York City, for Philadelphia. Look at the fog that just all of a sudden out of nowhere shrinks out between the Susquehanna and Delaware Valley. Gone.
It happens quick, and it's nice.
Yeah.
The sun is out, and it's like, what fog? What gray?
Nice little
Never
warm up,
happened.
too. And by the way, the Masters right here couldn't be any better.
Well, that's a big area of high pressure. That's the reason why these storms really aren't going to move much. I mean, there'll be some boundaries that fluctuate with the severe weather over the next couple of days, but big area of high pressure pumping in all that moisture from the south, too.
Sinking air. Look at the clouds rounding the horn, going right up through Texas and Louisiana, too. So, yeah, underneath the clouds, though, Nick, it's been sparking out pretty well for the last couple of hours.
A lot of lightning, but that doesn't make severe storm criteria. It's not based off of lightning. It's based off of winds and everything else that's going on. And right now, we're not seeing anything on the board, but don't tell that to the folks there and, spring around the leading edge of this thing. They're like, oh, my gosh.
Look at the wind, too, coming up the Ozarks, getting into the mountains right there. A little bubble up of the showers and storms ahead of the main line.
There you go.
Pretty good stuff.
Some discrete cells, I guess you could call those. Fort Smith. Yeah, you're just to the south of all of this. But if you're headed north, a heads up, you're going to run into a pretty nasty little line towards, say, Fayetteville and Bella Vista.
That 44, right? Yeah, 44 that goes right down through Tulsa. That's a big old line. I mean, you're trying to drive on 44. You get some blinding rain edging towards you.
The worst is when that's happening, you get behind a semi-truck and it's spraying all that water. It's coming from all angles and you can't see anything.
It's awful. So I show you the water vapor, too, because you can see the open for business Gulf of America. But in comes our open wave developing across California, dragging in the Pacific moisture mid and upper levels, too.
Yeah, we're getting it from the Pacific and also the Gulf. So there's just a lot of moisture for this front to work with. And, of course, we've also got shear and just a lot of and really warm air very far north as well. And so that's going to spell trouble for the same places moving forward that have just seen a real hellacious season already.
Yeah.
Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, you could see them highlighted with the heavy rain.
We're talking about you getting convergence off the Gulf, off the Pacific, and a frontal boundary. That's a crap sandwich. And look at that rain going from Texas all the way up there. And a brand new flood watch for the UP.
Yeah. So who's in the middle of the crap sandwich?
It depends on what you're looking for. Do you want heavy rain?
Yeah.
That would be down around the Red River Valley.
It's true.
And also
or up
around
there towards northern Wisconsin.
melting snow. If you want severe, it's going to be Texas all the way up through Chicago for the next couple.
I'm thinking, Texas definitely with the severe weather. They're in it for days on end.
It's going to be rough. So now we've got more heavy rain out in other spots too. We've got Hawaii about to get smashed. In fact, they've already have been, right? And you also have severe weather for the Plain States. So we've got that rocking and rolling as well. That's Tulsa. What are you, 77? Cold front's still parked above Tulsa at this point.
Yeah, so enjoy that 77 while you can. This
Little
is what it looks like.
construction going on.
I know, that's, wow. Not the most picturesque live camera, but it is what it is. Also the clouds, too.
know,
It's
look
just
at
a very ominous sky.
Pretty dramatic.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that one Bugs Bunny episode where the construction guy had to make him move and it never worked? And so they just built the highway around them.
Yeah.
His little hole was right there with the cement. That's what it reminds me of right here.
That's what's happening in Tulsa? I'll have to ask the city planner about that
My whole head is a cartoon. Yeah, what are they avoiding right there?
Right. Who knows? Maybe they're just not going to move the crane. Maybe that's like a historical crane.
Yeah, listen, the crane's stuck. We can't move it. We're just going to build around it, everybody.
I like it.
Away.
For that one car to go by. There he is, right there.
Introducing our new multi-billion-dollar flyby, and we've got one car.
Oh, wait, make that two.
Okay, we got two cars.
They're probably traveling together.
Anyway, well done, Tulsa. Love it. Tulsa King, the best. It's so great.
Yeah.
Sly is the best. All right, here's that rain factor again coming in. Showers, thunderstorms are going to be marching across this board. Yesterday, we had severe weather of its own.
Yeah, what is it, golf ball size hail reported up there? So
let's zoom into it.
1.75 inches in diameter for Haddam, so that's ugly. And then we've also got another report over there in Belleville. So some hail makers seriously creating some issues out there.
Severe thunderstorms again today. And this is the same stuff that's firing now, but it's not severe. We just keep on looking at the board.
I know.
It's right about this time of day where I'm thinking, all right, we're going to start popping a couple of gusty winds and maybe get tagged severe. Hadn't happened yet, but this will be the area that will be aglow for essentially the rest of the evening too.
Yeah, so if you're in Oklahoma City and maybe you're traveling south, you should have a smoother go of it, rather than if you're traveling north to Tulsa or any of those areas that we were just showing you on the map.
Yeah, you want to time it out? Let's look at it. 2 o'clock this afternoon, Central Time, and we'll roll through about 6 o'clock your afternoon commute for a Friday. And pause it right there at 8. And there's that rain sliding right down through lower parts of Missouri again.
Yeah, I know. Missouri is like, can we catch a break finally? Southern Missouri getting it. Also, eastern Kansas is seeing some decent pockets of rain. And, you know, any one of these could drop. Gosh, you could see some puddling and ponding, I think.
Yeah, that's why they got that little 1 out of 4 in the bat scale for flash flooding.
Exactly, a little bit of a flash flood threat.
Then we'll rewind it. We'll do it again. Do it live. We'll rewind it. We'll do it live again tomorrow. Watch out for tomorrow morning. And yeah, what you see is what you get. Temperatures, this might be the worst map that I've ever shown because it's Kansas City with a forecast of clouds and temperatures, they don't do anything. They're in the 50s.
You know, I will say this.
Who put that on there? McLeod? What are you doing?
You've caught on McLeod 100 times today.
He's on his game, though. I love him. By the way, McLeod, how far away is the Artemis II from Earth? He's got it right there.
45,000 miles.
Whoa. Wow.
We're coming in. So when we started the show.
6,400 miles an hour.
Holy cow. When we started the show, it was 58,000 miles away.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that we gave him a mic, too, by the way.
Well, I don't think it was a mistake yet. Right?
Not yet? All right.
Not yet. Mic.
Anyway, all right, let's get to Hawaii, shall we? We've been watching the heavy rain here for a couple of days now, Nick, and look at that crummy picture right here. Oh, come on.
I know. This is not what you would expect if you're going to Hawaii,
no.
Right? You're open for sunshine and paradise, and that's exactly what's not happening.
No.
Again, with the heavy rain, gosh, we had flash flood emergencies earlier today and last night.
And we got
this was after that horrible rain event a couple weeks ago.
We've had this is the third one, really, the third big area of low pressure up to the north, and you can see the migratory nature now of that squall. It was over Kauai, now it's edging towards Honolulu, Oahu. They're getting smashed right now. So there is a radar picture. Yeah, and now it's on shore, North Shore getting smashed, western side of the island as well. That's a lot of heavy rain. We're going to see problems here shortly.
Yeah, big time. A lot of heavy rain, and this is one of those things that they can't afford any more heavy rain, right? The soil has already been just through the ringer, saturated, and here it comes. So yellows and reds all aboard.
You know, it's migrating down, going towards Molokai and going to get into Maui and eventually towards the Big Island overnight tonight, their time. But the Big Island, by the way, with the peaks still hanging in there with some colder temperatures, snow.
I know. It does snow in paradise.
Yeah,
this is awesome. We've got a real color satellite going. You can see the big spin, the big area low pressure, and the cold front associated with it.
That is so terrific.
I know.
So that's the last frame because now the sun is up and over them, so we get a nice shot. This is really it's a real color interspliced with the infrared at first at night, but now you've got that real-time color in there, and that's a solid sheet of cloud cover.
I know. It looks so pretty there towards the end when you get all that detail.
Isn't that great? Because the sun angle is a little lower.
Yeah.
So now you're getting some definition with some shadowing of the clouds.
I know it.
It looks so cool, man.
Like a painting.
It is lovely if you're not in it. But you can see the rain. It's heavy at times now, and it's that southerly wind, Nick. That's been causing all the problems for the entire spring.
That's the thing with this setup and the last few that we've had. Typically, those trade winds come in from the other side, east to west. So sides of the island chain that typically don't see a lot of moisture are getting it in spades here over the last couple of months, and that's been the genesis of a lot of problems.
That's why we got the flood watches. I wouldn't be surprised here with that heavy shot of rain now working into Oahu that we'll see flash flood warnings here shortly.
Yeah.
Something to watch. I mean, it's a heavy downpour area.
Since Tuesday, a foot of rain in spots, approaching a foot in other spots.
All the Big Island readings right here.
All on the Big Island, and yeah, I mean, keep in mind that landslides, mudslides with this elevated terrain is always a concern there in Hawaii as well.
This is how much rain is left to come. And I think most of that's going to be overnight tonight through tomorrow. And then you can see you're starting to dry out away from Maui. But then Kauai, who really got slammed, you're still going to get some pockets of rain, but not the inches worth. You're only talking about less than half inch.
Yeah. So, you'll take the win when you can get it, I guess.
So this always is remarkable still.
I know.
So these peaks, Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea. Remember, Loa is the one that's lower. That's how I remember it.
That's good.
Yeah, so Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea, they're both about 13,000 and some change feet above the sea. So you're talking about cold air already up there. 6 inches worth of snow still to go.
Have you been to, what's that national park
Volcanoes
there?
National
Have you
Park.
been there?
Yeah, twice.
Is it as advertised?
Wicked cool, yeah.
And
Listen,
that's a bucket list.
It's wicked cool. So you got Kona on this side, right?
Yeah.
That's where your coffee comes from.
Yes.
Got a Black Beach, which is somewhere on the south side. I think it's around here. That's the southernmost point of the United States right there.
Okay.
And that's wicked cool.
Yeah.
Then you drive up to Volcanoes National Park. And then you go to Hilo on the other side. You got all this lush greenery right here. All that is lava flow going on the other side. It looks like a moonscape.
I've never seen a black beach. Is that disorienting?
Is
it weird?
I was like, what am I?
Like kids look like.
It looked like it was great, but I was thinking, Jersey beaches kind of look like this sometimes when I grew up. But that wasn't because it was nice basalt.
Right, it's a little different.
Other things.
It's dirty. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's beautiful. Yeah, if you ever want to do a nice bucket list, definitely Big Island.
I have to wait until area low pressure isn't.
Yeah, when you wait till one of those lows moves away, you get an actual day that looks nice, it's supposed to. But Nick, thanks for being here, buddy.
Yes, sir.
It's good to see you, man.
Thanks for having you.
We are going to play you out with some splashdown music for Artemis II. Take it away, everybody.
On the corner, out in the street, letting the folk boys are playing, bring a nickel tappy feet. Rooster hits the window, people just got around.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the P's.
The three what?
The 3 P's.
What are the 3 P's?
The 3 P's of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh. It is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
All right, welcome back, everybody. The great Jay Menard back in play. What's going on?
6 hours.
5.5, 5:37.
Oh, we're under 6 now.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, here we go. And we've got that brand new special coming up, 6 o'clock. We'll be charting this thing out live as it happens. And when it does splash down at 8:07, you can watch it right here on Fox Weather. So we've got you covered with experts galore. Can't wait to see that. Look at the inside of the capsule. That's
what I said. It's like when you're in an airplane and you're tracking your aircraft. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, you, like the monitor
Right,
in front of you.
what's the altitude? How fast are we going?
Right. Distance to travel and how far you've gone.
Yes.
So what are they? We got Stephen McLeod in there. How far away are we?
We're now under 45,000 miles. We're at 44,940.
And counting down. They have a speed on that.
I'm just watching it. Sorry.
Yeah, what's our
and we're up
speed?
to 6,473 miles an hour.
Gaining speed, and eventually we should be correct.
475 miles an hour.
Wow.
They're just pressing down on the gas.
I know. They're getting drawn into Earth. So we're going to see that speed crank up to what, 25,000 at one point?
25,000 miles.
And then they're going to
And what's
splash
the
down
temperature,
at
Bob? Do you
10.
remember?
5,000 degrees when it starts burning up.
5,400.
5,400 Fahrenheit when it starts burning up. Yeah.
And what's the correlation to the surface of the sun? I know there is one.
Yeah, the sun's surface is 10,000 degrees
All
Fahrenheit.
right, so
half.
About
yeah.
half.
So it's basically you're sitting on a chair and someone's lighting a candle underneath it. It's what it's going to feel like, right?
Oh, they've got those.
I know they got the
fancy
shield. I get it, but
spacesuits and the
still,
heat shield.
it's awful hot. But you can see right here, that's still that live picture is fantastic.
Which I'm waiting. I mean, I don't know if we'll see the inside view, but right now they're not in those orange spacesuits just yet. I wonder at what point do they get themselves in them?
I'm only upside down trying to figure out. Okay. See? They're upside down. That's just disorienting. All right, let's get back over here to where we're actually going to be landing, and it's across the coast of Southern California. Cloud cover for sure, but so far no rain.
No rain. The marine layer starting to work itself out of here.
Yeah.
So that'll maybe kind of hover off the coast of San Diego for a little while. But here's the front. And that's been what we've been tracking all week, right? How strong was this front going to be? Was it going to bring along with it showers?
Right.
And so far, so good. Not much in the way of any shower action.
So it's a paltry front because that upper level low that's across Northern California is unwinding into an open wave. So it doesn't have a lot of forcing down below that. So
Which
that's
is
why we
great.
got nothing. Yeah, so far so good.
And so with that, waves, we've got our buoy cameras.
Love the buoy camera. That's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of where splashdown is.
And you can kind of see the difference in coloring. So little sun kind of streaming their way through.
Peeking through, and I'm not looking at any white caps, meaning no strong winds out there at this point. And the waves, I mean, it's tough to tell when it's not winding, but the waves are under 6 feet, which is the criteria.
And that was, I think, when it came to looking at the next or the last couple of days, what was the one piece of information we needed was the wave heights.
And we weren't too worried about the winds. Here's a latest look at that's far above. We're fine. 6 feet. That's not where it's going to land.
No,
it's going to land somewhere around the 4 feet.
They'll definitely target a zone in here, although we won't know for sure.
Have you ever been in a boat where the waves or the swells are like over 6 feet?
I've been on a cruise ship, and I'm pretty sure we probably tapped over that.
Oh, it's like I've been blue fishing out there off the coast of Jersey.
Well, they're gonna be bobbing in those waves for a little while before the Navy gets there.
Little chum action is what I was telling you. So there you go. And we get closer to land 1 foot, but that's right there. 4 feet, that's underneath the threshold of 6. We're good to go. And the forecast is showing the exact same thing. It's been there for 2 days now.
Yeah, so we're under 6 hours. And those final, what's the timeline? The final trajectory.
They just did it at 1:53.
They just did it. Okay.
So they did that.
So all systems go at this point.
Finally, when they break through the atmosphere, they deploy the chutes at 8:03 p.m. Eastern, right? And then it takes about 4 minutes to go from there and drop down into the water at 10 miles per hour.
Yeah, isn't that incredible?
It's amazing.
Right, the chutes come out, you're going 25,000 miles an hour.
You can see this right there. Winds are still relatively nice. 8-mile-per-hour winds, that's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, you could hold your umbrella drink and not even get it disturbed at that point. So we're good. Which is what I'll be doing to watch this thing.
Home.
I can't wait to watch it. So winds right now, the forecast again between 10 and 20 miles per hour. Splash zone looking A-OK. Even NASA says it's A-OK at this point. So we'll have it full bore for you and pretty much know where it's going to land somewhere off the coast. And that area that we circled, it's even rain-free at this point.
Yeah, looks to be quite perfect. So Navy, NASA, they finalized their preparations. They're just getting ready to go. They're suiting up themselves.
Exactly. All right, so that's this. What about the other thing of pressing concern in the next few months? Hurricane.
Yeah, hey,
50
two
days away.
outlooks were just released, and both telling a different story, which I think is quite interesting.
And Michael Esme was doing this all morning long, and I found it fascinating because I forgot that the University of Arizona was even doing these forecasts, and I should have because they've been pretty good for the last 5 years.
CSU is not the only university in the game. It's not just University of Arizona, but also Missouri has one, NC State. So it's incredible. And I always say you can never have too many cooks in the research kitchen.
I think so. That's why me, you, and McLeod are going to come up with our own forecast for the hurricane season.
We're going to bring our heads together?
The McDillon-Manar forecast for hurricane season. We'll get our thoughts on that, but this is what it looks like right now. You're talking about it began in 2014 when they started predicting how many hurricanes there would be, name storms, I should say.
Name storms, right. And then they fine-tuned it. And so by 2020, they were putting out a very comparable forecast to CSU.
Right.
And I think what's so notable about this particular year, CSU's headline was slightly below average. Well, we're telling a different story with the University of Arizona. Their model's going with an above-average season for activity.
Right, and which is, to me, I was like, are they just trying to be contrarians at this point? But no, they're not thinking that the El Nino is going to be there. But the water temperature.
Well, you know, from doing some of my research, and I really did have to read up on how the University of Arizona does this. They look more so into the future. They have a lot of forecasting elements, machine learning that goes into what these numbers spit out.
Right.
And when you look over the course of the last 5 years, they've been more accurate.
There it is.
Verified better than CSU.
So this is the 5 years that we're looking. So the dull shade right there, that is Colorado State, University of Arizona, and the actual number of storms that actually happened that year.
Yep.
Look who's been closer every time.
Exactly. So I think there's something to be said. I mean, CSU looks a lot into the past, historical data, but also, too, I mean, machine learning, it's really becoming the wave of the future.
Listen, I mean, when they're beating Colorado State, it's only by like a storm or two.
By a hair.
Yeah, it's not like they're crushing everybody out of the turn, but 2023, they did a better job. They almost pegged the number of storms right there after pegging it in 2022.
You know, it's just one side of the story to look at. And I think what's interesting about what we're looking at for the University of Arizona and why they're going with such an above average forecast, we've got two main players this season. Well, many players.
Right.
But El Nino's driving the conversation. And University of Arizona is saying, well, these sea surface temperatures are going to be warm enough to offset that.
Look at the trend, though. Both of them have been doing really well. Except, listen, 2020 was off the charts. 2020 was like the worst year
First of all,
ever.
I think that it was impossible to forecast.
30 named storms, COVID, the whole schmear. The 2020 was like, you just
it was one
wipe
storm
it and
after
flush
the next.
That was terrible. Yeah, but then 2021, they got that, and then a little bit less in 2022. All those trends have been looking pretty good.
Yeah. So when we look at Colorado State University, a blurb from their forecast when they put out their note, sea surface temperatures maybe warming, right?
Yeah.
Slightly, they're about normal, cooler than average right now. Even if we get some warming, El Nino is going to be the dominant factor,
That's
which
what they're
brings a more hostile environment.
On the flip side,
University of Arizona, their big story, yes, we have a very strong El Nino, but a surprising fact, I thought this was the best part about this whole line. This makes our forecast even surprising to us. And I think it just speaks to...
You just think the water temperature is going to warm up.
Right, a different view.
I mean, well, we will see, but the key points taken away, they're starkly different at this point. Usually they're almost, they're in lockstep.
Both CSU and Arizona, they're going to put out an update in June as we open up the start of the season.
Right.
This is kind of just the first stab at things. But like we always say.
When does the NOAA one pop out? Is that mid-May?
May.
Yeah,
May.
mid-May.
Yeah.
So we got that. Don't forget, we've got other ones that are out there. The Mexican Met Service, they pump one out as well.
We said
NC
University of
State.
Missouri.
I thought it was Millersville for a second. I was like, come on, yeah,
I know,
let's
I
go
gotta get on my
Marauders.
Rutgers professors. I'm like, what are we doing out here? Let's put our own out.
It's Missouri. Yeah, I should contact Millersville. Say, come on, you guys, let's do it. You guys got a great program, obviously.
But I think it's great. I mean, whenever we're talking about predicting and preparing for hurricane season, I mean, you always have to have those different viewpoints.
That's awesome. All right, let's get back to the Artemis. Let's look at some of these live pictures one more time, because to me, it's still fascinating. The fact that they're speeding up as they get closer to Earth is still, it's like, okay, how fast are we going to go? 25,000 miles per hour.
Do you think they're feeling it?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think at all, right? It's not. And then when they start turning, they're going to start getting into the Earth's atmosphere, and that's when they were going to feel that burn when it starts slowing down.
Right.
But right now, no, it's 5 hours, 28 minutes away.
And we keep keeping our eyes on the viewpoint, right? We've got the camera pointed out the window.
Yeah, the nose.
From the Orion.
Yeah, where it's got the Earth right there, full view. So it's tough to see that. But here we go. McLeod
Another look inside the capsule.
McLeod's got an update. What you got for us?
65-50 miles an hour, and we're just about to go under the 44,000 mile to go.
44,000 mials. I
mean,
wonder.
It's dropping by the absolute second.
Yeah, and it should be speeding up. It's not linear.
And now 43.99.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's not linear, right? Because it's speeding up as it gets there. Here we are. So we're just hours away. By the way, you can check that out. We've got the live coverage coming up again at 6 o'clock. That's going to go all the way through 10. So taking you through not just a splashdown, but when they recover the astronauts, put them on the ship. Got that covered for you as well. And then coming up the top of this hour, we've got Keanu Lewis stepping into the Studio W right now, too. And we also have Bane Frone. Those two will be taking you from 3 to 6.
3 to 6. Let's go through that timeline, Bob.
Yeah.
Because I think this is so fascinating. So we had the final trajectory correction at 2:53.
2:53 p.m.
So that's actually coming up.
Yeah,
couple minutes from now.
Yep.
So when we're watching them inside the capsule, they're working with mission control
Yeah, they
to
sure
make sure
are.
they've got everything ready to go.
Service module separation, 7:33, and then the Orion enters the Earth's atmosphere. The blackout begins at 7:53.
I mean, that's what gets you a little nervous.
That's pucker time. That is coal to diamonds right there, right? There's a lot of pressure. And then you get down
No
there.
kidding.
Parachute deployment shortly after that. About
And then look at that, 4 minutes later, splashdown in the
Mhm.
Pacific Ocean, and then that recovery operation expected to, start and then last about 2 hours.
And then 10:30, we got the NASA press conference. I'm sure we'll be carrying that as well.
Absolutely.
So I can't wait to see. So we got everybody out there. We've got Stephen Morgan who's be covering this as well. Ian Oliver, they're up there cracking the books as we speak. And we've got live shots all around. We've got experts. We've had so many NASA astronauts on the air this week.
It's been incredible to hear their vantage point, their stories, how they're feeling about this.
How they prepare food. We've had food scientists on this week too.
Exactly. And Brandy Campbell, she started us with the launch in Florida.
Yeah.
East Coast to West Coast.
Right.
Now she's closing us out in San Diego with that rare vantage point.
The Brandy Campbell bookends. We've got that from launch to finish. We've got her out there live on the beach in San Diego, where she was live right there at Cape Canaveral earlier 2 Wednesdays ago.
Yeah, just incredible.
It's so great to watch. So we'll be following us the entire evening long, everybody. Thanks for sticking around at Fox Weather. And to play us out, Artemis II, splashing down. Got some splashdown music, everybody. We'll be right back. We got Bane Frone. Yeah.
Turn me inside out and round and round, upside down. Boy, you turn me inside out and round. I know you got charm and appeal.
Special coverage counting down to liftoff of Artemis II.
2, 1, 0.
This is a historic day for the U.S.
And the astronauts will return to Earth on April 10th.
And we've got some incredible expertise to give us the necessary context. Stay with us here on Fox Weather as we follow those next steps.
I just want to compliment Fox Weather. The coverage that you guys have given this, it's the best coverage of all.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Look at the live shots coming in.
Wait,
from
this
the
is
craft.
live? Oh, wow.
Oh, look at it. Reconnoiter. Now you can see the Earth, the crescent Earth. The crescent Earth. That's
and
awesome.
they're so far away, yet in just 8 hours.
That's so good. We take the plug up. Dude, that's where they're aiming. Isn't that awesome?
That is just a wild. And you know what was wild about this whole thing, too, is that there's a precise location, right, just off the coastline of San Diego. Mm-hmm. And from what I understand, there can't be any rain within about like 30 nautical miles or like 35 normal miles. Yep. Wave heights have to be less than 6 feet. Mm-hmm. Can't have a jump. And then the winds, I believe, have to be less than 30 miles per hour. So all of those criteria have to be met in order for splashdown to happen.
I was a little nervous this past Tuesday and Wednesday looking at the deterministic models. Yep. I mean, I was
the rain
watching the cold front, coming down. But let's just get to the timeline real quickly. What we're expecting over the next few hours, and 1:53, we get the final trajectory correction if they need it.
Okay, that's like in the next hour-ish.
Right.
And this is all Eastern time.
Yes.
But again, 8:07, I literally have an alarm clock. I'll be waking up in the middle of my
you have to wake up early tomorrow morning.
2 a.m. But I got an alarm clock set for like 8 so I can tune in here to watch you guys.
Yeah, we'll have it. Fox will have that starting at 6 o'clock. It's going to be nothing but the Artemis.
Yeah.
We've got that going on, so that's cool. By the way, here's your live shot. I love it. That's the Earth. I was like, is it the Earth or the Moon? No, it's the Earth because you can see the weather systems right there. It's blue.
Yeah.
It's wicked cool.
Do we know
live
how far that thing is? This might be a stupid question. How far it is right now from the Earth?
I can tell you how fast it's going to be going.
It wasn't like 23,000 miles.
5,000 miles per hour.
I mean, that's basically you on the highway.
No,
I mean, I've seen BVD before.
It's not true. Anyway, we've got a buoy that's very close to the splashdown area. It looks a little dark out there. Waves are 5 feet, Michael. And we knew the window was going to be 3 to 6 with the forecast.
Gosh, that is so close. All right, our producer just told me. How many miles? 85,000 miles.
All right, so here we go. We got 85,000 miles to home, everybody. 85,000 miles to home.
And, I mean, if you said that in any other context other than we're in a space, spaceship.
It's 7.5 hours. We're fine. That's what it takes to get from Atlanta down to Panama City Beach sometimes. Everyone has to stop, and everyone's got to go to the bathroom, the whole thing.
The truth, too.
Yeah, so it's nothing. It's the day trip.
Oh,
Anyway,
my gosh.
That's what's left. 4 foot high. That's what we got with the waves. Some of them are 5 feet out there, Michael, under the threshold.
Yeah, 6 feet is the threshold, from what I understand. So again, at this point, it looks like it's an all systems go. But 5 feet is getting real. That's right on the, right.
You say that's pucker zone?
Yeah, exactly.
Little pucker zone, right? I know. Listen, if I was a meteorologist for NASA,
oh my God,
it would be cold at diamond time for me right now. It's like, I hope this forecast is working out for me, baby. Right? Because you really only have one shot at it. But here's what we got. You got some of the winds out there. They're not even close to 29 miles per hour. So I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah, they stay under 30. So yeah, the waves are a little bit of a concern, but the winds certainly not. And it looks like the precip, things have slowed down. The rain chances have slowed down too.
Yep. And something I've been watching you for the entire morning. You've been talking about Arizona University, right? University of Arizona. Hey, we're just 50 days away from the start of the 2026 hurricane season. One of the biggest headlines so far this week is that Colorado State University put out their first 2026 hurricane season forecast, and they're going for a hair below the average. I mean, not by much, but the University of Arizona, a different story.
This is really interesting, too. I'll be honest with you. I haven't really done a whole lot of research when it comes to the University of Arizona in years past. Right. Usually we hear Colorado State, and that's the one that we go with, right? But they just released this. They began releasing their findings back in 2014. Long story short, here's the thing. Their forecast right now that they're anticipating, you can see it right here, is actually way above average versus CSU's. They're going with only 13 and literally double the number of major hurricanes. And you think about, well, why are they doing that?
They're so off.
Yeah, why is there such a big discrepancy?
Right.
And it's because CSU is really leaning into the El Nino and saying, hey, listen, there's going to be a lot of hostile winds upstairs in the Atlantic Basin that are going to suppress development. On the other hand, what Arizona is saying is, listen, yeah, all that's going on. So there's an agreement that we'll have a big El Nino, but what they're saying is that the water temperatures
is going to overcome?
Is going to way overcompensate like it did in 2023. Look what happened. This is CSU. They only went with 13 named storms. Now, look what Arizona had. They said 19.
They missed it by one.
They missed it by one. And Bob, it wasn't just that. Check this out. Every single year since 2020, look who's closer to what actually happened. Arizona.
University of Arizona.
Right there. So, I mean, there's something without.
Even closer last year, too.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's something to be said.
But I'm looking at the MDR right now, which is below the average temperature. Out there is Southern Atlantic, the Southern North Atlantic. It's below the average right now. And then you introduce more clouds, more upwelling with the El Nino. I don't know. I think I'm going with.
What are you leaning toward?
I'm leaning towards Colorado State at this point. I think it's going to be a shorter, not a shorter season, but not as active.
Right.
I'm just saying that because of that, the water temperatures that are out there. But, listen, it only takes one.
Yeah, as you said, Colorado, they're, leaning toward an El Nino.
That's what I'm leaning for.
So interesting. I actually am thinking to myself, I actually may lean toward Arizona just
to be a contrarian?
Yeah, just be a contrarian, number one, but also just when I was doing a deep dive into their analysis, I really like what
they've got. And I like their track record the last 5 years. It's been great.
Fantastic.
So I'm not putting them down at all. I'm just thinking I think they might be overcooked a little bit. I don't know. We won't know until later on, but I'm just thinking sea surface temperatures probably not going to outplay the El Nino. Is what I'm thinking.
Right. Well,
it's April.
Yeah, it's April, and it all depends. There's a lot of different things that can happen. Dust, of course, is also a huge.
How long does that hang on?
Oh,
yeah, exactly. And then you talk about the Madden-Julian oscillations. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes into baking this forecast.
Yeah, right? And we all do it. It's us, those two universities.
NJO is a 30 to 60 day process. It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
But that's June 1st when hurricane season starts for the Atlantic. So we're watching this carefully over the next few for sure, Michael. So listen, it's spring officially settling in across the country. Warm temperatures are not. But what a better way to celebrate than a classic state fair. The Washington State Spring Fair is this weekend. It's kicking off today. Got a lot of stuff on the schedule. I wanted to be the first in line. I heard about what's going on right now. Fox 13 Seattle's John Hopperstad joins us right now. John, I heard what you were covering. I said, we have to get this man on to talk about it. John, how are you this afternoon?
Got it. You got to do it. Yes. Hey, Bob and Michael, doing really great. It's a little overcast here in the Seattle area. We're actually in Puyallup, where they have the Washington State Fair. Last year, they celebrated their 125th season. This year is their 36th season of the Spring Fair, which starts today. But everybody's talking about the pig racing. That's what you're into. That's what we're all into here at the fair in Puyallup. And let's take a look at the little piggies right there getting lined up. They're ready to go. And as I understand it, this gets pretty competitive. I've got Brian with me who's in charge of this whole thing. And you say, you know, they're racing for food at the other end, but at the same time, there's competition here, right?
Oh, absolutely. They love to compete with each other, especially when it comes to food. That's their favorite thing in the world.
And they all have different, give me some of the names we're talking about.
All right,
here.
so right here we have Bob Porkira, Strawberry, who is our star, and Luke Skyporker on the very end.
Okay. No betting is allowed here, guys, but Brian, folks that come out, they've got their favorites, right?
Oh, absolutely. We've had people bring placards rooting for Strawberry because, like I said, she's our photo pic. She's our diva. She absolutely loves the stardom. So she tries to put on a great race for everybody, and then after the show, you get a chance to take a picture with her.
Brian was telling me they can't run Strawberry too much because then she's going to get too much food. She'll get full. She'll slow down. You don't want to slow down these pigs at all. In fact, let's get them racing. What say you?
All right, absolutely. All right. Are you ready?
We're ready.
On your mark. Get set. And go!
Go, Bob.
Go, piggies!
Let's go.
And they're off, and it's Strawberry itinerary, but here comes Luke Skyporker on the outside. Around the corner they come, down the stretch. Here we go, still Luke Skyporker and Strawberry. Who's it going to be? It's going to be a photo finish, and it's Strawberry.
Strawberry for the big win. But it was so close.
Yep. Like I said, she's a diva. She takes great pride in her racing.
Yeah, see, now she's like the Michael Jordan of the pig racing.
Right, absolutely.
She's always going to finish #1. Guys, what do you think?
Oh, I think it was fixed. I was going for Bob. I had the inside line, and I blew it. That's what I think.
I was with you.
Anyway,
I know, but Strawberry's the champ. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
Should have known.
She's run this race a couple of times.
I didn't know that, but Bob was hanging in there, so here's your $2.
Bob, thanks. Bob, I appreciate it. And it's literally a $2 bill.
Yes, it is. Anyway, John, that was awesome, man. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I appreciate you.
It was awesome.
Y'all have fun out there at the State Fair, Spring State Fair in Washington. Great to talk to you, John. Thank you. Oh, you look darling, Strawberry, but you cost me $2.
There she goes. She's looking for her food.
Come on, baby.
Yeah. All right, go feed her.
Yeah,
line them
nice
up.
and light.
Next year, Bobby. Next year. We got him next year. Fox 15 Seattle's John Hopperstedt. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I've never seen a pig race before. That was my first time.
See the background? It said when pigs fly.
I did see that. I like what was it? Not Luke Skywalker, but Luke.
Was it Skywalker?
It was something like that. Yeah, I was secretly going for that one. But
yeah, I guess the favorite one. So who am I to argue with that?
Yeah. What do pigs eat, by the way? They said they encourage them with food and
yeah, they eat everything. But yeah, beautiful stuff. Mike, thanks for sticking around, my friend.
BVD. And for the $2, listen, lunch on me. Lunch on me, Bob.
Gonna do it if you really don't wanna dance by standing on the wall.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, We don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Right now on Fox Weather, the Central Plains are back in the threat zone as severe storms and flash flooding take aim at Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. We're tracking the giant hail and torrential rain headed for the Panhandle as this active pattern continues to dig on in. And a multi-day severe threat ramps up for millions this weekend. From Texas to Chicago, all hazards are on the table, and that includes tornadoes. Along a 1,000-mile corridor of storms stretching into next week will be hit by these storms. Plus, history is back on the horizon today as the Artemis II crew returns to Earth after a record-breaking journey deeper into space than any human before them. 4 astronauts are set to hit the Pacific Ocean in just a few hours. That's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good afternoon, and thanks for watching Fox Weather. Right now, it's 3 o'clock in the east, noon out in the west. I'm Bane Ferroni, in for Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. A lot going on as we move throughout the next few hours today and into this evening as well. We're looking out for some strong to severe storms already starting to ramp up throughout Oklahoma as well as into Kansas, and there's a whole lot more where that came from. Days and days of severe threats moving into this weekend and even into next week. But on a more positive note, Artemis II splashdown set for 8:07 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to have the latest on that forecast, and we'll also have a whole entire show dedicated to the splashdown coming up at 6 o'clock. You're not going to want to miss it. That's with Ian Oliver and our Stephen Morgan. But let's talk about the forecast first for Artemis II, because we all are holding our breath here down on Earth. Now, there is a little bit of criteria that needs to be in play for everything to go safely as we have those astronauts touching down later on tonight. So tonight, the moon's newest neighbors are returning to Earth. The 4 astronauts aboard the Artemis II mission will splash down into the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego just after 5 o'clock local time. So that's Pacific time. Again, 8:07 Eastern time for us here on the East Coast. But that was that weather criteria for you. We cannot have any rain, no storms within the 35-mile radius of that splashdown zone. Winds, they need to be less than 29 miles per hour, and waves need to be less than 6 feet. That's all the criteria that we need. And right now, that forecast is looking pretty good. Here's a look at your visible satellite. Currently, things are nice and quiet. We have a couple clouds out there. It's a little bit gloomy, but I don't think anything really causing too much of a problem. We're not seeing any of those clouds creating any precipitation, hardly any rain out there. So as of right now, things are looking good, but we still have about 5 hours to go before that splashdown. So we'll be keeping a very, very close eye on this forecast. Also, on top of this, our wave heights within the past 3 hours are still within the parameters. Remember, they needs to be below 6 feet, and it looks to be that way right now. We're looking at 4 to 5 foot waves as of right now, just off the coast of San Diego. Same goes with the wind. Winds are looking pretty good. We're under 10 miles per hour at this point, and we just need to be under that 29 mile per hour threshold. So right now, that forecast looks good, but things may change within the coming hours as we move into the next 4 or 5 hours, maybe a few light showers out there. I think this is overdoing it a little bit. I think we're going to be nice and clear and quiet. Hopefully all goes as we see Orion splashing down at 5:07 p.m. Pacific time. Same goes for the wave height. This is the forecast. We're looking at 1 to 3 foot waves at that time. Maybe some folks or some areas getting closer to 3 to 6 feet. That's going to be a little bit more onto the western edge of that splashdown zone. So we'll keep an eye on it. But for right now, things are looking pretty good. And we'll be keeping you updated throughout the show. And also, again, 6 o'clock. That's when we have our big Return to Earth show with Ian Oliver and Stephen Morgan. Really excited about that, too. Now let's focus in on the severe threat, because millions are going to be dealing with some stronger systems, not only today, but pretty much for the next week. We're expecting strong storms moving into this weekend, as well as moving into the beginning of your work week for next week. You're looking out into Oklahoma right now, some ominous clouds that we are dealing with. Currently, no severe thunderstorm warnings popping up throughout the country, but that will quickly change in the coming hours. But let's break down what's happening over the next few days. Again, today we have that severe threat to level 1 out of 5. We'll get to that in a minute. But Saturday, that threat continues. Also Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and also even into Wednesday. You can see it's very similar areas that will be under that severe threat for multiple days at a time, 5, 6 days. So we're keeping a very close eye on it. But in the past 24 hours already, Oklahoma getting hit pretty hard when it comes to that hail threat. We had a really large hail with those systems just last night. Really strong updrafts with a couple of these systems. Hail by Belleville, this is over into Kansas, nearly 2 inches in diameter. We got golf ball sized hail, as well as into parts of Hayden, that was also into Kansas. So really strong storms that moved through just last night, and we're expecting to see those systems getting even stronger as we move into the next few days. But on top of this, right now, we have a couple of those storms that are starting to pop up throughout this afternoon. We saw a couple of stronger systems earlier, but I mean, looking into our future track for the next few hours, those storms are going to start to populate, especially in parts of Oklahoma, a little bit to the north where we do have that level 1 out of 5 severe threat. And I will say, too, we're going to be bringing in a lot more of that heat, a lot more of that moisture as we continue throughout the rest of the day today. So that's going to help aid in some more of those storms moving through later on this afternoon and into the evening. Now, this will continue into Saturday. We'll have a little bit of a break throughout the morning hours. Well, it might have a couple of showers, some stronger systems trying to linger about throughout the morning. But by the time we get into the afternoon, that's when we have those storm systems really starting to bump up into tomorrow. But again, after today, we have a couple of storms that could really pack a punch when it comes to the rain rates. So we do have a level 1 out of 4 for that flash flooding for that central part of the country, again, in Kansas and Oklahoma areas. Kansas City, in the next couple of hours, it's staying nice and gloomy. I think for the most part, we're going to see a lot more of those systems a little bit farther south, but could still see a good half an inch to an inch of rain possible throughout some spots close to Kansas City. We're also seeing that over into parts of Missouri, too. Going to get a little bit more of that rain impact. So we're keeping a very close eye on this for the rest of this evening, but it's not going to be the only time that we have those severe storms. So severe storms will begin tomorrow across the plains as that moisture continues to stream in from the west. That threat will expand out into Sunday with over 40 million people at risk for hail, damaging winds, tornadoes as well. We have our Kiana Lewis with us here today, talking a little bit more about the Saturday and Sunday threat. Kiana, I feel like April just started off with a bang when it comes to severe threats.
I mean, here we go again, right? One of the most active stretches of a severe weather week that we could have on our hands by the time we start Sunday and go into next week. Let's get you started with the weekend, though, because we do know that there's a lot of detail in that, too, right? Saturday and Sunday, 2 different things are going to be happening. We have this stretch over 1,000 miles from about Minnesota down to Texas that could see severe storms. Saturday's primarily going to be a big wind threat as well as a big hail threat. That's going to be down into parts of Texas. We have Midland up across the board right now. Gorgeous out there now, but it's that sunshine that actually sets the stage for a lot of our severe weather going into the end of the weekend. Now, Sunday is going to be where we have this heightened threat of seeing tornadoes. So we'll talk about that kind of in detail in just a moment. I want to get you started with tomorrow, though. There's Texas from Lubbock down through Midland into Del Rio, that level 2 out of 5 threat for severe weather. As I mentioned, hail is going to be a big issue here. We could see some of our larger hail right into western Texas and up into parts of Oklahoma. Here's what's happening. Our storm system's moving out of the Rockies, pushing into parts of Texas. To begin, we have very limited sunshine and storm energy. So that actually may hold off things going into the afternoon. But where we have the most of that storm energy and the most of that moisture is going to be right into West Texas. So there's our storms going through the afternoon hours where we have this big ramp up of seeing those supercells try to pop up. This is going to be about 5 p.m. into the evening. And then once we get into the evening hours, this continues to trail off towards the east into Sunday. Sunday is going to be a day that depends on what happens Saturday. A lot of that storm energy, it has to transition over to Sunday. So with that being said, Texas, unfortunately, you're still in the bullseye of seeing some of those storms come Sunday afternoon. Notice that it does stretch off towards the north. Kansas City will watch you. Des Moines will keep a close eye on you. But the bullseye happens to be right into parts of central Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. OKC right in the middle of that too. By the mid-afternoon hours, we watch this line of storms try to take shape. And then beyond that, this continues to trail off. What's left of that energy is really going to make things interesting for the evening hours. And that's where we could see our tornado threat kind of take place. Any supercells that still pop up, tapping into that energy would be a big issue going into Sunday evening. Now, here's a look at Wichita, because both days technically are going to be where we watch severe weather unfold. Late Saturday evening and the start of Sunday. So we'll keep a close eye on you through the weekend as well. Bain mentioned the flood risk. This is that secondary risk that's in place. We'll keep a close eye on this too, as we also are going to be watching for that kind of taking shape into Saturday. But Fox Weather, we got you covered. We actually have our very own meteorologist, Haley Meyer. She's going to be live storm tracking all weekend in the plains. So be sure to tune into that. The coverage is going to take shape and take a look at one of the most active severe weather weeks of the season as we go through this weekend. Okay.
Yeah, Kiana, it's going to be a couple days filled with this. So keeping an eye on Haley out there in the field, it's going to be a great show. You're not going to want to miss that. But I mean, not only is it going to be this weekend, but it's going to be a relentless stretch moving into the middle of the work week potentially. So we've already seen those strong storms in this week in the central and southern plains. By Monday, another system will be moving out of the Rockies into the plains before racing towards the northeast. You're looking at some of that video from Thursday from some of those storm systems. Just absolutely incredible. And we have more on the way. So like Kiana was saying, Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be a major threat, but it actually starts to move a little bit more towards the north. So we're going to get more action into the Midwest once we get into the beginning of your work week. So it continues on as that front moves through. And we have another system that's going to be coming out of the Rockies and impacting us, again, in this very similar area. So we have more of that moisture building on in, more of that heat as well into parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. And then that dry line moves through as well. So it's going to allow to just kind of push up all of that energy and allow for those thunderstorms to really pop up. On top of this, too, we do have that powerful jet stream that's swinging into the plains. You don't want to be seeing that. That allows for more of that energy and more of those storms to pop up all throughout the plains and, of course, over into the Midwest. It also allows for a little bit more of that twisting of the winds within our atmosphere. So it goes up with height. We start to see those winds moving and twisting and getting stronger. That can allow for those storms to spin, to rotate. When we get rotation, that means we can see some tornadoes. So we have all modes of severe weather on the table as we move into the later half of this work week. Now, large hail, damaging winds, tornadoes, all of that's going to be possible. Look where the stretch is, all the way from Texas up to Chicago. We're talking 1,000 miles that are going to be under a threat for severe weather. 20 plus states will be dealing with severe storms for the next few days. So looking into your Monday severe threat, we're at a level 2 out of 5. And remember, we're Friday right now. So things may change as we get closer and closer to these events. And we also have that level 2 out of 5 when it goes into our Tuesday and also into Wednesday. So as we continue into the beginning of our week, we have this front moving through and we have that low pressure system spinning a little bit farther to the north up towards Iowa and into Kansas and also into the Midwest. So once we get into Tuesday, that level 2 out of 5 does extend into parts of the Midwest. We're talking Indiana, Illinois, and also into parts of Michigan, Wisconsin, also under that level 2 out of 5. So that storm threat will continue into our Tuesday afternoon and into the evening, and then overnight, potentially also into our Wednesday. So Wednesday, we still have that threat for severe storms. Now, I will say Wednesday is going to be kind of dependent on what goes on Tuesday, very similar to what's going to happen for this weekend. Depends on how that energy flows and how our atmosphere rebounds and re-energizes and whether or not it does end up doing that. So we're going to keep a close eye on it as we get closer and closer. This forecast is going to be changing because, again, we are only at the end of this week and this goes all the way until next Wednesday. So that storm track remains very active across the central U.S., but I will say this ridge of high pressure keeps things nice and tight as we continue into more of the southeastern part of the country. So again, moving into the next few days, stick with us here at Fox Weather. We're going to keep you updated on all these severe storms that are rolling through this weekend and also into next week. Now, the excitement is hitting a new level today as the 4 astronauts aboard the Artemis II mission are just hours away from returning to Earth. Our special nonstop coverage kicks off at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on Fox Weather. Join Ian Oliver and Stephen Morgan with expert analysis and real-time updates as Orion splashes down in the Pacific. More Fox Weather is straight ahead after this break. We'll be right back.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. If you have Medicare and you live in the United States, now is the time to check your zip code. If you qualify for a special enrollment period, now is the time to check your zip code. Insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes, so you should find out what your options are now by checking your zip code. Medicare Advantage plans are available to nearly everyone on Medicare, but enrollment isn't automatic. Call to check your zip code and see if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They are standing by to help people in your zip code. With just your zip code, they'll be able to determine if plans are available in your area. If you're tired of wondering what benefits you can get and how much it will cost with a Medicare Advantage plan, now is the time to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period, so call to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-592-7855. 800-592-7855. That's 800-592-7855. Call now.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today. Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Making your own diamonds again?
What does it look like, Amy?
You know Shop LC is the lab-grown diamond expert, right? They have a huge selection with brilliance you could trust.
So affordable and gorgeous, too.
Get brilliant quality at unbelievable prices only at Shop LC.
Hey, welcome back into Fox Weather Now. We're tracking a major severe weather threat that's brewing this weekend, but it's all starting out west, and we actually have a lot of energy out there already. Yesterday, we saw some severe thunderstorms that were popping up in Northern California, as well as into Oregon, and we do have more threats moving in for the rest of this afternoon and into the evening for folks out west. So right now, you can see a little bit of that low pressure system spinning out into the Pacific currently, and those storms are starting to ramp up as we move throughout this afternoon. A couple of lightning strikes with some of these systems. So nothing severe on the table for right now, but this is heading over into Oregon as well, into the eastern parts of the state there. Heavy rain at times is going to be a major possibility for these storm systems as this energy continues to, well, impact the west before it eventually moves over the Rockies, and then it's heading towards the plains for next week. More on that in just a minute. But looking out into the Yosemite National Park, beautiful, but it is looking a little bit gloomy at this point. So we have a lot of storms that are going to be continuing to move throughout the northern parts of California as well as into Oregon. This is also going to be bringing in some snow chances for those higher elevations. So that actually is some good news. We're really lacking in snow throughout the Sierra, so we're going to be helping out a little bit more there. But anything under 4,500 feet could see a good 1 to 2 feet of snow once all is said and done, as this energy continues to track across the west before it moves over into the plains, or over into the Rockies, and then eventually over into the plains. So we do have that level 1 out of 5 risk for today. So we're going to keep a close eye on those stronger systems that will be possible into parts of California and also moving farther into the eastern parts of the west. So we'll be keeping an eye on it. Those strong systems, they can get you out really easily. Now let's head up further west into the Pacific. The warm ocean waters is fueling multiple tropical systems in the western Pacific right now. I mean, you can see right on this satellite image from yesterday, that is one of the furthest northern tropical storms. That is Sinlaku. It's moving toward Guam. The storm is expected to intensify as it approaches Guam this weekend and directly impact the U.S. territory by early next week, with peak winds nearly 120 miles per hour. This El Nino setup is going to have a major impact on this upcoming Atlantic hurricane season. I mean, we spend a lot of time highlighting the Colorado State University hurricane seasonal forecast, but other universities release outlooks as well. Kiana, I know I couldn't get all that out. Woo! Oh, that was a lot. It was a lot because it's a lot because hurricane season is a lot. And, you know, especially as we move into the next couple of weeks here, we're getting really close to hurricane season. Yeah. And University of Arizona coming out with their own outlook. This is the newer one, though. Yes. CSU's been around for a while.
Yeah, CSU has been around, and we know it in the weather community as such, right? But we do have a bit of a game changer about of us. They've really stepped their game up, too, Arizona. We've been watching as, you know, over the last couple of years, they actually have been rolling out their hurricane forecast a little bit earlier in April, but they jumped on the scene back in 2014. So let's kind of get into what we know so far when it comes to the University of Arizona. As I mentioned, they began back in 2014. That expansion happened a few years later. This is where they started forecasting stronger hurricanes for the upcoming season. And now, between 2020 and now, they actually have started rolling out those forecasts in April as opposed to June when other, you know, universities and teams kind of roll things out. So I think that's the interesting part of it, right? We have this new player in the game, if you will, and they actually have been doing pretty well with their forecast. I want to try to compare the two for you. On one side, we have CSU, which actually has, you know, their forecast on average around 13 named storms, 6 of which could be hurricanes, and about 3 or 2 of which that could be major hurricanes. Notice that U of A actually is doing a bit of an opposite direction. They're calling for a more busier season. The difference between the two is that Colorado State is actually banking on that El Nino, while Arizona is actually looking at how warm the sea surface temperatures are. They're thinking that that can actually act as rocket fuel, overpowering the winds that El Nino would kind of suppress and actually make for a stronger season. So with that being said, I want to look back over the last 5 years because I mentioned that April since 2020, they've been rolling out their forecast. Notice how accurate, or at least slightly more accurate, Arizona has been since Colorado, all the way back from 2020 up until about now, with forecasting over the average. They actually been getting closer to what actually played out with the season. So there's a little bit of truth in that so far. We actually had a chance to catch up with CSU's senior research scientist, Dr. Phil Klotzbach, about the factors that go behind how they come up with the hurricane season forecast. Take a listen.
Yeah, so the tropical Atlantic, what we call like the Atlantic's main development region where most of the hurricanes form, is about average right now. If you look in the subtropical Atlantic and the eastern Atlantic, right there the waters are still fairly cool as well. Typically, if the waters there are really warm, that will tend to cause basically lower pressure in the subtropics, which relates to weaker winds blowing across the Atlantic, which causes the tropical Atlantic, the main development region, to warm really quickly. Right now, we don't see signs that that's what's going to occur. So that's one of the reasons why we also kept the numbers a little bit below normal.
And on the opposite, or the flip side of that, Arizona is saying right now, yes, the sea surface temperatures are sitting at around average or slightly above it, a little bit north in the Atlantic. But as we look a little bit farther into the season, they do have belief that, another factor could be the warming of the sea surface temperatures, and that could play into what happens later in the season. So we'll see how things, kind of play out. Both of them did mention that El Nino is a big player here, but I think when it comes to the sea surface temperatures, Arizona is banking more on that as opposed to El Nino. Now, they're not the only ones that we watch here. We're keeping a close eye on everyone, and we have NOAA, we have North Carolina State that also come out with their own forecast. We'll see who leans a little bit more above or near normal this upcoming season. But Bane, I think it's worth a conversation, especially in the weather community.
Oh, it's definitely worth it. And it's, you know what? It's always good to have a couple of forecasters in the kitchen for us. So thanks, Kiana. We'll be keeping a close eye. And we're only, less than 55 days away from the beginning of hurricane season. But let's jump back into the final hours of this historic Artemis moon mission that took humans further away from Earth than ever before. The forecast is looking great for splashdown tonight in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. local time. That's over in Pacific time. But here on the East Coast, it's going to be around 8:07, and we're going to be covering that live here on Fox Weather. If you're looking out in San Diego right now, beautiful. The sun is shining. We got temperatures in the 70s. It's gorgeous. Now, there is a little bit of criteria that needs to go into play in order for everything to go smoothly for the splashdown, and of course for those recovery efforts to be safe as well. Number one, no rain, no storms within a 35-mile radius of that splashdown zone. Winds, they need to be less than 29 miles per hour. Waves, less than 6 feet. As of right now, things are looking really good. So earlier this week, it was interesting watching the forecast because things were a little bit iffy, but now we're looking good as we move into the next final hours. I mean, we're about 5 hours away from this. So looking at that splashdown zone right now, we have a couple of clouds currently, but nothing really making any rain. So clear in that regard that we can deal with clouds. We just can't deal with the rain. As of right now, the past 3 hours, wave heights have been right around 4 feet. That's totally fine. That's right in that zone that we need to be in. And same goes for the winds. The winds have been low, about 10 miles per hour. We usually have these calmer conditions right off the coast of San Diego, right in the Pacific during this time of year. So this is looking really good for right now. And even looking into the forecast within the next few hours, maybe a few lighter showers, but I really think this is kind of even overdoing it then. So even around the time that we're supposed to see that splashdown around 5 o'clock Pacific time, things are still going to be nice and clear when it comes to the rain, as well as into the Orion spacecraft splashdown zone when it comes to the wave heights. Things are looking good. We're still in the parameters. We're still 1 to 3 feet. Some areas a little bit into the western part of the splashdown zone, closer to that 3 to 6 foot range. But as long as we're below 6 feet, we are okay. Same goes for the wind, 10 to 20 miles per hour. Maybe a few areas getting more than maybe around 20 miles per hour. But as long as we are below 29 miles per hour, we are going to be just fine. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that forecast. And of course, you're going to be tuning in at 6 o'clock with Ian Oliver and our Stephen Morgan. They're going to be taking you through the splashdown all the way here on Fox Weather. And once they splash down, it's time to get the astronauts out of the spacecraft. A joint NASA and U.S. Navy recovery team, including a USS John P. Murtha and Navy divers, will help recover the Orion capsule and retrieving the crew. 2 of those members joined America's Weather Center today discussing the important phases.
People matter to me. So the critical point for me is once we get everyone back on the ship and safe, sound, and healthy, that's where I'll feel finally able to 100% breathe easy and be happy.
And Master Chief Kreider, you've been working with NASA since 2021 for the first Artemis mission. What did you learn from that first mission that you think can be used for Artemis II?
Oh, we've learned so much, mostly about recovery techniques and how to do things safely. You know, we've got a chance to work with the crew during some underway recovery tests. We've kind of figured out some things that works, figured out some things that don't work, and what makes them comfortable and is safe for our team.
How big is your team that's going to be deployed out there this afternoon?
For Navy divers, we have about 25 personnel that will be out there for recovery.
How do you train for that? Are you training in actual ocean, or do you have a big old tank? How do you train for this?
I mean, we've been spending years preparing for this. We've done trips out to the Neutral Buoyancy Lab. We've worked with NASA and the crew to, on how to do safe recovery. We've also done multiple underway recovery tests where we work with the ships, the helo squadrons, and NASA personnel. And, all of that preparation has led up to this moment.
I mean, I can't wait to see what happens. So take me through the rest of your afternoon. Do you have more interviews and then it's game time? How's it going for the day?
Yeah, a lot of preparation. We're making sure all of the equipment's ready, all the people are ready. Got to make sure everyone's fed too. So, yeah, we're excited to get going.
What do you do after this is all done?
Yeah, do you light a cigar, put up your feet, get a scotch? What do we do?
For a while?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not all done until all the teams are back safe in the boat. And, you know, after this, I think we'll all breathe a sigh of relief and just let it all sink in.
Exciting stuff coming up in just a couple of hours. The Artemis II crew are just a couple hours away as they head back to Earth. We're bringing you live coverage, but you can also follow along through every critical moment with our blog. Scan the QR code on your screen and stay with us. More Fox Weather is coming up after this break.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Who cares what they say? Size does matter. And we prove it every day at Shop LC with our exquisite selection of lab-grown diamonds. Because when size matters, so does value. Go to shoplc.com and go bigger.
Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Bain Froney in for Ian Oliver this afternoon. A lot going on when it comes to our severe weather. Already seeing some stronger systems popping up throughout the central part of the country. We're looking into Oklahoma and Kansas for this afternoon and evening, where we're looking out for some potential severe storms, but does not stop there. We're potentially going to see storms all the way into our Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We have severe threats all along those days throughout Texas and all the way up into the Midwest. Multiple rounds of severe storms, and we do have all modes of severe weather on the table. We're talking tornadoes, gusty winds, and large hail, all going to be possible as we move into the next couple of days, including this weekend and into next week. But on a more positive note, Artemis II splashdown, just a few hours away. So excited. We've been here at Fox Weather. We do have a lot of folks that have been ready for this. We've been with you on this journey for 10 days now, and this historic mission is just about to end. So this historic Artemis II mission of a 10-day, 685,000-mile journey to the moon is finally coming to an end. But what a feat Humans have gone further from Earth than ever before, and it was pretty amazing and emotional moment for everyone involved.
From the training, but in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Kathy Moonjoy.
I definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We look like we're smiling at you, like a little Cheshire cat.
Amazing. And after their successful mission, Orion is set to splash down today at 5:07 Pacific time off the coast of San Diego. And rescue crews are getting into position ahead of the ship's re-entry into our atmosphere. So let's chat about it. Joining me now is former NASA astronaut David Wolf. David, thank you so much for sharing this historic moment with us here on Fox Weather.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And so you've spent 4,000 hours total in space yourself. That's over 100 days in space. What's the difference in terms of body impact, psychological impact versus a 10-day trip like the one that our astronauts are just about to finish up on?
Our bodies undergo continuous changing in space, and some systems change fast, like your fluid coming up and enlarging your heart and making your face puffy. And some, like bone demineralization, take months and years to occur. So they occur at different rates, but your whole body changes under the absence of gravity. Our bodies are designed in large part to hold us up against gravity. And when you remove gravity, that need is lost and our bodies start to decay.
Wow. And so after being without gravity for a couple of days, for many hours like you or yourself, what does it feel like to come back to Earth?
Well, at first, I was on a 5-month mission, and at first I thought, how am I ever going to live in this thing called gravity again? I didn't think I could ever live here again. I can't fly anymore. Food falls to the bottom of my stomach, makes me sick. I have balance troubles. I can't lift a refrigerator with my baby finger anymore. So you have some adapting to do to come back to this planet.
Wow, I didn't even think of it like that. You can't fly anymore. What is it like to be able to do that without gravity? Can you kind of explain that to those of us that have never felt that before?
Peter Pan, you can do it. It's real. It becomes intuitive. The human brain adapts so well. The inner ear reestablishes connections and makes your brain reinterpret in this new gravity condition, and it gets it right. After a few days, your body learns how to move correctly.
Wow, it's incredible what our bodies can do and can get used to, that's for sure. And I mean, obviously, when you're coming back down to Earth, it's very different. Like you just said, recovery. How does this process work? Is there like a rehabilitation timeline for these astronauts? What did you have to go through?
Well, things have gotten much more formalized in the 20, 30 years since I began flying in space. And they're coming back in much better shape. We understand countermeasures of strength and endurance training and the mixtures of asymmetric exercise and such to keep people in much better shape. But in the earlier days, my long mission, I lost 15% of my bone mineral and 40% of much of my muscle mass. I came back looking like a drowned rat. And it took me a year to feel decent again, to be honest.
Wow.
But it came back. It took years of formal recovery. Now they are allotted several hours a day with specialized equipment to countermeasure the loss of gravity. Things are much better now.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what that adjustment must be like, that's for sure. And so, I mean, talking a little bit more about the logistics of the re-entry of the splashdown, would the crew have needed to make any manual adjustments if the trajectory was a little bit off, or would that be more so out of house?
The crew can do manual. In fact, just a little bit ago, a small correction burn was made to sweeten up the angle of entry because that angle of entry into the Earth's atmosphere is critical. If you come in too hard, too steep, hitting the Earth too face on, the G's will build up quickly and break the vehicle due to high gravity forces. And if you come in too shallow, you will be up high too long, high speed, Mach 20 plus, and you'll burn up. So too high, you burn up. Too deep in gouging in, you structurally fail. So you have to fly this proper path through the atmosphere, constantly decelerating in order to come from 18,000 miles an hour to zero exactly at the landing point near San Diego.
Wow. Very specific parameters that we have to be following, that is for sure. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us and sharing your experience. We're really excited for this splashdown coming up in a few hours. I'm sure you are too. David, thank you again. This is former NASA scientist David Wolf. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's move back into severe weather. We have severe storms that are going to be rocking and rolling throughout the country, not only today, but also this weekend and also into next week. Multiple rounds of severe storms. But let's start off with what's happening today. You're looking out into Tulsa, Oklahoma. It is gloomy. It's doomy out there. Upper 70s right now. So we have plenty of warmth and energy to get some storms rocking and rolling. But moving into tomorrow, we have more storms on the way. A severe threat for your Saturday. Severe threat for Sunday, Monday, and also into your Tuesday, too, mostly into the rest of the middle of the work week. We also have those severe storms that are going to start to move on in. So breaking down exactly what's going to be happening in the next couple of hours for us today, we have that level 1 out of 5 severe threat coming into play. Now, mostly we're looking out for gusty winds and large hail. We saw a lot of that yesterday as well into parts of Oklahoma and also into Nebraska and Kansas, too, where we had those stronger systems moving in. That level 1 out of 5, though, is going to be mostly for just southern parts of Kansas and also into the northern parts of Oklahoma and also into Texas. Now, looking ahead into what's going to be happening in the next couple of hours here, we do have those stronger systems that are now impacting parts of Oklahoma, going into Missouri to the southern parts of Missouri, where we have lots of rain and also quite a bit of lightning with these storm systems. Nothing severe at the moment, but that may change within the coming hours. So we're keeping a close eye and looking over into parts of Wichita, too. Looks like as of right now, you guys have a nice storm that's going to be coming into the area. It's going to take a little bit of a closer look here. Yeah, we have a little bit more lightning moving into this storm system that's coming into closer to Wichita. It's not going to be too impactful when it comes to that severe threat, but still something we're going to be watching out for within the coming hours here. But let's take a closer look at what's going to be happening later on tonight. More storms on the way as we move into the later half of this afternoon and into the evening, and especially in parts of Oklahoma where we do have that severe threat on deck. Again, strong winds and large hail will be possible. We have really strong updrafts with some of these storm systems. Now, moving into the later half of tonight, we have more of those storms, obviously, so we could also be dealing with some really heavy rain. Those rain rates could be intense at times, so we do have that level 1 out of 4 when it comes to that flash flooding threat. I will mention, too, within the coming days, especially parts of Texas, which have been dealing with drought, a little bit of rain can cause some serious problems, so be careful on those roadways. Looking into Kansas City, Missouri, mostly cloudy, potential skies moving into the next couple of hours here. More of that rain moving a little bit further south than Kansas City, but still could see a good half an inch or so of rain into spots throughout Kansas City, and a little bit more south. We can get a little bit more than that, maybe closer to 1 to 2 inches with some of these storm systems. But of course, it's not going to be just today. We're also looking at the potential for more severe storms starting off tomorrow and then eventually into the rest of this weekend. We have Kiana Lewis now joining us to talk more about, well, more severe weather, Kiana. It feels like it never stops.
It does. I mean, we are getting into that part of the year, right? And hopefully this week, fingers crossed, it isn't going to be a historic week, but we'll see how things kind of play out. What we do know is that we have over 1,000 miles that we need to be watching for in terms of severe weather. Saturday's main concerns, damaging winds, and as well as large hail. Sunday is where the danger really shifts. We watch this tornado risk start to rise too. So I mentioned 1,000 miles, million of people that are going to be dealing with that. We have about 20 states from Minnesota all the way down to Texas. So let's dive into it, because right now we're sitting at a 2 out of 5 for severe weather. And that level 2 actually is a little bit more focused into Texas and moving out of New Mexico. So that's where we are going to be watching the storm system really take shape. And at the same time, there's going to be a lot of big energy for large hail and damaging winds, hail being one of the bigger threats that we watch in place, at least about ping pong size hail that we're expecting out of this. We have this huge dip in the jet stream. That's going to guide our storm system right into this environment where we have limited thunderstorm activity or energy. So the coverage is going to be very limited, right? In that area that's circled right there from Roswell over to about Abilene. Storms are going to move in from west to east. Some of them are going to push into where we have a little bit of that heightened energy. And then eventually this does turn into more of a linear event. So that's where that damaging wind threat really comes into play, heading later into the evening and overnight time frame. I think this is where you'll hear those winds howling from Oklahoma City down to about Sonora. Now, starting into Sunday, we watch this threat. It expands a bit farther to the north. So a level 1 up into Des Moines, Kansas City, level 2 from Wichita down through San Antonio. This is important because parts of Texas are actually in this threat twice. So going into Sunday is where we have a better chance of seeing maybe some more supercell thunderstorms that kind of pop up earlier in the day. And those are going to be our tornado makers. So just keep that in mind. Sunday is where we watch things like this kind of take shape. Those storms that are kind of using all the energy in itself, and that adds to a little bit of rotation. We get that wind shear in place, and that becomes our tornado risk. So we'll watch an area like Wichita Falls, perfect example, both Saturday evening into Sunday. Remember, large hail, damaging winds, an opportunity for tornadoes to kind of round out the weekend. But Bane, that isn't it. We watch this continue well into early next week.
I know. It doesn't stop, Kiana. It really feels like it. We have multiple days of these severe storms are going to be moving in. You're looking into some video that came out of Kansas on Thursday. Look at those strong storms. And this is just the beginning. That was yesterday when we had that level 2 out of 5. Today, a level 1. Moving into this weekend, it gets stronger and stronger. And then it gets a lot bigger. We're looking at areas close to, obviously, Texas, but all the way up into Chicago, where we could see those stronger storm systems rolling on through. We're going to jump. Actually, I'm on max 3, you guys. We'll double check on that. But looking at the Corey Gerken shot, this is from early over here. Wow. I mean, look at this shot. It's absolutely incredible. These storms that are popping in here. Amazing. I mean, you can see the lightning with this storm system. I think this was definitely a hailmaker. We saw a lot of hailmakers yesterday. So the severe thunderstorms that are going to be tracking over the next couple of days. This is going to be mostly into your Monday, where we watch out for that second system coming out of the Rockies. That's going to help get those storms moving into Monday, Tuesday, and even into Wednesday. You'll notice that low pressure system that's going to be moving through the northern tier of us, and then that surface low is going to be allowing for more of those storms to form. Now, this powerful jet is also going to be very impactful. That's going to be allowing for more of those storms to form throughout the plains and also up towards the Midwest. This is also going to allow for some more twisting of the winds in the atmosphere. This is twisting of the winds, allows storms to rotate, and eventually we could see some tornadoes. So all modes of severe weather are going to be on the table here for not only Monday, but also Tuesday and into our Wednesday. Large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes, all possible, stretching 1,000 miles. So looking into Monday, look at that level 2 out of 5 threat. It extends all the way from central Texas up into Minnesota and parts of Wisconsin, too. Now, once we get into the early part of the week, it's still early on Tuesday, but Monday and into Tuesday, that threat continues on, and it also extends into parts of the Midwest. We're talking Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, also Michigan, under that level 2 out of 5. And remember, it's only Friday. So things may ebb and flow. The forecast is going to change. We could see this getting bumped up as we move into the next few days here. So, of course, we're going to be keeping you posted right here on Fox Weather. But as this front continues to track across the country, more storms are going to be possible moving into Wednesday. Wednesday will be a little bit of a hit or miss depending on how the atmosphere stabilizes or doesn't stabilize after those storms moving in Monday and Tuesday. So something we'll keep a very close eye on here at Fox Weather, of course. But a lot of storms are heading our way, mostly into the plains as well as up towards the Midwest. Now the countdown is on. The Artemis II crew is homeward bound. We're only hours away. As we await their splashdown off San Diego's coast, we've got special coverage of this monumental event. Stephen Morgan and Ian Oliver are taking you step by step through every critical moment. That's coming up soon, right here on Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
I knew pretty quickly that I had a pretty severe issue on my hands.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Imagine me paying out of pocket $4,000 or $5,000.
I was not ready to spend a few $1,000s.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
I've had 6 claims worth over $4,000.
I've had 3 claims and saved over $3,700.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600, and my rate hasn't changed.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Call 1-833-608-5598 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-5598.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Thanks to our global direct sourcing and in-house manufacturing, you get diamond stud earrings for just $99. Go to shoplc.com to experience the brilliance of lab-grown diamonds. Shop LC, shop low cost.
Hey guys, Nick Koster here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking. We're here to help you save money on products that will keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. So to start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen. There she is. She's going to be your best friend. She's going to help you get better quality sleep, which who doesn't need better quality sleep, right?
Absolutely. We spend a third of our life sleeping, and you might as well sleep in the best because it really does affect your overall sleep quality experience. That's why I love that we have Bib Home for you here today. They are giving you a full set of sheets, everything that you need from twin to California King in beautiful colors. But these are 2,000 thread count. Luxury starts at 300. And I want you to think of like really nice hotel indulgent sheets. These are made from a bamboo blend, which is nice because they're thermoregulated, meaning now you sleep warm and cozy. But in the warmer months, you sleep cool to the touch, which is great. My favorite part is they've got these snug elastic grips, which means when you put it on your mattress, the fitted sheet actually stays fitted. So it's always like nice, clean, and new, giving you that feeling all the time. But I would say now's the time to invest because these are normally 3-figure sheets. We've got them today starting at $34, saving you up to 71% off.
The only problem is you're truly not going to want to get out of bed in the morning when that alarm clock sounds.
You got it. And if you don't want to take them out of the dryer, they're wrinkle resistant.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
All right. Trust me, you're going to love these. To buy them, scan the QR code on your screen or go to foxweatherdeals.com.
You're taking a live look at San Diego right now. Artemis II is making a historic return just off the coast in the Pacific at 5:07 p.m. local time. The Orion spacecraft will become a fireball as it streaks through the atmosphere ahead of its splashdown. Rescue crews are moving into position to receive the spacecraft. Our Brandy Campbell is live in San Diego with the latest. Brandy, you have been covering this since the beginning, since launch just last week, and now splashdown just a few hours away. I want to know how you're feeling, because I feel like you kind of had this whole journey yourself. How are you feeling? How are folks feeling out there?
Oh, well, personally, I am anxious just to see how the end of this mission goes for the teams here. I know there's so much that has been put in place, a lot of practice that folks with NASA and as well as the naval base here, they've been doing for over the past year and such. So it's a big day. And I'll tell you, I'm probably not the only one whose life has been consumed by this mission since it launched last week over in Florida. But today I'm bringing you guys to San Diego. I'm at the Naval Base San Diego, which is playing a major role in today's operation. Their crews, they're already far off site from where we are into the Pacific Ocean, and I'm told NASA says weather is looking excellent in the zone where they are expecting our 4 astronauts to splash down. And by the way, they're getting closer to Earth. If you're watching the live stream, they are officially within 35,000 miles of where we are here on Earth. So they're getting closer. But again, we have to wait until tonight, 5:07 p.m. Eastern time, for them to exactly splash down off the coast. Now, I want to introduce you guys to Colonel Wynn. Now, you're with the U.S. Marine Corps. You are pretty much helping to coordinate this effort from the Navy's perspective, right? Tell me a little bit more about your role in this.
Sure. I'm one of many on a large team of teams here, but I kind of oversee the planning effort on behalf of the commander of 3rd Fleet. As his Marine advisor, I've been tasked to support this mission as well.
Right. So the team already out on the boat, the USS John P. Martha, correct? Right. That boat was once right behind where we're standing.
Right there.
Now they're gone. So it's the day of. What does it look like for your teams right now? What do you expect things are like on the boat?
So they're in run at this point. They've got their final location determined based upon where NASA said they wanted to be, and in about an hour they'll start their initial actions with deploying the capabilities they've got. They've got small boats that play a role. They've got helicopters that play a role, and they've got divers and medical technicians. And the sequence will start in about an hour, actually.
Wow! And that begins with the helicopters, right? Or is it another step prior?
Yeah, they'll start to launch their smaller boats, which can get closer to where the capsule will land. They'll keep the ship well out of the way for obvious reasons, and the boats provide the ability to quickly close to the capsule.
Gotcha. So this is going to be an all-day affair, right? Can you talk to us about just how long does this process actually take to go ahead and rescue the crew from the Orion capsule and get it into this amphibious boat?
So the recovery of the astronauts is actually pretty quick. For obvious reasons, we want to get them out of the capsule and make sure that their health is good and they don't need any emergent medical care. So we'll make every effort to get them out within an hour, and then it's quick helicopter hoist off the platform that is attached to the capsule, and then they'll be on the flight deck and right into the medical bays where we can give them the full complement of Navy and NASA healthcare professionals.
When it comes to preparing for something like this, can you talk about how long your team has been working and making sure that they know the steps that they have to take to complete this?
Yeah, so all the units that are doing this have had the task that they're supporting this mission as their kind of forefront, most important, don't do anything else if it interferes type mission, including the ship. And so like the planning and the initial actions started about a year ago for this mission, but even then the Navy's been supporting Artemis since Artemis I a number of years ago, so it never really stops in terms of the Navy posturing to support NASA here.
All right, and then as we know, NASA has unveiled their plan for future missions, so you guys are going to be busy. Thank you so much for joining us once again here on Fox Weather. We're going to send it back to you from San Diego, where all of the action will be happening today.
Brandy, it has been amazing watching you report on this. And I mean, from beautiful San Diego, the weather looks great. It looks beautiful. It's sunny. Things look calm. We're really excited about this, Brandy. Thank you so much for that report. We'll be checking back in with you in just a little bit. Thanks again.
All right.
That was our Brandy Campbell doing an amazing job out there. And you're going to want to stick with us here at Fox Weather all the way through the night. We're going to have you covered on the splashdown. We're going to have a live coverage starting at 6 p.m. with our Ian Oliver and Stephen Morgan. They are very knowledgeable about this space stuff, and they are so excited, and so are we. Artemis II, return to Earth. So that'll do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Don't forget to download the Fox Weather app to stay up to date with the latest forecast, and stay with us as we continue to bring you the latest on Artemis II's splashdown, return to Earth. More Fox Weather is coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-611-3928. That's 800-611-3928. Call now.
Right now on Fox Weather, the Central Plains are back in the threat zone as severe storms and flash flooding take aim at Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas tonight. We're tracking the giant hail and torrential rain headed for the Panhandle as this active pattern continues to dig in. And a multi-day severe threat ramps up for millions this weekend. From Texas to Chicago, all hazards are on the table, including tornadoes along a 1,000-mile corridor of storms stretching into next week. Plus, history is back on the horizon today as the Artemis II crew returns to Earth after a record-breaking journey deeper into space than any human has been before them. 4 astronauts are set to hit the Pacific Ocean in just a few hours. That's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Weather. Right now, it's 4 o'clock in the east, 1 o'clock out west. I'm Bain Froney in for Ian Oliver this afternoon, and this is Fox Weather Now. A lot going on when it comes to our severe threats within the coming days. Already tonight, we're starting to watch out for some stronger systems, a bit of lightning, no severe storms quite yet, but that could change in the next few hours. And that's just the beginning. Days and days, rounds and rounds of severe storms going to be moving through this weekend and also into next week. But on a more positive note, we have Artemis II splashdown just a few hours away. What an incredible journey it has been over the past 10 days, rewriting history of pushing the boundaries of the human spirit. The Orion spacecraft finally coming home. We're going to be covering it right here on Fox Weather and to get a closer look into that forecast. So let's start right there, because as of right now, things are looking pretty good. Now, there are a few parameters, very specific criteria that we need to meet in order to make sure everyone is being safe. That includes the astronauts as well as that recovery team as we move in. Again, that splashdown is going to be right around 5 o'clock local time, so Pacific time, when that splashdown occurs right off the coast of San Diego. So the criteria that we have in play for the Artemis is it needs to, well, number one, no rain, no storms within a 35 mile radius. Winds need to be less than 29 miles per hour, and waves need to be less than 6 feet. Currently, things are looking good. Maybe a couple of clouds out there, but no rain as of right now. We're still a few hours away, but currently things are nice and quiet. This is the splashdown zone that we have, and nothing is in the way for right now. On top of that, too, our waves currently, the past 3 hours, they've been looking good. I mean, just around 4 feet, which is right in that zone. They just need to be under 6 feet, so we're looking good there as well. And the wind speeds and wind gusts right now, 9 miles per hour at the closest buoy into the splashdown zone. So right under 10 miles per hour, not too bad. And again, we just need to be under 29 miles per hour for that to be a safe space for the recovery efforts. So looking into the timing wise with this, maybe a few showers, but it looks like that'll mostly be after that splashdown zone timing. And I even think with this future radar, maybe we're being a little bit heavy handed when it comes to some of that rain. So I have a feeling we're going to be okay when it comes to that rain impact. On top of this too, our forecast for our waves at 5 o'clock, they're going to be around 1 to 3 feet. So that's totally fine. Again, this has to be under 6 feet there. Wind gust forecast, we're well under 29 miles per hour. We're looking into closer to 10, 20 miles per hour for our winds, and that's plenty of space. I mean, there are a couple spots within that splashdown zone that maybe could try and reach 20 to 30 miles per hour, but remember, we just got to be under 29. So we're looking really good there. So, and this is actually a much better forecast than what we saw earlier this week when we had that cold front moving through, potentially bringing in some rain right around the time that the Artemis II was supposed to be splashing down. But that cold front has slowed down. It has weakened. Things are looking good. So we'll be keeping you posted on that forecast. You're going to want to stick around all throughout this afternoon, evening, especially at 6 o'clock when Stephen Morgan and Ian Oliver jump on and take you through the splashdown together. It's going to be great. Now let's jump into the severe threat, because that has been impacting millions of folks. You're looking out into Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, where rain and storms are going to be moving on through. It looks gloomy. It looks doomy. We're in the upper 70s for right now, as we have plenty of warm air moving throughout the area. But I want to touch on this before we jump into what's going on this evening. We have days and days of this, rounds and rounds, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and into your Wednesday. That severe threat continues to track in very similar areas throughout the plains and up towards the Midwest for the later half of the weekend and into next week. But let's focus on tonight, because we have a level 1 out of 5 risk for severe storms moving through out parts of Oklahoma as well as Kansas and to the northern panhandle of Texas. Right now, we're looking out for a few stronger systems. Nothing is actually that we just got a severe thunderstorm warning, looks like, out of Nevada for right now. Looks like over into Story County is going to be included in that. So we'll jump over to that in just a second. But looking into the latest storm reports, this is from the past 24 hours. We got some nice, decent sized hail coming out of Kansas. I mean, close to golf ball sized hail for some of these spots. That was recorded yesterday. Now, as of right now, we do have those stronger systems that are moving through currently. This is over into the southern parts of Missouri and also into Oklahoma City. So I'm actually going to jump back to that so we can take a closer look into a little bit more of this radar, because we do have quite a bit of lightning with these systems. Looks like a flash flood warning as well into Payne County. That's in Oklahoma. So folks that are in the northern parts of Oklahoma and also into southern parts of Missouri, be on high alert. These storms are moving on through at this point. Looking into Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, just getting hit with some really heavy rain currently. So not a fun evening for you guys. Just be careful on those roadways. That's not going to be a severe threat currently, but Lots of heavy rain at this time. Looking over into Springfield, Missouri, too. Heavy rain on the way for you guys. More of those storms are going to be populating throughout the next few hours. And as we get into the later half of this afternoon and into the evening, more of those storms start to populate again into parts of Oklahoma and Kansas, Missouri, also going to be getting in on that action. These stronger systems, they'll continue for a few hours tonight before kind of dissipating overnight and into tomorrow morning, but still have some heavy rain and storms that can move into the early hours tomorrow. So keep an eye on that. But for the most part, we're looking out for some hail and gusty winds with these systems. Not going to rule out the possibility for some of that heavier rain too. Some of these systems could get some really decent rain rates with them as well. So a level 1 out of 4 flash flood threat is going to be in place. That's going to be for parts of Kansas and also into the more northern parts of Oklahoma. That does include Tulsa and also into Kansas City. We're looking into Springfield, Missouri too. Going to be under that level 1 out of 4 flash flood threat. So really heavy rain going to be a major possibility with some of these systems through tonight, but it does not stop there. Millions are going to be in the path of damaging hail, possible tornadoes, as severe storms continue on into this weekend. So we are going to be jumping more into that in just the next couple of minutes here. So moving on into the next few days, we have more storms that are going to be moving through Texas and the plains. We'll see several of those severe storms moving into next week as well. But let's focus on the weekend here. Yeah. That's why we have Kiana Lewis talking about these storms coming in for Saturday and Sunday. Kind of a bummer. I mean, it's the worst timing for some folks.
It truly is. I think a lot of folks, they let their guard down over the weekend. Thankfully, we're on top of this. We will be on top of this. We actually have wheels on the ground. We'll have our very own Haley Meyer. We'll talk about that. She's going to be live field tracking in a moment for some of these areas. So keeping her to Fox Weather through the weekend, because this is going to be a pretty active stretch over the next couple of days. Notice that we have 20 states that are going to be targeted with either large hail and damaging winds. That starts on Saturday. And then we also could see an opportunity for tornadoes by the time Sunday rolls around. Over 1,000 miles worth of storms that we'll have to watch for from about Minnesota down through Texas. Here's where the bullseye is. So that level 2 out of 5, right into the Texas and West Texas panhandle there. This is where we could see some of our more stronger storms. That's where we'll have a lot more of that storm energy kind of sitting in place, waiting for those storms to come moving through. Now, one of the big threats that we watch not only for today, but even into tomorrow is going to be that large hail threat. A level 2 out of 5 expected first and foremost. And then towards the latter half of this event, as the storm comes rolling through this very limited storm energy environment, it becomes more linear. So damaging winds kind of take shape by the time we get into the evening hours. Here's the timing for it also. A really active start to the day, early afternoon, 1 p.m. Guyman, Amarillo, Lubbock, you're going to be rolling with some of these storms kind of pushing through for the early half of the day. And then they kind of become more linear. They kind of merge into one another as we get into the evening and through the overnight. And that's where that big wind threat, you'll hear those howling winds moving through for early Sunday morning. Now, Sunday morning, say mid-morning, heading into the afternoon, that's where we'll have another opportunity for these storms to come rolling through. Some of the very same areas, unfortunately, Oklahoma City, down through Dallas, into San Antonio. Dallas actually on the leading edge of that bullseye, that level 2 out of 5. So we'll watch those areas too, Bain. I think we'll have a little bit more wind shear in place, and that's where we could see more of those tornadoes become a little bit more active. Of course, as I mentioned, I kind of gave you a bit of a heads up. We do have our very own Haley Meyer. She's going to be field tracking, live storm tracking, and the Beast actually through this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. So tune into that as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Haley and Jared are also going to be out there. They're going to be doing an amazing job, but a scary situation for some folks as we get into the next couple of days for this weekend. But like Kiana said, it doesn't stop there. More storms are rolling through for next week. So it feels like multiple days of severe storms in very similar areas. You're looking into some of that video that was from Thursday in Kansas. Scary, scary systems that were moving on throughout the state. And we're seeing that right now. And we're going to be seeing that once again next week. So after those systems move through, that energy from this weekend moves out of here and moves more towards the northeast, we got another disturbance that's coming out of the Rockies, allowing for some more of that fuel for those systems into the beginning of next week. We also, it's aiding in allowing for more of that southwesterly wind, pulling in more of that heat, more of that moisture from the Gulf. So we have all the fuel that we need for these storms to get rocking and rolling. On top of this, we have that very powerful jet that's going to be moving into the plains. When we have that right along this edge, that's where we could get those storms really starting to bump up. And, you know, Kiana was even mentioning this too, the shear in the atmosphere, the twisting of the winds. We're going to have plenty of that moving into next week as well. And that's going to allow for those storms to rotate. And when we get rotating storms, that means we can see some tornadoes. So all threats are going to be on the table once again, Monday, Tuesday, and into your Wednesday. Large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes will all be possible. Looking into this Monday threat, it's going to be extending all the way up into Minnesota, Wisconsin, and then all the way into the central parts of Texas. It's an 1,000-mile stretch where we have the potential to see strong to severe storms. Now, this will be on your Monday as that low pressure system moves through that front, starts to sweep across the country. And then into Tuesday, we still have that level 2 out of 5 threat for severe storms, but it also extends more so into the Midwest, including parts of Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, even parts of Ohio getting in on the action and still extending down into the central parts of Texas. So Tuesday afternoon and into the evening, the atmosphere re-energizes. And again, we have plenty of warmth, plenty of moisture to help fuel those systems. Once we get into Wednesday, it's going to be a little bit more interesting because depending on how the atmosphere rebounds within the coming days after Monday and Tuesday systems, it may change the forecast slightly, but we are a couple of days away still from Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I mean, again, it's only Friday right now, so we'll be keeping a close eye on this forecast, adjusting as needed. But what you need to know is that those storms, they're going to be moving throughout this weekend and into next week. Of course, we got you covered right here on Fox Weather. Now, the excitement is hitting a new level today as the 4 astronauts aboard the Artemis II mission are just hours away from returning to Earth. Our special nonstop coverage kicks off at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on Fox Weather. Join Ian Oliver and Stephen Morgan with expert analysis and real-time updates as Orion splashes down into the Pacific. More Fox Weather is straight ahead after this break. We'll be right back.
Many of my clients ask me, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams every time.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
Welcome back into Fox Weather Now. We're tracking a major severe weather threat that's going to be brewing up this weekend, but it's actually all starting out west. We're actually dealing with some pretty strong systems already into Northern California as well as into Oregon. As we start off this afternoon and evening for them, we actually do have that severe storm threat also popping up for them. But all the energy eventually making its way over the Rockies and then heading to the plains as we move into this weekend and also into next week. So looking into what the energy is doing right now, widespread showers and even some thunder showers right now. We're getting a little bit of that lightning currently and really heavy rain at times. Yesterday, we saw a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings popping up throughout Oregon as well as into Northern California. Now, looking into Yosemite National Park right now, temperatures are in the low 40s. You can see a little bit of that sunshine there. It looks gorgeous out there no matter what the weather is. But widespread showers, they're going to continue on for a little bit longer here, moving into later on this afternoon and evening, and even into the overnight hours into this weekend. We have that low pressure system. You can see it spinning off the coast, eventually making its way inland, and it's going to be bringing in a lot more of that moisture and those showers. But in those higher elevations into the Sierra Nevada, into the northern parts and central parts of the Sierra Nevada, we get lots of snow. One of the positives with this system, because we do desperately need some more snow in those higher elevations, lots of rain though for these areas, so potential flooding is going to be a possibility for some folks. That energy though, eventually moving out to a little bit further into the east, eventually over into the Rockies, and that's where that severe threat begins as we move into next week. But let's head a little bit farther west into the Pacific. Those warm ocean waters, they are fueling up the tropics already as we start off the next couple of days and into this weekend especially. So we're watching out for that. The warm ocean waters fueling multiple tropical systems in the Western Pacific right now. Check out this satellite image from yesterday. One of those storms, Tropical Storm Sinlaku, is moving toward Guam. It's expected to intensify as it approaches Guam this weekend and directly impact the U.S. territory by early next week, with peak winds nearly 120 miles per hour. This El Nino setup is going to have a major impact on this upcoming Atlantic hurricane season, also into the Pacific. We spent a lot of time highlighting the Colorado State University hurricane seasonal forecast. It's amazing. It's been great. But there's other universities that have been releasing outlooks as well. Our Kiana Lewis is back with us, highlighting a couple more of those outlooks. One of those from University of Arizona.
Right, and it may feel new to hear that, right? They're kind of new, but they've been changing the game, really. If you take it all the way back to about 2014, that's where we really started to see them kind of push out more of a hurricane forecast. They have jumped into the game, they have taken it over, and now even they've expanded even more. So let's go through their timeline, because this isn't new, although it may feel like, hey, I haven't heard about Arizona, putting out a hurricane forecast. They've been doing it since 2014, and as they went into 2017, they actually started forecasting stronger storms. Now we fast forward 2020 to about now. They not only put out stronger storm forecasts, but they also put them out earlier in early April. So that's where we stand right now when it comes to Arizona. You may have already heard about Colorado State University. They put out their forecast just yesterday. It was a huge deal in the weather community. When we compare the two, you'll notice one thing with U of A is that they kind of forecast for a more active season this year. CSU looking at teens in terms of named storms, 13, whereas A of U is looking at around 20 storms. The reason being is CSU is actually banking on El Nino to win out this hurricane season. Well, A of U is saying, hold on, not too fast, because we do have and will likely see warm sea surface temperatures. So they actually are forecasting a more active season because of that, thinking that El Nino will kind of fall short and the warm sea surface temperatures will take shape and kind of overpower some of those stronger winds that come into play. Now, we did have a chance to catch up with CSU senior research scientist, that's Dr. Phil Klotzbach. He gave us some of the factors behind their forecast. Take a listen.
But there is a lot of uncertainty. We have this phenomenon called the springtime predictability barrier for El Nino. And obviously we're right in the middle of the spring. And so basically like small changes in the winds over the tropical Pacific can make big differences in how robust this El Nino is. And if you look at the forecast from the different models, some models are really aggressive, saying it's going to be a really, really strong event and come on really quickly. Others are saying maybe a little weaker, take a little longer. And exactly how it comes on is a big driver of how much storm activity we end up getting in 2026.
Now, of course, we definitely take into consideration both of these universities, right? There's more than one university that puts out their forecast. When we look back over time, though, from 2020 to up about now, University of Arizona actually has been a little bit more accurate in terms of their forecast for a number of different reasons. So in the meantime, as we kind of move forward, we'll see which one kind of leans out going over the next couple of months or so, or season, I should say, heading into the bulk of the season. But Bain, I think it's worth definitely conversation in the weather community.
Yeah, absolutely, Kiana. We're 52 days away. We're going to be keeping a close eye on it here at Fox Weather. But today is the day. The Artemis II astronauts that have rewritten history by traveling deeper into space than any people have gone before, they're finally coming home. The Navy helicopters are moving into place to get ready for the return to Earth. Fox Weather has brought you every moment of this incredible mission, from launch to the lunar flyby to tonight's return to Earth. Now, special Fox Weather coverage starts at 6 p.m. Eastern tonight before the splashdown around 8 o'clock Eastern time. Let's bring in our very own Stephen Morgan, who is anchoring tonight's special coverage. Stephen, I love talking to you about space. You are so into it.
You can talk about it all day. You can talk about it all day. And you said around 8 o'clock Eastern, that's 5 o'clock Pacific time. And it's the 13 and a half minutes that everything has to be perfect. It's, some would say, the most exciting part of the mission, because we're welcoming the astronauts home, right? It's also going to be one of the most dangerous. For the past 10 days, we've had Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen. They've been in space. Well, today they're getting ready for splashdown this evening, preparing the capsule, doing one more quick burn with their service module last hour. Now, before we get into the timeline that's behind me, listen to what pilot Victor Glover said about re-entry.
We're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound, and then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown. The heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow.
So all of that, and they're going to be sitting in this capsule that they've called home for the past 10 days. It is wild to think how that speed is achieved. But if you think 10 days ago, to the first day of April, when they lifted off, that rocket had a lot of power, and we still have that energy to get through. The velocity that we're going to see this rocket achieve, or this capsule achieve, it's like what we saw as they were exiting Earth's atmosphere and making that first orbit around Earth before shooting for the moon. Now, the timeline, there is a lot to take in here, but we're going to be paying closest attention, as Bain had mentioned, right around 8 o'clock Eastern. That's when we'll begin to see a series of parachutes deploy. 8:07 is that projected splash time I've been listening to, or splashdown I've been listening to NASA's feed throughout the afternoon. That time, I mean, they've got it timed down to the second. And then for the next 2 hours after splashdown, within their plan, they have to, within 2 hours, get those astronauts to the medic bay, which is going to be on the USS Mertha. So that'll happen before 10:07, and then we'll hear that press conference. And we are hopeful that everything is going to go to plan. The parachutes, always one of those things, especially when you deal with splashdowns, that are just so compelling to watch. I think we have some video of the Artemis I splashdown. So this happened a couple of years ago. It was back on December 11th, 2022. And you may, if you followed it, may have heard that that heat shield was something that, while not failing, did not perform the way that NASA expected. They're still using the same version of that heat shield, but they are changing, just making the slightest of tweaks on how that capsule is going to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. But these parachutes, 11 in total, they all need to deploy. With the one exception, the main parachutes, Bain, as they're called, there will be 3 of them. Ideally, we'll see 3, but as we carry NASA's stream live, and I'm sure that they'll be talking over it, if there's only 2 that deploy, NASA, the plan, the landing and recovery team saying 2 will be okay. As you know, Bain, they've got these contingencies and so many of those. So we're hopeful, we're excited. It all begins here at 6 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, Stephen, we're really, really excited. This is going to be awesome. I know you and Ian Oliver are going to be doing an amazing job. We will all be watching. Can't wait for that. Again, that's going to be around, that starts at 6 o'clock tonight. That splashdown just after 8 p.m. Eastern time. Well, Artemis II, obviously, it's making its historic return just off the coast in the Pacific. 5:07 p.m. local time. That's over in the Pacific time. The Orion spacecraft will become a fireball as it streaks through the atmosphere ahead of its splashdown. Those rescue crews, they're moving into position to receive the spacecraft. Now, joining us live from the NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston is Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres. Chelsea, you have been out there for a couple of days. I kind of feel like you're part of the team at this point. How has it been? How are people feeling? I mean, we're just hours away from this splashdown.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Bain. Well, I mean, everybody here is very excited, from media to staff. And you can even see it when we got to kind of go behind the scenes and be a fly on the wall in mission control yesterday. You could see that people are just still working away, kind of going through their checklists. And that's exactly what the crew was doing in the sky as well as, you know, here on the ground. But there was one NASA official that said yesterday that he wouldn't be lying if he said that he was a little bit anxious. And that's just because all of the testing they've done really comes down to the splashdown moment. NASA officials have said that from the moment of re-entry into Earth's atmosphere to splashdown, it's only going to be about 13 minutes. 6 of those minutes, Bain, are communication blackout. And this crew will be flying in at the rate of more than 40 times the speed of sound. So this is kind of a little bit of what Victor Glover had to say about how that's going to feel.
The G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9-10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty.
Now, Artemis pilot Victor Glover says that the heat shield and eventually the parachutes on the Orion will help slow the capsule down to around 20 miles an hour as it splashes down. Here at Johnson Space Center, all eyes will be on Orion's heat shield as the capsule's thermal protection system. These temperatures could reach up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. During the unmanned Artemis I mission, the shield had some charring. So before Artemis II launched, engineers made sure it could withstand the speed and pressure coming into Earth's atmosphere.
A lot of testing, a lot of verification. We're fully behind NASA's decision to go fly this heat shield. Did a ton of work to make sure we're comfortable with that from an overall perspective, the engineering, the testing to simulate, and we're doing a different trajectory coming home that'll be a little bit less taxing on the heat shield than we did before.
Now, today, the crew is still going through their checklist, making sure that the cabin is ready really as they prepare to come into Earth's atmosphere. But that also includes putting on their blue and orange suits that we'll, of course, see later on after the splashdown. And their family and friends are here at Johnson Space Center in mission control, and they'll be watching as we count down now just a few hours of that splashdown off the Pacific. Bain?
Wow, it's really exciting to see, but a little bit of anxiety, that's for sure. I know we're not the only ones that are over in NASA. I know everyone on Earth here is just hoping those astronauts make it home safe. Chelsea Torres, thank you again. We'll be checking in with you in just a little bit. The Artemis II crew, hours away from their out-of-this-world journey. We're bringing you live coverage, but you can also follow along through every critical moment with our blog. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. You can stick with us all throughout the journey. More Fox Weather is coming up right after this break. We'll be right back.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous forest design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Bane Ferroni in for Ian Oliver this evening. As we move throughout the next few hours, the next few days, severe storms are on the way. This includes this weekend and into the beginning of next week. We are talking all modes of severe weather on the table. Tornadoes, gusty winds, large hail. This is going to be throughout the plains all the way up into the Midwest. We're going to be breaking that down for you within the next couple of minutes. But we have a lot more exciting stuff also on the way for this evening. Artemis II splashdown in just a few hours. 8:07 p.m. Eastern time, 5:07 Pacific time, over into off the coast of San Diego is where that splashdown zone will be. So let's take you out to the ground. Our Brandy Campbell has been out there for the past couple of days, just as this amazing exploration and journey has taken place, and it's about to end today. So you're taking a live look out into San Diego. Artemis II is making a historic return just off the coast into the Pacific. Again, 5:07 p.m. local time. That is when the splashdown is supposed to happen. The Orion spacecraft will become a fireball as it streaks through the atmosphere ahead of its splashdown. Rescue crews are moving into position to receive the spacecraft. Brandy Campbell live in San Diego with the latest for us. Brandy, the forecast has been improving over the past few days, and I'm looking at it right now where you're currently at. It looks pretty good. How is everyone feeling right now?
Yeah, thankfully weather is doing great for us. NASA said earlier that the weather was perfect for the splashdown site, so that's what they want to hear. And it's not just the weather above, but even the ocean conditions, the wave heights. They have to be below 6 feet, but they're actually below 4 feet. So things are good in that perspective, but we also know there's a large operation and everything has to go as planned from the moments they break through the atmosphere down to splashdown and such. So to talk to you guys more about that here from Naval Base San Diego, I have Makram Hassania. He's a lieutenant commander dealing with the medical planning on the ship. I know there's hundreds of people out there on the ship right now waiting for the crew to touch down. And of course, medical, that is a big portion of it, right? Making sure the crew is okay. Can you explain to our viewers what the teams out there are going to do once we have the astronauts?
Absolutely. So we have a robust expeditionary medical capability, specifically from the Navy, supporting NASA in this mission as we wait for our astronauts to come back down to Earth. You're talking about 40 medical personnel collectively between NASA and Navy medicine on board the John P. Murtha, ready and waiting for our astronauts to come back. In fact, some of the first people to greet our astronauts once they make it back to Earth are our Navy dive medical officers, who are going to make that initial assessment, greet our astronauts, make sure that they're doing okay, and say, hey, welcome back. And once that thumbs up is given, we're going to bring them back on board the ship. We're a combined NASA and Navy medical team. We'll continue those assessments, make sure our astronauts are feeling healthy, are feeling happy, especially at what they've just achieved. and hopefully get them back home as quickly as possible.
Wow, that's quite a job for the dive medical officers to be able to welcome them back home to Earth. I'm sure they're excited to see them. So once they get on the ship, can you talk about what type of checkouts they'll do with the astronauts?
Yeah, so really the NASA medical team takes the lead on this part of the process because they know what happens to the human body after space flight. After spending some 10 days out in space, they got to get reacclimated to Earth. The Navy medical team, so you're talking about very specialized surgical or surgeons, emergency medicine physicians, critical care nurses, medical technicians, or what we call as corpsmen, who do their job on a daily basis at our military medical treatment facilities, but are selected for specific types of what we call expeditionary medical capabilities. So these people not only can render care at a medical facility, but know how to do it at a high level at sea, in the air, and on the land. So these people are there to provide backup to the NASA physicians should something seem awry.
Okay, and hopefully that's not the case, but it's great to know that they're going to have such professionals on their side. Thank you so much for joining us on Fox Weather. We're going to send it back to you guys here from San Diego, where we're going to have continued updates all day. Again, those astronauts making a splashdown 50 to 100 miles offshore right behind us here in San Diego.
Wow, Brandy, it's been just incredible to watch you be out there. This entire journey has been amazing. You were there for the launch, and now you're here for the splashdown. We're going to be checking in with you in just a little bit here, Brandy, doing a great job out there. Again, that's our Brandy Campbell out in San Diego. Let's move on over to severe weather. We have severe storms for millions of folks as we move throughout the next few days. That's right, millions in the path of days of severe storms into this weekend and even into next week. And it all begins right now. We have more storms on the way starting off this evening in parts of Kansas. We're already starting to see some severe thunderstorm warnings popping up into Nevada and also into Texas too. But this is the days of severe storms that are on the way for us. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You get the picture. Lots of storms on the way, and it's going to be extending all the way from the Midwest to central parts of Texas. But let's break down what's happening right now, currently throughout the next few hours. We have a level 1 out of 5 risk for severe storms throughout Oklahoma as well as into Kansas. Parts of Texas also included in this. And that's going to be mostly those gustier winds and larger hail potential too. We even saw lots of hail just yesterday in parts of Kansas recording, egg-sized hail, almost close to that at least. Now, looking into our live radar, lots of stronger systems that are going to be impacting parts of Missouri right now. We're also seeing that into Oklahoma, just to the north of Oklahoma, so northeast of Oklahoma City, some really strong systems there. Now, I will say with these, they're not yet severe, but we are getting a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are now popping up over into parts of the panhandle of Texas. Let's take a closer look into this system over here. We could get some major hail makers with some of these storms. As of right now, inch-sized hail that's radar indicated. That's for Dahlem and Hartley counties into northern Texas. So we'll keep a close eye on these storm systems. They'll potentially get even stronger and more populated as we get into the later half of this afternoon and evening. You can see right into this zone here where we have those storms really starting to fire up into the early evening hours Central Time. And as we get into the late night hours, a lot of that energy starts to die out quite a bit. Still we'll have some stronger storms in regards to heavy rain, gusty winds, all possible, especially in the parts of Kansas City as we wake up for tomorrow. But the storms, they do not stop there. We are expecting more moving in for this weekend. So severe weather kicks off tomorrow across the plains as a surge of western moisture fuels the atmosphere and is be causing a serious danger zone for millions of folks here, Keon. We have Keanu Lewis with us to break it all down for us. Yeah, April's been off to a hot start when it comes to severe storms.
It certainly has. It feels like we just are all go and no breaks.
Right.
And that could be the case right into this weekend. We know that a lot of folks let their guard down through the weekend. So we don't want you to do that. We want you to keep it here to Fox Weather. We have a lot to talk about. More than 40 million people are in the crosshairs of these storms. Notice that it stretches from Minnesota all the way down to Texas. over 1,000 miles are going to be in place with these storms. So here's where we have the bullseye. Tomorrow, a 2 out of 5 threat, mainly for West Texas, parts of eastern New Mexico, as these storms come rolling out of the Rockies. First threat is going to be big hail. That's going to be the case into tomorrow. And then the secondary threat is also going to be the opportunity for some damaging winds. Now, that low pressure system and the associated cold fronts, they're going to move into a very limited energy in terms of storm energy. So notice that all of that yellow that's in place, it's primarily right into this zone. So that's going to be the trigger for a lot of our storms throughout the afternoon hours into tomorrow. Notice that as we get into the day, we do start off with a couple of rumbles of thunder. We start to see more of these supercells pop up, and then eventually right into about the 5 o'clock time frame. Because of that limited activity, this does want to merge into a line of storms. And that's going to be where we see our damaging wind threat kind of take shape, and our big hail threat with the updrafts taking shape there too. Going into Sunday, we watch as we rinse and repeat. Some of the same areas, Kansas City down through about Dallas, will have an opportunity to see some storms. But this go round, we have more of a bigger tornado threat in place because some wind shear kind of getting in the mix now. Any leftover energy from Saturday does transition into Sunday. And thus we do have another chance of seeing storms. This time around a little earlier in the day. Notice it's 11 a.m. We have a line of storms through Dallas down through San Antonio and pushing out of Oklahoma City. And that's going to be the case heading into the evening. The tornado threat comes from situations like this, where we may have a supercell that tries to pop up and kind of take ownership of a lot of that energy. That's where we could see our tornado risk kind of take off. So later into the evening, we really have to be watchful for that. And then eventually going into Monday, we rinse and repeat again, but we'll focus on the weekend here for Wichita Falls. Saturday and Sunday, a great example of the storms kind of just shaking through some of the same areas, Bane, for the majority of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, Kiana. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on it, but it's not just the weekend. It's also going to be into next week. We have multiple days of these strong systems. Once again, hitting very similar areas. You're looking out into Clay Center, Kansas, where we got some of this footage from our Corey Gherkin on Thursday. Look at those strong storm systems. Now, this is just the beginning. More storms are going to start to roll on through, of course, this weekend, like we were talking about with Kiana. But as we get into the beginning of the work week, more storms are going to be on the way for us, thanks to that front that's moving through the majority of the country. So let's break that down for you. Again, for this weekend, we're looking out for parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and into Texas. But then once we get into the beginning of the week, another disturbance moves off the Rockies, and that's going to bring more of a severe threat even farther north, up to the Midwest as well. But it's not forgetting about Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. It's going to be stretching a good 1,000 miles. Many people, millions of people, will be under that severe threat moving into the beginning of next week. We have that powerful jet stream that's going to be swinging into the plains, and that's going to be allowing for a lot more of that energy to be impacting all the way up to the Midwest and into the plains as we get into the later half of this week. But the severe storm threat really starts to reload. It allows for the air in the atmosphere to kind of start to spin with height, and that allows for more of those storms to rotate. When we get rotation, we get tornadoes. So we have all modes of severe weather on the table as we get into the beginning of this work week. We're talking tornadoes, we're talking gusty winds, and large hail. Level 2 out of 5 when it comes to that severe threat on your Monday, all the way up to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and all the way farther south into central Texas once again. Those storms continue to track more so a little bit closer to the east, and then by the time we get into Tuesday, the Midwest is getting in on that severe threat. So something we're keeping a very close eye on here on Fox Weather. We are a couple days away from these events, so things may ebb and flow. The forecast will change, but we're keeping a close eye on it here. Now the countdown is on. The Artemis II crew is homeward bound, and we're only hours away as we await their splashdown off San Diego's coast. We've got special coverage of this monumental event. Stephen Morgan and Ian Oliver are taking you step by step through every critical moment. That's coming up soon, right here on Fox Weather.
I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride. I'm falling, so I'm taking my time on my ride.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. If you can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night, you can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary, unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
I'm so incredibly thankful that for nearly 2 decades now, Relaxium Sleep has been changing millions of lives.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
Get your risk-free bottle of Relaxium Sleep now. It's guaranteed to work or your money back. Visit tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312. That's tryrelaxium.com or call 800-317-6312.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Welcome back into Fox Weather, a monumental day as we're hours away from the Orion spacecraft's return to Earth, splashing down off San Diego's coastline. The Artemis II 10-day journey has been a historic one. Let's run through some of the key highlights from the mission, starting where it all began. April 1st, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. It was last Wednesday where the NASA's Space Launch System rocket took off at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The successful liftoff sending 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft on a planned test flight around the moon and back.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch.
Wow, still get chills coming in from that. Now, the following day, the crew performed their translator injection burn that sent them out of Earth's orbit and officially on track for their lunar flyby. After a few days in space, Monday was one for the record books as the crew began their loop around the far side of the moon. At 1:56 p.m. was when they set the record for farthest distance from Earth traveled by a human. Take a listen.
Heaven of integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we most importantly choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
The crew surpassed the Apollo 13 record of 248,655 miles. that was set over 50 years ago. Now, shortly following the historic moment, the crew described 2 small, unnamed craters on the moon's surface. This is when they called down to Earth, proposing to name one of the craters in honor of Commander Reed Wiseman's late wife.
There's a feature in a really neat place on the moon. You will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. It's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol.
A touching moment, capping a truly historic day that helped shape the future of space exploration. Now, the crew continuing on their journey around the far side of the moon. It was later on Monday evening that they reached the maximum distance from Earth. And as they used the moon's gravity to sling back to Earth, they sent back these incredible images. The crew not only observed the moon, but got to witness a solar eclipse as the spacecraft and the moon aligned. It was during this time that they reported seeing 6 light flashes created by meteorites that are hitting the moon's surface. Scientists are excited to look more at these images, and so are we right here on Earth. Now that brings us to today, where we await splashdown, a full out-of-this-world journey with a beginning and ending from coast to coast. We are very excited for this splashdown occurring at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're going to be following it all right here on Fox Weather. Now, the Orion spacecraft is set to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at about 25,000 miles per hour today as the historic mission reaches an end. Over a period of 14 minutes, the craft will lose 99% of its velocity, allowing the crew to reach the ground safely, or the water safely. But don't just take it from me. The Artemis crew spoke on what exactly they're expecting to go through.
We're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound, and then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown. The heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow.
Orion's heat shield is essential for keeping them safe, insulating the crew from temps that will reach the thousands. With careful design and collaboration, NASA is confident that things will go smoothly. Now, joining us now to discuss is Muhammad Hunan, a CEO of Melangen Labs. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon here on Fox Weather. I really appreciate it.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks so much for having me on. Today's an exciting day and conclusion to an incredible milestone.
An incredible day is right. I mean, this is just absolutely historic. And I think that the question that's on everyone's mind right now is how the Artemis II's heat shield will perform, especially compared to the first Artemis mission, in which charred chunks had come loose and were missing from the heat shield after that re-entry. Can you kind of talk a little bit about what improvements have been made to the shield this go around?
Yeah, for sure. You know, in the Artemis mission 1, the heat shield didn't perform up to par, but NASA has put in the best minds of the team on board, and we're expecting a very good splashdown, and really excited for that. This Artemis mission 2 has changed its trajectory and improved the way the heat shield will essentially splash down. So looking forward to that, and I think we also need to look into what are the other challenges that astronauts had to go through, which is what we're working at Melangen Labs, and why I'm obsessed with space and the risks that come with going to space and coming back.
Yeah, and can you kind of explain a little bit on that too? I know the radioactivity and everything can be kind of harsh on the body, obviously. Can you walk us through what that looks like and why that is so dangerous?
Yeah, I mean, every day in space is dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we're in space, we're completely getting bombarded with radiation every day. And just a few hours into the mission itself, Orion had radiation anomalies on the electronics. NASA has done everything that they can, to protect astronauts, and that's what we're doing at Melangen Labs. We've developed product solutions and infrastructure that will enable electronics, and then that's what we're looking to do, and then protect electronics that will eventually go to Moon and then Mars, and then our brave astronauts as well.
Wow. Incredible work that's being done by you guys, absolutely. And for the re-entry process, can you kind of walk us through it and the kinds of forces that the heat shield will be going through or experiencing during this event?
Yeah, 100%. This time, the re-entry is very steeper. So it's steeper trajectories, meaning astronauts will be spending less time under intense heat. And throughout the mission, like I mentioned early on, NASA has made sure astronauts are safe and comfy from keeping them warm, fed, protected from radiation, and of course, this last stage of re-entry.
Wow. And I mean, the reentry has a lot of people here on Earth holding their breath. Everyone's, excited, but a little bit anxious. Do you feel the splashdown will be maybe the most dangerous part of the mission? And if so, why?
Yeah, NASA has done incredible work with the heat shield for reentry, and I'm confident they've built the best armor possible to bring the crew home. And at Mellinger Labs, we focus on the other armor, the kind that protects you for the 10 days before you hit the atmosphere. So I'm really optimistic about the splashdown, and it's going to be an incredible conclusion to this awesome milestone for humanity.
Wow, it's going to be incredible to watch, that's for sure. And we really appreciate your time and your expertise on this, Muhammad. Thanks again. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Weather.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Artemis II splashdown. We are expecting to see some more of those systems moving on in, but thankfully, the forecast looks pretty clear. I mean, a little bit earlier, we were looking at the potential for some more of those rain showers coming in, but that was earlier this week. And now that forecast is looking pretty good. We are expecting nice, clear skies, or at least no rain on the forecast. That's the one thing that we cannot have. No rain, no storms out there during that in that splashdown zone. Now, winds also need to be less than 29 miles per hour. Waves less than 6 feet. As of right now, everything looks pretty good. I mean, again, that front that we were looking at has weakened, it's slowed down, not going to be too much of a problem. So things are nice and quiet for our current forecast. But as we move into the later night hours, maybe a couple more of those lighter showers. I think this might be overdoing it a little bit, but during the splashdown zone timing, things are looking quiet when it comes to the rain. In regards to the wave heights, we're looking 1 to 3 feet as of right now. And again, remember, we have to be under 6 feet. So things are looking good there too. On top of this, the winds, we're going 10 to 20 miles per hour. So once again, we're all in the clear for right now. That forecast is looking really good. And in just a few short hours, these 4 astronauts will be racing back to the atmosphere. You're going to want to tune in with us here on Fox Weather at 6 o'clock. We have a special coming up with Ian Oliver and Stephen Morgan. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Forget do-nothing dusters, bulky brooms, and clumsy vacuums. Inside or out, no matter where dust hides, blast it with Bullseye Air Blaster and clear messes away faster. The cordless, powerful Bullseye Air Blaster quickly blasts away debris from in between your seats, spills in your truck bed, and so much more. A turbocharged 80,000 RPM motor moves concentrated air to target any mess and blast it away instantly. It puts the power of a full-size blower in the palm of your hand. Just watch how it handles this table full of candles. Now that's Bullseye blasting power. Forget expensive canned air. Air Blaster gives you a microblast of air to clean anywhere. Now easily blast away dust from keyboards and computers. It features 2 different nozzles to create the perfect airstream wherever you want to clean. There's even an inflation nozzle, and you can adjust your blasting power from max strength for tough jobs to minimum airflow for delicate dusting. It's great for all over the house, even those crumbs in the couch. It's rechargeable for hours of continuous use. Take it camping to keep tents dirt-free, or blast in air to keep the fire going. And it's compact enough to store anywhere. Get your Bullseye Air Blaster complete with different nozzle attachments, the charging cord, and a money-back guarantee for just $39.99. And we're not done. We'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all. The Bullseye Air Blaster, free shipping, and a money-back guarantee, all for one incredible price. This deal won't last, so act fast. Here's how.
Call 1-800-506-6819 or go to bullseyeblaster.com. So call 1-800-506-6819 or go online to bullseyeblaster.com.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. If I didn't have pet insurance, I would be homeless. The bills are astronomical. There's peace of mind knowing that Fetch has us covered.
Fetch provides coverage for all of this and so much more. Even healthy puppies and cats can need unexpected care sooner than you think. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and all vets are in network, so you can get paid back at your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Attention Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Right now on Fox Weather, the Central Plains are back in the threat zone as severe storms and flash flooding take aim at Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. We're tracking the giant hail and torrential rain headed for the Panhandle as this active pattern digs on in. And a multi-day severe threat ramps up for millions this weekend. From Texas to Chicago, all hazards are on the table. That includes tornadoes. This is along a 1,000-mile corridor of storms stretching into next week. Plus, history is back on the horizon today as the Artemis II crew returns to Earth. After a record-breaking journey deeper into space than any human before them, 4 astronauts are set to hit the Pacific Ocean in just a few hours. That's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good afternoon, and thanks for watching Fox Weather. Right now, it's 5 o'clock in the east, 2 o'clock out west. I'm Bane Ferroni in for Ian Oliver this evening, and this is Fox Weather Now. Now, we're tracking a lot of severe storms rolling through not only today, but tomorrow, Sunday, and also into next week. Multiple rounds, multiple days of strong storms. And we're talking all modes of severe weather. We're talking tornadoes, gusty winds, and large hail for the plains, all the way up into the Midwest. But before we dive into that, let's talk Artemis. It's been an incredible journey for Artemis II, and now we are just hours away from splashdown off the coast of San Diego, 5:07 p.m. That's going to be Pacific time, local time into San Diego where we have that splashdown. So we're going to be covering that right here on Fox Weather. But what about the forecast? Let's talk more about that as we move into the next couple of minutes here. We're taking a very close look at the criteria needed to be nice and safe for that splashdown. Number 1, cannot have any rain or any storms within a 35-mile radius of that splashdown zone. Good news, we're in the clear there. Now, winds, they need to be less than 29 miles per hour and waves less than 6 feet. This is very important for that recovery team that's going to, well, go get the astronauts after they come back down to Earth. Now, visible satellite right now showing just a couple of clouds currently, but that's no problem. We can deal with clouds. It's the rain that we don't want to see. And right now, things are nice and quiet. We're still a couple hours away from splashdown, but things are looking pretty good for our current conditions. Now, in regards to the wave heights, also on the good side of things, we're seeing about 4-foot waves within that splashdown down zone area. Anywhere below 6 feet, that is a go. That's what we want. Now, looking into the wind speeds as well, we're only about 9 miles per hour. That's one of the closest buoys throughout the splashdown zone. So 10 to 20 mile per hour winds, that's perfect. We just need to make sure we're under 29 miles per hour, and we are doing that right now. Now, looking into future track and radar, earlier this week, the forecast was looking a little bit iffy. We had a front that was moving through, but now that front has backed off. It's cooled down a little bit, so it's actually really helped us out in regards to the rain potential. Now, there is a chance for some showers, but it looks like a little bit later on this evening, and this future radar and clouds might be a little bit hot when it comes to that. So I think we're going to be okay when it comes to the rain impact around 5:07 p.m. Pacific time. Now, looking into the splashdown zone when it comes to the forecasted wave heights, still remaining mostly in the 1 to 3 foot zone. And again, remember, we just need to make sure we're under 6 feet. And we're looking good. It's just kind of more so the western part of that splashdown zone, maybe a little bit iffy, but still 3 to 6 feet zone there. So not looking too bad for that forecast. And same goes for the wind gust forecast. I mean, we're looking 10, 20 mile per hour winds for the most part within that splashdown zone. So things are looking pretty good as we move into the next few hours. Of course, we're going to be keeping you updated on this all throughout the rest of this evening here on Fox Weather. Now let's move it on to some of those severe storms. We've been watching out for some severe storms moving through parts of Oklahoma and into Kansas. Now, those storms are starting to pop up as we move throughout this afternoon and into your evening. You're looking outside of Jenks, Oklahoma currently, and those storms are starting to pop up. Now, our main threats with these systems is mostly going to be that large hail and also those gusty winds for today. But take a look at this. We have severe threats tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You get the idea. Lots of storms, lots of severe threats for the next few days. But let's start off with what's happening for this evening. We have a level 1 out of 5 severe storm threat for parts of Oklahoma, as well as into southern Kansas and even parts of Missouri too, and also the northern parts of the panhandle of Texas. So those latest storm reports, this is in the past 24 hours. So just yesterday, we had some really impactful systems when it came to the hail. Nearly 2-inch sized hail was reported in some spots throughout Kansas. Now, looking at live radar, we are getting a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings popping up throughout Nevada, as well as into Texas, and also over into parts of California, but not so much throughout the zone quite yet. But it is a lot of rain, heavy rain at that, and it's also going to be some lightning systems too. So let's get a closer look at what's going on into parts of Oklahoma and also into Missouri. We do have that flash flood warning that's in play as well for just to the west of Tulsa too. So taking a closer look into some of these storms right now, we do have quite a bit of rain moving in with this. It's also one of the things we want to watch out for is going to be that flash flooding impact. So we'll keep a close eye on that because these rain rates will be quite intense as we move throughout the next few hours. Let's take a closer look into some of these severe thunderstorm warnings that have started to pop up. This is over into New Mexico right now. Let's see. We have a nice strong system there. Now you can see that probably has a decent amount of hail. Let's take a closer look into what's going on over here. Yeah, we got about a 1-inch sized hail radar indicated from this storm system. That's going to be for Chase and Lincoln counties into New Mexico. Now moving up again towards the Panhandle where we do have that severe thunderstorm warning also popping up here. Looks like another hail maker that we can have. And again, some really heavy rain with this. Looks like an inch and a quarter sized hail radar indicated with that storm system. That's going to be for Dallam County over into Texas and play for a little bit longer here. So those severe storms are starting to pop up. This will continue for a couple more hours. I mean, really starting to fire up into the northern parts of Oklahoma and southern parts of Kansas and Missouri as we get into around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock this evening, right around when folks are trying to head home from work and after school activities. So be careful on those roadways. Luckily, as we get into the later half of this evening, there's still going to be rain, maybe a couple of stronger systems, but that severe threat seems to dampen down a little bit. That is until we get into tomorrow, where more storms are going to be brewing across the plains. So let's break down what's happening into this weekend. So Saturday and into your Sunday, those storms really start to pop up. That threat will be expanding all the way for 40 million folks. We're talking damaging wind gusts and hail, even tornadoes. So we have our Kiana Lewis here that's going to be helping us track what's going to be happening within the coming hours, especially into our Saturday and also into Sunday.
Yeah, and I think this is the weekend where a lot of folks let their guard down. So we need you to pay a little bit of attention because the next couple of days will be active. It will feel like rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Here we go again. And as we go into about Saturday and Sunday, now 20 states are going to be targeted just within that weekend time frame with more than 40 million people in the mix of it all. These storms are going to be stretching over 1,000 miles at times from Texas up to about Michigan. And we also have all hazards on the table. So we start you off with Saturday, right? We are under this 2 out of 5 threat. Bullseye is going to be West Texas, eastern parts of New Mexico. That's as that storm system is going to come moving out of the Rockies and tapping into some of that storm energy. One of the first things that happen into Saturday's storms is going to be the opportunity of large hail. We're talking about ping pong size at the minimum. So that's going to be one of the things that we'll watch first and foremost. But again, we have the storm system. It's tapping into that energy, and that's going to be the prime zone where there is some storm energy. So as that rolls through, initially, it's going to be the hail threat, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, but the damaging wind threat takes over in the aftermath. So notice that as we get into about 5 p.m., we watch to see these storms start to merge together. That's that linear formation that leads to the damaging wind threat. Winds can be over 60 miles per hour at times. Now, going into early Sunday, we watch some of the same areas, unfortunately, under this second round of severe weather for the weekend. Notice that we have Wichita, Oklahoma City, Dallas, San Antonio, a 2 out of 5 threat in place for those areas. So you saw it one Saturday. The difference between Saturday and Sunday is that now we have the tornadic risk in place. Some of these storms could kind of break away from the main line going into Sunday morning, becoming more tornadic, tapping into that wind shear and being a supercell. So that's where we have that rotation in place that could lead to some of those tornadic activities. That has a big effect into the first half of Sunday. By the afternoon, hopefully things start to really wind down. Maybe we have a couple more reloading by the evening hours for parts of Texas. So we'll have to watch both of those days very closely. Good news for you is that we have boots and wheels on the ground. The Beast is going to be out. Fox Weather's Haley Meyer is going to be out, live storm tracking all weekend in the plains. Make sure you tune into the coverage here as we could be moving into one of the most active severe weather weeks of the season.
Make sure we have our daily buyer on the ground with us. She's going to be doing a great job out there. Lots of storms on the way, though. And it's not only going to be this weekend. We also got more storms moving in for next week as well. The storms just keep on moving. Now, looking into what you're seeing right now, this is out of Glendale, Kansas. That was from Thursday from Corey Gherkin. Incredible storms have been ramping up the past few days, and it's only going to be getting worse. So that energy that's going to be moving in this weekend, it moves out of here by Sunday, and another round moves through. We're watching out for another system coming out of the Rockies, and that's going to allow for more systems and storms to start bubbling up by the time we get into your Monday. We have more heat, more energy, more moisture. It's going to be the fuel for these storm systems. Now, this jet stream is going to be swinging into the plane. That's going to allow for all those storms to ignite just along it. And it's also going to allow for those stronger upper level winds, which does create very strong wind shear, which is the rotation or the twisting of the winds with height, which allows for those storms to rotate, which means we can see some tornadoes. So that's going to be one of the main threats with these storm systems moving into the beginning of next week. Also large hail and damaging winds. All modes of severe weather is going to be on the table. So let's start us off with our Monday. It's going to be extending all the way into central Texas, all the way up to Minnesota and parts of Wisconsin. And they're that level 2 out of 5 threat for severe storms as that front continues to track across the country. So again, all modes of severe weather will be on the table. Then we move on into your Tuesday, another level 2 out of 5. But this one is actually going to be extending more so into the Midwest as well, including parts of Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, and even parts of Ohio. And remember, we're a couple of days away from this still. So this forecast may ebb and flow and change a little bit more, maybe getting a little bit more precise into what areas we need to keep a closer eye on once we get a little bit closer to this forecast. But as we continue throughout the rest of your day on Tuesday, that low pressure system continues to track more so towards the northeast as that front continues to trail behind. So that level 2 out of 5 is going to be continuing into our Wednesday as well. Dallas, you're going to be in the bullseye zone once again. And this does extend again close to Illinois and even into parts of Indiana. So the Midwest all the way down into central Texas once again for our Wednesday. You could still be in that hot zone for those severe storms. And we have this ridge of high pressure, which is keeping the east very, very warm. That's the fuel for those systems, warmth and humidity, and we have plenty of that. So plenty of fuel to get these storms rocking and rolling. We'll be keeping a very close eye on this forecast as we move throughout the next few days here on Fox Weather. And the excitement is hitting a new level today as the 4 astronauts aboard the Artemis II mission are just hours away from returning to Earth. Our special nonstop coverage kicks off at 6 p.m. Eastern right here on Fox Weather. Join Ian Oliver and Stephen Morgan with expert analysis and real-time updates as Orion splashes down in the Pacific. More Fox Weather is straight ahead after this break. We'll be right back.
Here we go, life's waiting to begin. Tonight, hey, here I am. Here we go, life's waiting to.
Forget do-nothing dusters, bulky brooms, and clumsy vacuums. Inside or out, no matter where dust hides, blast it with Bullseye Air Blaster and clear messes away faster. The cordless, powerful Bullseye Air Blaster quickly blasts away debris from in between your seats, spills in your truck bed, and so much more. A turbocharged 80,000 RPM motor moves concentrated air to target any mess and blast it away instantly. It puts the power of a full-size blower in the palm of your hand. Just watch how it handles this table full of candles. Now that's Bullseye blasting power. Forget expensive canned air. Air Blaster gives you a microblast of air to clean anywhere. Now easily blast away dust from keyboards and computers. It features 2 different nozzles to create the perfect airstream wherever you want to clean. There's even an inflation nozzle, and you can adjust your blasting power from max strength for tough jobs to minimum airflow for delicate dusting. It's great for all over the house, even those crumbs in the couch. It's rechargeable for hours of continuous use. Take it camping to keep tents dirt-free, or blast in air to keep the fire going. And it's compact enough to store anywhere. Get your Bullseye Air Blaster complete with different nozzle attachments, the charging cord, and a money-back guarantee for just $39.99. And we're not done. We'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all. The Bullseye Air Blaster. free shipping, and a money-back guarantee, all for one incredible price. This deal won't last, so act fast. Here's how.
Call 1-800-506-6819 or go to bullseyeblaster.com. So call 1-800-506-6819 or go online to bullseyeblaster.com.
Pet owners know the struggle. Your best bud can track all sorts of gunk indoors. Now there's a simple solution. It's Muddy Mat, the anti-mud mat that keeps your dog's paws clean before they make a mess inside. Use Muddy Mat under your pet's food dish, in the bathroom, even catch spills in the kitchen. Call or go online to order your Muddy Mat right away. Through this introductory offer, order 2 and get 1 free for only $19.95 each.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Hey, welcome back into Fox Weather Now. We're tracking a major severe weather threat that's brewing this weekend, but it's all starting out west. And right now we're dealing with some strong, even severe storms popping up throughout California and Oregon. And again, that energy eventually making its way across the Rockies and out into the plains as we move into the weekend and into next week. But breaking down what's happening right now, strong storms, heavy rain at times too. We're seeing a couple of those severe thunderstorm warnings popping up just near San Francisco at this point. And we have lots of lightning with these systems, heavy rain, and some gusty winds too that we've been dealing with. We saw a couple more of those severe thunderstorm warnings that were popping up yesterday into Oregon as well. You can see, look at here, Tor Possible is actually attached to one of these severe thunderstorm warnings. That's going to be for parts just off the way from San Francisco. This is over near Merced and as well as into Stockton. This is that one severe thunderstorm warning where we have that Tor Possible attached to it. So make sure you know where your safe place is. It's not normal, not usual that we actually end up seeing these Tor warned storms popping up throughout California. These are some really intense systems that we are dealing with. That low pressure system is spinning just off the coast, and the rain, the storms, they keep on moving through as we continue throughout the rest of the day today and even overnight into your weekend. Really heavy rain at times. On top of this, into those higher elevations, we're going to get plenty of snow too. So lots of folks going to be watching out for some heavy rain. This is going to be in southern parts of Oregon as well as into northern California all throughout Saturday and even into your Sunday too. This energy is potent and allowing for a lot of that moisture to move on in. Now, it's not all bad. We do need a little bit of this snow in those higher elevations for sure, but we do have that severe threat. Going to be isolated severe storms for wind gusts and even some of that hail potential into today. That's going to be that level 1 out of 5. And again, we've already seen a couple of those severe thunderstorms popping up, so we'll keep you posted there. But as this energy continues to track across the plains, we have plenty of heat and energy to help fuel those storm systems as we continue throughout the rest of this weekend and into next week. So all that energy is going to be connected. So we'll keep you posted right here on Fox Weather. And it has been incredible to watch. Artemis II now heading to its splashdown zone. Now we are just a couple hours away till that splashdown happens. I mean, we're going to be seeing that at 8:07 p.m. Eastern time. And it's been just incredible to watch this entirety, this timeline in general. And we have our Ian Oliver with us now to break down what's going to be happening in the next couple of hours.
Ben, it was Apollo 13. They said, the Earth's starting to look awfully big in the window, and that's exactly what we just saw in that live picture. What an exciting evening we have coming up. Day 10, the final day of the Artemis II mission, as we welcome the astronauts home. This is a dangerous prospect, though, flying into the atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour. The lead flight director for this mission at NASA, he said this is 13 minutes where everything has to go right. There is zero margin for error. The pilot on board the Integrity spacecraft, Victor Glover, had this to say about that trip back home.
We're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound, and then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown. The heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow.
Yeah, that's the equivalent, generally speaking, of 10 times the speed of a bullet. That's how fast they hit the atmosphere. So how do you go from 25,000 miles per hour to a gentle 20-mile-per-hour splashdown in the Pacific? This is the sequence right here. They performed that earlier this afternoon, the final trajectory correction, which allows for a perfect skip first off the atmosphere, takes a little sting off. Some of that pace also gives the heat shield a chance to catch its breath, cool off a touch. 7:33, the service module separation, which is going to be bittersweet. That's where the Orion will come off the front of the service module. That's it. Service module service will be complete. But that also has the solar arrays on it, and 4 of those cameras are on the solar arrays. And I'm wondering if that's the shot that we were just looking at there. 7:53, Orion enters the atmosphere, and this is the start of that window I was talking about, where everything has to go right. The blackout also begins. There's this plasma buildup on the heat shield all around the spacecraft, and with that magnetic field, no radio communication. 8:03, the parachute deployment starts. 8:07, splashdown. So it's only 13, 14 minutes from going into the atmosphere, the initial insertion, to that splashdown, but that is going to be some ride. Recovery operations underway after that. And then right here throughout our coverage through the evening on Fox Weather, we'll bring you NASA's press conference coming up at 10:30. The parachute process, this will be quite something. We'll be watching this. If you remember, we do have some of the video from back in Artemis I. It's a sequence of parachute deployments, starting with the drogues. That'll be at about 24,000 feet. 4 of those deploy first. That takes some of the pace out of it. Then the pilot parachutes launch. Their main goal is to pull these giant main chutes out of the compartment. Those chutes, the 3 of them all together, cover up a football field. They're made of Kevlar, so they don't, a Kevlar-like material, so they don't rip when they deploy at such an insane pace. And then they'll be landing somewhere in this zone, which if you've been with us, Bain and Kiana have been talking about it the past few hours. This has been an improving forecast with that front, which is kind of washed out some. The actual swirl of low pressure is farther off to the north. And generally speaking, they're in pretty good shape. The NASA, or the Navy ship, the USS John P. Murtha, is already in the general zone. They'll wait for the splashdown. They wait for 3 minutes for any debris associated with that very hot journey back down closer to the ocean surface. And then beyond that, they'll start to approach the capsule. They'll get the crew out of there. And that will be where we get to talk with them about this amazing 10-day journey, those 4 astronauts aboard the Integrity. So be sure to stick with us as we move through this evening for a front row seat of this historic return. Stephen Morgan and I will be tracking everything from the spacecraft's re-entry all the way down to the marine conditions there in the Pacific. We'll have live reports from Houston at Mission Control, San Diego, and a panel of experts and former astronauts. Artemis II, return to Earth. That kicks off at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Bain, we can't wait.
Ian, I can't wait either. You guys are going to be rocking it. We just had Stephen Morgan in here too, and you guys are so excited about this. I can't wait to watch, and it's going to be amazing. Well, you know, of course, the dramatic grand finale fast approaching. Artemis II's astronauts aiming for a splashdown in the Pacific. They're closing out humanity's first voyage to the moon in more than a half century. All eyes on the capsule's life-protecting heat shield that is to withstand thousands of degrees during re-entry. The recovery ship USS John P. Murtha awaiting the crew's arrival along with a squadron of military planes and helicopters. The last time NASA and the Defense Department teamed up for a lunar cruise re-entry was Apollo 17 in 1972. Now, Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre is live in San Diego with more. Sarah, this has been just incredible to experience. What has it been like for you on the ground?
Well, Bain, it has just been such an exciting day. And I will say, just looking at the weather here, experiencing it throughout the day, what a welcome home gift for the Artemis II crew, you know, bundled up in that capsule for the past 10 days. I mean, it is so beautiful here looking at great weather for this splashdown. But I think for a lot of folks here, me, myself included, I mean, we are going to catch our breath, rather, once we see those parachutes deploy, once that finally happens too, slowing down the capsule from around thousands of miles an hour to just around 17. We know all eyes peel to the sky for that moment.
The system is very safe, although it is a very chaotic and difficult to predict system. We have margin designed in, and we have experience through our test programs to have confidence that the deployment of the parachutes will be successful.
Yeah, so talking to people along the coast here, Bain, they're wondering what they'll actually notice from shore. So a sonic boom could be a possibility, but not really guaranteed. You know, Orion re-entering the atmosphere, moving around 25,000 miles an hour. That creates that extreme heat and pressure that can produce that sound. NASA also says people may not be likely to see that re-entry from shore just given the time of day, but we got a lot of hopeful folks out on the coastline. People also may be able to catch a glimpse, though, of the USS John P. Murtha as it heads back to shore. So within about 2 hours after that splashdown, as we talked about, we got recovery teams to reach the capsule, help the astronauts out into that inflatable raft, then airlift them by helicopter back to the ship. And for many San Diegans, given the deep military roots here, there's just this strong sense of pride right now watching it all unfold off the coastline.
Wow, Sarah.
Absolutely proud to be a San Diegan. I mean, this just means so much. This is really, to me, it's the epicenter of the Navy and everything it stands for. It just absolutely is a great example, exemplifies who they are as a force within our country. They are doing so many great things, not only here, not only for our community, but for our country and around the world. We're absolutely thrilled, and everybody just shows so much pride and love in this community for what is going on. I just couldn't be happier.
Yeah, absolutely. We know the USS John P. Murtha standing by, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman on board, giving the crew some words of encouragement as we near these final moments. Bain, back to you.
Wow, Sarah, it's been incredible to watch. Great reporting out there. We'll be checking in with you throughout the rest of this evening on this historic splashdown. Thanks again. That's Sarah Allegre out of San Diego. Thanks again. Alrighty, we're going to be breaking it into some severe storms that are rolling through California. Rare tornado warning in San Joaquin County and Stanislaus County, California, in the state's Central Valley. A scary situation for some folks. We're getting a little bit of that rotation with this storm system. 1.5 inch hail also indicated via radar. You can see, yeah, quite a bit of that rotation right over here. We can see a little bit more of that spin going on near the town of Atlanta and over getting closer to Escalon as well. You can see, yeah, lots of storm power with this too. I mean, potentially large hail with this as well. You can see right into that little hook right where that storm is. Well, we'll be keeping a close eye on this. There is a little bit of that rotation, but not the only severe thunderstorm warning that we are watching out for here throughout California. So we'll keep a close eye on it. But for folks that are in the area, get into your safe zone as we move throughout the next few hours. These severe storms are going to continue to pop up throughout Northern California. Now, the Artemis II crew, hours away from their out-of-this-world journey. We're bringing you live coverage, but you can also follow along through every critical moment with our blog. Scan the QR code right there on your screen and stay with us. More Fox Weather is coming up right after this break.
Hey guys, Nick Koster here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking. We're here to help you save money on products that will keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. So to start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen. There she is. She's going to be your best friend. She's going to help you get better quality sleep, which who doesn't need better quality sleep, right?
Absolutely. We spend a third of our life sleeping, and you might as well sleep in the best because it really does affect your overall sleep quality experience. That's why I love that we have Bib Home for you here today. They are giving you a full set of sheets, everything that you need from twin to California King in beautiful colors. But these are 2,000 thread count. So luxury starts at 300. And I want you to think of like really nice hotel indulgent sheets. These are made from a bamboo blend, which is nice because they're thermoregulated, meaning now you sleep warm and cozy. But in the warmer months, you sleep cool to the touch, which is great. My favorite part is they've got these snug elastic grips, which means when you put it on your mattress, the fitted sheet actually stays fitted. So it's always like nice, clean, and new, giving you that feeling all the time. But I would say now's the time to invest because these are normally 3-figure sheets. We've got them today starting at $34, saving you up to 71% off.
The only problem is you're truly not going to want to get out of bed in the morning when that alarm clock sounds.
You got it. And if you don't want to take them out of the dryer, they're wrinkle resistant.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
All right. Trust me, you're going to love these. To buy them, scan the QR code on your screen or go to foxweatherdeals.com.
Identity theft has become the country's most frequent crime.
I opened my account and $30,000 is missing. $21,000 just gone.
Every 5 seconds, another American becomes a victim of identity theft. Every 5 seconds.
My accounts were being emptied, money was being transferred everywhere.
The question now isn't if your data is at risk, it's how to protect yourself once it's been exposed.
The police didn't believe me. The banking institution didn't believe me.
So what can you do to protect yourself and your family? The leader in identity theft protection is LifeLock.
Once LifeLock got involved, everything changed.
With LifeLock, if your identity is stolen, they'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our highly trained US-based restoration specialists contact institutions, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
LifeLock pursued this case further than I ever would have imagined.
If you call right now, you'll get LifeLock for just $9.99 a month for your first year. All LifeLock memberships include the $1 Million Protection Package. Our members receive reimbursement for stolen funds and personal expenses, like lost wages, as well as coverage for lawyers and experts up to $3 million in total.
When the bank refused to reimburse my stolen money, the $1 Million Protection Package came through for me.
Our restoration guarantee and $1 Million Protection Package are included in all memberships with no additional fees. Plus, LifeLock now includes protection against scams.
I think it's natural to think that you can do this on your own. You can't.
Call 800-710-4587 and use promo code GET35 or go to lifelock.com/get35 to join today.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jumped from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. It's the bottom of the hour. I'm Bane Frony in for Ian Oliver. A lot going on when it comes to our severe storms that have been rolling through already this week, and things are just going to start to ramp up as we get into this weekend and into next week. We have multiple days, multiple rounds of severe storms, and we are talking all modes of severe weather on the table. Tornadoes, large hail, gusty winds extending all the way into central Texas up into the Midwest. We'll be breaking that down for you in the next few minutes. But first, we're focusing on Artemis II. Splashdown just a few hours away off the coast of San Diego, 5:07 p.m. Pacific time, so local time for San Diego. We'll be keeping a really close eye on that forecast. There is lots of very precise criteria that needs to happen in order for this to be a safe splashdown. But let's start out there. Let's go out to the ground. Live look at San Diego right now. Artemis II making that historic return just off the coast in the Pacific again. 5:07 p.m. local time. That is the time for splashdown. The Orion spacecraft will become a fireball as it streaks through the atmosphere ahead of its splashdown. Rescue crews are moving into position to receive the spacecraft. Our Brandy Campbell is live in San Diego with the latest. Brandy, the sun is shining. We have beautiful, quiet conditions. It looks great weather-wise. How does the energy feel right now?
Oh my goodness. It's such an exciting day to know that our astronauts are going to be coming home, and it's happening close to where we are here in San Diego. So they're going to be about 50 to 100 miles away from where we're standing into the Pacific Ocean. When it comes to energy, we're actually here at the Naval Base San Diego. So this is where the recovery crews left from on the USS John P. Murtha. The ship, it was once right behind me, but of course now it's far out waiting for the astronauts to splash down. I'd say it's kind of quiet on base since I think the main attraction is gone, but just talking to people in the city yesterday, folks are excited to know that they'll be dropping down very close to where we are. So yes, we know we are less than 3 hours away from splashdown. Again, that's happening over 50 miles away from the coast of San Diego. Right now, the astronauts, they are less than, 30,000 miles away from Earth, and they're moving very fast, over 8,000 miles per hour. But at the peak of their speed for today, once they get close to the upper atmosphere of Earth, they'll be going nearly 25,000 miles per hour. Now, I want to talk about the process for them to re-enter. That starts at 6:33 p.m. with the crew module separating from the service module. In a conference yesterday, NASA stated there's a lot of things that must go right in those last few moments, really that last hour and a half leading to splashdown. Take a listen.
The Orion spacecraft will enter the Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles per hour. That heat shield, the thermal protection system, which is built by American hands in American factories for materials designed to withstand temperatures that approach the surface of the sun, will bear the full force of that re-entry. Every system we've demonstrated over the past 9 days, life support, navigation, propulsion, communications, all of it depends on the final minutes of flight.
All right. And meanwhile, on Monday, hundreds of NASA and naval support crews departed this naval base aboard the USS John P. Murtha. It's an amphibious transport dock ship, and it's going to be used to recover the crew and the Orion spacecraft. The ship and its crew are in place about 5 miles from the splashdown location. According to NASA, the astronauts, they will be flown to the ship within 2 hours. They will then undergo post-mission medical evaluations before returning to shore, where we are at the base, to board an aircraft bound for NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Now, for those of us on land, if you're wondering, will you see this splashdown? Unfortunately, the answer is no. I actually saw NASA, they posted a tweet a few moments ago saying, for those of you along the coast, you may not be able to see them splashing down, but go ahead and just wave in their direction, welcoming them back here to Earth, again, just offshore from where we are. So it's exciting to know they'll be close by. And in fact, I talked to some visitors and some locals here in San Diego about that. Take a listen.
All the moon landing stuff was before we were born, so to see all of this is really exciting for us and our family.
And just especially having like the first female going the furthest is like so awesome for this time.
I actually thought there was thousands of people going to the moon like almost every day, and instead there's only like nothing for 50 years, and now they're coming here, and I just think that is really cool.
Yeah, he was very excited to learn everything that was happening when I told him, yeah, they just went around the moon, they made history. So he said, I would love to congratulate them. And you know what? I hope he gets that shot. But for now, today with this big event, hopefully folks are headed to, maybe their TVs at home, phones watching it, or maybe a splashdown party, right?
I like your vision there, splashdown party. We need to have one of those. We're kind of having one here at Fox Weather, it feels like. But you know what, Brandy? Even though you may not be able to see it from the coast, I know for sure I can't see it from New York. I'm still going to be waving at them. Really exciting stuff. I love it, Brandy. You're doing an amazing job out there. We really appreciate it. We'll be checking back in with you later on this evening. Thanks again. All right, let's jump into severe weather. Millions on high alert as a marathon stretch of storms brings hail and tornado threats to the plains and Texas. We'll see severe storms every single day into the weekend and into next week. Take a look at this. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. all severe storm threats. And we're still having that right now as we continue throughout this evening and even into parts of California where we have those severe storms popping up. But a 1 out of 5 severe threat for folks in Oklahoma and into Kansas, parts of Texas also getting in on it, as well as over into Missouri. Now, no severe storms as of right now into Oklahoma, Kansas, or even into parts of Missouri, but we do have some strong storms at least. So heavy rain and some lightning with these systems. Be careful on those roadways. We also do have a flash flood warning that's just to the north of Oklahoma City. I'm going to take us a little bit farther to the west over here because we are starting to get a couple more of those severe thunderstorms that are popping up throughout parts of Texas. This is just to the west of Amarillo, Texas, where we have some of those severe thunderstorm warnings popping up. Some decent sized hail is going to be possible with a few of these systems too. Now we have a couple more. Let's get a little bit closer to these guys here so you can get a closer look at what's going on. So again, we have more of these systems. They're going to be mostly gusty winds and some large hail. We have about an inch sized hail radar indicated with a couple of these storm systems too. Now I do want to actually jump over into California because we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings that are popping up there and even a tornado warning that is still in place. This is just to the east of San Francisco. As of right now, we do have 1.5 inch hail radar indicated hail size there too. So be in your safe spot. You don't normally see tornado warnings popping up into Northern California. It happens, but it is a rare occurrence. So these strong systems, they're up there. We were looking at a little bit more of that rotation with this storm system just a little bit earlier. So be in your safe zone. More severe storms are going to be possible throughout Northern California as we continue throughout the rest of this afternoon and into the evening hours here. But it doesn't stop here. We have more storms on the way for this upcoming weekend. We're going to be watching out for more of those storms and then potentially going to see more of a tornado threat as well. For the plains, we have our Kiana Lewis with us here to break this all down. Kiana, every single day, it feels like for the past couple of days.
Every day. Week. When you were when you were talking about the days, it sounds like you were singing a song. Like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like it was every day. And that's going to be the case. It starts this weekend. It starts today, but really transitions into this weekend too. So we want to kind of get you up to speed because the weekend is going to be a time where a lot of folks kind of let their guard down. They're not really paying much attention to what the weather can do. But this is going to be a weekend that I need you to pay close attention, specifically here at Fox Weather, because we have a lot going on. Over 20 states are going to be dealing with some type of severe weather. All modes are on the table, including tornadoes. That's one of the things that we'll watch into Sunday. Getting you started Saturday, the big threat here is going to be the large hail and the damaging winds. Well, hail can come through at ping pong size at times. I think that's the minimum at this point. But notice that we have this big bullseye here, Lubbock down through Midland, where we're going to be watching where some of the bigger hail takes shape. That's right around and close to that center of low pressure. So as it pulls into this area where we have limited storm energy, the storm energy that we do have can tap and make some pretty stronger storms kind of pull through. So we'll watch that play out through the majority of Saturday afternoon. A couple of supercells to get us started. And then we watch this kind of merge into a line of storms. That's going to be that wind threat through the overnight hours and into early Sunday. Now, Sunday is going to be another day where we watch storms fire up once again. That threat mainly going to be a tornadic threat vein as we head into the latter half of the weekend.
Yeah, we got to watch out for that. And it does not stop there, Kiana. More storms on the way for next week. This is shaping up to be a relentless stretch of weather. And we're going to watch out for, again, all modes of severe weather moving into the plains and into the Midwest. Clay Center, Kansas is what is on your screen right now from Thursday. That's from our Corey Gherkin. Incredible storms that came out of that system. And we also saw lots of hail with those storm systems earlier from this week. But let's dive into the future of what's to come as we get into, well, next week, starting on our Monday. So after all that energy moves through this upcoming weekend, the system moves out of here and we watch out for more of those storms as another disturbance moves throughout the Rockies. And that's going to bring that energization that we need for these storm systems. So this is going to be that new surface low is going to be forming east of the Rockies, allowing for more of that fuel. We'll also see again more of that moisture building up from the Gulf, and we'll also have the areas nice and warm. So the heat and the moisture, that's the fuel that we need. Now we see the catalyst and boom, there it is. We have that front that's going to continue to move through out the next few days. We also have that powerful jet that's swinging into the plains. This is allowing for much more stronger upper level winds, which is then going to create really intense shear. When we're talking about shear, we're talking about the twisting of the winds with height or the extended or the winds also getting a lot faster with height too. And that allows for more of that rotation of storms. And that then creates those tornadoes. So we have tornadoes on the line, as well as large hail, damaging wind gusts as well. It's all going to be the modes of severe weather that's going to be on the table. This includes our Monday, which does extend to level 2 out of 5, all the way from Minnesota, Minneapolis getting in on it, down to central Texas. 1,000 miles are going to be under a severe threat for our beginning of our work week. And this continues into our Tuesday as well. Level 2 out of 5 now extending into the Midwest. Now, we are still quite a few days away from this, so our forecast will be changing. We'll be keeping you updated as we continue throughout the next few days. And the countdown is on. The Artemis II crew is homeward bound. We're only hours away as we await their splashdown off San Diego's coast. We've got special coverage of this monumental event. Stephen Morgan and Ian Oliver are taking you step by step through every critical moment. That's going to be coming up soon, right here on Fox Weather. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day, and this is what you're inhaling?
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning. Your floors never stay clean. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly.
Dog parents, this is a must-have. My floors have never been so clean.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code on the screen to claim your 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today.
Welcome back into Fox Weather, a monumental day as we're hours away from the Orion spacecraft's return to Earth, splashing down off San Diego's coastline. The Artemis II 10-day journey has been a historic one. Let's run through some of the key highlights from the mission, starting where it all began. April 1st, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. It was last Wednesday where the NASA's Space Launch System rocket took off at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The successful liftoff sending 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft on a planned test flight around the moon and back.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch. Roger, roll pitch.
Wow, still get chills coming in from that. Now, the following day, the crew performed their translator injection burn that sent them out of Earth's orbit and officially on track for their lunar flyby. After a few days in space, Monday was one for the record books as the crew began their loop around the far side of the moon. At 1:56 p.m. was when they set the record for farthest distance from Earth traveled by a human. Take a listen.
Cabin of integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we most importantly choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
The crew surpassed the Apollo 13 record of 248,655 miles that was set over 50 years ago. Now, shortly following the historic moment, the crew described two small unnamed craters on the moon's surface. This is when they called down to Earth, proposing to name one of the craters in honor of Commander Reed Wiseman's late wife.
There's a feature in a really neat place on the moon. You will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. It's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol.
A touching moment, capping a truly historic day that helped shape the future of space exploration. Now, the crew continuing on their journey around the far side of the moon. It was later on Monday evening that they reached the maximum distance from Earth. And as they used the moon's gravity to sling back to Earth, they sent back these incredible images. The crew not only observed the moon, but got to witness a solar eclipse as the spacecraft and the moon aligned. It was during this time that they reported seeing 6 light flashes created by meteorites that are hitting the moon's surface. Scientists are excited to look more at these images, and so are we right here on Earth. Now that brings us to today, where we await splashdown, a full out-of-this-world journey with a beginning and ending from coast to coast. We are very excited for this splashdown occurring at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're going to be following it all right here on Fox Weather. Now, the Orion spacecraft is set to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at about 25,000 miles per hour today as the historic mission reaches an end. Over a period of 14 minutes, the craft will lose 99% of its velocity, allowing the crew to reach the ground safely or the water safely. But don't just take it from me. The Artemis crew spoke on what exactly they're expecting to go through.
We're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound, and then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown. The heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow.
Orion's heat shield is essential for keeping them safe, insulating the crew from temps that will reach the thousands. With careful design and collaboration, NASA is confident that things will go smoothly. Now, joining us now to discuss is Muhammad Hunan, a CEO of Melingen Labs. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon here on Fox Weather. I really appreciate it.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks so much for having me on. Today's an exciting day. Conclusion to an incredible milestone.
An incredible day is right. I mean, this is just absolutely historic. And I think that the question that's on everyone's mind right now is how the Artemis II's heat shield will perform, especially compared to the first Artemis mission, in which charred chunks had come loose and were missing from the heat shield after that re-entry. Can you kind of talk a little bit about what improvements have been made to the shield this go around?
Yeah, for sure. You know, in the Artemis mission 1, the heat shield didn't perform up to the par, but NASA has put in the best minds of the team on board, and we're expecting a very good splashdown, and really excited for that. This Artemis mission 2 has changed its trajectory and improved the way the heat shield will essentially splash down. So looking forward to that. And I think we also need to look into what are the other challenges that astronauts had to go through which is what we're working at Melogen Labs, and why I'm obsessed with space and the risks that come with going to space and coming back.
Yeah, and can you kind of explain a little bit on that too? I know the radioactivity and everything can be kind of harsh on the body, obviously. Can you walk us through what that looks like and why that is so dangerous?
Yeah, I mean, every day in space is dangerous, right? And when we're in space, we're completely getting bombarded with radiation every day. And just a few hours into the mission itself, Orion had radiation anomalies on the electronics. NASA has done everything that they can, to protect astronauts, and that's what we're doing at Melogen Labs. We've developed product solutions and infrastructure that will enable electronics, and then that's what we're looking to do, and then protect electronics that will eventually go to, Moon and then Mars, and then our brave astronauts as well.
Wow. And incredible work that's being done by you guys, absolutely. And for the re-entry process, can you kind of walk us through it and the kinds of forces that the heat shield will be going through or experiencing during this event?
Yeah, 100%. This time, the re-entry is very steeper. So it's steeper trajectories, meaning astronauts will be spending less time under intense heat. And throughout the mission, like I mentioned early on, NASA has made sure astronauts are safe and comfy, from keeping them warm, fed, protected from radiation, and of course, this last stage of re-entry.
Wow. And I mean, the re-entry has a lot of people here on Earth holding their breath. Everyone's, excited, but a little bit anxious. Do you feel the splashdown will be maybe the most dangerous part of the mission? And if so, why?
Yeah, NASA has done incredible work with the heat shield for re-entry, and I'm confident they've built the best armor possible to bring the crew home. And at Melogen Labs, we focus on the other armor, the kind that protects you for the 10 days before you hit the atmosphere. So I'm really optimistic about the splashdown, and it's going to be an incredible conclusion to this awesome milestone for humanity.
Wow, it's going to be incredible to watch, that's for sure. And we really appreciate your time and your expertise on this, Muhammad. Thanks again. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Weather.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Artemis II splashdown. We are expecting to see some more of those systems moving on in, but thankfully, forecast looks pretty clear. I mean, a little bit earlier, we were looking at the potential for some more of those rain showers coming in, but that was earlier this week. And now that forecast is looking pretty good. We are expecting nice clear skies, or at least no rain on the forecast. That's the one thing that we cannot have. No rain, no storms out there during that in that splashdown zone. Now, winds also need to be less than 29 miles per hour. Waves less than 6 feet. As of right now, everything looks pretty good. I mean, again, that front that we were looking at has weakened. It's slowed down. Not going to be too much of a problem. So things are nice and quiet for our current forecast. But as we move into the later night hours, maybe a couple more of those lighter showers. I think this might be overdoing it a little bit. But during the splashdown zone timing, things are looking quiet when it comes to the rain. In regards to the wave heights, we're looking 1 to 3 feet as of right now. And again, remember, we have to be under 6 feet. So things are looking good there too. On top of this, the winds, we're going 10 to 20 miles per hour. So once again, we're all in the clear for right now. That forecast is looking really good. And in just a few short hours, these 4 astronauts will be racing back to the atmosphere. You're going to want to tune in with us here on Fox Weather at 6 o'clock. We have a special coming up with Ian Oliver and Stephen Morgan. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet, with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got. I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to CopperFit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
This is the countdown to splashdown. Tonight, the Artemis II mission comes to a close. The next stop, the Pacific Ocean off the coastline of San Diego.
For 10 days, 4 astronauts, they've traveled to deep space, and now comes the most dangerous test of all, re-entry. In about 90 minutes at 7:33 Eastern, 4:33 Pacific time, the Orion capsule, as we see live right now, will separate from its service module.
Yeah, the Orion spacecraft, the Integrity, its go to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. That's coming up at now 7:54 Eastern time. It'll be traveling at a blistering 24,000 miles per hour plus, generating friction that'll test the Orion's heat shield with temperatures anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's Mach 32, by the way. Thank you for being here with us. Our special coverage of the Artemis II splashdown. I'm Ian Oliver.
And I'm Stephen Morgan. At that speed, you can actually get from New York to Tokyo in about 20 minutes. I'm not sure how long that flight is, but I think it's a little longer than an hour.
That's even better than the bullet train.
You're right. Who needs that? Hey, re-entry, it is one thing, but weather is another, and that's been our focus. There's a team of meteorologists at Johnson Space Center in Houston. They, of course, like us, are taking a look at this evening, Ian, and they're giving the green light for splashdown. That Earth has been getting larger and larger and larger every minute.
Yeah, it was like last week, wait a minute, it's the moon. It's the moon getting bigger and bigger. Well, this is the return journey. That's even better, in my opinion, right?
There's something about that atmosphere, isn't there, to see the clouds?
Yeah. It makes our job easier, too. That's one of the best parts of this, speaking with all of the former astronauts, that vantage point of looking down at the weather. Of course, they won't be looking at it that long. Christopher, you said how fast now? 10,000 miles per hour?
They're approaching that quickly, 9,872 miles per hour and increasing.
So pretty close.
You know, there was a time that they were going at about 1,500 miles an hour as they were moving around the moon. It's been crazy to see just how that gravitational force of Earth is the key player, what's called the free return. That's how they have set their course for Earth. Hey, we have all angles covered as we witness this historic return from around the moon. We're going to carry the re-entry live and uninterrupted. We're also on the ground in San Diego. Brandy Campbell and Sarah Allegre will join us live. Chelsea Torres, she's at Johnson Space Center in Houston, where Mission Control remains in contact with the 4 astronauts. A live report from Chelsea is coming up soon.
Let's start with Brandy, Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. She's live in San Diego. Brandy, super jealous. 1, because you got to watch this historic launch happen, and 2, because you're awfully close to where these folks splashed down. You might even hear it.
I hope we can hear something. I was told we won't see anything, that's for sure, but I think it's just really cool knowing that we are so close to where these astronauts will be welcomed back to Earth. It's kind of odd to say something like that, but that's going to happen. And, you know, we have our countdown. This is happening in just over 2 hours. So right now I'm at the Naval Base San Diego. This is where the ship, the USS John P. Murtha, that will help with the recovery efforts left from earlier this week, and it will return here tomorrow. But all eyes right now, everyone's focused on splashdown. And so one thing we had to keep an eye out for, of course, was weather. As you can tell, it's beautiful here in San Diego, and NASA says it's the exact same thing for the location where they're planning to do splashdown, saying weather is excellent. Even the wave heights, they are well below the parameters of 6 feet. They're actually below 4 feet at this time. Now, outside of that, we want to talk about the crew. We were just talking about how fast they were going, over 9,800 miles per hour. Well, they're also getting very close to us here on Earth, now less than 20,000 miles away from us, as Earth's gravity just pulls them in. With that speed, by the way, at the peak of their speed today, they'll reach 24,661 miles per hour as they hit the upper atmosphere of Earth. That is just 130 miles per hour slower than the record re-entry speed set by the Apollo 10 crew back in 1969. Take a listen to what Victor Glover had to say about this moment, splashdown.
I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well.
Can't even imagine doing what they are about to experience. Now, the process will start for them with re-entry at 6:33 p.m. Eastern Time, with the crew module separating from its service module. In a conference yesterday, NASA stated there's a lot of things that must go right in that last hour and a half before splashdown. Take a listen.
The Orion spacecraft will enter the Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles per hour. That heat shield, the thermal protection system, which is built by American hands in American factories for materials designed to withstand temperatures that approach the surface of the sun, will bear the full force of that reentry. Every system we've demonstrated over the past 9 days, life support, navigation, propulsion, communications, all of it depends on the final minutes of flight.
All right. And on the other hand, he mentioned there's no question that he'll be anxious. I'm sure the teams will in those moments, but they're also going to be there with the families of the astronauts through it all. Meanwhile, waiting for the astronauts will be the recovery crews. So there are hundreds of NASA and naval support crews that departed this base on Monday, again, aboard the USS John P. Murtha. It's an amphibious transport dock ship that will be used to recover the crew and Orion spacecraft. The ship and crew is in place about 5 miles away from the splashdown location. According to NASA, the astronauts will be flown to the ship within 2 hours. They will then go under post-mission medical evaluations before they are to return to shore, where we are, and then they'll get on a plane and head for NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. So in total, I was told that whole process of recovery, which starts before splashdown, could take maybe 6 hours. And you'll be interested or, surprised to know they're not going to return the boat here to the naval base until tomorrow. So it goes very slow. But once it does get here, it'll be an amazing sight. Again, the Orion spacecraft will return to land, passing over where we are standing right here. So going to be a great moment to welcome back that crew. And it's going to be those Navy divers, the medical divers, that will welcome back our 4 astronauts to Earth. So time is ticking, guys, and I'm excited to see it all unfold.
And you're going to see it when it's still bright out, which is nice. That was one of the things, depending on when they would re-enter, having that splashdown at night adds some complications. So you'll be able to, while not see it, maybe you can hear it. Brandy, before we let you go, I guess you'll be moving then to Houston because you've been following them. Cape Canaveral, San Diego. Houston's going to be the next stop, maybe. I know we got a presence there.
Omen. This, that, and the other thing.
Everywhere that they go. But the weather, wind is okay. Everything looks great. I mean, it's a San Diego day, it looks like.
It is beautiful. They've gotten very lucky. Beautiful, or, weather turned out great for liftoff. Weather is beautiful for them to return. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll end up in Houston. I didn't know it was going to be here until a few days ago. So we're just going with the flow, and I'm enjoying it. It's been so amazing to keep up with the crew. They're poets up there, photographers in space, and of course scientists just really capturing the information we need to move further to a moon landing and further down Mars.
Yeah, right. A new home eventually. Yeah. That's the end goal of all this. That's Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell in San Diego. Brandy, looking forward to checking in with you throughout the evening. Thank you. Great. Let's go to where they're eventually going. Brandy just gave us the timeline. It's Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres out at Johnson Space Center in Houston. That's where the families of this cruise will be watching the return. Chelsea, what's the scene like there?
Hey there, guys. Well, I mean, as we know, it all comes down to these final moments. This is exactly what NASA personnel have been saying. They've been doing the tests and demonstrations for the last 9 days, and now this home stretch is where it all will really show. There's going to be about 13 minutes from the moment the Orion capsule hits the Earth's atmosphere and splashes down into the Pacific, and 13 of those minutes, I should say 6 of those minutes, are going to be a communication blackout, and the crew says that they'll be flying in at 40 times the speed of sound.
The G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9-10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty.
Artemis pilot Victor Glover says the heat shield and eventually the parachutes on the Orion will help slow the capsule down to around 20 miles an hour as it splashes down. Here at Johnson Space Center, all eyes will be on Orion's heat shield, the capsule's thermal protection system, as temperatures could reach up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. During the unmanned Artemis I mission, the shield had some charring, so before Artemis II launched, engineers made sure it could withstand the speed and pressure coming into Earth's atmosphere.
A lot of testing, a lot of verification. We're fully behind NASA's decision to go fly this heat shield. Did a ton of work to make sure we're comfortable with that from an overall perspective, the engineering, the testing to simulate, and we're doing a different trajectory coming home that'll be a little bit less taxing on the heat shield than we did before.
So ever since the crew woke up, they've been going through their entire checklist. They will be getting into their launch suits here shortly, the orange and blue suits. They'll be doing some leak checks as well, really just making sure that the cabin is ready for that re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And of course, their family and friends are going to be here in mission control at Johnson Space Center watching these final moments and for this historic splashdown. Ian, Stephen?
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible thing to watch. And really, when you look at it from the human side of things, the families hoping that everything goes according to plan. Listening to one of the lead scientists of the Artemis missions yesterday saying that these are 13 and a half minutes that we have to get right. And that's the hope. Chelsea Torres for us at Johnson Space Center in Houston, JSC. Chelsea, appreciate it.
The Artemis II astronauts have traveled farther into space than any humans have gone before. And they're coming home this evening. 3 Americans and 1 Canadian who captured hearts around the world with their trip around the moon, now heading back to Earth. For 10 days, we followed their journey from launch to their historic trip around the moon, all leading to tonight's splashdown. Before their return, They shared a message for their children and for the world. Take a listen.
I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together.
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you chasing and catching your own dreams. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you.
It's been inspiring people all over the world. The good crew of the Integrity on their way home this evening. Our special coverage of the Artemis II splashdown continues after this.
Check this out. Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Now, I want you folks to imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel went straight to the source, people just like you, to answer the biggest bath and shower remodel questions.
What my bathroom looks like is really important to me. Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors, all with genuine jacuzzi quality.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Our moms are elderly. We're so worried about them slipping and falling in the shower.
We all know how unsafe it is to step over a shower tub, right? Yeah. Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. Our showers have never been safer. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves. Go ahead, pull yourself up by it. That is really cool.
There we go. This is a great safety feature. I love this.
No slip floor right there.
I really like this seat because if she gets tired during the shower, she can sit and take her time.
I love the texture. It's really beautiful.
Yes, and you'll never have to scrub grout again. And this is mold and mildew resistant, so you just rinse and go.
That's incredible. We're thinking about remodeling.
But that can get expensive. Well, it's more affordable than you might think, and we have great financing options.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years. I know you'd love to upgrade, and there's never been a better time than now with this incredible offer.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-761-3240.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
And welcome back to our special coverage of the Artemis II splashdown. After traveling farther than any crew in history, NASA's Artemis II team is now on the final chapter of their historic mission. We know that, Stephen, because the Earth's even bigger.
It's bigger than it was just 20 minutes ago. Yeah, from liftoff to the slingshot around the moon. This is just the beginning of what's a longer-term goal to get humans back on the moon this decade. But that re-entry is what we're going to be waiting for. The speed of Integrity is going to be remarkable. We talked about New York to Tokyo, maybe a more manageable flight, New York to LA. If we were going at the speed that Integrity will be going, 5 minutes, about 6 minutes or so.
It's like an express train. Yeah, just like that.
Wild.
That's roughly when they re-enter 10 times the speed of a bullet fired by a rifle.
Right. It's crazy.
Yeah. The crew, they've donned their launch and entry suits. What is it? The orthostatic the orthostatic, intolerant. Yes,
yeah.
it basically helps keep their blood pressure, their blood flow going.
Yep.
They've conducted leak checks. Everything's in order, and weather is a go at the splashdown site.
It's also temperature controlled in there too. I mean, we're going to be at a comfortable 70 degrees in the capsule, so we'll see how things play out. But Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre is live in San Diego tonight. Sarah, the important thing is the weather. How's it looking?
Hey, Steve and Ian. I mean, such a beautiful day. Just look at this. I mean, a welcome home present fit for the Artemis II crew. What a way to come back home. It's been a beautiful, sunny San Diego kind of day. Your typical forecast. So that's been great. And I think for so many people here on the ground, but also, you know, Americans watching across the country, we're all going to finally catch our breath once those parachutes deploy. I mean, you guys talked about that re-entry speed, you know, slowing down the capsule from thousands of miles an hour to just around 17. So talking with experts, you know, this is a tried and true method. Their eyes are going to be peeled to the sky for that moment, hoping for that safe and sound splashdown, guys.
The system is very safe, although it is a very chaotic and difficult to predict system. We have margin designed in, and we have experience through our test programs to have confidence that the deployment of the parachutes will be successful.
Yeah, and I know I'm hoping to hear a sonic boom. A lot of people along the coastline, too, they're going to have their ears peeled. It's possible we're hearing from the USGC, you know, Ryan, re-entering the atmosphere, as you guys mentioned, just under 25,000 miles an hour. That's going to create that extreme heat, that pressure, which produces that sound. When it comes to actually seeing re-entry, that kind of thing, it's looking less likely, especially given the time of day and some conditions out there. But folks may be able to catch a glimpse of the USS John P. Murtha eventually as it heads back to shore. But after, you know, that splashdown, 2 hours after that, we're going to see recovery teams that will reach the capsule, help the astronauts out into an inflatable raft. And then, as Brandy mentioned, you know, getting airlifted by helicopter back to the ship. But talking to San Diegans about that moment specifically, there's just this strong sense of pride right now, guys, watching this all unfold off the coastline here.
Well, I'm absolutely proud to be a San Diegan. I mean, this just means so much. This is really, to me, it's the epicenter of the Navy and everything it stands for. It just absolutely is a great example, exemplifies who they are as a force within our country. They are doing so many great things, not only here, not only for our community, but for our country and around the world. We're absolutely thrilled, and everybody just shows so much pride and love in this community for what is going on. Just couldn't be happier.
And we know the millions and millions of people watching tonight, they share that same sense of pride as well. Love seeing that visual of the Earth getting bigger and bigger, under 30,000 miles away from home. And we are so excited, guys, to welcome them back here off of our beautiful San Diego coastline. Back to you.
Yeah, Sarah, the heat shield, as Stephen was saying, inside the cabin, keeps everything. They've got the climate control system, 70 degrees. It's 70 degrees right where? Right on the button. It's
like inside the
70 degrees. Sarah, we're looking forward to your reporting through the evening. Thank you.
And hopefully hearing something, right? Let's bring in Janet Ivey. Janet Ivey is CEO of Janet's Planet, and it's great to have Janet on. She's actually been one of our favorite guests that we've had. Janet, great to see you tonight. How you feeling? What's going through your head this evening?
Stephen, it's like, I just have to say, I have very much enjoyed your enthusiasm for space in this last week, as I've been on several times. So thank you for that. Ian, it's great to have you here as well. What I'm feeling is just a sense of anticipation. I won't lie, I have lit a candle. I have said all my prayers, mainly because I go, of all the 4 people in the entire world that have such exemplified not just expertise and scientific competence, but character in how they have shown up for one another and shown up for all of us. I mean, for me, when hearing Christina say, we will always choose Earth, we will always choose each other, boom, mic drop. And so right now, I know I was listening to the NASA TV as I was waiting to come on. And so they have it down to the second. So they've literally added a second to the actual splashdown, which will be 8:07 p.m. It's 8:07 and 8 seconds. So that's Eastern time. But again, the precision of this mission, but I really do think that it's like our new hashtags should all be hashtag moonjoy, because this crew has brought the joy and the love and the poetry. You know, you think these guys go to space as scientists and astronauts and fighter pilots,
Yeah.
and then they come back sort of mystics, and they have all of this kind of like unimaginable ways, or trying to put words to what they've seen and the way that they view the world. You know, it's like Frank White coined the phrase the overview effect, which every astronaut feels when they finally see Earth from that vantage point. But I think we may need to coin something new here and call it the Artemis II effect, because it certainly has brought a lot of joy to all of us these last 10 days.
Yeah, Janet, the way you described the four astronauts, the crew, fitting that they name that spacecraft integrity. And I know that's the example. So much of what you do is working to inspire young people to get into STEM careers like this. You don't have a spaceship like the four of them, but I would imagine watching this and talking about Artemis from start to finish has to be a helpful tool.
You know, this is what is amazing, that probably starting almost 6-7 years ago, I started teaching about the Artemis missions, you know, goddess of the moon, we are going and we can do this, and all of these videos. So even during COVID, we were talking about, you know, the future of the Artemis missions and the SLS and when it would go. And to think that it's like, the students that I had, even online from around the world, I've heard from students today far and wide. I've gotten pictures. They're wearing their astronaut suits or their NASA shirt, and they are all primed and ready. There's a great kiddo in New Jersey named Lucas who is going on 13. And I am telling you, look for Lucas because he's going to own his own aerospace company. There's another darling girl out there named Lucia who is going to engineer our way to Mars. So what I know of the students I've already had and things they're sending back to me, and the students that I've had to even, you know, be in front of. A few weeks ago, I was in Klamath Falls, Oregon, and I heard from one of the teachers who helped me out that week, said, like, space has like just integrated into their entire town, and everybody's talking about this Artemis II mission. So I think it's a pivotal moment for kids to think about a STEM career. But I also want to make sure that everybody who loves art out there is also encouraged, because these great astronauts actually took photography classes and video classes to make sure they could capture everything appropriate. So if it worked for Da Vinci, who let his art inform his science and his science inform his art, it works for astronauts. So we can always sprinkle in our science, technology, engineering, and math with a lot of art. So
no doubt about it. I mean, our eyes, we get treated to so much. I mean, we call it eye candy with the pictures that we've seen, Janet, from the astronauts. And you'd mentioned joy, and it stood out to me. I remember just a couple of days ago, Jeremy Hansen talking about that overview. He didn't specifically say overview effect, but he said, it seems as I look back on this planet, our entire purpose is to find joy and to spread joy. And you have these great minds that are up there. And I know that we'll talk about the reentry, it's tonight, but there is something that's so unifying about it. And I think to convey that to kids is so important. We will talk to astronauts tonight that were inspired when they were kids, watching the Apollo missions. So before we let you go, we're limited on time tonight. How do you get them excited for Artemis III? That lunar land, you kind of want to get them on the moon, but it's like, we're going to stay in low orbit, kids.
No. It's like, you know what, we're going to, probably what I'll do is like, hey, we've got Artemis 3, where I'm going to head is Artemis 4 and get them thinking about landing there. Artemis 5 and 6, where we're building a lunar base, because all of my 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders, those are going to be those guys and gals that in another 10, 15 years, when we have begun to live and work there, who will be also those kind of like going into the engineering and building those things. So I'm not just looking at Artemis 3, I'm looking at Artemis 15. And I think the kids will as well.
Yeah, three at least gets us the vehicle to get back on the surface, though, right? 4, 5, 6 doesn't happen without 3.
Without three, you got it.
It's like Star Wars, you know, they all go together.
You need a trilogy, right?
Janet Ivey, the CEO of Janet's Planet, it's been wonderful to chat with you, and we're so excited for what's to come this evening. Thank you.
Yeah. Great to see you, Janet.
All fingers crossed.
Yep, that's right. Fingers and toes, and keep that candle lit. Hey, we've been following the Artemis II mission from liftoff till now, and we're excited that tonight those astronauts, a live look inside Integrity,
all configured,
and they're in re-entry. They're in their suits and they are seated. They will be home tonight here on Earth. The teams are set to recover the crew and capsule off the coast of San Diego. And tonight's re-entry and splashdown, it's been practiced 12 times. They're technically called the Underway Recovery Test, or URT. They even made a replica of the Orion capsule to practice the recovery operations with. Now, if you want to get up-to-the-minute facts and timelines and just really great info, we have our live blog on the right. You can also check that out for yourself. It's a great tool because there's a lot happening, from modular burn raises to opening the hatch of Integrity. All of it is going to be on our live blog. Our special coverage of Artemis II splashdown. It continues after this.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as one day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome. It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi Bath Remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as one day.
It's done in one day. Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
Exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
And welcome back to our special coverage of Artemis II's return to Earth. You are taking a live look inside of the capsule as the crew is ready. They're suited up and they're seated, and they're now traveling at a wild 11,000 miles an hour. We have really watched as that velocity, that speed has increased as they get closer and closer to Earth, and it's only going to get faster than that.
Reed and Victor right there, the commander and the pilot.
Watching them right there. It's wild to see a capsule like this, and obviously the different views have been great, but the crew systems in Orion, they're designed, it's a little tidbit, like did you know, to fit 99% of the human population. So it can accommodate astronauts as small as 4'10" or as tall as Ian. 6'5".
Right about.
You're in that almost at 1%. Ian.
Somewhere Shaq is punching the air. No trips on the Orion.
I guess if you're taller than 6'5", you might not be able to fit, but that's a larger range than any other NASA project we've seen. This capsule, when you compare it to the Apollo capsule, much larger.
Yeah, something like 50% extra.
Yep, extra space.
It's like one minivan versus two minivans that they have right there on Orion.
They're cozy inside, but they are picking up some pace as they're about to re-enter now.
Also amazing to watch how much variability there is inside that capsule in the overall number of configurations.
Yeah.
This is the return configuration.
Yep.
But they've had that fitted in 4 or 5 through this trip.
It's true. It's been a part of their whole plan.
Yeah.
In addition to doing what they did, the lunar science around the moon, they've had to make sure that capsule remains
that thing through its paces.
Tip-top shape. We do have team coverage of Integrity's return to Earth. Brandy Campbell and Sarah Allegre, both of them are live in San Diego. We've talked to them. We'll talk to them again. And Chelsea Torres, she's at Johnson Space Center in Houston. People at Mission Control, they've been working nonstop since that launch on April 1st. They've been working before that too, but maybe not nonstop.
Years.
Yeah, a decade.
The Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell, she's live in San Diego. Brandy, 1 hour, 33 minutes and 36 seconds until splashdown. Might sound silly to say it that precisely. NASA tweaked that timeline, Brandy, to the second recently.
You know, and I feel like today is just flying by, and the astronauts, they're just getting closer and closer. Every time I look at their numbers showing how fast they are going and how close they are to Earth, it is just constantly moving. Of course, they will be here very soon. We know with that splashdown happening in the 8 p.m. hour Eastern time. But right now, we're here at the Naval Base San Diego. Beautiful weather. Right behind me on Monday is where the boat that will basically take them back to land once was, and it will return here tomorrow. But right now they're waiting for the astronauts, which are let's see, right now they're just over 15,000 or around 15,000 miles away from where we are on Earth, and they're going fast at just over 11,000 miles per hour. That is just unimaginable. But at the peak of things, they will reach a speed of 24,661 miles per hour. So we've seen video of them throughout this mission, but now it's time for splashdown, and there's even animation showing what they will go through, that process of re-entering. Again, that starts at 7:33, by the way, with the crew module separating from the service module, exposing its heat shield from the spacecraft's return, for the spacecraft's return through Earth's atmosphere, where it will encounter temperatures around 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's going to be pretty hot trip for them, but they're saying inside of that spacecraft is going to feel nice and cool for them. I believe they said in the 70s for them, so they're going to be doing okay. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, the ship is out to sea about 50 to 100 miles away from where we are. There are hundreds of NASA personnel as well as naval support crews who have departed the base waiting for them. They have been doing drills and simulations ahead of today's moment, but now they are in place and they are on standby. They may have already put their airplanes above their helicopters for imagery above. If not, that'll happen pretty soon, and as well as the smaller support boats that'll be used to actually approach Orion once they do splash down. We've been hearing from their personnel, speaking with the experts here on the base, and even the astronauts as well. But if we can first, we want to hear from Colonel Wynn. He is one of the planners for this recovery mission.
Navy personnel with some specialists from NASA will open the capsule. The first priority is to make sure that the crew is healthy and in good condition. Pull the astronauts out onto the raft. Helicopters will hoist the astronauts from the rafts back to the flight deck of the ship, where Navy and NASA medical personnel will take them to the surgical bay aboard the ship.
All right, and that process to get the astronauts to the ship, that should take less than 2 hours, but of course we'll give you guys those updates. Meanwhile, there's a lot of folks who will be watching from home and on television, but of course there's the folks here in San Diego, with many of them wondering if they could see it in person, if they could head to a beach or a cliff to watch that re-entry happen, because they do see them with some of the low Earth space missions. Today, however, NASA says is one that we will not be able to see given just how far away they are. Regardless, here's what some folks in the area had to say about today's mission ending.
When we found out that they were going to be landing here in San Diego while we were here, we were pumped.
Just like bone chilling, like it's amazing, like with so much chaos that's happening around us right now, how we can come together as humanity and make history happen right in front of our eyes. It's just awesome.
Yes. I mean, it's close. It'd be nice if we go out there and watch it. That'd be that much better. But, they found a great place to land. Welcome back, and come to San Diego without a rocket next time.
I would really like to see them, and I just want to congratulate them.
I love that. I hope he gets to congratulate them one day. He was very excited to hear that these astronauts will be landing here off the coast of San Diego while he's here on vacation. So, and he's not alone. There's a lot of people here visiting for spring break who will be here nearby our astronauts who have just made history up in space. So again, we're live here at the Naval Base San Diego, just waiting for these final moments. Again, we're an hour, 28 minutes away from splashdown here off the coast. Guys?
And Brandy, you got me thinking with the progression of this 10-day mission, that 2 hours from splashdown to getting onto the Mertha is probably the longest 2 hours of the whole trip.
And the heaviest. I mean, no joke intended, but they're going to feel more like several hundred pounds as opposed to their actual weight, too.
Yeah. Brandy, we'll be checking back with you in just a little bit. That's Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell in San Diego.
And we want to go to Chelsea Torres now, too. Chelsea's been at Johnson Space Center in Houston. And Chelsea, there's so much happening. I grabbed my paper because I took some notes. There's a team at Johnson Space Center. They've called themselves Sasquatch. They're actually mapping the elements that are going to be jettisoned from the Orion capsule, that forward bay cover, drogue parachutes, the mortars, all that, so the recovery team is safe. It's crazy that that's being mapped out too, but then you have the human side of things where families are there. They're waiting on the return of their loved ones, these astronauts.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be right there in the viewing room where Mission Control is. Actually, we were just in the viewing room yesterday to kind of see everything. You're behind this plexiglass wall and you see everything going on. You see all of the ground control teams just working on their computers and really making sure that everything goes right. We heard from NASA officials yesterday that the flight crew have done everything that they could. Now it comes down to the ground crew. All of the testing and demonstrations they've done in the past 9 days really comes down to these final moments. And as you can tell, we're in this home stretch. Even in that live feed where you see the pilots there, guys, we were just doing that simulation a few days ago. So it's kind of interesting to see that this is something that they've been going over and over. Even, I believe it was Jeremy Hansen that even mentioned yesterday that they've done this simulation so many times of launch and re-entry. So for them, they're very confident they will have a safe landing. But of course, one of the NASA administrators said he'd be lying if he had said that he wasn't anxious, because everything needs to go right. From the moment that Orion capsule hits Earth's atmosphere to the splashdown in the Pacific, it will be only about 13 minutes. 6 of those minutes, there will be a communication blackout, and the crew says that they'll be flying in at about 40 times the speed of sound.
The G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up as high as 9-10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty.
All Artemis pilot Victor Glover says the heat shield and eventually the parachutes on the Orion will help slow the capsule down to up to about 20 miles an hour as it splashes down. Here at Johnson Space Center, all eyes will be on Orion's heat shield, the capsule's thermal protection system, as temperatures could reach up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. During the unmanned Artemis I mission, the shield had some charring, so before Artemis II launched, engineers made sure it could withstand the speed and pressure coming into Earth's atmosphere.
A lot of testing, a lot of verification. We're fully behind NASA's decision to go fly this heat shield. Did a ton of work to make sure we're comfortable with that from an overall perspective, the engineering, the testing to simulate, and we're doing a different trajectory coming home that'll be a little bit less taxing on the heat shield than we did before.
And so to get an idea of where we're at now, well, now they're again in that home stretch. The crew has on their launch re-entry suits, that orange and blue suit. Not only that, but they've already done most of their checklists. They've done the leak checks. They've gone through and they're still doing other checks right now. And Ian, Steven, you guys mentioned those 2-hour window when they get off that capsule to actually get to the ship. You know that it's going to be kind of feeling like a long time. Well, get this, hours ago, they actually powered off the toilet as well on the capsule itself. And so, mind you, they haven't gone to the bathroom for hours, and it'll be a few more hours before they actually get a chance to do that. Hopefully they haven't had any liquids. Hopefully they'll be good to go and feel good and just confident. Splashdown.
Now
Guys.
that's relatable. Have you ever sat on the jetway?
Yes.
On a plane, 4.5 hours?
I thought you were going to say it's a good idea because that's been the most problematic aspect of this whole mission.
It's kind of been a headline, but hey, now that it's not powered down, it's a sign that they're heading toward home and they'll get to that bathroom soon enough. Chelsea Torres, looking forward to it. Thanks for your report from JSC, Johnson Space Center in Houston.
After 10 days of breaking new ground and stretching the limits of human exploration, the Orion spacecraft is on its way home. Tonight, the moon's latest visitors make their return to Earth. The 4 astronauts of Artemis II are set to splash down in the Pacific off the coastline of San Diego. That's just after 5 p.m. local time. We've got our live blog up. You can see a little summarized version of it on the right side of your screen. This is a 2-screen experience right here. You can watch everything, and we will be dipping in to NASA's live coverage as Artemis II enters the atmosphere. But all the nuggets, all the information that you need in real time, you can find it right there on our live blog, foxweather.com. Our special coverage of the Artemis II splashdown continues after this. Stay with Fox Weather.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got. I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
The crew has donned their launch and entry suits. They've conducted leak checks. Everything is in order, and the weather is go at the splashdown site.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the splashdown of Artemis II as we await that happening, Stephen. An hour and 19 minutes.
Can't believe it's been 10 days. We've been waiting on this since the 1st of April. And you know the astronauts were excited because with that launch, they knew based on the timing they were going to be able to see that solar eclipse as they were making their way around the moon. Victor,
that was stunning,
wasn't it?
Although I would say, unpopular take,
I might agree with you.
I preferred the Earth set.
Because
stunning.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I thought you were going to say witnessing an eclipse on Earth because that is.
You're the guy. You're the one that was moved to tears.
It's perfect.
Yes.
The alignment, you know, they sort of were able to see it. But.
Also, such that the perspective, the moon and the sun are almost close to the same size.
Isn't that wild?
The moon in that proximity was blocking out everything.
400 times proportionally speaking is wild. So as we wait for those astronauts to return home, they will be home. Let's take a look at this history-making mission.
To all of you down there on Earth, we love you from the moon.
On April 6th, 2026, 4 astronauts on the Artemis II mission made it farther from the Earth than any human has ever been, sharing a view no one else has seen before. Days earlier, on April 1st, the world watched as astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen lifted off on a journey toward the moon, the first manned mission making that trip since Apollo 17 in 1972.
From the cabin of integrity here as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth, we do so in honoring the extraordinary efforts and feats of our predecessors in human space exploration. But we most importantly choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
During the 10-day trek, the crew put their Orion capsule, which they named Integrity, through a series of rigorous tests, making sure it can carry out future missions, with the goal of soon putting people back on the lunar surface. This has been a mission of firsts. Christina Cook is the first woman, Victor Glover is the first black man, and Jeremy Hansen, the first Canadian to travel to the moon.
This is an opportunity for us to remember where we are, who we are, and that we are the same thing and that we got to get through this together.
The Artemis II crew also became the first people to see parts of the moon with their own eyes, including areas the Apollo astronauts did not get a chance to see decades ago. The cosmic mission also giving way to a deeply human moment when the crew proposed naming one of 2 newly observed craters after Commander Reed Wiseman's late wife.
A number of years ago, we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol. There's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and we would like to call it Carol. And you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
As the astronauts swung around the far side of the moon and headed back toward Earth, they found themselves in the moon's shadow, witnessing a breathtaking solar eclipse and a rare glimpse at us on Earth.
You're getting your first live look at Orion, the moon, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture, all of us, all of humanity.
Of course, there were some small, very human hiccups along the way.
I'm the space plumber. I'm proud to call myself the space plumber.
I think the fixation on the toilet is kind of human nature, right?
And as the Artemis generation has their eyes on the future, they're carrying the past along with them. Before his passing in 2025, the late Apollo commander Jim Lovell recorded a message for this Artemis crew, beamed up by Mission Control ahead of the lunar flyby.
Hello, Artemis II. Welcome to my old neighborhood. On Apollo 8, we got humanity's first up-close look at the moon and got a view of the home planet that inspired and united people around the world. I'm proud to pass that torch on to you. It's a historic day, and I know how busy you'll be, but don't forget to enjoy the view.
A passing of the torch that proves even 250,000 miles from home, we're never truly alone in the universe.
Maybe the distance we are from you makes you think what we're doing is special, but we're the same distance from you, and I'm trying to tell you, just trust me, you are special. In all of this emptiness, this is a whole bunch of nothing, this thing we call the universe. You have this oasis, this beautiful place that we get to exist together.
Absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Kathy Moonjoy.
Yeah, what an incredible look back at some of the amazing things that we've seen over the past 10 days. Joining us now for more context is former NASA astronaut Colonel Mike Fossum. Colonel, an honor to have you with us here on Fox Weather. I read that you were inspired as a young person watching the good folks of Apollo 11 walk on the moon. It's what inspired you to become an astronaut. You did 3 separate missions. You were eventually the commander of the International Space Station. Do you feel as though what we've seen over the past week and a half will give another young person that same experience?
Absolutely. I hope parents are sharing these adventures with their children. Let them dream really big dreams. And then in the years ahead, plot the way to get there. It inspired me. It made me try impossible things for me and overcome a lot of obstacles, but it's possible.
I think what has been so inspiring about you, Colonel, is that you've remained humble through the whole process, understanding that to get to NASA, while it is a dream of so many people, not everyone is able to achieve that. But I think you do see the best of humanity on display in these moments where you're a smart guy. And we think of these 4 astronauts that are up there. They also, brains that have launched them into deep space with your memories from your time as an astronaut. Do you think of the technical stuff or what do you think of? Do you think of that 11-year-old boy that was inspired by Apollo 11?
Yeah, they're both there. Of course, I've learned a lot about all these things through a career in aerospace, 36 years in aerospace, Air Force and NASA. So I understand the rocket science too, but I also understand the joy of a child looking up at the moon after just seeing footprints up there for the very first time in 1969 that caused me to dream impossible dreams. And as we're doing this now and going back to the moon in a bigger, better, more permanent way, I'm very excited for the years ahead. And this is an amazing crew. These men and women are just phenomenal. And they're dear friends.
Colonel, we only have a couple minutes left, but we're lucky to have you checking back with us throughout our coverage this evening. You did 200 days in space. I'm curious about this trip, 10 days, the relationship with gravity when you get back. Is that love-hate? What are those initial moments going to be like for the 4 crew members?
Gravity stinks. For most of them, they've done long duration missions. Jeremy, of course, is new to space flight. So you do have some adaptation after 10 days, but you feel very heavy, your balance system's off and things like that. They'll get used to being back on Earth very quickly, but gravity stinks and it's kind of cool to float around.
It's what they need to get back to Earth. While it stinks, it's helping
them out.
I'm wondering, we have to go, but we'll have you, as Ian said, on throughout the show. Whenever you return from Earth, did you ever have those experiences where you just let go of the coffee mug? And
I never dropped a coffee mug.
You never dropped a coffee mug because a lot of astronauts just forget, and good for you. You're a step above the rest.
Coffee's as precious as the helium-3.
Yeah.
That's former NASA astronaut Colonel Mike Fossum, we're looking forward to chatting with you more this evening. Thank you.
Absolutely. See you later.
And we are real lucky to have him throughout.
Hey, stay with us as we're awaiting the return of Artemis II to Earth. You're looking at it happening right there.
That's right. Eastern time, it's 7:33. Central time, it's 6:33. That capsule separation begins, and that's the point and the first time that we'll actually be able to see the heat shield, the shield that's going to protect them from scorching temperatures.
And we know as they re-enter 10 times the speed of a bullet, it's one of the most exciting parts of the mission, but it's also the most dangerous. That heat shield must work. There's no contingency there.
Yeah, so it's going to be what we pay attention to, of course. The weather seems to be cooperating. We've got live coverage of this continuing after the break.
Check this out. Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Now, I want you folks to imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel went straight to the source, people just like you, to answer the biggest bath and shower remodel questions.
What my bathroom looks like is really important to me. Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors, all with genuine jacuzzi quality.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Our moms are elderly. We're so worried about them slipping and falling in the shower.
We all know how unsafe it is to step over a shower tub, right? Yeah. Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. Our showers have never been safer. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves. Go ahead, pull yourself up by it.
That is really cool.
There we go.
Really
this
nice.
is a great safety feature. I love this.
No slip floor right there.
I really like this seat because if she gets tired during the shower, she can sit and take her time.
I love the texture. It's really beautiful.
Yes, and you'll never have to scrub grout again. And this is mold and mildew resistant, so you just rinse and go.
That's incredible.
We're thinking about remodeling.
But that can get expensive. Well, it's more affordable than you might think, and we have great financing options.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years. I know you'd love to upgrade, and there's never been a better time than now with this incredible offer.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-761-3240.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If in the last 2 years your loved one experienced bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call now and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at nursinghomesettlements.com.
Muddy floors every single day. Sound familiar? Until I tried Muddy Mat, and I realized that I can keep my floors clean without the extra work. I put it by the door and we're all set. It's made with thousands of chenille microfibers that trap mud, dirt, and water just by stepping on it. And when it gets dirty, just shake it outside and toss it in the washer. It comes out brand new every time. Visit muddymats.com and join millions of happy pet owners. Muddy Mat, clean floors, happy home.
It is the countdown to the splashdown. Tonight, the Artemis II mission comes to a close. The next stop is the Pacific Ocean off the coastline of San Diego.
For 10 days, 4 astronauts, they traveled to deep space, and now comes the most dangerous test of all, re-entry. And in about 30 minutes, at 7:33:30 Eastern Time, that is 4:33 Pacific, The Orion capsule is going to separate from its service module.
The Orion spacecraft, the Integrity, is a go to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at 7:53 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be traveling at a blistering 24,000 miles plus, Mach 32, generating friction that will test the Orion's heat shield with temperatures anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the ship that will recover the capsule right there, the USS John P. Murtha. Thank you for joining us for our special coverage of the Artemis II splashdown this evening. I'm Ian Oliver.
And I'm Stephen Morgan. I would assume that it's a comfortable 70 degrees on top of that Murtha right now, which is nice. And hopefully our astronauts will be able to feel it. I mean, at the speed that we're talking, you can look at a flight from New York to Tokyo, just 20 minutes. It's a wild speed, one of the top speeds that we've ever had. Won't quite break that velocity record, but still close enough. Re-entry's one thing, weather's the other thing that we're paying attention to.
And we should point out Christopher is with us in Weather Command. He just passed along. The Integrity is less than 10,000 miles away from Earth now. And that number is getting smaller and smaller very quickly because the spacecraft's accelerating.
It's true. It's dropping fast. In fact, as we look at this camera, this has been one of the static shots that we've seen. It's on one of the solar arrays
3 and 4 are working on
of the module capsule. You see Earth. It's getting bigger and bigger.
The weather person in me wants to look at that like a satellite picture, a visible satellite.
We looking at a front or are we looking at a tropical system, right? We have all angles covered as we witness this historic return from around the moon. We're going to carry the re-entry live. It's going to be uninterrupted, so keep it here for that. We're also on the ground. You see our team in San Diego, Brandy Campbell and Sarah Allegre. They're going to join us live. Chelsea Torres is at Johnson Space Center in Houston, where Mission Control is in contact with those astronauts. We've just heard from them. We're going to join Chelsea in just a little bit, too.
Yeah, let's check in first with Chelsea there at Mission Control in Houston. Chelsea, I know you couldn't see it. We're looking at the imagery. Earth's getting awfully big from the vantage point of that spacecraft, meaning the crew is close to home.
Guys, I've been watching this for hours. I think what's so cool is that we're all basically watching ourselves right now. This is probably one of the most beautiful views besides being so close up to the moon. And if you didn't know, I mean, Mission Control is watching this constantly, and they've been talking about this. I was there in Mission Control yesterday, kind of watching from behind this glass, and it was almost like being a fly on the wall. You see everybody working just constantly around the clock. Mind you, they've mentioned this many times, all of the testing and demonstrations that they've done in the past 9 days, it all comes down to this final home stretch. The moment that Orion capsule hits into Earth's atmosphere and splashes down into the Pacific will only be 13 minutes. And 6 of those minutes, there will be a communication blackout. And that's really just because the Orion capsule will be going so fast and at a high rate of speed, but also just really hot. The crew themselves even said that they'll be flying in at a rate of about 40 times the speed of sound.
The G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9-10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty.
Artemis pilot Victor Glover says the heat shield and eventually those parachutes on the Orion will help slow the capsule down to up to 20 miles an hour as it splashes down. Here at Johnson Space Center, all eyes will be on Orion's heat shield, the capsule's thermal protection system, as temperatures could reach up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, during the unmanned Artemis I mission, the shield had some charring, so before Artemis II actually launched, engineers made sure that it could withstand the speed and pressure coming into Earth's atmosphere.
A lot of testing, a lot of verification. We're fully behind NASA's decision to go fly this heat shield. Did a ton of work to make sure we're comfortable with that from an overall perspective, the engineering, the testing to simulate, and we're doing a different trajectory coming home that'll be a little bit less taxing on the heat shield than we did before.
Now, if you saw some of that live feed, you probably saw an angle, a point of view of the pilots themselves in Orion capsule. They're now wearing their orange and blue launch re-entry suits. Also, they've still been going through checklists, but that's what they've been doing all day, making sure that the cabin is ready for this re-entry. And mind you, just to kind of give a perspective of what they'll see when they're coming into Earth's orbit, they'll be looking at the horizon. That is kind of where they're headed into. So that's what they'll see while we see them flying in to Earth's orbit and splashing down into the Pacific. And again, here at Johnson Space Center, their family and friends are here waiting and counting down these minutes. Guys.
Well, we just heard from Commander Reed Wiseman saying that they have a beautiful view of Australia right now.
Western Australia.
Western Australia.
So if we're identifying continents and parts of continents, they got a pretty good view now.
And they're getting much closer. Chelsea Torres, we're looking forward to it from Johnson Space Center in Houston. Thank you, Chelsea.
That is the live picture. We're getting a pan.
Look at that.
This is the John P. Murtha and a helicopter.
Chopper.
Okay, so 4 choppers, correct, Stephen? That'll be out. 2 are recovering the astronauts eventually from the capsule. 2 have cameras on it. So we will, once they reacquire GPS and the signal, we'll have that as a vantage point, a couple of them.
Which will be great. Obviously, we would love to see it here, but the Murtha, as we understand it, is actually located and positioned 5 miles away from the splashdown location. There are some Navy boats, much smaller boats, that are going to be about 2,000 yards away from splashdown. So with this vantage point, though, this is where the medic bay is. This is where the astronauts will eventually be lifted from the capsule and taken by helicopter to the Murtha.
So they described this as like a floating hospital.
Yeah.
With it's part of the reason that we were telling you about it all week on Fox Weather, that forecast. The situation here is such that they have to come home. They are not on the International Space Station, and they can wait until weather's perfect and they can splash down somewhere closer to the coastline. This is it. So that ship is on its way to give them everything they could possibly need.
You don't use the word scrub in a splashdown.
No such thing.
No, and with that free entry return, the free return that they've been using, very little and very just small seconds worth of burns that we've seen. And in fact, very low number. I think less than 6 burns that they had this entire mission.
You and I were talking about it, and it's one of those things that puts your mind in a pretzel. They haven't done a burn related to the velocity, the forward speed of the craft, in days, since the opposite side of the moon. They're just adjusting course.
They're just adjusting course. And soon that module, the service module, is going to separate from the actual crew capsule what they're in. And there will be a burn that happens for about 19 seconds, I believe, to change the angle, because that angle upon re-entry has to be perfect. Now, behind us, we have that timeline, Ian, and we've eclipsed a few of these, but essentially this hour, this is go time.
So where are we? Right there. Service module separation, 7:33. That's 25 minutes out. This bums me out a little bit, Stephen, because we talked about once the crew module separates from the service module, the awesome pictures we're seeing of Earth getting bigger and bigger, those are on the service module.
Those are on the service module.
And those are about to get vaporized in the Earth's atmosphere.
Because that's what the service module is going to do. Now, that is a piece of equipment that was developed by the European Space Agency, ESA. And there has been talks, and there were some, I don't even want to call them issues, but some valve problems, helium leaks on the ESA, but those have been addressed. The NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, has talked about it, how maybe we'll work on those valves before we get to Artemis IV. But yeah, that is going to be a moment. But you know when this happens.
Yes.
I mean, they're going to start zipping toward Earth.
Right. 7:53, the Orion enters the Earth's atmosphere. The blackout period begins perfectly normal. That's going to be, probably 6-7 minutes, I thought there, maybe a little longer.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that it's inevitable. We don't have technology that can prevent a blackout from occurring when they enter. That plasma is going to prevent and prohibit them from communicating with mission control, but we're going to be waiting and listening for once that communication is restored. It's going to be a big deal. By 8:07, that's the splashdown plan. Now, there will be divers. They got to check around the capsule. One of the cooling agents that they use on the capsule, it's ammonia, that will be in the water. Those divers actually have to test the waters to make sure it's safe for everyone else to go.
Call it a sniff test.
It's a sniff test, exactly, before they inflate this thing called a front porch. They got all these terms for them.
This parachute deployment, we do have an animation that NASA generated that we should show. This is going to be some sequence of events once the capsule enters the atmosphere.
It really is. Actually, there's 11 parachutes that they have, and the first parachutes that we're going to see, if we do have that animation, it'd be great to show. In fact, on NASA's feed, they've been showing it as well. You're going to first see that front cover bay get jettisoned. It's going to get jettisoned. So the shield that's going to be there will eventually, after this happens, upon re-entry, this is at about 400,000 feet, I think that's the measurement that NASA says. That's the hottest part. Actually, the NASA astronauts will hear probably that plasma hitting the capsule. It's like a ting or a ping.
And that generates a magnetic field, right? I believe that's what scrambles the radio transmission. Yeah.
Right. There they go. And so those are going to be some of the first parachutes we see. The parachutes that ultimately will get them to splash down. Those are the main chutes, but those are the final three.
Yeah. So you got the drogues that fire, that orients the spacecraft, takes some of the sting out of it, takes a little pace off. Then you've got the pilot chutes. I thought those were more brakes, and in a sense they are, but primary function is to get those giant main chutes out.
Yeah, that's what they need. And actually listening to the plan, you know how they have contingencies and redundancies. One of those 3 parachutes that we'll see deployed, the ones with the orange and white stripes at the very end, if only 2 deployed, don't worry. It still should be able to land safely with 2 deploying, but 3 would be ideal, and that's the hope. That's what we hope to see. You know how long those are? I know you know how long those are, about the size of a football field, right?
Huge. Yeah, I know they're made out of, you're wondering, why doesn't that rip? Those aren't regular parachutes.
Yeah, they're not gonna
that's
rip.
like a Kevlar bulletproof vest type material.
Designed in California, too.
There you go.
Pretty cool to see. Can't wait to hear what this is like for them.
And if you wonder why land out in the Pacific, it's for a bunch of reasons, but you mentioned 2 out of 3. They'd have a touch more pace, but they'll splash down. They'd still be just fine.
Be able to splash down. And the fact that it'll be just less than 20 miles an hour at splashdown,
pretty comfortable. The Artemis II astronauts, they've traveled farther in space than any humans have gone before in distance from Earth. Their total journey is almost 700,000 miles. 3 Americans and 1 Canadian astronaut who captured the hearts of the world. They're headed back to Earth. For 10 days, we followed their journey from the launch, their historic trip around the moon, leading to tonight's splashdown. Our special coverage of Artemis II, the final day of the mission, continues after this. Keep it here on Fox Weather.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Welcome back. This is a big night. Our special coverage of the Artemis II splashdown. After traveling farther than any crew in history, NASA's Artemis II team is now in the final chapter of their historic mission.
And we're taking a live look at the Mertha. That is what's going to serve as the hospital, right? The floating hospital for the astronauts. And we're also looking at helicopters. There'll be a total of 4 helicopters, 2 that'll give us surveillance, and then 2 that are going to retrieve the astronauts and bring them to that medic bay. From liftoff to slingshot around the moon, here they are live. This is just the beginning of a goal to eventually get the humans back on the moon this decade. After all, this was a test flight. That re-entry, though, is what we're waiting on. The speed that we're going to see reached with this capsule, we haven't seen it since the Apollo era.
Stunning. Yeah, almost 25,000 miles per hour as it re-enters the atmosphere. That's a lookout. That's a watch party. No, that's the families at mission control.
Is it? I'm not sure. I think you're right. I think it is a watch party. If this is San Diego, yeah, this is in San Diego. I think that some of these watch parties, they've decided to wear pajamas. What if we would have worn pajamas? I don't think that would have been a good idea. But they're doing that as they look forward to it. So, yeah, I mean, you know, depending on what it is, I think we're actually unclear on what it is. But they're waiting, we think, for the return of the Orion capsule.
We've been watching what's going on in the capsule. We know what that is for certain.
We don't really care what's happening on Earth.
They've donned their launch and their entry suits. They've conducted leak checks. Everything is a go. This is a foregone conclusion. They're coming home.
I mean, they're coming home, and we're going to see that separation between the service module as well as the capsule in about, well, what time is it right now? 7:18? Yeah, so 15 minutes or so. Let's bring in Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre. She's in San Diego this evening. Sarah, we were trying to figure out if we were looking at a watch party. I think you probably have your ear to the ground. You've known that there have been some watch parties, I think, planned for tonight.
Yeah, hey, Stephen, Ian. That's actually at the San Diego Air and Space Museum. I got to talk to their president and CEO earlier this week. They are so enthusiastic. Yes, they're hosting a pajama party with their watch party as well. So it's so fun to see what's unfolding really across the city of San Diego, really across the county as well. You just feel the anticipation. We know Americans across the country are feeling it too. Really enjoying the weather today. Everything just coming together for the final moments of this phase. And I know you guys were talking a little bit earlier about the parachutes and how that plays such a crucial role. I think a lot of us finally going to catch our breath once that finally deploys. You talked about 11. First comes the smaller ones to slow it down fast, then the much larger ones as well. I mean, we are dropping a speed of thousands of miles an hour just to around 17. So it's really interesting to talk to the NASA team and their experts, kind of going through how it all works, but how this is a trusted method that they practice time and time again. And we're going to see it unfold in less than 45 minutes from right now, or just around that.
The system is very safe, although it is a very chaotic and difficult to predict system. We have margin designed in, and we have experience through our test programs to have confidence that the deployment of the parachutes will be successful.
Yeah, so a lot of us just watching along the coastline right now, hoping to hear that sonic boom. You know, it is possible. Orion re-entering the atmosphere, moving around 25,000 miles an hour, just under that, creating that extreme heat, as we've been talking about, pressure too, that produces the sonic boom sound. So really excited to hopefully feel it, to hopefully hear it as well. But when we're looking at re-entry, NASA says that's less likely, 50 to 80 miles away from shore. So quite the distance from us. But we do know people can possibly catch a glimpse of the USS John P. Murtha upon its return eventually. But really, guys, our eyes on that splashdown when recovery teams will reach the capsule, helping those astronauts out onto the inflatable raft. You mentioned those helos too, standing by too, ready to go. And so the San Diegans here that I've talked to, you know, there is just this huge sense of pride right now watching this unfold as we reach this final phase here, guys.
Well, I'm absolutely proud to be a San Diegan. I mean, this does mean so much. This is really, to me, it's the epicenter of the Navy and everything it stands for. It just absolutely is a great example, exemplifies who they are as a force within our country. They are doing so many great things, not only here, not only for a community, but for a country and around the world. We're absolutely thrilled, and everybody just shows so much pride and love in this community for what is going on. I just couldn't be happier.
Yeah, and it's been cool to watch the coordination, the cooperation between the U.S. Navy along with NASA as well, working together with these moments. We've been hearing from the flight surgeon on board, looking at this deck-turned hospital essentially as we reach this final phase and hopefully bringing those 4 astronauts onto the USS Murtha safe and sound. This is such a coordinated effort, and I think the more that we cover this story, you're just learning to see how many people are working together to bring this into fruition. Yes, those 4 astronauts on board, but a huge team with NASA, the U.S. military and all. So just hoping for that safe splashdown, guys, and getting closer and closer. Very excited here.
45 short minutes to go, Sarah, and she's so close she might hear the sonic boom, as she said. Sarah Allegre, we'll be talking with you again soon. Thank you.
All right, and we want to bring in Dr. Harrison Jack Schmidt. We're very fortunate to have him. He's going to be joining us here soon as we still wait to get him up. He actually went to the moon on Apollo 17, and he walked on the moon. So excited to hear him.
Have walked on the moon.
The last one. And all these people, I mean, you remember during the Apollo era, there was something about those moon missions that captured the country's attention. And, you know, it's one watch party out of many, though, that are going to be seeing how these astronauts get home and how that trip back to Earth is.
They're ticking up towards 16,000 miles per hour right now, their pace. And Christopher, you said, what, 5,500 miles?
Yeah, about 5,400 to go now.
Wow, if about 15 minutes ago he was saying closer to 10,000. That's
right.
How quick it is. The Murtha is going to be the ship that those astronauts get to. That's also what's going to take them back to the naval base in San Diego, which I believe is where Brandy Campbell has been.
Right, and amazing to watch how this plays out. They don't have to use a crane on the Murtha to bring that capsule back in.
You're right. It's amazing how they're going to be able to load that thing in from the water. During the Apollo era, if I remember right, they did have to use something to lift that capsule. Yeah. But this is going to be more of that.
It's a good thing because I think Orion weighs like 20,000 pounds.
It's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
And it's going to be traveling at peak speed, 23,839 miles an hour. That's going to be the peak velocity that's estimated. And once they get into Earth's atmosphere, 13 and a half minutes from that entry interface all the way down to splash down. 13 and a half minutes. On Artemis I, I know I did say that there hasn't been a capsule that's gone that fast since the Apollo era, but we did have Artemis I. Artemis I was the uncrewed, though. Mm-hmm. When you look at it from a manned mission perspective, this is the first one since Apollo.
Obviously, there's 4 souls on board. Stakes are much higher. But as you said, this is still technically classified as a test flight.
Yeah, it is. And it's served as an important one. I think this is a live look. Is that right? You got one of the choppers coming back onto the Murtha. Let's dip in and listen to what NASA is saying. Yeah, I think sometimes during their broadcast they'll take a pause. There it is.
16,000 miles an hour.
For the prop cautions, we're taking a look.
Copy that. Now just about 5,100 miles from Earth. Splashdown scheduled 43 minutes from now. We're just 9.5 minutes away from the crew module, service module separation.
So we wait for that with about 9 minutes or so to go. Look at that velocity. You see how that's ticking up, Ian?
Yeah, now over 16,000. So I guess the closer you get in proximity, that force of gravity is ramping up and that spacecraft's accelerating.
That's no doubt about it. All right, so we are 9 minutes away. You just heard from that separation with the
Integrity,
capsule.
we are assessing details, but
and they're getting ready. As we know, the astronauts, they are seated and suited and ready to go. We've been following this Artemis II mission from liftoff till now, and we're so excited that tonight our astronauts are going to be home. Here on Earth, teams are set to recover the crew and capsule off the coast of San Diego. Tonight's re-entry and splashdown, it's been practiced 12 times. So they've got plenty of practices under their belt. They even made a replica of the Orion capsule to practice that recovery operation. If you want that up to the minute facts, timelines, just really great info, our live blog is active. It's a great tool because there's a lot happening, from those raise burns to the opening of the hatch integrity. All of that's going to be covered on the blog. But our coverage, it continues, and we're about to dip in to NASA's coverage and go uninterrupted in a little bit. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the muddy mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
We are back here, our special coverage of Artemis II's return to Earth, and we are watching as moments away from the service module of this capsule, the Orion capsule, will separate. We will say goodbye to that service module. It's going to burn up into Earth's atmosphere, but we will watch as the crew capsule, the crew module, which is where those 4 astronauts are seated, they will be heading toward Earth, hurling toward Earth.
How's that for a selfie of sort?
They got it.
I mean, lost in the million amazing things we've seen. That's a live picture. in high definition.
And look at the sun reflecting off the capsule. When that separation occurs, we can't see the heat shield right now, but we will be able to see that once that separation from the capsule occurs. And I think that's what all the chatter is about.
Right. A little bit of a question there. Does the service module still have attitude control connectivity? Will we still see the cameras on the service module once that detaches? Christopher, you said it's armed. We're ready to go for this separation.
Yes, while we were in the commercial break, NASA confirmed that the pyrotechnic separation system is armed and ready. And just as we were coming out of the commercial break and rejoining the viewers, they confirmed that the European service module and the Orion capsule are both in a good configuration for that separation due about 3 minutes from now.
There it is. There's the countdown. Christopher Tate listening in to NASA and Mission Control as you hear. One thing that we were talking about too is that image that we've had. The module, the capsule that the crew's in, that service module, has solar arrays. During this mission, it's remarkable. They were able to harness energy from the sun.
Right.
Those are nothing more than solar panels, and that's what's powered part of this. But now as they're close enough to the Earth, they don't need much more power. They just need
15 fixed cameras on board the spacecraft, but 4 of those, to my knowledge, are on those solar panels. So we're going to lose an excellent vantage point that we've had. Another 17 handheld cameras. 4 of those are the iPhone 17s that belong to the war. Can you imagine that?
And they took a few. They took a few selfies from them.
Yeah.
They also were showing, before we got the high-res images, some of those images of them showing through one of the live feeds in the capsule. They were showing mission control.
You're playing Wordle. You're 250,000 miles from Earth.
It's nuts. And the fact that those things that we talk about, those handheld machines that we carry, more computing power than the computers that got the Apollo astronauts on the moon. The way that we've advanced from a technological standpoint, perhaps we shouldn't be as surprised that we're making that trip around the moon again. But for so many of us, it's the first time we get to witness it.
It makes our space history, the heritage of all this, even more impressive.
It really does. I think of, as we watch, this is a minute. I think Val has given us the countdown from when that capsule is going to happen. So we're 60 seconds away from that separation occurring. We're going to show you that, and maybe we can dip into coverage. But the fact that they used Apollo technology to learn how to do this mission.
Yes.
It's crazy.
This is very much an upgraded version of it, and you can even see that with the SLS.
Right.
It looks a lot like the Saturn V.
You're right. It's wild to see. Okay, I think we're going to dip in here and listen as they're about to have that important separation.
As we enter the most critical phase.
Let's do that.
Of the completion of this flight, all of the preparatory activities leading up to the vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere just 21 minutes from now.
From the service and crew module separation to
coming up on 1 minute.
We're talking about,
Mark,
is there an exact number, about 40 minutes or so? 8:07, 7:33 is when it's going to happen. So roughly, is that right, Christopher Tate?
For which?
For the splashdown after this separation. We're less than an hour, but like 40 minutes or so.
Yes, we're about 34 minutes to splashdown.
Okay. 34 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So at that point, it's just top part of what you're seeing there. The Orion capsule, that will be the point where, as we get an orientation switch up.
Yeah.
We could talk about how this is going to re-enter the atmosphere. That was reconfigured. That's a tweak from Artemis I.
You're right. As far as that re-entry, actually, when that capsule separates and we get what's called a module raise burn, that's going to put integrity, the capsule, in that proper angle, and they're doing that because of the burn. Okay, it's separating. There it is.
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation, and a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good stuff on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from integrity, a job well done.
Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Integrity.
So, with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission, next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
Good GPS 2.
Integrity copies. Good GPS 2.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity to put it in the right angle, if you will, the angle of attack that it will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away. This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation. Just 2,800 miles from Earth.
Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side and the solar rays and the NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
And we have completed the maneuver to the raise burn orientation, 1 minute away from the raise burn.
They're about to do it. I think they're about to do that module raise burn, as we've heard. 7:37, the module raise burn was expected. We're listening in like you, and we had heard that this is going to put the capsule at a perfect angle to mitigate the heat load. So as we understand, the raise burn has started, and it's going to happen for about 19 seconds.
Crew module.
So this is pulling the crew module.
A 19-second firing of the thrusters, and we have a completion of the burn.
They are now perfectly aligned, as with their tests.
Yes.
For re-entry, that will allow that heat load to be mitigated as much as possible.
Good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Isn't that crazy?
Right.
And you had mentioned, so the Artemis I mission, they did a different approach. This has turned into
so the final maneuver
entry
is now
into
complete.
the atmosphere, not as shallow.
Our trajectory for a
and
splashdown in the
looking at
Pacific
this, an
29
important
minutes
aspect
from
of what
now
we
is
just went on,
and
just
will not
what
be
just happened.
amended
Chris told us the
further.
pyrotechnics
And we have the right angle
effectively
of
push
attack
Orion away.
to
That
mitigate
burn
any,
safely takes the
excessive
crew
heat loads
module away from the service module, so that they're flying, and it's now also going to be reorienting feet first to put that heat shield into the Earth's atmosphere.
It's wild how they're making that change. Let's listen in still. I think that we're hearing from Christina.
Attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
We copy.
So for those who are watching the series of events coming up, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere 14 minutes, 45 seconds from now. 6:53 and 30 seconds is what is pegged for entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at approximately 34,800 feet per second, range to touchdown or splashdown 1,701 nautical miles. 24 seconds after entry interface, we will enter a 6-minute blackout period in which we will lose communications with the crew. This is expected due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle. That's an ionization effect due to the collision, if you will, of the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. That 6-minute blackout is expected to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. During that period of time, we will reach our peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect that blackout period to end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown.
We will continue listening in, but we do have a great voice to get to. We had mentioned that Dr. Harrison Jack Schmitt is joining us. Dr. Schmitt is a former NASA astronaut. He walked on the moon in 1972 during the Apollo 17 mission, the last one to do so. Dr. Schmitt, it's a privilege to have you on. We're listening into it, but I want to get your perspective. Tell us what the astronauts are feeling right now. You experienced it, I think, as you described it. You even saw. What did you see? The neon green, I think, as you described it, the plasma, and then you felt heavy as that speed increased?
Yeah, the basic thing that they're feeling right now is weightlessness. They haven't hit what we call the zero. I imagine they're using the same criteria. That 0.5G deceleration is when you really start to pick up very quickly acceleration Gs. And they will peak at a high G, probably around where we did, about 7 Gs, but very briefly. And then the spacecraft will hold around 4 Gs, I suspect, as it guides itself to the splashdown point. Now, if the crew had to take over manually, I suspect that they can. But right now, it's all pretty much automated.
Sir, an honor to speak with you this evening. As I'm watching this, Stephen and I were just talking about it a few minutes back. You think back to what you and the team on Apollo 17 did. The team here, how the technology has improved over the last 50 years. iPhones on board, iPhones that are as powerful as the computing on your vehicle. You consider the physics, though. The physics are the physics. The overall processes that are happening here, they're awfully similar.
Well, the physics doesn't change, of course, but the technology certainly has. And what the big difference is, there's been this vast increase in commercial technology, which NASA is beginning to adapt and has been adapting very, very well, I think. And Orion, I'm sure, is benefiting greatly from that, the commercial advance of technology, electronics, materials, you name it. Everything has changed in 50-some years.
I mean, it was well reported that Commander Reed Wiseman, after the Artemis I mission, he had some questions about the heat shield. And I don't know, Dr. Schmitt, if you'd be able to speak to the heat shield. Went back and forth, but they didn't change the heat shield for Artemis II, but they're just changing the angle of reentry. Now, there has been discussion that they will change the heat shield formation for the following Artemis missions, maybe for Artemis 4, perhaps not for Artemis 3. But what do you make of that as far as the heat shield? And that's the one thing that there's no contingency for. They need that thing to work.
No, there's no question about it. Heat shield is a critical component, and there's only one of them. Now, normally you like to have two of everything, but the heat shield is just by itself. And I don't know the technical details that they're working on. Our heat shield was over-designed by a factor of 3. And by the time they really figured out that was over-designed and we were carrying all that excess mass, it was too late to change the design. So I'm not a heat shield expert, that's for sure.
He is a geologist, and he was the first scientist to land on the moon.
Yes. I have to ask more about that because I had the great opportunity to speak with Rob Meyerson yesterday, talking about some of the work you co-founded Interloon with him. Can you speak to what this is unlocking moving forward? I mean, this could be a major benefit to humanity. Some of the rare materials that exist on the moon that are not prevalent on Earth, things like helium-3.
Well, there's no question that the primary issue right now is geopolitical, but the consequences of Artemis and the successful flight of Artemis II and later flights is that we're going to begin that process of unlocking these resources, not only resources that can be used in order to go on to Mars and to build a lunar base, as Administrator Isaacman has articulated, but also this one isotope of helium, light isotope of helium called helium-3, has many commercial applications and national security applications here on Earth. This is really, hopefully, the start of a major, long-term, indefinite access to lunar, not only the moon, but to its resources.
I think at the end of the day, this mission is a test flight to make the next one and the next one happen. We have Artemis III now, which will be testing the lunar lander, which I know that you know a thing or two about, as you piloted the one for Apollo, Doctor. The thing that I think as we watch, I think we're looking out the window of Artemis of Orion, of integrity. There is a moment that we're waiting on, and it's going to happen at 7:53 Eastern. Comms are going to be lost. What was that like for you when you were in the Apollo capsule heading down? Do you even remember those 6 minutes, or perhaps they were longer for you guys?
Well, no, it was about the same as I recall, and it's the result of ionization due to the extreme heat of entry to dissipate the energy that comes with 25,000 miles an hour. And that really makes the Earth's atmosphere a very important component of Artemis as it was for Apollo. The blackout of communications was really hardly noticeable because your attention is on the bright light, bright streamers that are coming off the heat shield and past your window, and the G loads that you're feeling. Although you're lying on your back, so a G load of four Gs is not that hard to tolerate. And what you're waiting for is for the speed and the energy of the spacecraft to get to the point of where the drogue chutes can come out. And on the drogue chutes, you get a bit of a rocking. It's probably one of the more dynamic portions of the entire mission is that rocking on the drogue chutes. And then the main parachutes come out. That, of course, is an exciting sight to see through the window. And you come down. I don't know exactly what the velocity is for the Orion that is going to hit the water, but ours was about 16 feet per second. And that's about a sports chute velocity. So it's not much. They'll get a little bit of a thump, but not a great deal one.
As we're looking out the window, I have to ask you unscientifically, for us regular folks back here on the planet Earth, you liken it to like a road trip. You're looking out the window and you can see home. In this case, you've been so far from Earth for days and days, and you're seeing our planet get huge in the window. What's that feeling like in your gut in these final moments before you re-enter?
Well, it's like coming home from anywhere. You're really happy to come home. This is just a little more dynamic homecoming than normal for a vacation trip or something like that. I just recall being very grateful that everything has gone well up to that point, and that we had over 400,000 Americans working on Apollo.
Wow.
And their families, of course, were an extraordinarily important component of that. And you can't help but feel grateful, even at a time like this.
Before we let you go, you had about, I think, 200 pounds of moon rocks on your vessel with Apollo. Isn't that about it? As we're looking at at
Wow.
Earth Live, but you coming from the moon, you still feel that effect though, don't you, Dr. Schmidt, that when you see it, you know it's home?
Yeah, you do. The Earth is home, and it starts being home as soon as you start launching. And you always, it catches your eye, just like nowadays the moon catches my eye as I walk around and hike through New Mexico. But when you're on the mission, the Earth is always out there to catch your eye. I remember looking over the highest part of the Valley of Taurus Littrow, and the Earth was always up there in one part of the sky, as a reminder of not only where you were, but where you came from.
Yeah, Dr. Harrison Schmidt, amazing context from someone that's had this exact experience right here. You said it's like arriving at home. You can't pull into the driveway at 25,000 miles per hour, but if you do it right, you can do it in the Earth's atmosphere. Thanks so much for being with us here on Fox Weather.
Well, it's my privilege and honor to be with you and to have actually had the opportunity to experience what the crew is now experiencing.
Yeah, it's been great insight that we have as we watch and wait for Artemis to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. We are watching this historic splashdown tonight with a group of great people. We have science educator and CEO of Janet's Planet, Janet Ivey, former NASA astronaut Colonel Mike Fossum, retired NASA engineer, astronaut training manager Homer Hickam, as well as managing partner of the Artemis Group and former NASA administrator Jim Bridenstine. I know that we talked at launch to these folks, and we're going to be able to gain their insight as we re-enter. So we'll be chatting with them here in a little bit, but let's just go into coverage, Ian.
Yeah, that's a crew right there that added so much important context to watching Artemis leave. And now we have to watch the most important part of it, Stephen, which is getting the 4 astronauts home.
And we're going
all of integrity systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15 and a half minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
Christopher, you said 1 minute until entry interface?
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface. Mark 1 minute until entry interface. 1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Ten seconds till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds. And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew. We're 30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory. And from the G5 aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view of integrity. So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st. Four and a half minutes until the end of the blackout period. Time to splashdown, 11 minutes, 33 seconds. The landing and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition on integrity. Three and a half minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield. Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds. Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on Integrity. And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals. We're still in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew. We're standing by for communications from the crew We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now. We are now processing data from Integrity. Landing and Support Officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone. Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of Integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home. Passing 100,000 feet now. Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity, time to splashdown 4.5 minutes. And a view of Integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet. The pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison. And there go the first series of parachutes, and we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue chutes. Next up.
We copy, we see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
Passing through 10,000 feet, still on drogues. Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet. Search and recovery beacon has been activated on integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes. Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds. Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon. Passing through 1,000 feet.
Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth. And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts. The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low data rate. Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon. We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
SAR beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy, and we are also powering up the sat phone now.
So Integrity is in great shape, and as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
All right, you've been watching incredible imagery. The crew, Artemis II, the crew of the Integrity spacecraft, back here on Earth. And Stephen, it's a rare scene when you get a bunch of weather folks that are speechless.
Integrity
we were watching
back
that.
on Earth,
History made.
Following its historic flyby of the moon. It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 2828, but I'll remain on this frequency.
And as we understand it, it's going to be about 15 minutes to power down that vehicle to make sure, as we heard, no toxic gases leaking from the spacecraft. We'll eventually see people approach, and there'll be this deployment. It's called the front porch, and that's going to be the way that the astronauts are hoisted out of the capsule. But they're feeling gravity now.
Yeah, and understandably, this is NASA that we're talking about, but you heard them just describe this as textbook, and it is stunning to me how on schedule every aspect of this was, effectively to the second.
Yeah, your 7:07:47 splashdown, we've said it for a few days. 8:07 Eastern, 7:07 Central Time that we've had that.
Yeah, so after about 20 minutes was the word. The Mirtha's closing in, the hatch will open 20 minutes after splashdown, so it's been 9, just switching over to about 9 minutes. That's sniff test. That happened awfully quickly. No hazardous gases leaking.
It's one of those things. We were looking at the weather factors involved, and in the Pacific, you don't want waves greater than 6 feet. In a lot of ways, that's for the recovery crew. You're making sure weather's good, clouds are clear, no rain. That ocean, the splashdown location, the Pacific Ocean off the San Diego coast.
Let's get back into it. We've got an excellent panel with us this evening watching that historic splashdown. Science educator, CEO of Janet's Planet, Janet Ivey, former NASA astronaut, Colonel Mike Fossum, retired NASA engineer and astronaut training manager, Homer Hickam, and the managing partner of the Artemis Group and former NASA administrator, Jim Bridenstine. We do want to check in with the Colonel first.
Yeah.
Colonel Mike Fossum. As we were watching that, I think the only thing we were a touch confused about, Stephen, I know that they use some thrusters to take some of the sting out of that descent.
With the parachutes deployed, yeah.
With the parachutes deployed, Colonel, there was a lot venting out. Is it just that? Is that the Orion venting some of the gas or the fuel on board?
I suspect that was some of the venting, just to get rid of some of the propulsion, because they were using a little bit of the propulsion as they're doing the reentry to make until the aerodynamic forces held them in place. So you need to get rid of that hydrazine and those things before you get down, well vented before the rescue team gets there.
Colonel, you were part of the shuttle program. What was it like after you landed? Obviously, the landing much different. I mean, one was on land, this one's on water, but the feelings that you have, how long were you in the shuttle until you were allowed to come out and greeted by people here on Earth?
It wasn't that long, and I did do 2 shuttle flights. My third one was on a Russian Soyuz capsule, so after being up there for about half a year, coming down and experiencing much like the crew did today, except we landed on land instead of water. And so it's when you get to the ground, whether the shuttle you hit wheel stop or the Soyuz and you bounce a little bit and get dragged behind the chute, it stops moving and you just say, you look at each other and say, we're here, we made it. And it's just such an overwhelming feeling of joy and relief and high fives to say, we did it. This one is a spectacular mission with an amazing crew. And so I know they're so proud, and we are all so proud of them.
And what about the body right now? That's a human body that's been through a lot of things over the last 10 days, from that launch, the weightlessness, that trip around the moon, and now back. Is this where that adjustment, I guess it's just getting started?
Yeah, and gravity stinks. It's kind of great to be up there floating around in ways. It's harder to work, though. But their body's certainly adjusting. The vestibular system is a big one. Your balance system gets a little unwired, as well as your blood pressure regulation system. And a lot of people have what's called orthostatic intolerance, so they'll have a little bit of trouble standing up, maintaining blood pressure to their brains. They're wearing G suits and they'll get help. And they've only been up a short time. So their bodies will adapt quickly.
I want to ask a question to Homer Hickam, a retired NASA engineer and astronaut training manager, author of Rocket Boys. We know him well. And Homer, we're looking at the velocity that this capsule re-entered Earth's atmosphere and the rocket that was required to get this thing to the moon. Can you talk about the speed at which this capsule returned? I think we heard it's just shy of a record that was set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles an hour unofficially. We'll see what the peak speed was, but that is a remarkable speed and faster than any shuttle has re-entered Earth.
Yeah, well, it was about 7 miles a second. So that's pretty fast, and it hit, and they basically just rode a fireball all the way down. It was, what a relief, though, to see those drogue parachutes come out, and then the main chutes and the landing. You know, besides being an author and a publisher, I'm also a scuba instructor. So what I'd really like to do is to be able to swim out there and open up that hatch and talk to those folks. I know they're bobbing around out there. I hope the divers get out to them pretty fast. They may turn green, I mean really green, if they don't get on out there to them. But what a wonderful mission this has been. It's just spectacular. I'm just so happy for this crew. This crew is just lovable. I mean, the whole world has fallen in love with this crew. They've bonded together. It's just amazing. And I'm just tickled at how it's all worked out.
Yeah, that must be a delightful face to see, the crew opening that hatch so you can get out of there after 10 days. Former NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, great to have you back with us. When we spoke with you last week, we talked about you leading the program. You literally named this program Artemis. To see this play out as it just did, to hear it described as textbook, must instill some serious pride in you with your role in all this.
Well, just to be clear, yes, I was at the helm of NASA, but my role was small compared to the amazing team. This is a team sport, and it goes back, to people long before me. We're on the air right now with Homer Hickam, and I've read Rocket Boys. I watched the movie October Sky. His story is an amazing story of a young person who wanted to do something really stunning. And that story continues today with this mission. And just so you're aware, there are young people watching this right now. And this stunning achievement over the last 9 days is going to change their lives. And they're going to be the next Homer Hickam. And we should just be so proud of that. It establishes America as among the greatest nations on Earth. In fact, the greatest nation on Earth, because we can still pull off these stunning achievements.
Such a great message. Yeah, Homer Hickam, son of a coal miner and becoming a rocket scientist. And Bridenstine mentioning, Jim, you mentioned kids and how this is so inspirational. At the forefront of educating interested children is Janet Ivey, and Janet, you're a part of it too. I heard that you were clapping as
fist bumping.
Those parachutes deployed. We couldn't see you, but we know that was happening. How was it for you? And talk about how you will send this message to kids in the next several months.
Oh my gosh. No, I was listening and I was watching. I had the NASA feed on. I could hear them. I was watching what you guys were doing. And there was a moment in time I was like, parachutes deploy. It's, you know what I mean? It's time now. Come on. And it was just like Homer and the Colonel and Jim have said, it's just such an amazing feat of technology and engineering. And every kid that I know and have had the privilege of encouraging to go into space and science. I have been getting text messages all night long, like, Miss Janet, are you watching? And for the kids watching maybe afresh and going, I can do that. And that is what I will carry with me, not just in the next couple of months, but as I've been doing for the last 6 or 7 years, talking about this Artemis mission, Apollo's twin, goddess of the moon, that it's like she's not only aiming for the moon, she's aiming for Mars. And I do agree with Jim so much that, again, what this mission and folks watching tonight has done has just said, again, what we can do when we come together as humans is simply outstanding.
Yeah, every one of those messages that you received, it's a fire that's been lit. The gears are turning and inspiration is happening in real time. Colonel, we had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Schmidt before our reentry, and he mentioned those drogues. I want to ask you about that trip down. You had mentioned Soyuz. When we were watching this, that was during the blackout, I, from a distance, got what he was talking about. That seemed like it might have been a bit of a pull when those things fired.
It's gentle at first, and it's intended to be, but all of a sudden you feel that tug on them. And at that point, they're basically falling ballistically. So they're at 1 G into shoot. They've gone through the very high speed and high temperature part of the reentry. They're just falling. And then at the right altitude, there's an explosion that it's very personal because it's a small capsule that starts releasing things to open those first chutes. And when they first hit, there's a little bit of a jerk around for the capsule. The Soyuz, it was actually violent. This one seemed to be a lot smoother. I was very impressed at the way they very slowly open, and you're watching. They were very narrow, and I'm thinking, open, come on, open. But it was actually intentional. It's called reefing. So the whole thing is being slowed down a little bit. And then when they're ready, they open them up a little bit and it slows and a little bit more. If you open the parachutes too quickly, they'd fail. It was beautiful.
Yeah, breaking with grace. It was amazing to watch, and we're still watching, waiting to see the crew. They will eventually be emerging. Homer, I mean, talking about how they might turn green. The water that they're in, I think those temperatures right now in the 60s, blue skies. I mean, as a scuba diver, I guess you can scuba through all sorts of weather. But we were talking weather-wise. Oh, I think we're actually going to Homer before we get to you. Let's listen to NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman right now.
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at the behind us here.
We got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start, so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis III. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis III is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis II. And at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European service module. And you think in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis II, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay. We are building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Listening to NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman there talking about how we are heading back to the moon and what a successful landing we have. We want to bring in the panel. We were talking to Homer Hickam about the capsule itself and getting the crew so they can be in contact. From what we've understood, the divers are not able to hear the crew.
The crew, yes. The crew can hear the divers. The divers cannot hear the crew, and they've placed an extra 15 minutes into this power down
before. So I think, Homer, they're probably growing a bit impatient in that capsule, but the fact that you've trained astronauts, I think we always say that phrase, packing your patience. I would imagine there's some of the best.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I trained the astronauts in the neutral buoyancy simulator. We kept the water around 90 degrees. But where I've also dived off San Diego, that water is about 55 degrees. That is really, really cold. So I hope they do get out there and get them. And by the way, Jared Isaacman, he is so great. He is a graduate of Space Camp. I'm on the board at Space Camp, and Christina Cook went to Space Camp when she was a kid 5 times. So I hope a lot of young people seeing this wonderful mission will think about going to Space Camp. And I would like to also shout out to Jim Bridenstine. The fact is, Jim was handed Artemis around 2019 by Vice President Pence. And he really pulled this whole program together. So what you see there floating in the water, that's success. There's a direct line to NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. So thank you, Jim, for making all this happen.
You're too kind.
Jim, I have to ask you, as you're listening in to Administrator Isaacman, as you're thinking about exactly what Homer was just describing, it was funny to me when you think of, this is obviously a very, very intelligent, hyper-focused person. He mentions 3. There's folks on the Mirtha that are all celebrating. He said, obviously very relieved, but the work starts now to get Artemis 3 up. What is that work like? How much goes into studying what appears to be an almost flawless mission and getting ready for Artemis 3 next year?
Yeah, so Artemis 3 is going to be really focused on interacting with a landing system. What we still lack as a nation is a landing system. So Artemis 3 is actually going to go to low Earth orbit. It's not going to go to the moon, and it's going to interact with one of our 2 landing system providers, Blue Origin or SpaceX. And then ultimately the idea is Artemis 4 and 5 will be landing on the surface of the moon. I just want to be really clear about why this is so important, and especially here on Fox Weather. There is an interaction between the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, the lithosphere. All of these different parts of Earth interact together to form weather. And interestingly, because of that, when we have rare earth metals here on Earth or rare earth minerals, they are very rare. And when you find them, they're in trace amounts. Why is that? Because a lot of these minerals or metals are asteroid impacts from billions of years ago. Well, the moon does not have an atmosphere, and it doesn't have an active geology, and it doesn't have an active hydrosphere. There's water ice on the moon. There is a water cycle, but it's very limited compared to what we have here on Earth. What does that mean? That means that asteroid impacts on the moon from billions of years ago could be found in massive deposits that we don't have here on Earth. This is why it's one of the many reasons, there's a lot of reasons, but it's one of the many reasons why it's so important for us as a nation and our allies to lead the path back to the moon. Because there's been a lot of talk about Greenland. Think about the strategic value of Greenland and multiply it times 1,000, and that's the moon. That's what we're talking about here. So let's keep in mind why we're doing this. There's strategic imperative reasons why we're going to the moon, and I'm thrilled to hear Jared. As has been said, he's doing a great job. He is putting a lot of this urgency into the system. We land Artemis II. He's talking about Artemis III, and I'm with Homer Hickam. That's exactly what you want the NASA administrator talking about.
Well, and I can verify, Jim, as you were NASA administrator, I was working in Houston, Texas, and when you talked about that commercial crew program before this Artemis mission, there was a sense of urgency in your announcements, and certainly the case that when we look at how we could maybe have boots on the moon in 3 years, I think that urgency has taken hold. I also want to bring in, we have just for a couple of minutes, Andy Allen, also a former NASA astronaut, became an astronaut back in 1988. Andy, it is such a privilege to have you on as well. You've spent more than 900 hours in space as a pilot. Just your reaction watching this landing in the Pacific Ocean of Orion.
It was absolutely beautiful, breathtaking and beautiful. It just really brings out the pride in people and the inspiration in people, and proud to be an American.
Yeah, that trip down, 3 trips on shuttle, such a contrast here as we watched that. What were your thoughts on the timeline? It was stunning to watch how precise that was, almost to the second, as this all played out.
It was absolutely fantastic, and I always talk about the fact that when you get to have an astronaut and you get to strap on a vehicle and go fly, the really smart folks are the thousands and thousands of people that make it all work and can do things like you fire a burn that's going to take you to the moon, but also bring you back to Earth on that translunar injection burn that they did early on. And then the precision that they come down with, how close they were to the ship is just amazing to me. So I love it. And they're going to be bobbing around in the water for a little while, but they'll get out soon.
Yeah, as Homer Hickam has told us, those waters, they're a little chilly. I mean, in the mid-50s, when it comes to training, you're training in those waters that I guess are about 90 degrees or so, a little warmer than 55 degrees. I think, Andy, it was interesting to me, the speed of Orion, about 24,000 miles. That's about 7,600 miles an hour faster than a spacecraft coming back from the International Space Station. I mean, even at that speed, coming back from the space station, it is a bullet. I mean, Orion could travel from LA to New York City in about 6 minutes. It takes about 5.5 hours. I mean, is there anything like it, traveling on, as you did, the shuttle?
No, there's not. Of course, the shuttle, we're a little bit slower, so it took us 8 minutes to make that trip.
Just a little bit.
No, what's so different for those of us that are on the space shuttle as the commander, you're going to land the vehicle when it's done. So at the same time, your body is readapting to gravity and your balance organs are trying to readapt, and you're very focused on what you're going to go do. You're in the world's worst glider at that point in time, and you're going to touch down on the ground and make sure you do it. You practice it thousands and thousands of times. But shortly thereafter, about 30 minutes after landing, you'll get to stand up and get out and walk around and take a look at that vehicle.
Andy, I'd like to ask you top-down look at this. Stephen mentioned during Jim's tenure, you were in Houston. I was working down in Tampa Bay, but covering a lot of the launches that were happening over on Florida's Space Coast. And after the shuttle program ended, the space industry overall wasn't really in the best of places. You're the CEO of Aerodyne Industries. How do you feel about the health? I mean, I know low Earth orbit has effectively gotten busy over the last several years, but now to move beyond that feels like a big deal.
It is a big deal, and NASA leadership And the U.S. government that has paid for the funding has taken low Earth orbit to a place of a complete unknown many years ago and turned it and mitigated the risk and turned it into something that's really ripe and ready for the commercial world to take advantage of. So now that you can bring in the entrepreneurs and the innovators and really turn low Earth orbit into something. As far as the exploration goes, we're at a point now that the government can lead the way into getting us to mitigate the risk to take us to these exploration destinations that we have in mind. So we have a ways to go. We have a whole lot to learn to get there.
Yeah, and we don't stop learning. One thing that's so fascinating to me about these Artemis missions, so much of what was understood and learned with the Apollo missions are now on full display, looking at the capsule, looking at the heat shield, the rocket. It's incredible. I think, Janet, when we talk about what the future holds, there was a time in the late 60s and early 70s that it was captivating. But over time, did people lose interest? Not necessarily. But when it came to funding, there was a bit of a wane away from it. So we think of where we're at now and that motivation and the inspiration that you're sensing from those children. How do we keep this messaging alive?
You know, I'm going to make a compilation reel of all the things that the crew said specifically to students. You heard Jeremy Hansen say unequivocally, how do you become an astronaut? And he goes, you got to get after it. And even last night, as they were wrapping up some things, they all gave messages that you've got to be persistent. You've got to have grit. It's like there's a great video of Victor talking about you've got to be resilient and you've got to be a great, good crewmate. I always think about the words of my good friend, astronaut Nicole Stott, who says we can never be a good crewmate in space unless we're first a good crewmate down here on Earth. So I think there's enough material and enough of the poetry they've said on this Artemis II mission that I'm going to make a compilation reel and play it for any kid who's ever down about something and going, nope, the astronaut way is you got to be adaptable, you got to persevere, you got to keep going, you got to get it and get after it now and be a lifelong learner. And those, to me, it's like, think about it like this. Artemis II wasn't just a mission. It wasn't just a spacecraft. It literally blew the doors wide open on STEM and the future of space exploration. And I think over the coming months, I'm going to turn this mission into as many hands-on, minds-on, hearts-on learning. You know, Jim mentions that we don't yet have a lunar lander. And for probably the last couple of years, I have been saying to students, we need your thoughts on how we're going to land a vehicle on the south pole of the moon so that we can live and work there. And so that's what I'm excited about, where students are watching history being made tonight, but tomorrow morning, they're going to begin to engineer it, question it, and see themselves as the next people that will do all of these great things in space.
Well, when it comes to a compilation of what the astronauts have said, make sure you include what Christina Cook said. It stood out to me. The thing that changed for me looking back at Earth was that I found myself noticing not only the beauty of the Earth, but how much blackness there was around it and how it just made it even more special, emphasizing how alike we are, how the same things keep every single person on planet Earth alive. Really is just inspiring when you hear from those astronauts.
Well, even her words as they emerged from the dark side of the moon, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other. And I think the power of their mission has been this. And remember, and I'm sure Homer can speak to this more, and even Jim and the Colonel, but it's like, NASA chooses, like they get 18,000, submissions to be an astronaut, and then you only have a certain amount that are chosen. So these men and women are already brilliant, have the expertise. And then NASA does even more than that. They look for those people who have the emotional kind of like intelligence that will make a good crewmate. And I have to tell you, I mean, it's like they batted one out of the lunar ballpark on this one, right? With this crew, the way they work together. I mean, Christine even said, she goes, it's like brothers and sisters. Jeremy said one of the things he was looking forward to was kind of like working in this environment and seeing how teamwork would work. And he was blown away with the camaraderie and just their team. So I think all of those are going to be amazing lessons that we can share with students around the globe.
Yeah, 4 for 4. No question. Could use a little more of that out of my Red Sox, to be quite honest. 4 wonderful individuals. We're going to get back to our panel in just a moment. Let's get out to Houston. We've got Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres. She's live at Johnson Space Center in Houston, where the families of the crew have been watching their loved ones return to Earth. Chelsea, if we got you, what a scene that must have been like. Those chutes opening, filling up, and a gentle splashdown for the crew right there in the Pacific.
Yeah, Ian, I mean, those entire 13 minutes, you could hear a pin drop here in this area of where all the media is while we're just watching and listening to what's going on with the entire trajectory, with this entire splashdown trajectory. I actually saw 2 hours ago that Maya Glover, the pilot for Artemis II, Victor Glover's, one of his 4 daughters, had posted that she was in that viewing room watching Mission Control, prepared to see exactly what we're watching right now. And what we are watching right now is we're kind of just waiting for these Navy divers to get a little bit closer because, again, they're kind of making sure that toxic gas is not going to be so toxic, if there is any, and that these astronauts can actually get out of this capsule pretty safely. The first person that's going to be seeing this crew is a senior chief hospital corpsman, and he will get them into the rafts. He'll kind of do a first medical check over them just to make sure that they're good and that they can walk and kind of get out of that capsule safely, get them into those rafts that you see right there. And then they'll be up onto those 2 helicopters, airlifted over to the USS Mertha, which is a San Antonio class ship. And that's typically used for landing and docking Marines and their equipment. We know that NASA's Jared Isaacman was brought in by an Osprey earlier today. So again, so many personnel that are here to make sure that these 4 astronauts that have just really made history in the past 10 days are going to be safe and healthy. And when we talk about that healthy, so what exactly have they been doing? Again, they've been in space for 10 days, but they did have one device on the Orion capsule to do some exercises, at least 30 minutes each day. It was called the flywheel device. This is a cable-based system, kind of allowing them to use it as a rower. They could use it to do different aerobic movements, even like squats and deadlifts. So again, really trying to keep up that bone density and that muscle, that dense muscle. So again, hopefully that they are pretty healthy and able to walk around pretty safely. Once they actually make it to the USS Mertha, they will be getting a full medical evaluation. I think what I'm still waiting to hear, though, there's a couple questions I personally had, Ian, is what is it that the astronauts are actually talking about right now? What's going through their minds? They've been waiting here. They knew that they would be waiting here for some time before the Navy divers could actually get closer to the capsule and get them out onto that front porch and actually set them free from the capsule itself. So I'm curious what this entire moment was like. I really want to know what those 6 minutes were like too, because for us, we're all just watching closely. Again, it's such a beautiful trajectory, and it really seems like everything went without a hitch. From the mission control side, even to the flight crew themselves, you could tell it just in the tone of voice from mission control that every time that they were talking to them, so calm, so collected, and they didn't have any kind of sense of worry, which again, something like this, a historic event that we haven't had for more than 50 years, you want to be as calm and collected as you possibly could. I think what's also interesting here is that when we saw the capsule get closer to the ground,
the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of integrity, we continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer who's in contact with the recovery team that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. And as you can see,
Ian, if I can continue.
the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of Integrity. This includes Navy divers, a Navy flight surgeon, and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process. At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape.
Okay, we were just listening to Chelsea Torres, who was at Johnson Space Center in NASA, and she was talking and we're going to be fluid here because we obviously want to see the capsule open up in the astronauts. But she said one of her lingering questions, Ian, was what are those astronauts talking about? We have a few that we could ask. Colonel Mike Fossum, a former NASA astronaut, he's been a part of our panel. Colonel, I don't know, and based on your opinion, is this a long time that they're in the capsule? Is it becoming a bit too long? I believe there's about a 2-hour window that they need to get to the medic bay by that point. How do you think they're feeling? How would you feel?
They say they need to, they don't need to. They want to for the data, so the quicker they can go get the blood draws and all those kind of things, the happier the researchers will be. They're fine. They're back, and I guarantee you, I mean, they're unstrapped. They're probably starting to get out of their suits. They're sitting, they've landed on their backs. Everything's unstrapped. They're sitting in their seats right now, and they've got drink bags in there, so they're getting some water, etc. So they're fine. They're just, again, I think they're just elated after everything. There were concerns. This re-entry, this heat shield, there were questions. So this was a test mission. So now it's the time. They may just be collapsing in a puddle of jelly too, just after the tension and the pressure for so long.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of
I'd love to know
boats.
more about some of the concerns, the question marks that the Colonel was talking about. Homer, I was talking to Stephen a little while ago. My social media feed, for the time being, is just armchair orbital dynamics. I've been so amazed by how all of this has gone on that they haven't really done a burn that's been related to forward speed or velocity since they were on the opposite side of the moon. All of these things, what were you most impressed by? What do you have the biggest questions about moving forward as we approach Artemis III?
Well, I'm most impressed by the way this whole flight went. It was practically flawless. I mean, yeah, they had a little trouble with the toilet, but that's very minor. They'll get that figured out. Going forward, I mean, the whole idea behind it, this is a test flight. So we did it, it's 100% successful. Although my guess is one of the lessons learned is going to be how to get the crew quicker out of the Orion capsule. That's what you do. You learn by doing. The whole idea behind this flight is the first in many. The idea is to build an outpost on the moon, eventually go up there and mine the blame thing, bring the resources from the moon back to the Earth to increase the economy. I don't know how many fold it's going to be. It's going to be huge. So it's wonderful that it's completely successful flight, and I think it will impress Congress and commercial businesses to invest heavily in going back to the moon, and this time staying and just mining the blame thing.
Well, former NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, do you agree with Homer's assessment? You think that this is going to make Congress interested?
Yes, it needs to. At this point in time, NASA has demonstrated really an amazing feat, and they need to be rewarded for that. In my humble opinion, NASA needs to have its budget increased, not decreased. It's now more important than ever. We know now that we can beat China to the surface of the moon. We can establish a permanent presence on the moon. We know we can do it. Now we just need to have the resources to go make it happen. And I think this demonstration is only going to encourage members of Congress. Look, NASA has 0.3% of the federal budget. To be clear, 0.3% of the federal budget. In the Apollo era, NASA had almost 5% of the federal budget. So a tiny little increase of NASA's budget would be massive to NASA, but it would be tiny when you think about the size of the federal spending. So I do think it's important. I'm an advocate for space exploration, discovery, and I think it's important that we go out and do stunning things. Because the next generation is going to be dependent on it.
Yes, I mean, it feels like a win-win scenario when you're talking about the percentages. That's stunning to consider from a budget standpoint, but there is also from a business standpoint, there's some ROI with some of the rare resources there on the moon.
Yeah, and far more than that. Going back, and Andy Allen talked about this earlier, the amount of activity in low Earth orbit is stunning, and all of that was preceded with NASA missions, whether it's satellite communications, navigation, the way we do intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, predict weather, understand climate, the way we do missile defense, and all this national security capabilities, nuclear command and control. It's all dependent on space. And a lot of people don't realize how every day our lives are dependent on space, to include banking transactions dependent on a timing signal from GPS, the power grid dependent on a timing signal from GPS, cell phone networks dependent on a timing signal from GPS. So all of these things were preceded with government investment and commercial follow. And the moon is going to be no different. The question is who goes first and who wins. It's a matter of economic power for our country. And I really believe that an investment in NASA is an investment for the United States of America and American greatness.
And speaking of first, Jim, it's perfect because we're watching as the capsule integrity has been opened up. We know and understand that in the order of them going to the medic bay and getting onto the Mertha will be Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, and then Reed Wiseman. It's going to be in that order. It's going to be one diver, I think, per crew member. So we are waiting on that. Janet, the capsule's open. I think they see some smiling faces.
That's maritime tradition too. Commander's the last one off.
That's it.
Yep. Building that front porch. No, it's just stunning, and I just saw, as I'm watching the NASA feed, that 4 divers went in there, so it was already cramped spaces. But
Orion back to the
I
well
guess
deck
it's like when
of
I
the
hear
recovery
Jim
ship here.
speak, and Jim, I have to give you credit. It was at the Human to Mars Summit where I first heard you speak and say this mission is called Artemis, and you were just such a good kind of marketing tool for this mission, and even way back then. And Homer, thank you for serving on the board of U.S. Space and Rocket Center. We have a foundation, and we've nearly sent 70 kids to space camp here in the last many years. We've got 14 going this year. And so I'm so passionate about this because I have to refer back to my 10-year-old self. And I was inspired by my fifth grade teacher, Miss Ernestine Yarborough Jones, who brought a telescope to a playground on a Friday night in Covington, Tennessee, and made this little girl fall in love with our solar system. And so that's what I want everybody to pick up, kind of like this kind of mantle, and take it forward and share our love of all things space. And just remember, as integrity, what a beautiful call sign, comes back home to Earth, you reminded us that we'll never explore alone, and we never have. And it's not just a crew, it's a promise. And you have shown us what going together means across nations and generations, across the vast unknown. Jim is really responsible for the Artemis Accords and starting that process so that all nations can come and work together for this singular goal. And again, integrity isn't just one thing, it's legacy. And it's a reminder that the path to the stars isn't built just with rockets and equations, but character. And we're just so grateful for the courage and the joy and the love this crew has and shown and showed not only one another, but kind of showed us all in the world. So really and truly, we do love you to the moon and back, Artemis II.
It's very well said. This has been a cultural phenomenon across the country in the healthiest, the most positive of ways. It's been so wonderful to have this panel with us through a stellar return home for the Artemis II crew. That's the CEO of Janet's Planet, Janet Ivey, former NASA astronaut Colonel Mike Fossum, retired NASA engineer and astronaut training manager Homer Hickam, and former NASA administrator Jim Bridenstine. What a panel to speak with you guys over the past week and a half. Launch, the whole journey, and the trip back home has been our privilege. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And we continue to watch as Orion and the crew will be eventually actually helicoptered over to the USS Mertha. That's where they're going to be checked out. And I loved it that Colonel Fossum said they want to. They don't need to be in 2 hours. Yeah. I think this weekend, I've said it a couple of times, from 8:07 to 10:07, we've got 2 hours to get them over to Medic Bay. They want that to happen. Yes. Now that they're on Earth, you know how it works.
That's why you need somebody that's done it. Too. Yeah. Because we're reading the schedule. Yeah. And to be very fair, they stuck to that schedule.
By the second.
To about the second, yeah. But he's saying there is a big difference between needs and wants.
Yeah. And what's going to happen, there are 2 dedicated helicopters. So first it will be Christina, and then it will be Victor, and then it will be Jeremy, and then it will be Reed.
They're installing the front port right now. So as why don't we dip in? Let's listen into the NASA audio while they're installing.
Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon.
So obviously we're focused on getting those crew members right to safety. This Orion capsule, this one is going to be named, and it has been named Integrity. This thing also is going to head to the Mertha.
Yeah,
it's going to be picked up.
Yeah, it's it does so in an interesting way too. I know we've seen that's been part of the interesting thing talking with folks in the private sector of the space industry now too, because we have seen companies like SpaceX recovering that Dragon capsule using some new and innovative ways to do that. This, to my understanding, this is a pretty impressive ship.
It
Jumpy
is.
Martha.
It is. I mean, so we're eventually going to have this Orion. The capsule is going to be put on a stand, and the well deck is going to be drained from the ship, and it's going to begin making its way back to the naval base with this Orion capsule, and it essentially a connection collar. That's what they call it. Navy divers are going to attach a connection collar to the spacecraft, and then an additional line, is going to pull it into the well deck.
Almost like a lock in a canal.
Yeah, that's how it is.
It's on the ship.
It's on the ship, and this is going. I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but this is probably going to happen. I would imagine. Christopher, correct me if I'm wrong. They'll be recovering this capsule later tonight once the crew's out. I would assume so. But yeah, we have the crew that still will be making their way to the USS Martha here soon.
So we had that 15-minute delay for the reasons that we've talked about, but my notes, it says NASA was targeting roughly 9:06 p.m. Eastern time for crew extraction from Orion. We're a minute out from that, about to be 1 minute out. So all things considered, a touch of a delay, but this has been excellent.
Yeah, I mean, with you would almost expect to have comms issues. As you're back to Earth and you're working to get that set up. There was a moment where they were able to hear the divers, the crew was, but the divers could not hear.
This is as minor as it could possibly be.
Have an issue like that?
It wasn't lost on me. You have Homer Hickam, retired NASA engineer, a storied one, and a storied author. His story is an amazing one. I asked him to point out the problems of this journey, and pretty much the only thing that gets brought up is the toilet.
The toilet?
That's effectively. I worked on a fishing boat, and it's always the toilet. I'll say that.
Well, and you have just a tendency for some of these gases to leak, and these valves are going to be looked at, especially on the service module.
Right.
There was some discussion, and Jared Isaacman acknowledged it this week, how the helium valves on the service module, they were leaking, not a huge concern, certainly not one, and it was something that they were aware of, but it did require enough attention that he said in future missions, maybe we should look at a redesign, but that will be in conjunction with the European Space Agency, because that, unfortunately, unlike the crew module that you're seeing on your screen right now, that will be recovered, that will be looked at. The service module, which had that leak with the helium valve, that won't be. It's going to burn up in Earth's atmosphere.
In 1,000 moments that we've been blessed to watch over the last week and a half, that may have been a top 5 moment for me, that service module separation. That was really cool.
That was wild to see, because we said, it's happening, and a little bit of a delay because there was a delay, and it happened. Hey, Brandy Campbell, we want to bring her in. She's been in San Diego. I've been dying to know if she heard something. Brandy, how's it looking?
Hey guys, so we were here and standing by. I knew we wouldn't see anything because we are between, they said 50 and 100 miles away from them. However, I know the USGC said maybe you could also hear a sonic boom if you were along the coast. I was listening hard. I did not hear anything, unfortunately. I'm going to have to scour social media to see if anybody else here in the San Diego area were able to hear that sonic boom. But I'll tell you one thing. It was just amazing watching the live stream, seeing them come down successfully. I think that's the best news we can hear. And of course, they're working to continue that process, getting the crew onto that ship eventually. So we're actually at Naval Base San Diego. This is the location where the USS John P. Martha will return tomorrow with the Orion spacecraft inside of it. It's an amphibious ship, so it has that ability to lower and allow water inside of it, including the ship, and then it will rise and release that water from the ship. So that will arrive and basically be brought onto land exactly where I am standing. And as for the astronauts, The last I was told was that NASA wants to get them to Houston as soon as possible, so they may actually arrive here by helicopter and take a plane to get to Houston. So we'll see how that plan goes out, but the next steps we know in terms of information, the naval base, they'll have a press conference tomorrow afternoon when that ship does arrive. So that'll be pretty cool for the folks who'll be here to see the spacecraft in person, safely back on land. But such an amazing journey to watch with these 4 astronauts and see them successfully come down. I don't know about you guys, but I was nervous watching, but it looked flawless.
It was a moment. You know what I was waiting for, Brandy, because looking at your live shot, maybe a few clouds getting in the way, but they were not a problem. I mean, we were able to see integrity move from the very top of our atmosphere. I mean, aside from that 6-minute comms blackout all the way to landing, but everything looking great. Sorry you didn't hear anything, but I have a feeling that there will be multiple more opportunities. So we'll leave it at that. Brandy Campbell,
hopefully so.
Appreciate it.
You talked about the clouds really quick.
Yeah.
You would think they may have dealt with more cloud coverage because as you look off in our distance, it's pretty dense. But you know what? That is what they said ahead of time, that it looked like the more dense cloud formation would be closer to shore. So they were spot on, seems in almost every aspect.
Nice. Yeah, those meteorologists know a thing or two, right? Especially the ones at Johnson Space Center. Sometimes we get it right. Brandy Campbell, thank you. Great perspective there. And yeah, looking forward to seeing that capsule come on dry ground. The crew too.
Brandy's been on both coasts to experience this, and I would feel worse about the sonic boom if she didn't get to watch what was
the most powerful rocket on Earth, right?
Just incredible. Hey, we've got another wonderful guest to bring in, retired NASA astronaut and United States Navy Captain Butch Wilmore. A pleasure to have you with us here on Fox Weather. What would you say about what we just saw, what we're still watching play out in real time?
When it comes to weather, I did 4 Navy deployments, a lot of time on aircraft carriers. It is so rare to see water that smooth with no white caps whatsoever. So y'all did a great job. You ordered up the perfect weather for all of us.
Well, we appreciate that. I wonder which one, Butch, would you rather wear, the Navy cap today or the astronaut cap?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, today's a monumental day for both because you got 2 naval aviators, 2 Navy test pilots in those front 2 seats that are astronauts, Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover, Tonto and Ike, as we call them, their Navy call signs. And what a pleasure. That's why I wore my orange tie, because of the color. That's the flight test color for the Navy is orange. So I wore it in respect for them and the job that they've done for the last 10 days. That's truly remarkable and amazing.
Your story is an incredible one. I know that you spent, in total, I think it's about 1.5 years in space, being a part of test missions, which this technically still is, even the 4 people on it. Things don't always go exactly as planned. This did. As you're watching the integrity returning, is that what you're thinking about in a scenario like this?
You know, you're reading my mind. It absolutely is. I mean, things didn't go perfectly on the last mission that I was on, as you mentioned, a little extra time in space, and we learned from that. Thankfully, we do learn from these instances where things don't go as we expect or we would like, and we incorporate those lessons learned in the future. And I think that's part of what you see here. This wasn't a perfect mission. There never is a perfect mission, but this is about as close as you can get. I mean, think about the translunar injection burn that they did last Thursday that put them on a course to the moon. That's the same burn because it was so precise that brought them all the way back home to land on that bullseye at the exact minute that we said they would back last Thursday. I mean, it's just truly remarkable, all put together. Just amazing.
Matt, Stephen and I were just talking about that. It's of a million incredible things. I mean, the burn was last Thursday.
Yep.
Right.
And then it happened since that.
Butch, it is.
I mean, given the time and the amount of time that you spent on the ISS, as we're still watching the Orion capsule, I'm thinking, I know it's been just a little over 9 days for these 4. Your body does begin to change. You feel the effects. Describe what that was like for you in the ISS.
Oh, on the ISS, I mean, there was one press conference we did
where my two crewmates spun me up. I mean, just spun me for like 30 seconds. I mean, really fast, round and round and round and round and round. And my inner ear, my neurovestibular, was completely dormant. When I stopped, it was as if I hadn't spun at all. I mean, completely dormant.
Wow.
That takes time. They don't feel that. They'll probably be just fine. It's only been 10 days. They'll have a little bit of that neurovestibular kind of wooziness, just a little, but it'll come back pretty quickly for them. You go beyond about 2.5 months, we've learned, and that's when it takes a little longer to get that balance back. So I think they'll be overall fine, especially with the smooth seas that they've got today. I mean, they'll crawl out, and I'm sure they'll be just fine. It'll be good.
Yeah, with those drogues that shot up, I think that was probably a little rougher than the actual waves are at the moment.
And Butch, I know you've flown a lot of aircraft in the atmosphere, including the F-18. But up in space, shuttle, right? Soyuz, Starliner, Dragon. I mean, that's a pretty impressive grouping. What kind of marks would you give Orion here?
Well, I'd love to fly that, make that number 5. Orion would be great. I don't think that's going to be in my future, but you can't give it. In the Navy, you grade every landing, and OK underline is the best landing you can have for a score. This was an OK underline. I mean, you can't get any better, any more precise than what has transpired here. And it's a testament to all the thousands of people across NASA and also industry that have put their all in, their passion into this and make all this come together. This is a national effort, and it's a great success for the United States of America.
I won't say that there were two camps here, philosophically speaking, but when we looked at Artemis I and the heat shield and the not a failure, but the unexpected issues with that heat shield, I think that there were some concerns about using that again, and that especially with humans on board. Where did you fall? Were you in the camp saying, you know what? It's tried and true. This thing has gone through more than 1,000 tests since 2022 and Artemis I. Was there a confidence that you had?
They would not have launched. They would not have. Reed Wiseman and Victor Glover, the crew, they would not have gotten on board if they weren't fully confident that it was ready to go. They looked at the data. I mean, I actually looked at the data myself before I left NASA, and I was satisfied that it would turn out the way it did as well. I would have crawled on board because of the extensive tests. Test is the key. If you test appropriately, you can determine pretty much 99.9% about how certain things like this will perform. There's certain things you can't test. That's why we do this. This was a test flight. That's why you go through this process. But they had gone through the rigor of what was required. And therefore, doing it, getting on board was the way to go. And obviously, it's turned out exactly as planned.
We spoke with Colonel Fossum about wants versus needs, what it's like for the crew bobbing around in the Pacific right now. What are they going through at this point? I mean, as the doors open, that psychologically I'd have to think is a huge boost. But this does take a little time after splashdown to get back to the USS Mertha.
Yeah, it does. It takes a little time. Of course, it's the first time they've done it with crew on board. So they're going to be extra careful, extra conservative, as you will. But eventually they'll get them. They're fine though. They're just enjoying the moment. Trust me, taking it in every second they can. Because once they crawl out, they're not going back in that capsule, and it'll be years again before they go again, if at all. So they're taking it all in and just enjoying it for sure.
And we've been talking to former NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, talking about this Artemis mission as a whole, Butch, and to get your perspective on it too. It seems, and certainly when Jim was the NASA Administrator, very ambitious goal to get boots back on the moon. Where do you fall in that? You think it's going to happen before 2030? 2028 is the plan as we sit now.
Yeah, I will be honest. 2028 is very ambitious. We don't have a lander at the moment that is ready. We don't have suits at the moment that are ready. It's going to take a great effort to go forward and get those. The design is in work. The design is coming close to conclusion, but building and then the testing. The testing is the key. You've got to make sure you do every test that, possible to make sure things will operate as you expect. And that'll be the hard part, to get it all in time to launch by 2028. Can we do it? We can do it, but it is definitely a big challenge.
So I think of what we have seen with the Apollo era, and this one. And I'm maybe it's unfair to compare because there was so much in between, but I think of the advancements that we have seen with NASA. What more can we do? And at what point do you think we have a legitimate chance of getting to Mars? Because I think to look at what we're seeing today, I mean, there's going to be some inspiration and some motivation, I think, that we feel across the country.
Yeah, it all boils down to physics. We can dream, we can desire, we can do all these mighty things in our minds, but it boils down, will physics allow it? And that's the lessons we've learned over the course of the last 60 years in our human spaceflight program. Physics is the big driver. Mars is really hard for many reasons, many reasons. That's why we need to go to the moon. That's why going to the South Pole of the moon is just an added challenge. We may not go there the first or second time, but eventually to go there, build the base, learn how to operate away from our planet before we even think about going beyond into Mars. Because Mars, like I said, for many reasons, is a tough one to do.
Butch, you said no workable suit yet, no lunar lander just yet. These are two very prohibitive things. Mm-hmm. Do you think the public-private partnership that we've seen develop here over the last decade or two in the space industry helps accelerate that, at least from a financial standpoint?
Yeah, it does. Let me clarify what I meant. Not what I said, but what I meant. We have landers that have been in work for many years, but under this new architecture, they need to be a little smaller, and so they will not be the same thing that we've been working towards. The tweaks that have to be made is what we don't have yet. That's what's in work, and it is a robust effort as we go forward, even at this moment. So that's what I mean when we don't have landers. They're working towards it. They're close, but we don't have the metal bent and exactly those landers ready to go. And that's going to have to take place pretty quick, obviously, to get there by 2028.
Not to make light of the situation, but a workable toilet. You ever have problems with the toilet on your flights?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you always have a problem with the toilet system on the space station. Not always, but it's a very complex system because we are reusing. Today's coffee is tomorrow's coffee. So we drink coffee, we expel it, and then we process. Separate the good urine from the bad urine. The bad urine we put in containers. The good urine we process it, zap it with high energy filters and everything else, and cycle it back through and drink it the next day. It's a very complicated process. So that thing breaks down on occasion. Now the toilet, that wasn't actually the toilet. I've heard that reported on Orion. It wasn't actually the toilet. It was actually a valve beyond the toilet that goes through and allows it to dissipate out in the liquid out into the vacuum of space. So it was a valve problem. With the toiletry system, but actually beyond where the actual toilet was.
All right, good. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they made that one orientation maneuver to get that valve toward the sun so they could thaw that thing out a little.
And it's wild how there's so many things. I mean, we're talking about the development of a lunar lander, but then you have something as simple as a toilet. All of these things have to be factored into
every single component. Mission. Yeah, yes. and Butch,
very true.
I'd love to get your thoughts on the cultural significance of this. It feels like America was paying attention to what was just achieved over the last 10 days. Does that help from a funding standpoint, from a desire standpoint, to keep Artemis III, Artemis IV on schedule?
I think what you're seeing and what you're hearing is now we have some coverage of what's been taking place because in my experience, over the last several decades, I've seen support for a lunar program everywhere I go, every time I speak. Why are we not at the moon? We are ready to go to the moon. Why are we not doing that? So I think it's been there, but we haven't been able to cover it. And just think about it. This is a global phenomenon right now. This is everybody in the world is in, and everybody is thrilled, with the exception of maybe Beijing. They may not be so thrilled because we got there before they did. But the rest of the world is just thrilled with what's taking place, and that does give momentum to these lofty goals for lofty reasons as we go forward.
Is this a new space race of sorts? Could it be?
Oh, it has been, and it will continue to be, for sure. Yeah, we want to get there. The boots on the ground. We're not going to go and leave. We're going to go and stay, because when you go and stay, then you decide what takes place. The ones that are there are the ones that make the rules, and that's what our goal is, to be there, stay, and use it for the betterment of mankind, for sure.
I do think it has an effect whenever anybody has the opportunity to go to space, because there are those geopolitical implications. And then you also have just this human side of it, and you being able to experience it yourself. It's one of those things when you look at those pictures that we've all been able to see that this crew captured from the moon. Do you see it differently than maybe we see it? Or how do you take those images in?
I've looked at a lot of images over the years from the Apollo era. They didn't have the same level of sensors in their cameras that we have now. So to pick out the detail, it's awe-inspiring when you see that, because you can zoom in on these pictures because the pixels are so much more refined and see detail that we couldn't see back in 1972 when last time we were at the moon. So it is. It's thrilling. It's amazing. It's right in line with everything else, technology advancement that we're using for the benefit of these programs and going forward, like I said, for the betterment of mankind.
As you watch that, when you talk about the technology advancements, we had mentioned the different vehicles that you've flown on. Does that blow you away? Like, can that happen at this point, to have this being a test mission, this capsule, first time carrying people? We were discussing that earlier with the Colonel. Basically, the physics are the physics, right? I mean, this eyeball test looked a little bit like what we saw in the Apollo program. It's far, far, far more advanced.
It is indeed. I mean, like I said earlier, you think about how all this transpired. We did right after launch. Once the second stage or the first stage was separated, we took the second stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the ICPS, and we burned and went to an altitude that's further away than humans have been in 54 years. And then we separated from that, and we flew in formation with it, manually flew in formation as we were circling the Earth for that day, testing all the systems. And then we did the burn, translunar injection burn, which is the same burn that hit the bullseye here in the ocean, 8 days ago. I mean, just think about all of what goes into those processes, because you didn't burn to the moon. You burned to the point where the moon would be in 3 days. And you had to hit it precisely so the moon's gravitational pull would swing you around like it did and put you on that trajectory to bring you back to hit that bullseye off the coast of San Diego. I mean, it's mind-blowing.
Hurts my brain, but
you watch the visualization of it. It makes it even more impressive. Retired NASA astronaut, United States Navy Captain Butch Wilmore. It's been a pleasure to speak with you. Thanks for joining us on Fox Weather.
Pleasure's mine. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, and we know you're going to be watching it, Butch. We are too. We want to dip in a little bit to NASA's coverage now, because the capsule, we think the crew's about to come out.
Ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
There's the front porch. We're just waiting for the astronauts to come out. As we learned, one rescue swimmer Navy diver per astronaut, so there's a lot of folks in a relatively small capsule. It's bigger than Apollo, as we talked about, but still inside just two minivans.
Just hanging out, tight corners. All right, let's listen back in.
Of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program, this is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says, "Welcome home, Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
And so as we wait, the first crew, we've been talking about the order, Ian. The first one that's going to be out is Christina. Christina Cook will be taken by helicopter. There's an A and a B. So Helo A will take Christina. Helo A will also take Victor. But before Victor, it'll be Jeremy in Helo B. So there's an A and B Helo.
Wonder what Christina says when she leaves the Integrity. She's been so eloquent.
No, she's got away with words.
In everything, every moment.
Yep.
Maybe it's just bye, guys. Yeah.
And look at this. This is a great shot because this is a relaxed Mission Control. There are some who have the privilege of looking in from the viewing. You can see that in the background, those glass panels, having the opportunity to watch what's going on there. But love to look at that posture, a very relaxed Mission Control.
While we are waiting on the astronauts to emerge, let's bring in another gentleman I've had the honor to chat with over the last several days, retired NASA astronaut and United States Air Force Lieutenant Colonel.
No problem.
Terry Hart. Terry, great to have you back with us. What do you think of what we've just seen?
Such a wonderful occasion.
Yeah, this has been quite something. Terry, we're waiting for them to emerge out of the capsule. How would you describe what's played out here over the past 2 hours, besides, I guess, textbook, near perfect?
Yeah, I mean, the whole mission has been that textbook. They have to look at that heat shield yet, of course, to understand what happened on reentry. But I think it's going to go in the books as a flawless mission. And it's a wonderful tribute to the whole NASA team. I mean, this is just a wonderful team that we have. The Europeans are involved, and we had a Canadian astronaut on board. I mean, it's really wonderful to see.
When you look at the mission, Terry, what stands out to you? Having the as we watched here, also, sorry, this is a bit fluid because the first crew member we understand is coming out, so we want to take that live and I think dip in.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of Integrity.
Christina Cook, mission specialist, out of the Integrity spacecraft.
Terry, what's it like to breathe fresh air on Earth after a mission?
It's wonderful. I mean, you really are kind of stuffy I was in the space shuttle, but it doesn't matter. You know, these capsules are very confined. And when you get out and smell, and in my case, it was the desert air at Edwards Air Force Base. It was just wonderful right there at daybreak on my landing.
Do you agree? Gravity stinks? We've heard that from a few astronauts.
Yeah, it's really really something to see. I mean, this whole NASA team, I have to tell you, I'm just so proud of them. they get focused and they do this great work. It's a wonderful thing to see.
Okay, we're getting word. Victor Glover just came out. Trying to see, he's supposed to be the third gentleman out, so I'm not sure if Jeremy is now off of the integrity as well. Terry, what's that reception like? I know there's a meeting going on here, but when they get back to the Mertha and they see the folks that have been working to recover them, some of the folks from NASA that worked to make sure that this was a successful mission, that's got to be an emotional time.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's just a lot of celebration. But they very quickly have to get back to work here, though, because they'll probably spend a good 2 weeks debriefing this mission. And then after that is the worst fate that any astronaut can have. They send us around the world giving speeches for about 6 months. So you want to get back on another mission again as soon as you can. They're going to be pretty busy in the next little while.
Well, I will say this crew has really taken the world by storm, seeing how their camaraderie and their words that they've used. So this is the third person, Terry, that's coming out. This is Jeremy Hansen. He's the Canadian one that was on board. He will be the second one to be hoisted up after Christina, but he was the third one to exit the capsule. So now I guess, Ian, we wait for the commander.
694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
Okay, so good to point out here that there's 4 choppers. 2 of them are providing the excellent video that we're seeing. 2 of them are going to be hoisting them up. That was where the confusion came in for me. The extraction order from the vehicle is not the same order that they'll be hoisted up into the helicopter.
That's right. I guess Jeremy and Victor are switching spots. But they're all going to go, and we know that the USS Mertha is about 5 miles away. So when they are hoisted up and taken in the helicopters, they'll be checked out by the medic bay, and eventually get back to Houston. And I think we're watching the different vantage points that you had pointed out, Ian. 2 of these helicopters are here for just this purpose, to give us the visuals.
All 4 crew members are out of integrity. Okay, and you're hearing the applause. That's coming from Mission Control. Terry, all 4 of them are out. This is, I mean, that's a roar. That's a roar from back at Mission Control.
Yeah, it's just wonderful to hear. And Jeremy Hansen, this is his first mission in space, and by all accounts, he just did a great job. But more than that, I mean, he was so well integrated with the whole mission control team. He's done so much in the astronaut office over the recent years. And I'm very impressed reading about all he's done, and I'm sure the Canadians are very proud of him tonight.
It should be. Yeah, first trip to space. It's like your first golf tournament being the Masters.
You won't forget it.
No.
But I don't think you forget subsequent missions either, Terry, as you could attest to. I think that what Jeremy had said, too, one of his quotes that just stood out, the perspective I launched with was what we live on, a fragile planet in the vacuum and void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I sort of learned from other things through life is our purpose on the planet as humans. It's to find joy, to find the joy in lifting each other up and by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just reaffirms that. I feel like these perspectives, it's called the overview effect. Did that happen to you, where you just get above Earth and you have a whole different meaning on life?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the technical success of this mission is what NASA is putting forth, and that was the purpose of the mission, to test the spacecraft and all. But I have to tell you, those pictures of the Earth from the moon, they affect the way people think. And the Earthrise picture that Bill Anders took back in 1968 on Apollo 8, I mean, it changes our perspective about how we should take care of our planet and take care of each other. It's really, I think, one of the most important aspects of these space flights is bringing that perspective to everybody.
Yeah, Earthrise being the classic picture. I think Earthset, Stephen and I were talking about this, Terry. I think Earthset was my favorite out of the bunch.
What else about it?
Yeah, and the thing that's so great is the resolution now. Our new technology is so much better. And it just not that the Earthrise picture that Bill took with the Hasselblad camera wasn't great, but boy, I tell you, these our technology now, it just really makes you feel like you're there.
Now it feels like this program, Artemis I, while successful and some important things that were learned from it, having people on Artemis II. Let's listen back in a moment.
Over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
Big thing that we're looking out for. Yep. Terry, I was wondering about moving Artemis forward now. Artemis 3 next year, Artemis 4 in 2028. Do you feel like with the incredible success of this mission that this keeps everything on schedule?
Well, it's certainly this didn't present any obstacles, but boy, I'll tell you, there's some major challenges with these landers. SpaceX is building one, and Blue Origin building the other. So those will be tested in Earth orbit on the next Artemis 3 mission. But boy, that's really a challenge to get those landers done in that time frame. I think the world, both SpaceX and Blue Origin, they're really amazing teams, just like NASA. And but they have a lot of work to do to figure out that last component that we need, the lunar landers.
And not to get too technical, but when we started talking to you, Terry, you had mentioned the heat shield, and I wonder your thoughts on that, because it does sound as if not a total redesign, but there could be changes. See, this mission is just too close to that investigation that was launched after the Artemis I heat shield. They found it performed a bit unexpectedly. It didn't fail. But what are your thoughts on that, on perhaps redesigning it just a little bit for future Artemis missions?
Yeah, they found a minor problem, and they addressed it. And anytime NASA's worried about something, I feel good about that, because I think they're going to do the right thing. They bring all the technical expertise in place to do the right thing, and they clearly did the right thing by flying this spacecraft. It's when they don't worry about something, or we become a little too lax, which is what happened, sadly, with Challenger and with Columbia. So we need to keep the pedal to the metal there on safety, especially as we start to move, from NASA doing more and then giving extra responsibility to SpaceX and Blue Origin and others. That privatization is critical. We maintain safety.
Simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship.
Bit of extra time there on the front porch. I guess this is bobbing around a little bit. It takes some of the sting out of the return to gravity.
Yeah, I could make a comment on that. I trained with a lot of the Apollo astronauts, and to a person, they all said the worst part of the mission was that hour or two where they were bopping around in the ocean. Even the Navy guys were getting sick. It's pretty uncomfortable.
They're like a buoy out there.
It's worse than the deployment of parachutes.
Oh yeah. They said it's very uncomfortable being in there. For that length of time, you can't see out very well, and that makes the motion sickness even worse. When you're rocking back and forth. Fortunately, the seas are not too bad here today. I think they said they were 4 feet, but they've recovered capsules before where they were much higher, and the astronauts were very anxious to get out of there.
I would imagine. I looking at just the operation that's well underway. We're waiting on the helicopters that will eventually hoist up those 4, and they'll be taken individually. Terry, the whole adjustment of coming to Earth, and this is what the 4 astronauts will do. They're going to go back to Houston as soon as possible. I would assume that's what you did as well. You go back to Houston, you get checked out, you have to adjust. You might drop a coffee cup or two, as we've learned. You kind of get used to zero gravity. That happened to you?
Yeah, it did. We had an interesting recovery because we were supposed to land at Cape Canaveral. This is STS-41C, And there was a thunderstorm there, so we went around one more time and ended up landing in Southern California at Edwards Air Force Base. We met our families back in Houston. For a week or so, it's really not too bad. You recover in a day or two. The astronauts have been up for months or even a year. That can take several weeks to recover. Our bodies adapt, but it is an issue on long-term flights, particularly.
As this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished.
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks in the mission control, Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And my thought is always about these teams, the team that's in the water right now pulling the crew out, the team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. We still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Mirtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through. And they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we were in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most, and every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states that came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. We do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building.
Great to hear as all 4 crew members have been recovered from the Orion capsule.
I think that was Deputy Administrator Amit Kshatriya. I think we were just listening to.
He had quite a quote saying,
yes,
we have no rational fears, but there were irrational ones perhaps. But clearly no fears as everyone is saved. Hey, want to get Christopher Tate final thoughts as he's watched this.
Guys, I've been following this mission since days before launch, and I am so excited that we have gone all the way around the moon and we have brought the crew back safely. I can hardly be happier that the 4 crew members are back safe on Earth. It's beautiful.
I heard it from him first. He
no
was watching
question.
The feed.
He's been a super important resource for us. And lost in the audio shuffle, I do want to thank former NASA astronaut Terry Hart. He's been a wonderful resource too. We're going to look back at some of the best moments, and the Fox Weather at Night team will take you through the extraction.
Passing through 10,000 feet, still on drogues. Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet. Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes. Passing through 10,000 feet, still on drogues. Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet. Search and recovery beacon has been activated on integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes.
Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth. And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts. The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low data rate. Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego, at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon. We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
Our beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
So Integrity is in great shape, and as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
All right, you've been watching incredible imagery. The crew, Artemis II, the crew of the Integrity spacecraft, back here on Earth. And Stephen, it's a rare scene when you get a bunch of weather folks that are speechless.
Integrity back on Earth,
history made,
following its historic flyby of the moon. It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 2828, but I'll remain on this frequency.
And as we understand it, it's going to be about 15 minutes to power down that vehicle to make sure, as we heard, no toxic gases leaking from the spacecraft. We'll eventually see people approach, and there'll be this deployment. It's called the front porch, and that's going to be the way that the astronauts are hoisted out of the capsule. But they're feeling gravity now.
Yeah, and understandably, this is NASA that we're talking about, but you heard them just describe this as textbook, and it is stunning to me how on schedule every aspect of this was, effectively to the second.
Yeah, your 7:07:47 splashdown, we've said it for a few days. 8:07 Eastern, 7:07 Central Time that we've had that.
Yeah, so after about 20 minutes was the word. The Murtha's closing in, the hatch will open 20 minutes after splashdown, so it's been 9, just switching over to about 9 minutes. That's sniff test. That happened awfully quickly. No hazardous gases leaking.
It's one of those things. We were looking at the weather factors involved, and in the Pacific, you don't want waves greater than 6 feet. In a lot of ways, that's for the recovery crew.
The landing and support officer who's in contact with the recovery team that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft.
The capsule Integrity has been opened up. We know and understand that in the order of them going to the medic bay and getting onto the Murtha will be Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, and then Reed Wiseman. It's going to be in that order. It's going to be 1 diver, I think, per crew member. So we are waiting on that. Janet, the capsule's open. I think they see some smiling faces. We have the crew that still will be making their way to the USS Murtha here soon.
So we had that 15-minute delay for the reasons that we've talked about, but my notes, it says NASA was targeting roughly 9:06 p.m. Eastern Time for crew extraction from Orion. We're a minute out from that, about to be 1 minute out. So all things considered, a touch of a delay, but this has been...
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and